The damp, shadowy cave reeked with a suffocating stench. Faint, brownish-red bloodstains could be discerned on the ground as 10 boys and girls curled up together in this cramped space of less than 100 square meters. Compared to the other 9 youths whose faces were filled with naked terror, one boy, his features smeared with filth, yet sharply defined, appeared markedly more composed and calm. It was only because the body he now inhabited housed the soul of a man in his 20s from another world. Xiao Xing himself felt rather exasperated. He had merely helped an old man who had fallen only to be sent flying into the air by a speeding truck. When he opened his eyes again, he had already arrived in this unfamiliar world of martial arts. In this life, his parents had died early, leaving him as the family's only child. His second uncle and second aunt, in order to scrape together the entrance fee for their own son to enroll in a martial hall, had actually sold him to a human broker. After that, he was brought by those vile traffickers to this very cave. He did not even know where he currently was. A heavy creak sounded as the massive stone door was pushed open. A burly man, a yellow gourd hanging at his waist and reeking of alcohol, strode inside. The man glanced over the 10 boys and girls, grinned to reveal a row of chillingly white teeth, and spoke in a voice as loud as a bell. "Welcome to the Asura Purgatory." Asura Purgatory. The group of youths looked at one another in bewilderment. Xiao Xing also furrowed his brows, slightly sensing faintly that this place was anything but simple. One dark-skinned young man asked, "Is this place really the Asura Purgatory? What are we here to do?" The man unfastened the yellow gourd at his waist, took a long swig of liquor, then grinned, and said, "This place is the training base of Tianxia Dialu. From now on you will undergo the harshest training here, where the strong thrive and the weak are discarded. Oh, and by the way, our Tianxia Dialu is the most elite assassin organization in the Diyu dynasty." An assassin organization. The exclamations of the youths echoed through the cave. The big man looked over the 10 boys and girls, smiling coldly, as he said, "I am your instructor Huang. This cave is your first trial. Only by passing the assessment can you walk out of here." Hearing this, hope finally surfaced on the faces of the youths. There was at last a way to leave. "Instructor Huang, how do we pass the assessment?" one boy asked impatiently. Instructor Huang pointed at the stone door behind him, smiling coldly. "Do you see the stone door? Push it open and you will be deemed to have passed the assessment. You will be able to leave this place. The stone door must weigh over 1,000 jin. How are we supposed to push it open?" The boy who had asked turned deathly pale, his voice trembling. The other youths also blanched at his words. Instructor Huang did not continue to respond to the boy. Instead, he turned his head toward a black-clad man at his side and said, "Hand them out." "Yes, instructor." The black-clad man stepped forward carrying a bundle of clothing and began distributing the garments. Each person received a set regardless of whether it fit. "Put them on," Instructor Huang said in a deep voice. To Xiao Xing and the other boys it did not matter much, but the 2 girls present hesitated visibly. "Change or die," Instructor Huang said as he looked at the 2 girls. His tone sounded gentle, yet everyone felt a chill seep into their bones. Confronted with the threat of death, the 2 girls could no longer care about their modesty. They took off their outer garments and changed into the uniform outfits. Only then did they notice that each of their black uniforms bore a number from 1 to 10. Xiao Xing was number 8. Instructor Huang looked at the 10 boys and girls and said in a low voice, "From this moment on, within this base, you have no names, only code numbers. Have you remembered that?" "We remember." The youths hurriedly replied, nodding their heads. Instructor Huang nodded in satisfaction, then looked once more toward the black-clad man at his side. Understanding his intent, the black-clad man stepped forward and handed out 10 small pale blue booklets to the youths. Xiao Xing also received one. Lowering his head to look, he saw 3 bold characters on the cover, "Blood-moving art." His pupils contracted slightly as surprise stirred within him. "It's actually a cultivation manual," he thought in secret, delighted. Ever since he had realized this was a world of martial arts, Xiao Xing had tried to find manuals to learn martial techniques. Yet such manuals were tightly held by great clans and noble families. Ordinary people could only obtain them by paying in silver. A single manual could cost over 10 taels, even 20 taels of silver. For someone like him, who could barely fill his stomach, that was nothing short of an astronomical figure. Instructor Huang looked at them and said, "This is the blood-moving art. It has 10 levels. Once you cultivate it to the 7th level, you will step into the ranks of graded martial practitioners and become warriors. Only by becoming warriors can you push open this door and walk out of here." As he spoke, the burly man pointed at the massive stone door behind him once more. "All right, next, I will demonstrate the blood-moving art once. Watch carefully." Instructor Huang took another swig of liquor, then began to perform the postures of the blood-moving art. The art comprised 72 distinct movements. Many of the movements were strange, mimicking the stances of various animals, somewhat reminiscent of yoga from his previous life. Some of the motions even required hefting large rocks. Xiao Xing stared wide-eyed at the burly man demonstrating the blood-moving art, afraid to miss even a single movement. After he finished, Instructor Huang looked over the group of youths and grinned. "Brats, practice well," he said. With that he turned and started toward the exit. Halfway there, as if suddenly recalling something, Instructor Huang turned back to face the 10 boys and girls, a scalp-numbing smile spreading across his face. "We will only provide food for 2 months, he said. The youths gasped in shock. One of the boys hurriedly asked, "What about after 2 months? After 2 months, if you still haven't become warriors, then you are merely wasting food. Our Tianxia Dialu does not feed trash." Instructor Huang let out a mocking laugh, clasped his hands behind his back, and strode out, gourd in hand. The heavy stone door slammed shut with a resounding bang, leaving the 10 boys and girls standing rigidly in place, like monks frozen in meditation. An eerie, unnatural stillness settled over the cave. 2 months from now, if they still could not push the stone door open and had no food left, there would be only one outcome awaiting them. They would starve to death in this cave slowly and painfully. Only now did the boys and girls truly grasp the importance of martial cultivation. Only by training according to the manual would they have a chance of becoming warriors within 2 months, pushing open the stone door and walking out of this place. They hastily began to flip through the booklets in their hands. Xiao Xing felt as though a great weight pressed upon his heart. His mood was extremely heavy as he too started to read. Blood-moving art. Realm uninitiated 0. A status panel. Xiao Xing's eyes lit up. So the standard equipment of a transmigrator had indeed arrived. At that moment, someone had already begun clumsily practicing the movements of the blood-moving art. Xiao Xing dared not waste a single moment. He calmed himself, recalled Instructor Huang's demonstration of the blood-moving art, and matching it with the illustrations in the booklet, began to practice the movements clumsily himself. As time passed, Xiao Xing clumsily went through the routine once. At that moment, the panel before his eyes changed. Blood-shifting art realm not initiated 1% already. This system was surprisingly effective. All of a sudden, his mind became crystal clear. The movements that Instructor Huang had demonstrated earlier were now carved into his memory, as if chiseled by blade and axe. At the same time, he felt his body had become far more coordinated. He had the distinct sense that he had already mastered all 72 movements of the blood-shifting art. Xiao Jingming lifted his head and looked toward the other 9 boys and girls. At this moment, they were sprawled about and out of sorts, with 72 movements to learn. Most of them had not even grasped 10. The fastest of them was unexpectedly the number 1 boy, dark-skinned and sturdy, who seemed clumsy at first glance, yet had already mastered 9 movements. "Father, mother, I want to go home." The number 10 girl finally broke down, half crouching on the ground as she sobbed in choking despair. Xiao Xing shook his head and continued to rehearse his postures. Once again, the panel changed. Blood-shifting art realm not initiated 1. Entry step by step. Xiao Xing froze for a moment, then joy surged in his heart. It seemed that aside from mindless grinding, this system could also awaken certain entries. Presumably, once he cultivated continuously for a period, these entries would manifest. After finishing 1 full round of the blood-shifting art, Xiao Xing was somewhat exhausted, yet he was desperate to understand the system's effects. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to begin a second round. Roughly another half-hour later, Xiao Xing completed the second round of the blood-shifting art. The change on the panel left him astonished. Blood-shifting art realm not initiated 4. Entry step by step. Xiao Xing could scarcely restrain the wild joy in his heart. The first time he had practiced the blood-shifting art without any entry, a single round had only raised his progress by 1%. With the blessing of the step-by-step, entry 1 round had propelled him directly to 4%. In other words, under the step-by-step entry, his progress had increased by an extra 3%. Confidence surged within Xiao Xing, and he could not help gritting his teeth and practicing the blood-shifting art yet again. By now, Xiao Xing was utterly exhausted, his forehead beaded with fine sweat, yet he still forced himself to continue. As he persisted, the entry transformed from step-by-step into twice the result with half the effort. At the same time, his progress began to soar. When Xiao Xing barely managed to finish the third round of the blood-shifting art and collapsed onto the ground from sheer exhaustion, the panel underwent an earth-shaking change. Blood-shifting art realm not initiated 10. Entry twice the result with half the effort. With this entry, his cultivation speed was utterly astonishing. A single round of the blood-shifting art had increased his progress by a full 6%. Such speed was truly terrifying. Unfortunately, Xiao Xing's strength was completely spent. He could no longer continue practicing. As he ceased cultivating, the entry faded away as well. Xiao Xing sighed inwardly in regret. Even so, after only 3 rounds of the blood-shifting art, his progress had reached a frightening 10%. 1/10 of the path had already been completed. Lying on the ground, Xiao Xing looked toward the other boys and girls who were still practicing their movements. The fastest remained the dark number 1 boy, who could now complete half of the routine. Just then, the number 4 boy, who carried an air of a young scholar, stepped forward, cupped his hands toward Xiao Xing, and said with a smile, "Brother, your memory is truly impressive to have memorized all 72 movements. Why not give us a few pointers?" Xiao Xing was so tired he did not even wish to speak. He replied faintly, "I'm exhausted." When I practice later, just watch carefully. Very well, that works too. Number 4 nodded. A heavy creak sounded as the thick stone door was pushed open once more. Instructor Huang strode in again, followed by several men in black. Brat's time to eat. Instructor Huang shouted. The men in black set down several boxed meals, and then he led them back out of the chamber. After practicing the blood-shifting art for several hours, everyone was hungry. At the sight of the steaming food, their eyes went wide and their mouths began to water uncontrollably. Inside each box, besides white rice, there were vegetables and even beef. How is this a hellish purgatory? This is practically heaven. One of the boys exclaimed in joy. They all came from poor backgrounds and could not even eat their fill throughout the year. To be given meat here was nothing short of paradise. Huh, there are 10 of us. Why are there only 9 meals? At that moment, the number 6 boy noticed something amiss and spoke up in puzzlement. Everyone stared and counted carefully. Indeed, there were only 9 meals. Number 4 lifted his head and shouted toward the outside. There are 10 of us. Why are there only 9 meals? You're one short. No one responded to them. A flicker of unease stirred in Xiao Xing's heart. He sensed things were not so simple. He hurried forward, snatched up one of the meals, and began to devour it ravenously. The other boys and girls, seeing this, rushed up to snatch their own meals. The number 10 girl, however, was small and weak. She failed to get any. Anxious, she began to cry again. Smelling the rich fragrance of the food, clearly starving, she turned to Xiao Xing, who seemed approachable, and asked, "Big brother, could you spare me some of your meal?" After speaking, she put on an even more pitiable expression, her large, glistening eyes fixed on Xiao Xing in supplication. "I don't have enough for myself. Ask someone else." With life and death uncertain, Xiao Xing could not spare a thought for others and rejected her outright. With that, he went back to wolfing down his food, completely ignoring the number 10 girl's pitiful gaze. "How can you have not a shred of compassion? We're all locked up in this desolate place, all fallen into the same plight. How can we not help one another?" Number 4 spoke up just then. He seemed to have read a few books. Even his rebuke came out in refined tones. Xiao Xing glanced at him, but said nothing, continuing to eat in silence to restore his strength. Pay him no mind. No sense of compassion at all. "Little sister, come, I'll share half of mine with you." Number 4 beckoned to the number 10 girl as he spoke. "Thank you, big brother. You truly look like a good person. Thank you, thank you." Overjoyed, the number 10 girl hurried over to him, bowing her head repeatedly in gratitude. The other boys merely glanced at number 4 and number 10, then lowered their heads and continued eating in silence. "Soft-hearted fool. You'll suffer for it," Xiao Xing thought with a sneer as he looked at the scholarly youth. Then he buried his head and finished his food. After eating, Xiao Xing lay down to recover his strength. A short while later, he rose and once more began practicing the blood-shifting art. Blood transfer technique. Realm not yet initiated 40. Entry half the effort, double the result. This time Xiao Xing gritted his teeth and practiced the blood transfer technique 4 times in one breath. The entries gradually awakened as step by step, half the effort double the result, half the effort triple the result, and half the effort quadruple the result, with progress increasing by 30% in one go. Overall progress also reached 40%. At this moment, Xiao Xing collapsed onto the ground, once again drenched in sweat, gasping heavily. Looking at the other 9, the dark-skinned youth number 1 practiced the fastest, and by observing him, had already mastered all 72 movements. The third youth was a bit faster, as well, having mastered over 60 movements. Just then the stone door opened again, and Master Huang entered with 4 men in black masks. Xiao Xing frowned slightly, estimating the time, and thought, "It seems I can practice the blood transfer technique 4 times during the interval between 2 meals. Master Huang waved his hand. The 4 men in black set down the meals. "It's time to eat." Master Huang turned to leave. The 4th student glanced around and hurriedly said, "Master Huang, there are 9 meals, but we are missing 1. Master Huang paused, but did not look back, saying, "There are exactly 9 meals, not 1 less." "But Master Huang, that's not right. There are 10 of us and 9 meals is not enough." The 4th student was anxious. Master Huang, however, continued on with the 4 men in black, leaving the group of youths stunned and speechless. At this moment, they realized the seriousness of the situation. There were 10 of them, yet Master Huang only provided 9 meals, meaning 1 person would go hungry. In other words, they were meant to compete for the food. Xiao Xing's eyelids twitched. At this moment, he finally realized that this hell of Shura was indeed no simple matter. This was just the beginning. Don't underestimate this meal. Over time, it might lead to fatalities. Xiao Xing couldn't think too much and directly dashed forward to grab a portion of the meal, then ran to a corner and began to wolf it down. Seeing this, the others rushed forward, frantically grabbing food. However, the petite girl number 10 had already eaten little and lacked strength, ultimately failing to get any food. The 10th girl approached the 4th student looking pitiful and said, "Big brother." The 4th student's face twitched, and biting the bullet, he said, "I'll share half with you." Immediately, the 2 shared half of the food. "Fool." Xiao Xing glanced at the 4th student, cursing inwardly, and continued to eat earnestly. What a joke. There were 10 people in the cave, but the organization only provided 9 meals, which was clearly designed for them to compete as survival of the fittest. Xiao Xing also understood that the beef in the meals was likely the rumored food supplement, which would allow them to quickly recover their strength for practicing. If the 4th student shared half of his meal with the 10th girl, then his opportunities to practice the blood transfer technique would be cut in half. Over time, 2 months later, it would be very difficult for the 4th student to become a martial artist, and by then he might only be left to starve. Or he might not even survive until then. This was the brutal reality on just the first day. If time stretched on, their competition would surely become even more fierce. By that time in the scramble, the 4th student would surely face dire consequences from prolonged weakness. However, adhering to the principle of each person clears the snow in front of their own door, not caring about the frost on others' roofs, Xiao Xing chose not to say much. After finishing his meal, he lay down to recover his strength as quickly as possible. Moments later, feeling his strength returning, Xiao Xing got up and continued practicing the blood transfer technique. Practicing the 72 movements of lifting stones, the monkey reaching for the moon, and the pressure of Mount Tai. He repeated them over and over. After 4 times, Xiao Xing collapsed onto the ground again. Fortunately, he had made significant progress. The progress bar had already reached 70. Xiao Xing waited for food, but none was delivered. After everyone finished eating, they gradually rested. After all having practiced the blood transfer technique all day, they were extremely exhausted. Yet Xiao Xing gritted his teeth and got up to practice again. Damn, do you have to work so hard? The usually silent 3rd youth saw Xiao Xing getting up to continue practicing the blood transfer technique and struggled to rise, as well beginning to practice. Seeing this, the 1st youth also got up and joined in practicing. Soon after, the 5th and 6th youths rose to practice as well. The 2nd youth was a bit chubby. He looked at everyone with drooping eyelids, but ultimately succumbed to laziness, turned over, and fell asleep. Zzz. Before long, thunderous snoring filled the cave. You all keep practicing, I'm going to sleep. The 7th youth cursed and also went to sleep. Moments later, snoring could also be heard. The 4th student and the 10th girl had eaten little and were very tired, so they also went to sleep to recover their strength. Meanwhile, the 9th girl got up and grit her teeth to practice. This time, Xiao Xing practiced the blood transfer technique 4 more times in one go, increasing his progress by another 30%. Finally, the panel popped up once again. Blood transfer technique. Realm 1st layer 0. Entry half the effort, quadruple the result. At the same time, a buzz echoed within Xiao Xing, as if something had undergone a qualitative change. Xiao Xing carefully sensed and discovered a robust flow of qi and blood within him. He mobilized this energy and felt an explosion of power throughout his body. Surprise gleamed in Xiao Xing's eyes. He knew he had broken through. According to the records of the blood transfer technique, breaking through the 1st layer would increase his strength by 50 to 60 pounds. He looked up at the other youths. Even the fastest 1st and 3rd youths could barely manage to proficiently complete 1 round of the 72 movements of the blood transfer technique. Everyone here is nothing but trash. At this moment, Xiao Xing truly wanted to stand up and point at the other 9 youths, shouting loudly. But he held himself back. According to Master Huang, the training base of the No.1 organization in the world was known as the Hell of Shura. In such a dangerous place, he needed to endure and learn to survive to face unknown dangers. Xiao Xing did not continue practicing the blood transfer technique, but instead went to sleep. Diligence is good, but it must be balanced. Sacrificing sleep time to force practice might backfire and damage his body, leading to a loss rather than a gain. Seeing Xiao Xing asleep, the 1st and 3rd youths finally breathed a sigh of relief and also lay down to sleep. A night without conversation. The next day, Xiao Xing got up early again to continue practicing. However, after practicing the blood transfer technique continuously without beef for supplementation, Xiao Xing could only manage to practice the technique once in the early morning before he could no longer bear it, as thunderous protests erupted from his stomach. Nonetheless, this time he had raised his progress by 3%. When did you wake up? The 3rd youth, after waking up and seeing Xiao Xing just finishing his practice, couldn't help but frown and ask. Just woke up, Xiao Xing said lightly. It was evident that the 3rd boy was someone who would not fall behind. Such individuals relish in comparisons, be it effort, talent, or anything else. Xiao Xing couldn't be bothered to offend him, so he casually brushed him off. Upon hearing Xiao Xing's response, the 3rd boy finally sighed in relief. Creak. After a moment, the heavy stone door was pushed open, and Coach Huang entered with 4 men in black. The 4 men in black set down the food and left. Xiao Xing was still the first to rush forward, grabbing a bowl of rice and hiding in a corner to eat heartily. This was likely breakfast, but even breakfast had beef. It seemed that the base was willing to spend heavily to cultivate a qualified assassin. Coach Huang turned around and left with the 4 men in black. Big brother. The 10th girl still hadn't managed to grab any food and once again approached the 4th boy, looking at him with a pitiful expression. The 4th boy's face twitched violently. Only now did he understand what it meant to be in a difficult position. To be honest, he was somewhat reluctant to give food to the 10th girl. After all, if he shared half of his meal, he would not be full. If he couldn't eat enough, the effect of his nourishment would be greatly diminished, and he would lack the strength to practice, resulting in him practicing significantly less than others. If this continued, how could he ever hope to become a martial artist? Would he not starve to death in this cave 2 months later? However, after he had spoken with great righteousness earlier, he found it hard to refuse the 10th girl again. Reluctantly, he braced himself and said, "It's fine, big brother will share half with you." "Thank you, big brother, you're the best." The 10th girl looked at the 4th boy with a starry-eyed expression, her words overflowing with praise. The 4th boy was instantly dazzled by her flattery. He had hesitated earlier, but now he was eagerly dividing his meal with the 10th girl. "Dying for face and living in shame, falling for the green tea girl's trick, you'll be suffering later." Xiao Xing glanced at the 4th boy with a smirk in his heart, continuing to eat quietly. After finishing his meal and resting for a moment, he continued his cultivation. This time, however, Xiao Xing was somewhat surprised. After practicing the blood-moving skill 4 times, he unexpectedly found that he still had the energy to continue. It seems that after breaking through the first level of blood-moving skill, not only has my explosive power greatly increased, but my endurance has also become much more lasting. Xiao Xing felt delighted as he gritted his teeth, continuing to practice the 5th round of the blood-moving skill. Due to the increasing proficiency of the 72 postures, Xiao Xing's speed had also noticeably increased. Soon the 5th round was completed, but at this point Xiao Xing had exhausted his last bit of strength and collapsed directly onto the ground. Fortunately, the rewards were bountiful. Blood-moving skill realm, 1st level, 45, entry, half the effort, double the results. Xiao Xing had initially thought that after reaching the 1st level of blood-moving skill, his cultivation speed would slow down. However, it appeared that not only had it not slowed, but he was still progressing rapidly. Could it be that I am a genius? Xiao Xing mused inwardly. After just a morning of practice, the progress bar for the 1st level had reached an astonishing 45%. This also meant that perhaps he could reach the 2nd level of blood-moving skill in just 1 day's time. With this thought in mind, Xiao Xing felt invigorated. He looked at the other 9 boys and girls present. Among them, the 1st boy practicing the blood-moving skill was the most proficient in the 72 movements, but he still needed some time to achieve the 1st level. Next was the industrious 3rd boy. Although his speed was not as fast as the 1st dark-skinned boy, he was not slow either and was desperately trying to catch up. Then there was the 9th girl who had decent talent and combined with her training should rank 3rd. Naturally, the last place would have to go to the 4th and 10th. They had eaten too little, which caused them to tire quickly while practicing the blood-moving skill and had to stop frequently to rest. The 4th boy clearly realized the seriousness of the situation. During the breaks, he occasionally frowned at the 10th girl, likely contemplating how to refuse her request for half of his meal. However, when the 10th girl saw the 4th boy looking at her, she flashed him a sweet smile, instantly melting his heart, leaving him in a daze. After finishing his meal, Xiao Xing rested briefly before continuing his cultivation. His movements became increasingly proficient, even fast enough to put pressure on the 1st and 3rd. Fortunately, they did not witness Xiao Xing's breakthrough, which gave them some comfort. After all, martial arts relied on talent, just because one had good memory and coordinated movements didn't mean they would be the first to break through to the 1st level of blood-moving skill. Little did they know that Xiao Xing had already broken through, he just hadn't made a big announcement about it. With Xiao Xing leading the charge, the 10 boys and girls in the cave remained quite diligent. Of course, there were exceptions. The 2nd boy was quite lazy. After practicing for a while, he was drenched in sweat and sat down to rest. The 7th was also relatively lazy and stopped practicing when he got tired. As time passed, the 2 of them rested longer, bonding over their shared laziness. After practicing 5 more rounds, the afternoon had passed. Xiao Xing once again collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. However, his eyes were filled with excitement, because the progress bar had reached 90%. After dinner, he would be able to break through to the 2nd level of blood-moving skill. Meanwhile, the other boys and girls showed no signs of a breakthrough, and Xiao Xing's training speed was undoubtedly in a league of its own. After a moment, Coach Huang brought dinner again. Having regained a bit of energy, Xiao Xing rushed forward to grab a portion of food and quickly retreated to a corner to eat heartily. The 4th boy also grabbed a portion, but this time he hesitated, not wanting to share with the 10th girl. "Big brother." However, the 10th girl's voice, sweet to the bone, caused the 4th boy to falter once more. "It's fine, big brother will share half again." The 4th boy continued to divide his meal with the 10th girl. "Big brother, you're really kind." The 10th girl looked delighted, showering praise on the 4th boy. The 4th boy instantly felt a bit giddy. Xiao Xing couldn't even be bothered to look at him. After eating his fill, he rested for a bit to regain some strength before continuing to practice the blood-moving skill. While practicing the 3rd round, a series of 2 booming sounds resonated within him, the sound of 2 forces colliding. This signified that Xiao Xing had broken through to the 2nd level of blood-moving skill. Sure enough, the next moment a notification popped up once again. Blood-moving skill realm, second level 0. Entry half the effort, triple the results. At this moment, Xiao Xing gained an additional 70 to 80 pounds of strength, and combined with the strength from the first level, he had increased his power by a total of 130 pounds. He estimated that he could take on 3 to 5 of these boys single-handedly. I must not become complacent, and I cannot challenge them directly. Oh, I must continue to strive. Xiao Xing reminded himself, continuing to practice furiously without a moment's slack. Blood manipulation art. Realm second level, I-35. Entry half the effort, 5 times the result. That evening, Xiao Xing completed his final practice of the blood manipulation art, and the progress on his panel had reached 35%. Unfortunately, Xiao Xing had exhausted his last bit of strength and could only sleep to rest. The next day began as usual. The 10 young boys and girls were getting along well, and Coach Huang came on time to deliver 3 meals. However, the boy in the 4th position couldn't resist the sweet calls of Big Brother from the girl in the 10th position, and each time, he ended up giving away half of his meal. While practicing the blood manipulation art for the 4th time at night, Xiao Xing's body emitted 3 consecutive sounds of blood and energy rumbling. This indicated that Xiao Xing had broken through to the 3rd level of the blood manipulation art. Xiao Xing adhered to the principle of survival, so when he broke through he didn't make a big fuss about it, but instead deliberately used shouts and other sounds to mask the rumbling from within his body. After completing his 5th practice of the blood manipulation art, he collapsed onto the ground once more. Blood manipulation art. Realm 3rd level, 25. Entry half the effort, 5 times the result. Xiao Xing's face was filled with joy as he turned to look at the other 9 boys and girls, noting that none of them had even successfully reached the 1st level. Even the fastest learners, the 1st and 3rd boys, had not yet broken through. You all are just a bunch of losers. Xiao Xing scoffed inwardly before going to sleep. The next day, Xiao Xing gritted his teeth and got up early again. But as soon as he got up, the 3rd boy was already awake. Shortly after, the 1st boy also got up. Soon everyone else started to get up and practice. Only the 2nd and 7th boys were still sound asleep. Boom. After a while of practice, a sudden sound of blood and energy rumbling echoed. Everyone was startled and turned to look for the source of the sound, only to find that it came from the 1st dark-skinned boy. Ha ha ha, I did it. I broke through to the 1st level of the blood manipulation art. The 1st dark-skinned boy was excited, dancing with joy. The other boys and girls looked on with envy. However, the 3rd boy's eyes revealed a sense of unwillingness to fall behind, and he practiced even harder. It seems that the 1st one has the strongest talent among them, though he still falls short compared to me. Xiao Xing thought to himself. The 1st dark-skinned boy's breakthrough was expected, so he wasn't overly surprised. Rumble. At that moment, the heavy stone door was pushed open, and Coach Huang entered again, accompanied by 4 men in black. Coach Huang, I broke through to the 1st level of the blood manipulation art. The 1st dark-skinned boy looked at Coach Huang with delight, as if seeking praise. Good. Coach Huang nodded, looking at the 1st dark-skinned boy with admiration. Thank you for your praise, Coach Huang. The 1st dark-skinned boy was overjoyed. Coach Huang looked at the 1st dark-skinned boy and said with a smile, "Oh, I forgot to tell you, food supplements are very effective for martial training. For example, if you eat 1 serving of beef versus 2 servings, the effects are completely different." Upon hearing this, Xiao Xing's pupils shrank in shock, realizing here it comes. He had suspected that providing them with such delicious meals daily was too easy. It turned out that this was waiting for them. After the 1st dark-skinned boy's breakthrough, Coach Huang chose this moment to tell them about the effectiveness of food supplements, clearly intending for the 1st dark-skinned boy to compete for the others' meals. This would create competition among the 10 of them. If the food was snatched away, 1 or 2 missed meals would be fine, but over time not eating would truly starve them. As expected, after hearing Coach Huang's words, the other 9 boys and girls had glinting eyes, clearly contemplating something. Mealtime. Coach Huang waved his hand grandly. The 4 men in black stepped forward and neatly arranged 9 servings of food on the ground. Xiao Xing was the first to rush up, snatching a serving of food, and then he retreated to a corner to eat heartily. Of course, Xiao Xing also had thoughts of stealing someone else's food, but after a moment's reflection, he dismissed that idea. With the panel, it was a certainty that he would become a martial artist in 2 months. The main thing he needed to consider was still safety. Although he had already broken through to the 3rd level, if he revealed too much in front of others, and if the other 9 boys and girls became dissatisfied and surrounded him, it could still be dangerous. Although the chances were slim, Xiao Xing had to be cautious. Moreover, exposing his talent too early might not be a good thing. Coach Huang had said that this cave was merely the first trial for them. Who knows how many trials lay ahead? Xiao Xing could only rely on his own strength, thus, he chose to bide his time for now. What surprised Xiao Xing was that the 1st dark-skinned boy, knowing that eating an extra serving would enhance the food supplement's effect, still chose not to steal someone else's meal, instead taking 1 serving and sitting in the corner eating by himself. Soft-hearted fool. Seeing this, Coach Huang couldn't help but curse, turning to leave with the men in black. However, what happened next left Xiao Xing somewhat surprised. The first boy broke through to the first level without stealing food, but instead it was the third boy who took action. After the fourth boy got his meal, he was lost in the sweet calls of Big Brother from the 10th girl and was about to share his food with her. But at that moment the third boy walked up to them, extending his hand. "Give me your food." What a ruthless character. Xiao Xing's gaze sharpened slightly. At the same time he glanced at the fourth boy, a smirk of disdain appearing on his lips as he shook his head slightly. As he had suspected, the fourth boy's kindheartedness had brought about his own downfall. The third boy was clearly unwilling to be left behind, and upon learning that food supplements could enhance training speed, he took action. But he wasn't acting blindly, and after some consideration, he targeted the softest target. Among the 10 of them, only the fourth boy and the 10th girl had been eating half servings, which resulted in them practicing the blood manipulation art the least. Thus they gained the least strength. Additionally, due to not being full, their overall strength had diminished by about 30%, making them the soft targets. This is why they caught the attention of the third boy. Swish, swish, swish. The third boy's actions immediately drew the attention of the others. The first dark-skinned boy frowned slightly, clearly not expecting that after breaking through to the first level of the blood manipulation art, he wouldn't be the first to steal food, but rather the third boy would take action first. The fourth boy and the 10th girl also didn't expect the third boy to be so domineering, directly coming to snatch their food. For a moment the two were stunned. The 10th girl's eyes flickered, clearly hesitant to confront the third boy, who was openly the second best. The fourth boy returned to his senses and said in disbelief, "Brother, you are being too domineering. You snatched our food, oh, what are we supposed to eat?" With a sharp sound, the slap from the third youth the size of a fan struck the fourth youth squarely. The blow left the fourth youth dazed, frozen in place. Without a word, the third youth snatched the food from the fourth youth's hands, turning to retreat to a corner where he began to eat 2 portions of food by himself. You dare to hit me? You have defied heaven. Is there no law left?" The fourth youth's cheek swelled immediately from the slap, his eyes wide open in disbelief as he glared at the third youth, erupting with furious accusations. "If you keep talking, do you believe I will beat you to death?" The third youth simply raised his head, staring at the fourth youth with a beast-like gaze, uttering those words. The fourth youth's words of anger were abruptly stifled, caught in his throat, leaving his face flushed red. What an idiot. This is a killer training base, and he still thinks he's outside. Xiao Xing glanced over, a cold smile in his heart, and continued to focus on his meal. The fourth youth and the 10th girl were left without food, standing there in a daze. The fourth youth did not dare to confront the third youth again. He swallowed hard, glancing at the 8th youth, Xiao Xing, realizing that it was indeed right for Xiao Xing not to give food to the 10th girl. In fact, he was now the weakest among everyone apart from the 10th girl. He was even weaker than the 9th girl. He turned with a resentful look at the 10th girl. After hesitating for a moment, he approached the 7th youth and asked, "Buddy, could you spare some of your food?" "Get lost." The 7th youth coldly replied to him with a single word. The 4th youth left with a face full of despair. Next he approached the 5th youth, but before he could speak, the 5th youth said in a deep voice, "Get lost." "All right." The 4th youth, helpless, turned away dejectedly. With no other option, he curled up in a corner, watching others enjoy their delicious meals, swallowing hard. The 10th girl hesitated for a moment, then employed the same tactic, approaching the 7th youth pitifully and saying, "Big brother, I'm hungry, could you give me some?" "Get lost." The 7th youth also rejected her without hesitation. After witnessing what happened to the 4th youth, who would dare share their food with the 10th girl? Soon after, the 10th girl asked several others, but they all turned down her requests. After their meal, everyone resumed their practice. Only the 4th youth and the 10th girl did not eat, their stomachs growling from hunger, leaving them with no strength to practice. They curled up in a corner, watching others practice with envy. The 3rd youth, having eaten 2 portions of food, even managed to sustain the performance of the blood-moving technique 4 times. Boom. At noon, the stone door weighing 1,000 pounds was pushed open again, and Coach Huang entered with 4 men in black. After commanding the 4 men in black to put down the food, Coach Huang turned to leave. The 1st youth stepped forward to take 1 portion of food, ultimately not taking a second, and began to eat by himself. Xiao Xing also took 1 portion of food and retreated to a corner to eat. However, the 3rd youth arrogantly took 2 portions of food. "Brother, if you keep stealing our food, we will starve to death." The 4th youth exclaimed urgently. "If you starve to death, what does it have to do with me? If you keep talking, do you believe I will beat you to death?" The 3rd youth sneered and spoke in a low voice. The 4th youth and the 10th girl could only leave in despair. This time they had no food again. After eating, everyone resumed practicing the blood-moving technique. Boom. Not long after the practice began, a loud roar of chi and blood erupted from the 3rd youth's body, and he couldn't help but laugh excitedly. "Ha! I have broken through the first layer of the blood-moving technique. I have broken through." The others looked at the 3rd youth with envy. The 1st youth's eyes flickered as he looked up at the 3rd youth, his brows furrowing into a tight knot. At that moment, he realized the importance of food supplementation. The third youth had only eaten 2 portions of food continuously and had already broken through to the first layer. If this continued, it would only be a matter of time before the third youth caught up to him, or even surpassed him. With this thought, the first youth seemed to have made a certain resolution. Xiao Xing secretly observed the changes in the expressions of the youths, thinking to himself, "It seems that things will become increasingly brutal from here on." He then continued to practice the blood-moving technique. After a while, a roaring sound of qi and blood erupted from Xiao Xing's body, though it was intentionally drowned out by his loud shout. This signaled that Xiao Xing had broken through to the 4th layer of the blood-moving technique. At that moment, Xiao Xing felt a surge of strength, approximately increasing by over 100 pounds. The rest of you are still all weaklings. However, Xiao Xing did not reveal his true strength. Yet he was also contemplating revealing some strength to intimidate those with ulterior motives. After all, at this moment, he noticed the 5th and 6th youths huddled together, seemingly plotting something. The 4th and 10th girl were also gathered together, occasionally glancing in his direction. In truth, at this moment, the 4th youth and the 10th girl were indeed contemplating how to steal Xiao Xing's food. 10th, if we don't eat, we might really starve to death. The 4th youth lowered his voice. The 10th girl frowned and asked softly, "What can we do? Since others can steal from us, we can also steal from others." The 4th youth said through gritted teeth, "Who are you planning to steal from?" The 10th girl asked softly, "Look." The 4th youth glanced in Xiao Xing's direction. Since he had a gap with Xiao Xing, he naturally intended to steal Xiao Xing's food first. What he did not know was that Xiao Xing was watching everything. Xiao Xing smiled, slightly hesitated momentarily, and stirred the qi and blood within him, producing a loud sound of qi and blood erupting. This was a sound he intentionally made. The sound was loud, echoing throughout the cave, even producing reverberations. Swish, swish, swish. The gazes of the crowd immediately shifted toward Xiao Xing, looking at him with envy. In their eyes, Xiao Xing had also broken through to the 1st layer of the blood-moving technique. The 1st youth watched in astonishment, thinking, "It seems that the 8th youth's talent is not weak." The 3rd youth furrowed his brow, thinking, "The 8th youth only ate 1 portion of food, and then quickly followed me in breaking through the 1st layer of the blood-moving technique. It seems that the 8th youth's talent is strong, perhaps even slightly stronger than mine." Meanwhile, the 4th youth and the 10th girl were left stunned. "Are we going to snatch food from the 8th one?" The girl from the 10th number turned to the boy from the 4th number, looking bewildered as she whispered, "Snatch what? Can't you see that he just broke through?" The records indicate that breaking through the 1st layer of the blood transfer technique increases strength by 50 to 60 pounds. Both of them have been starving for 2 meals, feeling weak all over. If they rush up to snatch food from Xiao Xing, they can only expect a punch in return. The boy from the 4th number helplessly shook his head. The girl from the 10th number opened her mouth, but did not speak, her eyes flickering as she seemed lost in thought. The others continued practicing. However, Xiao Xing felt somewhat helpless as he noticed his speed had clearly slowed down while breaking through the 4th layer. Blood transfer technique. Realm 4th layer 10. Half the effort for 5 times the result. Calculating silently in his mind, Xiao Xing had originally expected to reach 15, but now he was only at 10. This made Xiao Xing feel somewhat helpless. He guessed that the blood transfer technique must be increasingly difficult to practice as one progresses. Or perhaps should he snatch someone else's meal for double the nourishment? After the practice, everyone took a short break, when suddenly the stone door opened with a loud rumble. Huang Jiaodo entered with 4 men in black. The boy from the 3rd number hurriedly said, "Huang Jiaodo, I have also broken through the 1st layer. I've broken through too." Xiao Xing felt he should secure a top 3 position. At the very least, this would intimidate some people. "Not bad, keep up the good work." Huang Jiaodo merely offered a verbal praise before waving his hand. The 4 men in black stepped forward and set down the food. Xiao Xing was the first to approach, still taking a portion of the meal. After all, he had already reached the 4th layer of the blood transfer technique. Even without relying on food supplements, breaking through to the 7th layer, or even the 10th layer within 2 months was a certainty. There was no need to compete with these people. Next, these individuals would likely see blood over food. The boy from the 3rd number still stepped forward, arrogantly taking 2 portions of the meal. The boy from the 1st number stepped up and took 2 portions as well. The boy from the 7th number looked at the 1st number with a face full of despair, anxiously saying, "Brother, you took the food, what am I supposed to eat?" The dark-skinned boy from the 1st number frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "I don't care." After saying that, he hugged the 2 portions and went to a corner, starting to eat quietly. The boy from the 7th number was quite distressed. On the surface, the dark-skinned boy from the 1st number was the first among them to break through the 1st layer of the blood transfer technique and was the strongest, so he naturally did not dare to cause trouble for him. After hesitating, he approached the chubby boy from the 2nd number and said, "Brother, can you share a little with me? I don't have enough to eat." The chubby boy from the 2nd number turned away warily and said in a deep voice, "Thus this was a pair of plastic brothers." Xiao Xing secretly complained in his heart while continuing to eat. At that moment, the boy from the 4th number and the girl from the 10th number suddenly lunged at the girl from the 9th number. The others had either already broken through the first layer of the blood transfer technique or were strong men, so they did not dare to snatch food from her, and instead turned their aggression towards the 9th. The 9th girl naturally would not back down, and a scuffle ensued with the boy from the 4th number and the girl from the 10th number. Moments later, the boy from the 7th number gritted his teeth and joined the fight. In an instant, 4 people scrambled for a portion of food, scattering it everywhere. However, even when the food fell to the ground, the 9th girl did not mind at all and picked it up to eat. The boy from the 4th number and the girl from the 10th number were extremely hungry, as well, hastily picking up the fallen food to stuff into their mouths. What a bunch of lunatics. The boy from the 7th number cursed and disdainfully walked aside. He was contemplating whether to team up with the boy from the 4th number and the girl from the 10th number to snatch food from the chubby boy from the 2nd number, when he saw that the chubby boy was already gobbling down a portion of food almost entirely. Do you need to eat that fast? The boy from the 7th number cursed, leaning against the wall and remaining still to alleviate the hunger pangs in his stomach. After eating those with energy, continued to practice. Of course, the 4th, 7th, and 10th numbers temporarily had no energy left to practice. Instead, the girl from the 9th number persisted in her training. During the scuffle, she had been hit in the forehead by a stone thrown by the boy from the 4th number, blood covering her cheeks, but she did not care at all. She gritted her teeth and continued to practice. This girl has some tenacity, Xiao Xing observed, and couldn't help but praise her. If this girl breaks through the first layer, then there will be a good show to watch, Xiao Xing thought with a shiver. Boom. Just then it seemed like the girl's mouth opened like a light was turned on, and a rumbling sound of blood energy actually echoed from within her. Did the 9th one break through? Xiao Xing was slightly stunned, a look of anticipation appearing on his face. Sure enough, after the 9th girl broke through, a fierce look flashed in her eyes as she turned to glare threateningly at the 4th and 10th numbers. The boy from the 4th number and the girl from the 10th number couldn't help but tremble, a sense of dread rising in their hearts. The boy from the 4th number panicked and hurriedly looked at the boy from the 7th number, saying, "7th, I think we should form an alliance, sharing honor and disgrace." The boy from the 7th number rolled his eyes and said, "Forget it, I'm not playing with you guys." Clearly, he was somewhat intimidated by the 9th girl and did not dare to ally with the 4th and 10th. The girl from the 10th number's eyes flickered, occasionally glancing at the 1st and 3rd boys, clearly already considering a way out. These guys have 100 schemes, Xiao Xing secretly complained as he continued practicing. After finishing his practice, Xiao Xing glanced at the panel. Blood Transfer Technique. Realm 4th Layer 40. Entry half the effort for 5 times the result. Clearly, after reaching the 4th layer, Xiao Xing's cultivation speed had slowed down. Previously, the foundation was based on 3, and now it was based on 2, increasing in multiples. But there was no doubt that Xiao Xing's cultivation speed still led the pack. At this rate, he would break through to the 5th layer of the blood transfer technique tomorrow, and he would not be far from becoming a martial artist at the 7th layer. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the heavy stone door was pushed open once again. Huang Jiaodou came in with 4 men in black. Seeing the bloodstains on the ground, he couldn't help but smile, as everything seemed to be going according to his expectations. It had only been a few days, and there was already blood. He estimated that the time to see a dead body was not far off. Time to eat. Huang Jiaodou ordered his men to set down the food and turned to leave. Xiao Xing and the others rushed forward to snatch the food. But obviously, the 4 who broke through the 1st layer of the blood transfer technique had significantly more strength than the others. The dark-skinned boy from the 1st number and the boy from the 3rd number each grabbed 2 portions. The girl from the 9th number and Xiao Xing only managed to snatch 1 portion. This time, the 4th and 10th numbers were noticeably more subdued, no longer daring to provoke the 9th girl. Everyone ate silently, but the boy from the 4th number, the 7th number, and the 10th number still had no food, only able to watch others eat. Everyone quietly dug into their food. The atmosphere was strangely silent, like the calm before a storm. After finishing the meal, Xiao Xing leaned against the wall to recover his strength. At that moment, the 9th girl stood up, stretched her neck, picked up a hard stone from the ground, and walked towards the 4th boy and the 10th girl. "Oh, what? What are you going to do?" The 4th boy's face changed drastically, and he shouted in terror. The 10th girl was so frightened that she turned and ran. The 4th boy swallowed hard, looking at the 9th girl anxiously, and said, "Hey, don't be impulsive. I was wrong to steal your food. I admit my mistake. It's not worth it. A gentleman uses words, not fists." With a swish, everyone's attention was drawn to the scene. However, the 9th girl had a determined look, completely ignoring the 4th boy's pleas for mercy, and raised the stone to throw it at the 4th boy. The 4th boy was startled and hurriedly raised his arm to defend himself. Bang! The stone struck fiercely against the 4th boy's arm, causing him to scream in agony and retreat repeatedly. But behind him was already the wall, leaving him nowhere to retreat. At this moment, the 4th boy finally felt fear and trembled, pleading, "I was wrong, please spare me, spare me." Yet the ninth girl didn't care at all, picking up the stone and crazily throwing it one after another at the fourth boy. Ah! Ah! In an instant the cave echoed with piercing screams. After a while the fourth boy's cries weakened and gradually fell silent. But the ninth girl showed no sign of stopping, still throwing stone after stone at the fourth boy. In just a moment the fourth boy had been beaten to a bloody pulp devoid of breath. The onlookers felt their eyelids twitching. Thus the fourth boy was brutally killed by the ninth girl with stones. At this moment the eyes of the crowd looking at the ninth girl were filled with fear. Xiao Xing also watched with narrowed pupils, never expecting that the ninth girl would be so ruthless. He realized that someone could die in this cave. He initially thought the domineering third boy would cause a fatal incident, but unexpectedly, it was the seemingly weak ninth girl who directly killed the fourth boy. This made Xiao Xing regard the ninth girl with newfound respect. After killing the fourth boy, the ninth girl turned to look at the 10th girl. At this moment the 10th girl was hiding behind the dark-skinned first boy. The ninth girl walked towards the 10th girl holding the bloodied stone. Clearly the ninth girl was seeking revenge. The 10th girl, terrified, cried out, "Big brother, save me. I will give you anything you want. You haven't tasted the pleasures of a woman yet, have you? I will give it to you, just save me. Save me." The dark-skinned first boy was momentarily taken aback, desire flickering in his eyes as he stood in front of the 10th girl and said in a deep voice, "Ninth one should spare those they can. You have already killed the fourth, that is enough." Seeing the first boy intervening, the ninth girl paused, her eyes flashing with uncertainty. The atmosphere in the cave became extremely tense, filled with the smell of gunpowder. Xiao Xing raised his eyebrows, appearing to enjoy the spectacle, curious to see just how strong the first boy was and how long it would take to defeat the ninth girl. However, the outcome was disappointing. The ninth girl merely hesitated for a moment before turning to leave, not attacking the first boy. The dark-skinned first boy also breathed a sigh of relief. Clearly he too was somewhat afraid of the fierce ninth girl. The 7th boy huddled in the corner, looking at the ninth girl with terror, his teeth chattering. Earlier he had also participated in the attempt to steal food from the ninth girl, fearing that she might retaliate against him as well. Fortunately, the ninth girl seemed reluctant to escalate the conflict. Although the 7th boy was somewhat lazy, he was still a man and had practiced the blood transfer technique. While he had yet to master the first layer, his strength would not be much less than that of the ninth girl. Xiao Xing observed everything quietly, thinking to himself, this ninth girl is a tough character, not only ruthless, but also knows how to weigh the pros and cons. Then everyone continued their training. Seeing that someone had died, Xiao Xing did not dare to practice the blood transfer technique 5 times anymore. He needed to conserve some strength just in case. Yet even after only practicing 4 times, his progress was significant. Blood transfer technique level 4th layer 60, effect half the effort for double the result. At this rate, Xiao Xing would break into the 5th layer by tomorrow. At this moment, even the most talented dark-skinned first boy was still only at the 1st layer. Boom boom. Suddenly 2 thunder-like roars of chi and blood erupted from within the dark-skinned first boy. Xiao Xing raised his eyebrows, thinking, the first boy's talent is indeed strong. He has broken into the 2nd layer. The 3rd boy's brow twitched, showing a hint of unwillingness. Clearly he had eaten more supplementary food than the first boy, but even so the dark-skinned first boy had still advanced to the 2nd layer before him. It seemed there was still some gap in talent between the two. Yet despite his unwillingness, he had no choice. The dark-skinned first boy was stronger than him, and he did not dare to provoke him for the time being. Damn it, if my talent is inferior to yours, I'll just eat one more portion of supplementary food. I don't believe I can't catch up to you. The 3rd boy thought, fiercely scanning the crowd. Finally, he fixed his gaze on the 2nd chubby boy, causing the latter to squirm uncomfortably. Boom boom. At that moment, the heavy stone door was pushed open and Teacher Huang entered with 4 black-clad individuals. Seeing the corpse of the 4th boy on the ground, Teacher Huang was momentarily taken aback, then a smile crept onto his lips. The 10th girl quickly pointed at the corpse and shouted, "Teacher Huang, it was the 9th who killed the 4th. Fool, this is a killer training base. Teacher Huang wants us to kill each other. Why would he care about murder?" Xiao Xing rolled his eyes, secretly despising. "9th, did you kill the 4th? Teacher Huang turned to scrutinize the 9th girl, asking in amazement. Clearly he never expected that the first to cause a death would be the seemingly weak 9th girl. The 9th girl did not deny it, but directly admitted. Teacher Huang laughed heartily, saying, "Good, well done." He then turned to one of the black-clad individuals behind him and said, "Give the 9th half a gene of spirit rhino meat." "Yes, sir." One of the black-clad individuals nodded eagerly and placed a portion of meat in front of the 9th girl. Seeing the 9th girl looking at him in confusion, Teacher Huang smiled and said, "This spirit rhino meat is more nourishing than beef and will greatly benefit your cultivation." The girl numbered 9's eyes lit up in surprise as she hurriedly clasped her hands towards Master Huang, saying, "Thank you, Master Huang." She never expected that after she had killed someone, Master Huang would not only refrain from punishing her, but would also give her the linksy meat. Could it be that Master Huang was encouraging murder? This thought emerged in everyone's minds at that moment. Xiao Xing raised his eyebrows, his eyes shining brightly, silently thinking indeed this is the realm of Asuras. At this moment, the group of young men and women in the cave were watching each other with vigilance. All right, let's eat. Master Huang waved his hand. The black-clad men behind him placed the food down, and Master Huang left with the 4 black-clad men. They did not take away the body of the 4th boy. The 1st and 3rd boys looked at the girl numbered 9, clearly showing signs of wanting to seize her lynxy meat. However, when they thought of the girl numbered 9's ruthless side, they dismissed the idea. After all, even if they could kill her given her ferocity, she would likely fight back at the last moment, injuring them. Once injured, they would become the weak in this cave. And the fate of the weak. Only death. Thus no one dared to break the balance first. Xiao Xing also wanted to taste the lynxy meat. With his strength, killing the girl numbered 9 would not be a problem. But the key was whether revealing his strength would provoke the wariness of others. Would he be besieged? Although the probability of being besieged was low, Xiao Xing still thought it wise to be cautious. In any case, with his strength, he was bound to lead far ahead. Achieving the status of a martial artist in 2 months was a certainty, so there was no need to compete with them for anything. After Master Huang left, the 3rd boy stood up and approached the 2nd chubby boy, saying in a low voice, "Give me your food." The 1st boy's eyelid twitched violently. He never expected the 3rd boy to be so greedy as to want to snatch a portion of food. You can't possibly eat 3 portions, can you? The 2nd chubby boy hurriedly guarded his food, looking at the 3rd boy, and exclaimed, "Why should I? This is my food." Xiao Xing watched with interest as he ate. "You're looking for death." The 3rd boy, not one for many words, grunted coldly and stepped forward to throw a punch. The 3rd boy had already attained the 1st layer of his cultivation. His strength significantly increased, and it was only a matter of time before he broke into the 2nd layer. In contrast, the 2nd chubby boy was lazy and rarely practiced, so although he had better innate conditions and was stronger, his strength had hardly increased over these days. Thus, facing the 3rd boy's powerful punch, the 2nd chubby boy found it difficult to defend. Here, take it, just don't hit me anymore." The 2nd chubby boy ultimately surrendered and handed over his food. The 3rd boy domineeringly took the food and turned to eat alone in the corner. One person with 3 portions of food made others envious. Seeing this, the girl numbered 9's gaze flickered as she looked up at the 5th and 6th boys. The 5th and 6th boys were startled. The 5th boy quickly said loudly, "Brother 6, how about we form an alliance?" "All right, we rise together, we fall together." The 6th boy quickly echoed. Only then did the girl numbered 9 relent. The 5th and 6th boys finally breathed a sigh of relief. The two huddled together, whispering to each other, occasionally glancing over at Xiao Xing. Xiao Xing frowned slightly, thinking, "These two won't be targeting me, will they?" Sure enough, the 5th and 6th boys stood up and walked toward Xiao Xing. Clearly, they were aware of the current situation. It was either you die or I live. Especially since they had not yet broken into the 1st layer of the blood manipulation technique. If they waited too long, once others broke into the 2nd layer, they would become the lambs to be slaughtered. Thus, after some discussion, the 5th and 6th boys decided to team up to snatch food from others. Even if they managed to grab 1 portion and split it, it would be better than nothing. However, those who had food were not easy targets. The 1st boy's cultivation was too high. He had already reached the 2nd layer of the blood manipulation technique and was not to be provoked. The 3rd boy's strength was also not to be underestimated. He was undoubtedly the 2nd strongest, and they dared not provoke him. Then there was the girl number 9. They had witnessed her ruthlessness firsthand. She had just killed someone, and even the 1st and 3rd boys were wary of her, so naturally they did not dare to provoke her. In the shadow of these individuals, Xiao Xing had become the soft target. Thus, they turned their sights towards him. As they approached him, Xiao Xing raised his eyebrows, thinking, "It seems I have been too low-key, making these two think I am easy to bully, just right to establish my authority over them." "Give us your food." The 5th and 6th boys approached, with the 6th boy speaking domineeringly. Their actions drew everyone's attention. All this time, Xiao Xing had kept a low profile. He was publicly the 3rd person to break into the 1st layer of the blood manipulation technique, yet he was the most discreet. They could not gauge Xiao Xing, and while the 5th and 6th boys provoked him, they wanted to see the strength of the 8th boy, Xiao Xing. "Hey, 8, give us your food, or else." The 6th boy threatened, clenching his fist as his fierce gaze fixed on Xiao Xing. The 5th boy also glared at Xiao Xing with a fierce light in his eyes, clearly ready to strike at the slightest provocation. Xiao Xing placed his food down, slowly stood up, squinting at the two, and a smirk of disdain appeared on his face as he said in a deep voice, "Are you talking to me? Are you deaf?" "Of course I'm talking to you. Hand over your food, or I'll knock your teeth out." The 5th boy pointed at Xiao Xing, threatening. Xiao Xing merely chuckled disdainfully and said in a deep voice, "You can certainly try. Looking for death." The 5th and 6th boys exchanged glances and shouted in unison as they swung their fists at Xiao Xing. Now that Xiao Xing had broken into the 4th layer of the blood manipulation technique, his strength was far beyond theirs. As their fists came crashing towards him, Xiao Xing showed no fear, extending his hand to firmly grasp their fists. He smirked coldly, suddenly exerting force. Ouch! Boom! The fifth and sixth boys were directly flipped to the ground, landing hard. Xiao Xing stepped forward, raised his hand, and slapped each of their cheeks, delivering a hefty slap. These two slaps were powerful, instantly swelling their cheeks, and even two of their front teeth were knocked out by Xiao Xing. Xiao Xing stepped on the fifth boy's fist, pressing it against his cheek, and smiled coldly, asking, "What? Do you want to die? Then I'll fulfill your wish." "I was wrong, brother, spare me, spare me." The fifth one was terrified, trembling as he begged for mercy. Meanwhile, the sixth one stepped back in fear, looking at Xiao Xing with a face full of terror. They initially thought Xiao Xing was an easy target, but to their surprise, he was so strong that with just a few punches and kicks, he knocked both of them down, which was completely beyond their expectations. Xiao Xing released the fifth youth and turned to the sixth youth, solemnly asking, "What about you?" "Brother, I was wrong, I want dare again." The sixth youth hurriedly stammered. "Get lost." After sending the two away, Xiao Xing returned to his meal. At this moment, everyone looked at Xiao Xing with a mix of astonishment. Clearly, they had not expected the usually unassuming eighth one to be so strong. The eighth one is probably close to breaking through to the second layer. His talent should be second only to mine. The first dark-skinned youth was secretly shocked. The third one frowned deeply, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. The ninth girl also glanced at Xiao Xing with surprise, clearly shaken by his strength. The 10th girl looked at Xiao Xing in fear, a wave of trepidation washing over her. Fortunately, she did not listen to the fourth one's suggestion to join in attacking the eighth one, or she might have ended up beaten by him. The second and seventh ones swallowed hard, dispelling their earlier thoughts. Their meals had been taken by the first and third, leaving them to starve. Thus they prepared to steal someone else's food. Naturally, they considered the three people they least wanted to provoke, first, third, and ninth, were excluded. So the only ones they could target were the fifth, sixth, and eighth. However, since the fifth and sixth had formed an alliance, they began to consider stealing Xiao Xing's food. But unexpectedly, Xiao Xing was so strong that he could easily beat the fifth and sixth to the ground. Wouldn't they be walking to their deaths? At this moment, they felt a twinge of fear. But soon after, they realized that since they dared not steal from the eighth, their only targets would be the fifth and sixth. Yet those two were also stronger than them. However, if too much time passed without food, they would genuinely starve to death. Hence, the second and seventh ones set their sights back on the fifth and sixth. Xiao Xing observed the expressions of the crowd while eating. After finishing his meal, everyone began to practice the blood transportation technique once more. At this moment, they understood the importance of martial arts. In this cave, there were no laws or rituals to constrain them. Strength was the ultimate truth. If one lacked strength, even their meals could be taken by others, leading to death. Even the usually lazy second and seventh ones began to cultivate. However, the seventh one, having gone a long time without food, was clearly struggling. In contrast, the second one, being chubby, had plenty of stored fat, so even after missing a meal or two, he still had enough energy. Boom! Not long into his training, a loud explosion of qi and blood erupted from the second chubby one's body. Clearly, he had also broken through. Xiao Xing raised an eyebrow, secretly marveling, "I didn't expect this chubby one's talent to be so astonishing. His potential may rival that of the first, if not exceed it, just a bit behind, due to previous laziness." Xiao Xing had not anticipated that among the 10 of them there were indeed hidden talents. Seeing the second one break through, the seventh one felt a twinge of anxiety. He had been slacking off and sleeping, not realizing that the second one not only had more fat, but also higher talent, having already broken through the first layer of blood transportation, while he himself was still far from it. This filled the seventh one with a sense of despair. Xiao Xing continued to cultivate, and this time, he only practiced 4 times before stopping. He lay down in a corner and pretended to doze off. To be honest, in such a situation, he did not dare to sleep soundly like before. He feared that if he fell asleep, someone might sneak up and kill him. Currently, Xiao Xing's progress in the 4th layer had reached 60%, and he would be able to break through to the 5th layer by tomorrow. He was still far ahead, as long as he stayed cautious and protected himself, he should be fine. Next, everyone gradually rested. In the middle of the night, while everyone was sound asleep, a sudden piercing scream echoed. Xiao Xing was startled awake and looked up to see a horrifying scene. The 9th girl was holding a large stone, striking it against the 6th one's face, one stone after another. In just a moment, the 6th youth was beaten to a bloody pulp, breath no longer in him. Not far away, the 5th one was startled and hurriedly scrambled to his feet, looking at the 9th girl with a face full of terror. Even the 1st and 3rd ones could not help but jump at the sight. Although they might be somewhat stronger in terms of ruthlessness, none of them could compare to the 9th girl. The 9th girl's brutality far exceeded their imagination. They never expected her to kill the 6th youth while he was sleeping. Bang, bang, bang. The cave was filled with terror, leaving only the 9th girl with a stone relentlessly smashing the 6th youth's already ruined face, blood flowing, rendering him unrecognizable, a sight that sent shivers down the spine. The ninth one is truly ruthless. Xiao Xing was also somewhat astonished. At the same time, he silently vowed that in the future, even while sleeping, he would keep one eye open. For the rest of the night, no one dared to sleep. After all, no one could guarantee that if they fell asleep, the ninth demoness wouldn't use a stone to kill them, just like the sixth one. Even Xiao Xing spent the latter part of the night in a half-awake state. Damn, should I just kill this crazy woman, the ninth? Xiao Xing felt a bit annoyed. But after thinking it over, he decided against it. Even if he killed the ninth demoness, he couldn't guarantee that others wouldn't ambush him while he slept. After all, the ninth had set a precedent, and others might follow suit. Meanwhile, the ninth girl lay comfortably breathing steadily, not showing any signs of guilt, as if she hadn't just killed the sixth. Thus, on the following day, everyone woke up with dark circles under their eyes staring at each other. In contrast, the ninth girl appeared refreshed. Boom. The heavy stone door was pushed open, and Huang Jiaodo entered with 4 men in black. Upon seeing the sixth's corpse, Huang Jiaodo couldn't help but smile. At that moment, the ninth demoness stepped forward and cupped her hands, saying, "Huang Jiaodo, I killed the sixth. Is there still a reward for the lynxy meat?" Damn. This demoness killed just to obtain lynxy meat. A madwoman, truly a madwoman, her title of demoness is well-deserved. Everyone was filled with shock. Head instructor Huang's eyes sparkled as he looked at the ninth, which laughing heartily. Yes, of course. Someone reward her with half a gene of spiritual rhinoceros meat. Thank you, head instructor Huang. The ninth, which joyfully bowed to him. A cloaked figure stepped forward and handed her half a gene of spiritual rhinoceros meat. The ninth, which took the spiritual rhinoceros meat and a portion of food, then went to eat. Everyone gazed at her in shock. Especially the 2nd, 5th, 7th, and 10th individuals. These 4 who were the weakest and could barely get food were naturally targeted by the ninth witch and became her prey. Xiao Xing still took a portion of food and hid in a corner to eat. The first individual took 2 portions of food, and the third took 2 as well. Just as he was about to grab a third portion, the second fat boy snatched one from him, glaring at the third youth with red eyes urgently, saying, "I want a portion." The second fat boy was emboldened by having broken through the first layer of the blood-moving technique, daring to reclaim his food. For him, not having food was death. Fighting the third youth was also death, so he chose to risk it. The commotion drew everyone's attention. Everyone looked towards the 2. The 5th and 7th youths watched with hopeful eyes, fists clenched, clearly wishing for a confrontation between the 2nd and 3rd. Although the 3rd youth had successfully cultivated the first layer of the blood-moving technique, first the 2nd fat boy had a solid foundation. His vitality was strong, and he possessed great strength. If the 2 truly fought, the outcome was uncertain. Of course, the 5th and 7th most hoped for a mutual demise, allowing them to seize the food. Xiao Xing watched the tense standoff between the 2nd and 3rd youths with keen interest. The first youth's expression was relatively calm. The 9th, which however had a flickering gaze, lost in thought. Very well, I'll give it to you. Just when everyone hoped for a clash between the 2nd and 3rd youths, the 3rd youth yielded, taking only 2 portions of food before heading to a corner to eat. The 2nd fat boy sighed in relief and also took his food to the corner. The 5th and 7th looked disappointed, starving and leaning against the wall, their faces filled with despair. After eating, Xiao Xing began to cultivate again. At this moment, the 72 postures were familiar to everyone. It was all about talent and resources. The situation was becoming increasingly tense, with the 1st, 3rd, and 9th watching closely, while the 2nd, 5th, 7th, and 10th were starving, desperate enough to do anything. Xiao Xing did not dare to cultivate too much, needing to reserve some strength for self-defense. This time he only practiced 4 times and did not dare to continue. Nevertheless, he had still reached 80% progress. With just one more round, he could break through to the 5th layer of the blood-moving technique. In contrast, even the fastest cultivator among them, the first dark-skinned youth, had only reached the 2nd layer. Steady is the way. Xiao Xing felt a slight relief in his heart. After finishing his cultivation, Xiao Xing lay in the corner to feign sleep and rest. Given the current situation, he might be ambushed at night, so he could only take naps when possible. Boom, boom, boom. Just then the dark-skinned first youth's body emitted 3 resounding sounds of vitality. Clearly, he had broken through to the 3rd level of the blood-moving technique. Xiao Xing could not help but open his eyes, looking at the first dark-skinned youth in awe. This guy's talent was indeed exceptionally strong. Xiao Xing had only reached the 4th level through the system, while this guy had already reached the 3rd. Rarely did a sense of crisis arise in Xiao Xing's heart. As for the others, they all looked at the first dark-skinned youth in shock. This first youth's talent was indeed the strongest among them. The 3rd youth frowned deeply, his eyes glimmering with unresolved resentment. He had consumed 3 portions of food for a while, but still had not broken through to the 2nd layer, while the first youth had broken through to the 3rd, first highlighting the significant gap in talent between them. The 9th, which also frowned tightly. She had eaten 2 servings of spiritual rhinoceros meat, yet still had not broken through to the 2nd layer. At present, the first youth was clearly ahead. Rumble. Just then the heavy stone door was pushed open again. Head instructor Huang entered with 4 cloaked figures. The dark-skinned first youth looked at him as if seeking praise and excitedly said, "Head instructor Huang, I have broken through to the 3rd layer." Head instructor Huang looked pleasantly surprised and nodded, saying, "Not bad, not bad." But that was it. The first youth's face twitched in exasperation. He had originally thought he would impress head instructor Huang with his quick breakthrough and perhaps receive spiritual rhinoceros meat like the 9th witch. But now it seemed head instructor Huang had no intention to reward him. "Time to eat." Head instructor Huang waved his hand. The 4 cloaked figures stepped forward and placed the food down. Head instructor Huang then led them away. Just as everyone was about to rush for the food, the dark-skinned first youth suddenly flashed and blocked the food. "What do you mean first?" the 3rd youth asked, frowning. Xiao Xing raised an eyebrow and looked at the first youth. Having broken through to the 3rd layer, the first youth was not afraid of the 3rd youth. He couldn't help but chuckle, saying sternly, "Now that I have broken through to the 3rd layer of the blood-moving technique, I am the strongest here, so I should have the final say." Is he trying to enjoy the pleasure of being a king? Xiao Xing secretly grinned, his gaze fixed on the first youth. If this first youth was willing to give him food, that would be fine. But if not, he did not mind teaching him who the real king was. Although the 2nd, 3rd, and 9th were displeased, the gap in strength was too great for them to oppose the first youth's decision. The first youth chuckled and said solemnly, "2nd, 3rd, 8th, and 9th come forward, and each take a portion of food." While he was quite reasonable, seeing that the first youth did not deprive him of his food, Xiao Xing abandoned the thought of wanting to kill him. The first youth was unaware that he had walked on the edge of life and death. The 9th girl, who originally only needed 1 meal, had no objection, stepped forward to take a portion of food and returned to the corner to eat. The 2nd, seeing that he also had a portion of food, was delighted and stepped forward to take it, flashing a smile at the first youth, saying, "Thank you." As he spoke, he turned and headed back to the corner to eat. Meanwhile, the 3rd youth's gaze flickered, staring fixedly at the first youth. He had previously consumed 3 portions of food, but after being robbed of one by the 2nd, and now another by the 1st, he was naturally the most displeased. The 3rd youth's eyes flashed with cold light, his fists clenched tight, clearly unwilling to accept this. The dark-skinned first youth chuckled, rolled up his sleeves, and said sternly, "What's wrong? Not satisfied? Come, let's have a match." As the two were about to engage in a fierce battle, Xiao Xing also became interested, eating while watching the show. Number 2 and number 9 exchanged glances. To them, number 1 and number 3 were both threats, and they naturally welcomed the confrontation between these two dangers. Moreover, they wanted to see the difference between the 3rd and 1st layers of the blood transfer technique. In the end, however, number 3 yielded, saying nothing, taking only 1 serving of food before retreating to a corner to eat. Number 2 and number 9 felt a slight regret upon witnessing this. Xiao Xing raised an eyebrow, thinking this number 3 still has some sense. The records indicate that the strength difference between the 3rd and 1st layers of the blood transfer technique is roughly over 100 pounds, even up to 200 pounds. This was almost like an adult fighting a child. Number 3's choice to avoid confrontation was indeed the right decision. Haha. Seeing number 3 submit, the young number 1 couldn't help but laugh heartily, exuding an air of arrogance. There were still 5 servings of food left on the ground. The dark-skinned young man number 1 picked up a serving and handed it to the girl number 10, saying, "Eat up." "Thank you, thank you." The girl number 10 hadn't eaten for several meals. Upon receiving the food from number 1, she couldn't contain her joy and gratefully accepted it. "Big brother, give me a serving too. From now on I will follow you, and you will be my big brother, my true big brother." Number 5, who loved to form cliques, upon seeing number 1 give food to number 10, immediately knelt down on the ground, earnestly stating his plea. "Big brother, please take me in. From now on I will follow your lead. If you say go east, I will never go west. If you say go west, I will never go east." Seeing this, number 7 followed number 5's lead and also knelt down. "All right, each of you can have a serving of food." The dark-skinned young man number 1 enjoyed this feeling of superiority and control. With a wave of his hand, he gave each of number 5 and number 7 a serving of food. "Thank you, big brother, thank you, big brother." Number 5 and number 7, also hungry for several meals, gratefully accepted the food and expressed their thanks. Xiao Xing chuckled quietly, thinking this number 1 is also a fool, offending the stronger number 3 and number 9 for the sake of these weaklings. He may be strong now, but if his strength is surpassed, he will likely face backlash. Truly foolish. But he chose not to interfere. As long as he had a serving of food, he could survive. Of course, as his strength steadily increased, he could eventually leave the cave, and there was no need to conflict with these people. At this moment, Xiao Xing suddenly felt someone watching him and looked up. He noticed number 3 and the demon girl number 9 glancing at him, and the chubby number 2 from time to time. Damn, these two aren't planning to target me, are they? Xiao Xing felt somewhat speechless. Currently, with number 5, number 7, and number 10 as number 1's followers, they dared not act. They could only set their sights on the slightly weaker number 2 and him. Xiao Xing felt somewhat speechless, thinking it seems it's time to reveal some strength. Otherwise being targeted by these two would be troublesome. With this thought, he already had a plan. After finishing his meal, Xiao Xing began to practice. Boom boom. After practicing for a while, he deliberately stirred up 2 sounds of blood and qi within his body. This immediately attracted the attention of others. The dark-skinned young man number 1 looked at Xiao Xing in surprise, thinking this number 8 seems very low-key, but it appears his talent should be second only to mine. If only he knew that Xiao Xing had already reached the 4th layer of the blood transfer technique and was about to break through to the 5th layer, he would surely feel different. Number 3 frowned slightly, his eyes filled with resentment. He had consumed 2 or even 3 servings of food, and the nourishment was astonishing, yet he still couldn't surpass Xiao Xing's progress, which left him feeling very unwilling. But with lesser talent than others, he was at a loss. Moreover, he had originally planned to snatch Xiao Xing's food, but now that Xiao Xing had broken through to the 2nd layer of the blood transfer technique, he had to give up. Number 3's gaze shifted back to the chubby number 2. Seeing that number 8 Xiao Xing had made a breakthrough, number 9 the demon girl also withdrew her gaze and focused on number 2. In an instant, the chubby number 2 felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, a chill down his spine. Number 8, your aptitude is quite good. Keep it up. The dark-skinned young man number 1 looked at Xiao Xing with an air of authority. Xiao Xing merely smiled, ignoring this fool, and continued his practice. The others also resumed their training. However, number 1 did something that left everyone stunned. This guy actually pulled number 10 over and began to openly do such things in front of everyone. Number 10 could only comply obediently. Number 9, the demon girl, blushed a rare shade of red, but quickly turned her head away to continue her practice. Number 3's face also turned red. They were all young and full of vigor. How could they not blush at this scene? Xiao Xing felt a wave of speechlessness. It was evident that this dark-skinned young man, after breaking through to the 3rd layer, felt he was far ahead, with astonishing talent, thinking he could surpass others with just a bit of effort. Thus, he became completely arrogant, letting himself go and starting to enjoy life. Number 10, that green TBTCH sure brings bad luck to anyone who gets involved. Number 1 will likely follow in number 6's footsteps. Xiao Xing thought to himself. What time is it now? This is a hell where it's either you die or I live, and yet you have the heart to do such things. Isn't this a waste of effort? Doesn't it consume qi and blood? With this time, couldn't he practice a few more times? Xiao Xing felt frustrated, but in truth, he was somewhat envious. However, Xiao Xing still restrained his desires. In this hellish environment, he felt that surviving was the most important thing. As for everything else, he could consider it when he became stronger in the future. Suppressing his fervent desires, Xiao Xing diligently practiced. By evening, 5 sounds of qi and blood erupted from within him. Once more, though, he concealed them with a shout. Finally reached the 5th layer of the blood transfer technique. The rest here are still trash. After finishing his practice, Xiao Xing leaned against the wall to rest and recover his strength. Meanwhile, number 1 had engaged in several rounds throughout the afternoon, entering a sage-like mode, sitting there indulging in massages from number 5 and number 7. Look, this is what it means to enjoy life. Xiao Xing felt a tinge of envy. As mealtime approached, the chubby number 2 grew anxious, fearing that number 3 and number 9 might take action against him. With gritted teeth, the chubby number 2 approached the dark-skinned young man number 1 and knelt down with a thud, proclaiming loudly, "Big brother, I seek your protection. From now on, I will be your little brother. Whatever you say, I will do." Xiao Xing looked on in speechless disbelief, thinking to himself, this fat man is truly a coward. No, wait, let's call it adaptability. Besides, this fat man is not lacking in talent. TSK. After a moment of contemplation, admiration filled Xiao Xing's gaze as he looked at the fat man. In today's environment, lacking strength and relying on the powerful cannot be deemed cowardice. It can only be seen as a pragmatic choice. Numbers 3 and 9 felt their faces twitch with indignation. They did not anticipate that the fat man was as slippery as an eel. Just as they were about to take action against him, he turned around and directly allied himself with the strongest number 1. This made them instantaneously lose their target. Seeing this, the dark-skinned boy number 1 could not help but burst into laughter. He stepped forward to support the fat man, saying, "Good, very good. From now on, stick with me, and I will never treat you poorly." Number 1 enjoyed this feeling of being high above, unique and revered, relishing the submission of others. He could easily take in those like number 5 and number 7 who had yet to break through to the 1st layer of blood refining, let alone the fact that the fat man had already surpassed the 1st layer. Naturally, he was more than happy to take in the fat man. "Thank you, big brother." The fat man hurriedly clasped his hands in gratitude. He turned around and noticed that numbers 3 and 9 were no longer looking at him. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief, secretly wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. The current situation had become quite clear. On the surface, number 1 was the most dominant, being the strongest with mastery over the 3rd layer of blood refining. Moreover, he had gathered a group of underlings. Next in line was number 8 Xiao Xing, who had broken through to the second layer of blood refining. Then came numbers 3 and 9. For the moment, with number 1 maintaining order, the cave felt notably less perilous. Boom. At that moment, the heavy stone door was pushed open, revealing Huang Jiaodo accompanied by 4 men in black. Huang Jiaodo glanced around the cave and understood the situation. He waved his hand, signaling the men in black to put down the food before turning to leave. Seeing this, number 1 naturally stepped forward to assert his authority. He said in a deep voice, "As per the previous arrangement, I will take 2 portions of the food and the rest of you will each take 1. No fighting over it. Anyone who breaks the rules will face the consequences." Everyone stepped forward to take their portions and then retreated to their corners to eat. It's best if everyone maintains some harmony. Xiao Xing muttered in his heart, eating his food quietly. After the meal, everyone resumed their training. Boom. Just as Xiao Xing was practicing the 3rd round of blood refining, 2 sudden booming sounds resonated from within the fat man's body. Xiao Xing was taken aback, thinking, this fat man has astonishing talent. He actually broke through to the second layer. The others looked at the fat man with equal surprise. Number 1, the dark-skinned boy, was momentarily taken aback. He stepped forward and patted the fat man's shoulder, saying, "Not bad, keep it up." "Yes, big brother." The fat man bowed low, showing great humility. Numbers 3 and 9 frowned deeply. It seemed that martial talent was incredibly important. The fat man had previously been slacking off and had his food stolen, yet he still managed to break through to the second layer ahead of them. This left them feeling somewhat helpless. It was all due to talent. There was nothing to be done. If I were the fat man, I'd definitely urge number 1 to eliminate numbers 3 and 9 right now. Xiao Xing thought to himself. However, the fat man clearly did not do this. He merely sought self-preservation. Subsequently, everyone continued their training. After another 4 rounds of blood refining, Xiao Xing's progress towards the 5th layer reached 40%. At this rate, practicing 4 rounds of blood refining would increase his progress by 20%, meaning that by tomorrow evening at the latest, Xiao Xing would break through to the 6th layer of blood refining. Becoming a martial artist was a certainty for him. He was somewhat grateful to the dark-skinned boy for providing him with a relatively stable training environment. Of course, while others practiced, number 1 was busy enjoying himself, occasionally pulling number 10 to have fun. He believed himself to be exceptionally talented, thinking that even with less practice, he could still stay far ahead. After a day's training, the group was exhausted by nightfall. The dark-skinned boy was particularly tired, as he not only trained, but also engaged in deep discussions about life with number 10, leaving him physically drained. When it was time for bed, he felt a bit uneasy and looked up at number 9, saying in a serious tone, "Number 9, I warn you, you better not kill anyone while I'm sleeping tonight, otherwise. Don't blame me for being rude." "Understood." Number 9 surprisingly lowered her stance and agreed. Ha ha ha. Seeing the fierce number 9 capitulate to him, the dark-skinned boy felt even more elated and could not help but laugh heartily, saying, "My beloved, come serve me as I sleep." Saying this, he cuddled up to number 10 and fell asleep. Look at that, this is what life is about. Xiao Xing couldn't help but roll his eyes at this and turned to sleep himself. Naturally, even with number 1 warning number 9, he still dared not sleep too deeply. Who knows whether number 9 would heed number 1's warnings. Fortunately, number 1's intimidation still proved effective, and everyone managed to get a good night's rest. Boom. The next day, everyone was awakened by the sound of the stone door being pushed open. After days of training, they were somewhat fatigued, and after battling wits with each other, they felt mentally drained. Of course, the most tired was the dark-skinned boy, who was only enjoying himself. "Lazy pigs, get up and eat," Huang Jiaodo said sternly to everyone. Only then did everyone rise and head toward the food. With number 1 around, no one dared to act selfishly. Everyone obediently took 1 portion of food and returned to their corners to eat. After putting down the food, Huang Jiaodo left. After finishing their meal, Xiao Xing and the others resumed their training. Boom. Not long into his practice, he heard 2 booming sounds echo from within number 9. It was evident that number 9 had also broken through to the second layer of blood refining. The dark-skinned boy's eyelids twitched sharply. Among these individuals, he was most wary of number 9. Although she was a woman, she had already killed 2 people. Now that she had also broken through to the second layer of blood refining, her strength had drastically increased, and how could he not be concerned? Currently, with the protection of number 1, number 9 dared not harm these individuals. Number 8 Xiao Xing had already reached the second layer of blood refining, so as long as number 9 remained sensible, she shouldn't come after him. After all, on the surface their strengths were comparable, and if they fought heat, number 9 was unlikely to gain any advantage. Now it was number 3 who was the weakest. Now he had only 2 paths left. One was to kneel and rely on the dark-skinned boy like the fat man. The other was to quickly break through to the second layer of blood refining, or else number 9 might soon come after him. With the temperament of number 3, he was not someone to bow down to others. Thus the young man of number 3 practiced madly, even foregoing sleep, to hone his skills. Ha ha ha, I've broken through. I've finally broken through to the second layer. Early the next morning, the young man of number 3 was excitedly dancing, with joy laughing heartily. The others were also awakened by the commotion from the young man of number 3. Xiao Xing looked at him and thought, it seems the effects of food supplementation are quite remarkable. Upon seeing number 3's break through the gaze of number 9, the demoness softened significantly. Only then did the young man of number 3 breathe a sigh of relief. Subsequently, everything fell back into place. With number 1's intimidation, neither number 3 nor number 9 dared to cause trouble for the moment. The cave, in contrast, became stable. The group of youths either ate or desperately practiced their cultivation. However, the limitations of human aptitude remained, as number 5 and number 7 still showed no signs of achieving the first layer. When Huang Jiao came to deliver food, his gaze towards number 5 and number 7 was filled with disdain. That night, a series of 6 rumbling sounds of blood energy finally echoed within Xiao Xing's body again, though he deliberately concealed it and masked the sounds. This also marked Xiao Xing officially stepping into the 6th layer of blood transference technique. Everyone here is just trash. Once again, he widened the gap between himself and the others. A surge of pride rose in his heart, though he merely savored it inwardly. Big brother number 8 is cunning and treacherous. He appears low-key, but in reality, he is lying in wait. His talent is formidable, and if he continues to develop like this, I fear. After dinner that evening, the young man of number 5 whispered to the dark-skinned young man of number 1. The young man of number 1 frowned deeply, turning to look at Xiao Xing, clearly harboring a sense of trepidation in his eyes. His absolute position as the eldest brother was maintained solely by his strength. But what if number 8 Xiao Xing also broke through to the 3rd layer? Then his authority would naturally collapse. Of course, this largely stemmed from his own lack of confidence. In recent days, while he practiced diligently, and with his outstanding talent, he had felt quite confident. However, during these days he had been discussing life with number 10 daily, and several days had passed without him showing any signs of breaking through to the 4th layer of blood transference technique. In contrast, number 2, number 3, and number 9, as well as number 8, had already broken through to the 2nd layer, narrowing the gap with him. This made the dark-skinned young man of number 1 feel a sense of crisis. After hearing number 5's words, the young man of number 1 developed a deep-seated wariness towards Xiao Xing. After all, he had also witnessed number 8 Xiao Xing's talent. Damn it, that dog number 5. Xiao Xing cursed, inwardly furrowing his brows. Clearly number 5 was holding a grudge for being beaten up by Xiao Xing previously, and now he was trying to sow discord in front of the dark-skinned young man of number 1. At this moment, Xiao Xing felt an impulse for the first time to beat number 5 to death. However, he did not rush. Having now broken through to the 6th layer of blood transference technique, he was far ahead of the others. If someone sought death by provoking him, he wouldn't mind sending them to the afterlife to taste the flavor of spirit flesh. The dark-skinned young man of number 1 squinted, coldly observing Xiao Xing, unaware of his thoughts. A night passed in silence. Boom. The next day, Huang Jiao delivered meals. This time, the dark-skinned young man of number 1 took the initiative to step forward, blocking everyone from grabbing the food. He looked at the group and said, Number 3, number 9, you two take a portion of the food first. Number 3 and number 9 silently approached, and each took a portion of food. Xiao Xing frowned slightly, feeling irritated. What did number 1 mean by this? Giving food to number 3 and number 9 while not letting him take any. Was this meant to mock him? Xiao Xing squinted, coldly staring at number 1. The dark-skinned young man of number 1 also looked at Xiao Xing, snorted coldly, and said in a deep voice, Number 8, you don't eat today. I want 3 portions of food to challenge the 4th layer of blood transference technique. You'll just have to bear with it. Hearing this, Xiao Xing sneered and replied, Your challenge to the 4th layer has nothing to do with me. With that, he stepped forward to take the food. Seeing that number 8 did not give the dark-skinned young man of number 1 any face at all, number 3 and number 9 raised their eyebrows, intrigued, glancing over while eating. Number 2, the chubby one, was watching with wide eyes. Number 7 secretly grinned. Number 5's eyes lit up, exclaiming, Big brother, look. He shows you no respect at all. Clearly he doesn't take you seriously. The dark-skinned young man's face turned as dark as a pot bottom as he watched number 8 Xiao Xing approach to take food right in front of him. He could no longer contain himself and shouted, seeking death. With that, the dark-skinned young man of number 1 abruptly lunged forward, throwing a punch at Xiao Xing. Xiao Xing showed no fear and met the punch with his own. Boom. The 2 fists collided violently, then quickly separated. The dark-skinned young man of number 1 stumbled back 6 steps before barely stabilizing himself. Xiao Xing retreated even more, stepping back 8 steps before steadying himself. Of course, Xiao Xing was feigning. He wanted to conserve his strength. Who knows what Huang Jiao would do if he discovered his hidden abilities, or if after breaking through to the 7th layer, he would be thrown into the next stage. To be safe, Xiao Xing thought it best to reach the 10th layer before attempting the 2nd stage. The cave was terrifyingly quiet. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the scene before them. They truly did not expect that number 8 Xiao Xing at the second layer of blood transference technique could actually match the young man of number 1 who was at the third layer. On the surface it appeared that Xiao Xing was slightly weaker. However, given the circumstances, he was not too far behind, as he had only retreated 2 steps more than number 1. Number 3 and number 9 were also slightly taken aback. Clearly they did not expect the gap between the two to be so small. It seems number 8 is about to break through to the third layer. At this moment, everyone shared this thought. Of course, they did not think the third layer of blood transference technique was weak. As for why number 1 was so weak, it was entirely due to his indulgence and being weakened by his infatuation. After exchanging a punch with the young man of number 1, Xiao Xing stepped forward to take a portion of food and turned to walk towards a corner. Throughout the process, the dark-skinned young man of number 1 only glared fiercely at Xiao Xing, saying nothing and making no move. After all, his strength should not differ much from Xiao Xing's. In his view, even if he managed to subdue Xiao Xing, he would likely pay a hefty price for it. At that time, number 3 and number 9 would likely turn against him, making it not worth the loss. Hence, he ultimately endured. At this moment, both number 3 and number 9 were also exchanging glances. Infatuation weakens the body. Infatuation leads to my downfall. The dark-skinned young man of number 1 did not believe it was because Xiao Xing was strong, but rather that his own indulgence had caused his body to weaken. From now on, I shall abstain from lust. The young man of number 1 glared at the girl of number 10, turned his head away, and declared loudly. Oh. The 10th girl did not expect that the 1st and 8th would compete, and in the end it was she who got hurt. The 10th girl instantly felt anxious. What if the first boy abstained from desire and did not give her food? Would she not starve to death? Thus the 10th girl turned to look at the 5th boy, harboring some resentment towards him. It was this guy who instigated the matter, causing the boomerang effect to hit her. Big brother, do you think I'm beautiful? Big brother, just take a look at me, big brother. For the 10th girl, the urgent task was to please the first boy. Only then could she survive. In order to please the first boy, the 10th girl exerted all her efforts. Consequently, the first boy, who had previously called for abstinence, quickly succumbed once more under the 10th girl's onslaught, falling into a realm of tenderness. Last time. This was what the first boy said to himself each time. However, this phrase was one he kept repeating. A fool who can't control his lower body. Xiao Xing sneered coldly in his heart, looking at the first boy with disdain. Even the gazes from the third boy and the 9th demon girl carried a hint of contempt. Time passed swiftly, and another day had gone by. After this day, Xiao Xing's blood-moving technique had reached 60% of the 6th layer, still far ahead. On the second day, after everyone had breakfast, they began their intense cultivation once again. Suddenly, the second fatty's body emitted 3 thunderous roars of chi and blood. Swish, swish, swish. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to the second fatty. Those 3 thunderous sounds indicated that his talent was astonishing, having broken through to the 3rd layer of the blood-moving technique. The 7th boy's face twitched fiercely, filled with bitterness. Back then, the second fatty would sleep while he did the same, but now the second fatty had already mastered the 3rd layer of the blood-moving technique, while he hadn't even succeeded in the 1st layer. Truly, it was a case of comparing people. Infuriating. Of course, the one with the most interesting expression at this moment was the first dark boy. All along, the first dark boy had relied on his superior cultivation to consider himself the leader of the group, even bringing the fatty under his wing as a little brother. Now he never expected that this little brother would also break through to the 3rd layer of the blood-moving technique, achieving the same level as him. Instantly, he felt a myriad of emotions. The 3rd boy and the 9th demon girl were also somewhat astonished, clearly not having anticipated such astonishing talent from the second fatty. After all, the 2 of them were eating 2 or 3 meals along with the spirit meat, while the second fatty had only been eating 1 meal and even went hungry several times in between. Yet despite this, the second fatty managed to break through the 3rd layer of the blood-moving technique faster than them, indicating a considerable difference in their qualifications. The 5th boy's gaze flickered, often glancing at the 1st and 2nd fatty, leaving one wondering what he was thinking. The 10th girl's eyes also sparkled. Second, not bad, your talent is remarkable, just second to mine. After a moment of hesitation, the first dark boy stepped forward, patting the second fatty's shoulder. Of course, he did not forget to flaunt himself. If it were anyone else, they might have slapped his hand away. However, the second fatty, being of a soft character, could only awkwardly smile and say, I can't compare to you, big brother. Seeing the second fatty still calling him big brother, the first dark boy secretly breathed a sigh of relief, patting the fatty's shoulder with an air of a big brother, saying, not bad, keep cultivating. Thank you, big brother. The second fatty quickly nodded. Useless. The 3rd and 9th boys cursed quietly and returned to their own cultivation. Xiao Xing also went to cultivate. The first dark boy, however, pulled the second fatty aside and lowered his voice, saying, second, let's take out that 8th together. After we deal with the 8th, his food will belong to you. How about that? The second fatty grimaced, smiling bitterly, and replied, "Big brother, we should just focus on our own cultivation." The first dark boy frowned and angrily said, "Don't you have any manly spirit? What are you afraid of? It would be easy for the two of us to deal with him." "Big brother, I'm scared, let's just forget it." The second fatty simply did not understand. The first dark boy's anger deepened, making his already dark face darker, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Why are you so weak? You useless softy." With that, the first dark boy went off to cultivate. Little did he know it was precisely the second fatty's meekness that saved their lives. Seeing the two whispering and occasionally looking at him, Xiao Xing understood that the first's heart was resentful, challenging his authority, and was planning to join forces with the fatty against him. Xiao Xing sneered in his heart. This first boy was truly seeking death. If he wanted to die, Xiao Xing would not mind sending him to the afterlife. Fortunately, the second fatty was timid, which saved both of them. However, the first dark boy was still on Xiao Xing's blacklist, and if there was a chance in the future to act without revealing his identity, Xiao Xing decided he would still send him to the afterlife. "Big brother." The 10th girl approached the first dark boy, speaking in a soft, charming tone. "Beauty." The first dark boy, just about to cultivate, found himself unable to move upon seeing the 10th girl's flirtatious gaze, and his body was once again honestly controlled by his lower half. "A useless one." Xiao Xing cursed inwardly, continuing with his cultivation. Another day passed, and the progress of Xiao Xing's blood-moving technique also reached 60% of the 6th layer. Tomorrow, Xiao Xing would be able to break through to the 7th layer and become a first-tier warrior. Just thinking about it made Xiao Xing a bit excited. He was finally going to become a true warrior. Time flew by, and it was the second day. In the afternoon, while everyone was cultivating, the first dark boy was still deeply discussing the philosophy of life with the 10th girl. At this moment, suddenly 3 thunderous roars of chi and blood echoed from the 9th demon girl's body. This signified that the 9th demon girl had broken through to the 3rd layer of the blood-moving technique. The breakthrough of the 9th demon girl made everyone present tense up, especially the 3rd boy. Xiao Xing, however, was indifferent, pondering whether to appropriately reveal some of his strength. But the 3rd boy was so frightened that cold sweat broke out on his forehead. After all, the 9th demon girl was someone who could kill for spirit meat. The others, the 5th, 7th, and 10th, all relied on the first dark boy. The second fatty was also at the 3rd layer of the blood-moving technique. Now in the cave, the only ones left were the 8th, Xiao Xing, and him, the weakest. It was no wonder the 3rd boy was nervous. Of course, there was one more person who was extremely depressed, and that was the first dark boy. At this moment, the first boy was nearly overwhelmed with frustration and was on the verge of spitting blood. What was happening? The second boy's breakthrough was understandable. After all, he was soft-hearted and manageable. However, the 9th girl was ruthless enough to have killed 2 people, and he could not provoke her. Her breakthrough also signified that his authority had been undermined, shaking his position as the eldest brother. The first dark-skinned boy pushed aside the 10th girl, gritting his teeth as he said, "Beauty has led me astray. Oh, from now on I will restrain my desires." The 10th girl, feeling frustrated, occasionally glanced at the second boy, clearly already searching for a backup plan. Suddenly, after a moment, 3 booming sounds like thunder erupted from within the 3rd boy. Clearly, the 3rd boy had also broken through to the 3rd level of blood manipulation. "I finally broke through." The 3rd boy sighed in relief. As long as he reached the 3rd level of blood manipulation, the 9th girl would likely not keep an eye on him, ensuring his safety. Driven by his unwillingness and a strong sense of crisis brought by the 9th girl, the 3rd boy ultimately succeeded in breaking through to the 3rd level of blood manipulation. He had achieved his breakthrough, but it dealt another blow to the first boy. If the 9th girl's breakthrough indicated that his dominance was beginning to wane, then the 3rd boy's breakthrough could be said to have completely shattered his authority. Now that everyone had reached the 3rd level of blood manipulation, why should he listen to you? Of course, at this moment, the 5th, 7th, and 10th girls were all filled with fear. When the first boy held absolute power, they could rely on him to survive. But once the first boy lost all advantages, their status as vassals would no longer be safe. First and foremost, their meals would be impossible to secure. Moreover, they might even be targeted by the 9th girl, who could kill them to feast on their spiritual essence. All of this was a possibility. The 5th boy's eyes flickered as he approached the first boy and gritted his teeth, saying, "Brother, if you kill the 8th boy for his spiritual essence, perhaps you could break through to the 4th level of blood manipulation." There was no other option. Without the protection of the first boy, he feared he wouldn't even have food to eat, so the 5th boy could only suggest a bad idea to the first dark-skinned boy. However, the first boy was no fool. Previously, he had exchanged a punch with the 8th boy, and although he held the upper hand, it was not significant. If he were to forcefully clash with the 8th boy, even if he won, he would likely end up severely injured. At that point, he would also become prey for the 3rd and 9th boys. Thus, the first boy hesitated. Just then, the 5th boy continued, "Brother, I, along with the 7th and 10th, might be able to convince the second boy to join us. Are we afraid of not being able to take down the 8th boy?" The first dark-skinned boy's eyes brightened at this, and he turned to look at the 7th boy. The seventh boy's situation was similar to the fifth boy's. Without the first protection, he wouldn't even have food to eat. Naturally, he had to follow the fifth boy down this path. I will listen to you, brother. The seventh boy gritted his teeth and said solemnly. The first dark-skinned boy felt encouraged and turned to glare fiercely at the second boy, threatening through gritted teeth. Second, what do you think? I don't like fighting. The second boy stepped back a few paces. The first dark-skinned boy was so angry his nose crinkled, but he dared not pressure the second boy too much as he too was at the third level of blood manipulation and not weaker than him. If the second boy turned against them, it would be troublesome. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, 3 booming sounds like thunder interrupted their standoff, drawing their attention. The source of this sound was none other than Xiao Xing. Seeing so many people break through to the third level of blood manipulation, he could no longer delay. Xiao Xing once again stirred up the blood within him, releasing 3 booming sounds. Ah poof. Seeing that the 8th Xiao Xing had also broken through to the third level of blood manipulation, the first dark-skinned boy's heart suffered another 10,000 points of critical damage, nearly making him spit blood. Should he go up? What a joke. The 5th and 7th boys were also dumbfounded. Xiao Xing looked at them with amusement, then turned to the 9th girl smiling, and said, 9th, the 5th and 7th boys are yours. The 9th girl's eyes suddenly brightened, bursting with a bloodthirsty glow. She bowed to the 8th Xiao Xing and said, thank you. As she spoke, she picked up a stone from the ground and slowly walked toward the 5th and 7th boys. Upon seeing the 9th girl approaching, both boys were instantly terrified and screamed in panic. Brother, save me, save me. Brother, save me. The 5th and 7th boys hid behind the first dark-skinned boy. The 9th girl halted and turned to the 8th Xiao Xing, lifting her chin and saying 8th. Xiao Xing's lips curled into a sinister smile as he walked toward the first boy. Seeing 2 people at the third level of blood manipulation approaching him, the first dark-skinned boy immediately felt intimidated. He turned and pushed the 5th and 7th boys out, trembling as he said, they are yours, I'm not getting involved. Ah, brother, you can't abandon us. Brother, don't joke around, this isn't funny. The 5th and 7th boys were instantly petrified. Having not even successfully cultivated the first level, facing the 9th girl at the third level of blood manipulation and the 8th Xiao Xing, they were like lambs facing hungry wolves. Thud. Meanwhile, seeing the 5th and 7th boys pushed out by the first dark-skinned boy, the 9th girl immediately sprang into action. With a powerful push against the ground, she shot forward like a cannonball toward the 5th and 7th boys. Boom. The 9th girl smashed a stone onto the 5th boy's head, causing it to explode like a watermelon, blood gushing forth as he fell lifelessly. The ground was instantly stained red. Ow. Seeing this, the 7th boy was so scared he lost his mind, his soul fleeing his body as he screamed and ran off into the distance. But the 9th girl was too fast. After only a few steps, she caught up, wielding the bloody stone in her hand, and struck again fiercely on the back of the 5th boy's head. Bang! With a loud crash, the sound of a skull being smashed echoed, and the poor 7th boy's head also exploded, brain matter splattering as he collapsed down. Everyone watching couldn't help but shudder. The 9th girl was a natural-born killer, ruthless and merciless, killing without a moment's hesitation. The 1st and 3rd boys looked on with deep trepidation. In contrast, Xiao Xing remained unfazed as his realm far surpassed that of the 9th girl, making his lack of fear quite normal. Boom, boom, boom. The heavy stone door was pushed open, and Coach Huang entered with 4 men in black. Coach Huang looked at the 2 corpses on the ground, momentarily stunned. Before he could speak, the 9th demoness stepped forward and clasped her hands, saying, Coach Huang, I killed them. Good reward, a pound of spiritual rhinoceros meat. Coach Huang waved his hand. Soon a man in black presented a pound of roasted spiritual rhinoceros meat. The 9th demoness stepped forward to receive it joyfully, saying, Thank you, Coach Huang. Coach Huang nodded and set down 9 portions of food. Xiao Xing stepped forward to take 2 portions. For him, the benefits of food supplementation were minimal. He needed a quiet environment for cultivation. After all, the multiplier for his entries had increased, and his cultivation speed had doubled, so he was not concerned about the supplements. The reason he took 2 portions was merely to have more energy, just in case. The 3rd took 2 portions directly. The 9th demoness also stepped forward to take 2 portions. The 2nd, the chubby one, only took 1 portion. In the end, with 2 portions remaining, the 1st stepped forward to take the food. Just as Coach Huang was about to leave, the dark-skinned boy called out loudly, Coach Huang, please wait. Coach Huang paused, turned to the dark-skinned boy, and asked, What is it? The dark-skinned boy looked at Coach Huang and said, Coach Huang, I have something unclear that I hope you can clarify. Speak. Coach Huang stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the dark-skinned boy, his tone calm. The dark-skinned boy looked at Coach Huang and clasped his hands, saying, Coach Huang, I previously galloped forward into the 3rd layer of the blood-shifting technique, while others were still at the 1st layer. But why did I then stagnate and have yet to touch the threshold of the 4th layer? What else could it be? It was simply because you couldn't control yourself. The crowd internally scoffed, holding disdain. Coach Huang hesitated for a moment, glancing at the 10th girl behind the dark-skinned boy, saying, There are 2 points. First, you were misled by beauty, but that is not the main reason. What is the main reason? The dark-skinned boy quickly asked. Coach Huang stood with his hands behind his back, saying indifferently, "You must have encountered a bottleneck." Bottleneck? The dark-skinned boy frowned deeply. Coach Huang looked at everyone and said lightly, "The path of martial arts is unfathomable. A bottleneck means that once you reach a certain level in cultivation, you will stagnate. For example, the 4th layer of the blood-shifting technique is a small bottleneck." Everyone frowned at this. Xiao Xing raised an eyebrow, secretly thinking, "I have a system. It seems the concept of a bottleneck doesn't exist for me." He then looked at the others with a disdainful expression, thinking to himself, "All of them here are worthless." The dark-skinned boy's frown deepened, and his eyes twitched violently. His voice trembled as he asked, "Coach Huang, how long does this bottleneck usually last?" Coach Huang looked at the dark-skinned boy and said, "I am not sure. It may be soon, perhaps in 3 to 5 days, or maybe you may never pass it in your lifetime." A lifetime? The dark-skinned boy's heart jolted and his sturdy body trembled. After hesitating, he asked, "Coach Huang, how can I quickly overcome this bottleneck?" Coach Huang's lips curled into a sinister smile as he grinned, "Bottleneck breaking pill." Bottleneck breaking pill? The dark-skinned boy hurriedly asked, "Then may I ask, Coach Huang, how can I obtain this bottleneck breaking pill?" Coach Huang grinned, his smile chilling, saying, "Kill someone at the 3rd layer of the blood-shifting technique, someone at the same level as you, and I will reward you with a bottleneck breaking pill." The dark-skinned boy's gaze narrowed, slightly slowly scanning the crowd. The second the chubby one was startled, his eyes flickering. The 3rd boy's expression darkened. The 9th demoness gaze was cold. The 8th Xiao Xing raised an eyebrow, secretly thinking, "This Coach Huang is trying to incite infighting among those in the cave." But he was not afraid at all. Now he was about to enter the 7th layer of the blood-shifting technique and become a true martial artist. It could be said that none of the people present could threaten him. If the first boy sought death, he wouldn't mind sending him on his way. The 10th girl, however, breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that Coach Huang's reward for killing someone at the 3rd layer of the blood-shifting technique was just one bottleneck-breaking pill. She had not even cultivated the 1st layer of the blood-shifting technique, so naturally, she was not among the targets for others to hunt. However, she was also troubled. Given her current situation, it would be very difficult for her to become a martial artist in 2 months. By then, it would be hard for her to leave the cave. She would likely starve to death inside. "Damn it, even if I have to die, I want to take all of you down with me." A look of resentment flashed in the 10th girl's eyes. Coach Huang observed the expressions of everyone, his lips curling into a sinister smile as he said, "You all are the same. Kill someone at the same level, and I will reward you with a bottleneck-breaking pill." After speaking, Coach Huang and the 4 men in black left without looking back. In an instant, the atmosphere in the cave became delicate. Originally, aside from the 10th girl, who was clearly weak, everyone else had broken through to the 3rd layer of the blood-shifting technique, maintaining a subtle balance. After all, no one wanted to clash with someone at their own level. Even if you won, you would likely get hurt, and once injured, you might be killed by others. But now Coach Huang's words had shattered this balance in an instant. After all, no one could guarantee they wouldn't encounter a bottleneck. After Coach Huang left, everyone began to eat, but the dark-skinned boy only took 2 bowls of food and showed no intention of sharing with the 10th girl. "Big brother, I'm hungry. Just give me half a portion of food," the 10th girl said with a pitiful expression. The dark-skinned boy gritted his teeth, ultimately unable to control his impulse, and gave half a portion of food to the 10th girl. Xiao Xing was too lazy to pay attention to them and continued his own cultivation. Time flew by, and it was soon noon the next day. After eating, everyone resumed their cultivation. Suddenly, 6 booming sounds echoed from Xiao Xing's body, but he deliberately concealed them, covering them with his shouts. Blood-shifting technique, level 7th layer, 0 initial stage of 9th grade 0. Entry half the effort for 4 times the result. Finally reached the grade, becoming a true martial artist. Joy radiated from Xiao Xing's face. He turned aside and rolled up his sleeves, seeing a metallic sheen flash across his skin. Cultivating martial arts involves internal cultivation of one breath, external refinement of muscles and skin. Thus, the 9th grade is also known as the skin refinement realm. At this level, the skin is as tough as cowhide, greatly increasing its toughness and defensive capabilities. Without suitable weapons, even the ordinary stones on the ground would struggle to hurt Xiao Xing. He exhaled a breath of turbid air, his eyes growing increasingly bright. After breaking through to the 9th grade skin refinement realm, it could be said that as long as he was not struck in a vital spot, Xiao Xing no longer needed to fear these people. He could finally sleep soundly. A surge of pride rose in his heart as he looked at everyone present, secretly thinking, all of them here are worthless. He was 4 small levels higher than them, so he felt disdain. If he wanted, he could easily sweep away all the people present. After finishing their meal, everyone almost tacitly retreated to their own corners and began to cultivate in solitude. At that moment, number 3 turned to the nearby number 9, the witch, and said, Number 9, how about we team up for a while? Number 3's intention was simple. It would be quite difficult for him to take down someone of equal rank alone. Even if he could manage it, he would end up injured. However, if he could cooperate with someone, the situation would change. Naturally, the best partner for this cooperation would be the ruthless number 9 witch. As soon as he spoke, everyone on the scene was taken aback. The dark-skinned youth number 1 was sweating profusely and looked at number 3 and the number 9, which with a face full of dread. Number 2's pupils dilated in panic like a startled kitten that had its tail stepped on its hair, standing on end as if electrified. In contrast, number 8 Xiao Xing was quite indifferent, seeming as though this did not concern him. With his strength at the level of Xiao Xing, he could easily sweep them away. If anyone dared to provoke him, he would not hesitate to eliminate them. The number 9, which frowned slightly, hesitating, but eventually nodded. Number 1 and number 2 were immediately filled with dread. Number 2 looked at number 1 and shouted, "Big brother, let's form a team." All right. Number 1 did not hesitate at all, nodding in agreement. Although he found the timid number 2 somewhat off-putting, given the current situation, he had no choice but to ally with him. Otherwise, he would be at a disadvantage and very likely hunted down by both number 3 and the number 9 witch. At that moment, everyone's eyes turned sharply towards number 8 Xiao Xing. Xiao Xing found the situation somewhat absurd. Here he was a solitary figure, yet he had become the prey in the eyes of the others. Logically, Xiao Xing should have felt fear and terror, but instead, he wore a calm expression. Number 3 frowned slightly and looked at Xiao Xing, saying, "Number 9, let's take down number 8 first." However, the number 9 witch frowned and hesitated before shaking her head and saying, "Number 8 is not an option." Xiao Xing was slightly taken aback. He did not expect the number 9 witch to refuse number 3's proposal. "Why not?" Number 3 asked, his brow furrowing deeply. The number 9 witch looked at number 3, her brows tightly knit, and said, "Number 8 helped me before, I cannot be ungrateful." She was referring to the time when Xiao Xing had helped her intimidate number 1 and number 2, allowing her to successfully hunt down number 5 and number 6. Xiao Xing was also surprised to learn that despite her ruthless nature, the number 9, which had a sense of loyalty and remembered his kindness. This made Xiao Xing look at the number 9, which with newfound respect. Number 3, however, was rendered speechless and coldly snorted, saying, "Women are indeed indecisive and hard to accomplish anything with." With that, number 3 walked over to number 1 and number 2, looking at them and saying, "Number 1, number 2, shall we 3 form a team?" Number 1's eyes lit up, overjoyed, and he quickly nodded in agreement, saying, "Good." Initially, he had teamed up with number 2, finding him cowardly and fearful, which put them at a disadvantage. But now with number 3 suddenly shifting focus to team up with them, they now had 3 individuals at the 3rd level of their bloodline skills. This placed them at an absolute advantage. The number 9, which furrowed her brow, her pretty face slightly changing. She did not expect number 3 to switch sides so quickly. He only refused to hunt down number 8 and immediately turned to cooperate with numbers 1 and 2. The number 9 witch's brows knitted tightly as she realized her disadvantage and hurriedly approached Xiao Xing, saying, "Number 8, let's form a team." Xiao Xing smiled faintly, nodding cheerfully. All right. With this, the camps were clearly defined. Number 1, number 2, and number 3 formed one team, while the number 9, witch, and Xiao Xing formed another, making it 3 against 2. On the surface, it seemed that numbers 1, 2, and 3 held the absolute advantage. The dark-skinned youth number 1 and number 3 picked up stones from the ground and slowly approached the number 9, witch, and number 8, Xiao Xing. As they turned around, they saw number 2 cowering in the corner, trembling, and they were instantly filled with rage. How could they have such a pathetic teammate? The 2 had 3 black lines on their foreheads, feeling speechless. "Come on, keep up," number 1 said with annoyance. "Oh." Number 2, on the verge of tears, had no choice but to pick up a stone and follow the 2. The 3 advanced aggressively, causing the number 9, which to furrow her brows deeply, her face showing a serious expression as she stared intently at the 3, saying, without looking back, "Number 8, stick close to me. When we catch one, beat them to death. Yes, just beat to death number 3. It was clear that she was holding a grudge against number 3 for betraying her trust and teaming up with number 1. Number 3's face twitched with frustration, feeling close to spitting blood. The number 9, which truly held grudges. If he had known better, he would not have offended her. But now that the bow had been shot, there was no turning back. He could only continue down this path. On the other hand, number 1 and number 2 felt relieved and even somewhat happy. With number 3 attracting the firepower, their own danger would naturally be much less. Number 8, I have high hopes for you, don't embarrass me. The number 9, which picked up a stone from the ground, dropped a command and with a fierce expression rushed towards number 3. Her fierce demeanor made number 3's heart race. Xiao Xing too felt speechless, thinking, this girl is truly ruthless. With that, he could only helplessly pick up a stone and charge towards number 3. Number 1, seeing this, hurriedly threw a stone at Xiao Xing before getting close. The stone whistled through the air, heading straight for Xiao Xing. Xiao Xing dodged to the side. No.1 emboldened shouted loudly, lifting another stone and aiming it directly at Xiao Xing. Xiao Xing once again dodged while a stone came crashing towards him. Bang! As Xiao Xing hurled a stone at him, No.1 gritted his teeth and shouted, striking out with his fist, directly smashing the stone from Xiao Xing's hand into smithereens. Although No.1 had not made a breakthrough to the 4th level for a long time, he had spent much time at the 3rd level, his strength was still considerable, and his explosive power was quite impressive. Charge! Charge! At that moment, shouts rang out from behind. No.1 and No.3 turned back to look, almost bursting with anger. While they were fighting fiercely in front, the cowardly No.2 was waving a stone, shouting loudly, but he did not dare to advance. No.1 and No.3 were nearly driven to the edge of insanity. Slap. Taking advantage of No.1's moment of distraction, Xiao Xing seized the opportunity and slapped No.1 hard on the cheek, sending him staggering backwards for several steps. Of course, if Xiao Xing had not wanted to conceal his strength with that single slap, he could have sent No.1's head spinning on his neck. However, even though Xiao Xing held back, that slap still left No.1's cheek swollen, significantly causing dizziness, and even knocked out 2 of his front teeth, with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. The dark-skinned boy felt a sharp pain in his cheek, turning to glare at the chubby boy, and gritting his teeth, he said, "Are you going or not?" "I'm going," the chubby boy nodded. "Then go already," the dark-skinned boy urged impatiently. "Oh, I'm going." To avoid revealing his strength, Xiao Xing chose to engage in a dodging tactic, weaving around the two in the cave. Seeing that the 8th Xiao Xing had run away without confronting them directly, the chubby boy suddenly became spirited, his face reddening as he shouted, "Kill them." But he was always half a beat slower than the dark-skinned boy. On the other side, the battle between the 3rd boy and the 9th demoness had reached a heated intensity. Although the 9th demoness was fierce, she was after all a woman, and her base strength was considerably less than that of the 3rd boy. Yet, driven by a fierce determination, the 9th demoness was surprisingly able to match the 3rd boy in combat. Seeing he could not catch up to the 8th Xiao Xing, the dark-skinned boy was frantic, turning to look at the 9th demoness. Gritting his teeth, he charged at her. Taking advantage of the chaos between the 9th demoness and the 3rd boy, he sneaked around to her back, grabbing a stone and swinging it down towards the back of her head. Just as the 9th demoness was about to be struck, a figure suddenly blocked her. Bang! The dark-skinned boy's stone hit the arm of the suddenly rushing Xiao Xing. In the next moment, something terrifying happened to the dark-skinned boy. He saw that the fabric on Xiao Xing's arm was torn, but only a faint white mark appeared on his skin. It should be noted that in order to win, the dark-skinned boy had chosen a sharp stone, one made of hard rock. Yet when this stone struck Xiao Xing's arm, it surprisingly caused no harm at all, leaving only a faint mark. How could this be possible? A flesh-and-blood body could not withstand a sharp stone unless the 8th Xiao Xing had entered the ranks of warriors as rumored. The manual of the blood transformation technique states that once a person cultivates to the 7th level, they can enter the ranks and become a true warrior. The greatest feature of a 9th grade warrior is the hardened skin, as tough as cowhide, with great elasticity and resilience. The stone he threw did not harm Xiao Xing at all, leaving only a faint mark on his arm. The only possibility is that Xiao Xing has already cultivated to the 7th level of the blood transformation technique and has become a 9th grade warrior. They had only reached the 3rd level, while the 8th Xiao Xing had terrifyingly reached the 7th. What does this concept mean? The gap in their realms was a full 4 levels. At this moment, he realized that the 8th had been hiding his strength. He was the one with the strongest talent and power in this cave. Thinking of himself, a mere 3rd level blood transformation practitioner, facing off against a 7th level practitioner, a true warrior, the dark-skinned boy felt his scalp go numb, shivers running down his spine, nearly losing his mind. Clap. But just then, the 8th Xiao Xing also picked up a stone and smashed it onto the dark-skinned boy's head. Instantly, crimson blood flowed from the dark-skinned boy's head. At the same time, Xiao Xing smeared blood from the dark-skinned boy's head onto his own arm. Then, with incredible speed, Xiao Xing tore a strip of cloth from the dark-skinned boy and wrapped it around his own arm. The 3rd boy and the 9th demoness who were fighting were startled. The 9th demoness hurriedly threw a stone at the 3rd boy, who quickly dodged. Seizing the opportunity, the 9th demoness pulled the 8th Xiao Xing back. Seeing the blood seeping from the cloth wrapped around his arm, her pupils contracted sharply as she exclaimed, "8th, are you okay?" "I'm fine, just a small injury." Xiao Xing shook his head. He was not injured at all. The blood on his arm was from the dark-skinned boy. The dark-skinned boy thought bitterly, but dared not voice it, only staring at Xiao Xing as if he had seen a ghost, backing away continuously. Since Xiao Xing wanted to hide his strength, if he spoke out, it would not simply be about getting hit by a stone. At that point, Xiao Xing would surely not let him off, so the dark-skinned boy wisely chose to keep quiet and help conceal Xiao Xing's abilities. Only in this way would the 8th Xiao Xing let him go. At this moment, the dark-skinned boy was truly frightened. He had not expected that the 8th Xiao Xing had already cultivated to the 7th level of the blood transformation technique, becoming a true warrior. What an astonishing speed of cultivation. All along, the dark-skinned boy had thought himself to have considerable talent and a rapid progression, but now it seemed like a joke. In front of the 8th Xiao Xing, he was nothing. The gap between the two of them was 4 minor realms, an utterly vast difference, indicating they were simply not on the same level. The terror of the 8th far exceeded his imagination. Kill. The third boy, seeing the 9th demoness retreat, was overjoyed and lifted a stone to charge forward. But he was horrified to discover the dark-skinned boy had fled. As for the second, that chubby boy was simply useless and could not be relied upon. The third boy panicked, quickly retreating to the dark-skinned boy's side. First, let's strike hard together and take down the 8th and 9th to exchange for a breaking barrier pill. Yes, the third boy said excitedly. However, the dark-skinned boy was shaking his head like a rattle, looking at the 8th Xiao Xing with fear, resembling a mouse confronted by a cat. What a joke. Previously, he had no idea that the 8th had cultivated to the 7th level of the blood transformation technique and became a true warrior. That was why he dared to rush in desperately. Now that he knew the 8th's true strength, if he charged in, it wouldn't be risking his life, it would be offering it up. Naturally, he would never dare to charge in. First, don't be a coward. Oh, we can take them down. The third boy, unaware of the situation, continued to urge the dark-skinned boy. But the dark-skinned boy seemed to have received some sort of shock, shaking his head vigorously, refusing to go in. Come on, dark-skinned boy, how can you be so cowardly? What are you afraid of? He just hit you on the head, and you hit him on the arm back. His arm is probably crippled now. We can definitely take them down. The third boy, oblivious, continued to encourage the dark-skinned boy. But whether or not he was encouraging him, even if he blew into a trumpet, the dark-skinned boy, having learned of Xiao Xing's true strength, did not dare to go in. How can you be so useless? The third boy was extremely frustrated. The dark-skinned boy turned to give the third boy a look of disbelief, thinking to himself, if you knew the strength of the 8th, you would probably be scared to the point of wetting your pants. Hurry up, are you trying to get yourself killed? From the perspective of 3-1, was inexplicably unwilling to team up again. Reluctantly, 3 had to give up this opportunity. 2, the chubby one, disliked fighting the most, and thus felt a sense of relief. Boom. After a moment, the heavy stone door was pushed open. Instructor Huang entered with 4 men in black. Noticing the injuries on Xiao Xing's arm and the head of one, Instructor Huang couldn't help but smile as he said, "Dinner is ready." Saying that, Instructor Huang waved his hand. The black-clad men set down 9 portions of food and then left with Instructor Huang. 3 stepped forward and directly grabbed 2 portions of food. 2 also took 2 portions of food. The witch from 3 also stepped forward and grabbed 2 portions. When it was 1's turn, he surprisingly showed a face full of respect, hurriedly gesturing for 8 to go first. This action left everyone present dumbfounded. 2, 3, 9, and even 10 were all looking at this scene in confusion. What was going on? When did the dark-skinned boy 1 become so polite? Weren't they just fighting fiercely? Xiao Xing smiled slightly and only took 2 portions of food. However, the dark-skinned boy 1 swallowed hard, took another portion of food, and placed it in front of Xiao Xing. This action left the others once again dumbfounded. What was going on with 1? Did 8 stone hit 1's head and mess with his mind? Had he become a lunatic? Why was he so respectful to 8? Everyone was confused and couldn't make sense of it. 10 grew anxious and said, "Big brother, you gave him the food, what about me?" Slap. 1 unusually was not captivated by 10's beauty and gave her a hard slap across the face, knocking her to the ground. 1 had gone mad. He was hit on the head by 8 stone. Everyone was speechless. Xiao Xing, however, began to enjoy his meal. Since he started practicing martial arts, especially after entering the ranks, his appetite had greatly increased. It was no problem for him to eat these 3 portions. With the system's assistance, his realm surged upward like a rocket with no sign of any bottleneck. Since that day of the group battle, a rare balance had appeared among the few in the cave. 1 seemed to be frantically fawning over 8 Xiao Xing. Meanwhile, Xiao Xing's blood-moving technique had reached 70% of the 7th layer, still leading far ahead. That day, after finishing their meal, everyone began to practice. Boom, 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 boom. Suddenly, there were 4 thunderous roars of blood energy from within 3's body, echoing throughout the cave. Haha, I finally broke through the 4th layer. I'm finally ahead of you all. 3 exclaimed excitedly, spreading his arms and roaring to the sky. You're ahead of what? The others have already reached the 7th layer of the blood-moving technique. Brother, don't go looking for death. The dark-skinned boy 1 looked at 3 with some exasperation. As 3 broke through, 9's expression changed drastically. She had enmity with 3, and now that he had broken through to the 4th layer first, he would likely trouble her. 3 turned to the dark-skinned boy 1 and said, "1, I'm giving you a chance now. Let's go take down 8 and 9 together." Logically, 1 should have no reason to refuse such a request. However, what happened next caught everyone off guard. 1, without a moment's thought, shook his head vigorously like a rattled drum and said, "I'm not going." Uh, what was going on? Was one really affected by 8 stone and had a problem with his head? How could he refuse? 2, 9, and 10 were all confused. Even 3 was bewildered. He never expected 1 to refuse him so decisively without a second thought. What was happening? After a moment of dazedness, 3's brows furrowed, and he angrily said, 1, are you an idiot? I'm now at the 4th layer of the blood-moving technique. What are you afraid of? I'm not going. The dark-skinned boy 1 had a look of terror, shaking his head frantically. You damn. 3 was about to go mad, raising a stone and walking toward the dark-skinned boy 1. Seeing this, the dark-skinned boy 1's eyes flashed with fear. But then he gritted his teeth, picked up a stone, and assumed a stance ready to fight 3. 3 was momentarily stunned, rooted to the spot, his face twitching, and asked, are you really that stupid? 1's actions truly left him perplexed. He was already at the 4th layer of the blood-moving technique, the strongest in the cave. He invited 1 to take down 3 and an injured 8 together. But 1 absolutely refused to go, yet he dared to fight him. What was this situation? 3 was feeling bewildered and couldn't quite comprehend. But looking at 1's desperate stance, 3 was afraid that if he killed 1, he would end up getting hurt himself. Reluctantly, 3 turned to 8 and 9 and slowly walked toward them. As the blood-moving technique progressed, the strength increased dramatically. Although he had only broken through to the 4th layer, he felt confident that he could take down 9 and a severely injured 8. 9's expression tightened, but she picked up a stone and stood in front of 8, refusing to back down. Although 9 was ruthless, she also had loyalty. Xiao Xing had previously blocked a stone for her and saved her life, which she remembered. Therefore, even though she knew she was no match for the now 4th layer 3, she still resolutely stood in front of Xiao Xing. This 9 can indeed be a close friend. Let her owe me a favor, Xiao Xing thought inwardly. As 3 gradually approached them, Xiao Xing suddenly stood up, gently pushed 9 aside, and smiled, saying, 9, take a rest. Leave him to me. Leave him to you. 9 was speechless and deeply touched. She thought Xiao Xing was aware they couldn't defeat 3 and wanted to fight him first, getting hurt to create an opportunity for her. 9 was immediately moved to tears and quickly stood in front of Xiao Xing again. But Xiao Xing pushed her aside once more, smiling. Don't worry, let me take care of him. The dark-skinned boy 1 watched his face twitching violently, thinking, 3 is done for. He has truly angered 8 and will be beaten to death. 9 looked at Xiao Xing and felt inexplicably at ease, obediently stepping aside and gritting her teeth, saying, don't worry, if you die, I will kill 3 to avenge you. Xiao Xing was left speechless. 3 looked at the somewhat unusual Xiao Xing and was puzzled, asking, what's wrong with all of you? Have you all lost your minds? If you want to die, then I'll help you. Saying that, 3 was about to make his move. Wait a minute. Xiao Xing, however, raised his hand to stop 3. 3 was slightly taken aback and frowned, asking, what? 8, are you scared? If you're afraid, I can spare your life, but you have to bow to me 3 times and call me big brother. 3 was hopeless. The dark-skinned boy 1's face twitched violently, silently mourning for 3. Xiao Xing smiled and looked at 3, asking, do you believe in geniuses? A genius. The 3rd boy was slightly taken aback, sneering as he turned to glance at the first dark-skinned boy, disdainfully saying, I thought the first was a genius, but now it seems he is just mediocre. As for the second, he does have some talent, but too worried to be a concern. Saying this, the 3rd boy smirked confidently, patting his chest, and I, having accumulated strength over time, am the first to break through to the 4th layer of blood transportation technique. Truly a genius. Xiao Xing rolled his eyes and looked at the 3rd boy, smirking. 3rd, how about I perform a show for you? A show? The 3rd boy was puzzled, but he was absolutely confident in his own strength, smirking. What do you mean? You want to please me with a show? Fine, if you perform well, I might consider sparing you. The 3rd boy, a fool, was doomed. The first dark-skinned boy secretly grinned. Xiao Xing looked at the 3rd boy, his smile growing wider, saying, as the ancient said, entering the cave in the morning and becoming known in the evening, today, I will perform a show called Jumping 2 Levels. Jumping 2 Levels. The 3rd boy rolled his eyes, looking disdainful, sneering. Who do you think you are, you? But before he could finish, he was cut off as a thunderous sound, like roaring thunder, erupted from Xiao Xing's body. How? How is this possible? The 3rd boy's face changed dramatically as he exclaimed. Before he could react, another thunderous sound of silent blood energy erupted from Xiao Xing's body. At this moment, the 3rd boy was completely dumbfounded. He had thought that he was the strongest person after breaking through to the 4th layer of blood transportation technique, able to overpower the 8th and 9th boys. But he never expected that Xiao Xing had truly broken through 2 levels in a row, advancing directly from the 3rd layer of blood transportation technique to the 5th, even surpassing his own realm. How is this possible? You are a monster, you. The smile on the 3rd boy's face vanished, replaced by disbelief and fear. Xiao Xing's leap of 2 levels completely shattered his Dao heart. He had previously boasted about wanting to defeat Xiao Xing, but now it seemed he would be the one defeated. The first dark-skinned boy's mouth twitched fiercely, secretly thinking, The eighth has hidden himself. Well, this performance is truly impressive. Only he knew the true realm of the eighth, aware of the inside story. But he would never dare to say it. If he did, he feared Xiao Xing would beat him to death. The second boy looked at the eighth Xiao Xing as if he were a monster, his mouth agape in shock, completely frozen in place. His brain seemed to short-circuit at that moment, unable to comprehend how someone could be so powerful, jumping 2 levels. What does that even mean? This is simply godlike, right? The ninth girl also looked shocked, staring at the eighth Xiao Xing as if she had seen a ghost. Her little head was also somewhat scrambled. She simply could not understand how Xiao Xing managed to jump 2 levels. What kind of prodigy is this? Xiao Xing twisted his neck, smiling as he looked at the stunned third boy, saying, "Third, do you know what a genius is now?" The third boy swallowed hard, awkwardly laughing. Eighth, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. We actually don't need to fight to the death. We can coexist peacefully. We can all get out of here." In the end, the third boy was so shocked that he was incoherent. Xiao Xing's smile grew increasingly sinister as he said coldly, "Too late." Saying this, Xiao Xing suddenly pushed off the ground. Bang! The sound of stone cracking echoed as Xiao Xing shot out like a cannonball directly towards the third boy. The speed was astonishing. By the time the third boy reacted, Xiao Xing was already right in front of him. The third boy's face changed dramatically, hurriedly assuming a defensive posture. Bang! Xiao Xing's stone struck the third boy's arm with immense force, shattering it with a crack, blood instantly staining his sleeve. The third boy let out a blood-curdling scream, stumbling backward. But Xiao Xing did not relent, raising his fist and striking toward the third boy's face. Boom! The poor third boy had no time to react before being struck in the face, his body flying back like a kite, with a broken string, crashing hard onto the ground, disoriented. He felt as if all his bones were broken, especially his cheeks, which were in excruciating pain. Now he was truly afraid, his eyes filled with terror, forgetting his injuries as he cried out in fear, "Eight, spare my life, I want dare again, please let me go." But Xiao Xing would not give him the opportunity. Xiao Xing took another quick step forward, leaping to the third boy's side, raising his fist and striking hard at the third boy's temple. This punch was powerful, sending the third boy flying sideways, crashing hard against the wall. Thud! Immediately afterward, the third boy's body crumpled like a deflated balloon, lying limp on the ground. Xiao Xing didn't even look at the third boy as he turned and left. The first boy swallowed hard, stepping forward to check the third boy's breath, trembling. He's dead. He couldn't help but swallow again, thinking, "Third, you fool, why did you provoke the eighth? Now you've been killed. Rest in peace." 3 punches. From start to finish, Xiao Xing only threw 3 punches before killing the third boy, who had reached the 4th layer of blood transportation technique. The violent scene stunned everyone instantly. Is the 5th layer of blood transportation technique really that strong? The 2nd and 9th boys were dumbfounded. The 10th girl was pale with fear. Thinking back to when she had teamed up with the 7th to ambush Xiao Xing, she trembled with fear. Xiao Xing walked up to the 9th girl, displaying what he believed to be a sincere smile. But to the 9th girl, that smile appeared somewhat terrifying. The 8th was hiding his true strength. He was actually the most gifted among the 10 people in the cave, having been concealing his cultivation. The 9th girl looked at the 8th Xiao Xing in shock. At the same time, she secretly rejoiced that she hadn't offended Xiao Xing and seemed to have a good relationship with him. What she didn't know was that Xiao Xing was not actually at the 5th layer of blood transportation technique, but had already reached the 7th layer. If she knew this, her jaw would surely drop. The dark-skinned youth number 1 was terrified after realizing the true strength of number 8 Xiao Xing. As long as Xiao Xing did not trouble him, he would be grateful to the heavens and dare not cause any more trouble. Number 2 was timid and disliked stirring up trouble. Although number 9, the demoness, was ruthless, she valued loyalty and felt indebted to Xiao Xing for saving her life, so she naturally would not harm him. Of course, the main reason was that Xiao Xing had displayed the 5th level of blood transference, which frightened them all. The cave fell silent once again. Xiao Xing looked at the dark-skinned youth number 1 and said, "Number 1, if you kill number 10, our grievances will be wiped clean. Otherwise, do not underestimate the girl number 10. She had some beauty and would be a disaster if left alive, so she must be dealt with first. Big brother, please don't. You wouldn't kill me, would you? You won't kill me." The girl number 10 was suddenly horrified, looking at the dark-skinned youth with fear, and cried out. The dark-skinned youth turned to look at the girl number 10, his eyes flickering. Ultimately, he picked up a stone from the ground and slowly approached her. In fact, the dark-skinned youth also harbored some resentment towards the girl number 10, believing she was the reason for his downfall, as he had yet to break through the 4th level of blood transference. Furthermore, he knew the true strength of Xiao Xing. Even if he was reluctant to part with the girl number 10, he had no choice but to painfully kill her. Ow! The sound of the stone hitting the head echoed in the cave along with the girl number 10's chilling scream. Moments later, the scream ceased. The girl number 10 was ultimately killed by the dark-skinned youth through sheer force. The gazes of number 2 and the demoness number 9 occasionally shifted between the dark-skinned youth and number 8 Xiao Xing. They seriously suspected that the dark-skinned youth had long seen through Xiao Xing's hidden abilities and was thus terrified. However, what they did not know was that Xiao Xing's concealment was profound, hiding not just 2 layers of power, but as many as 4. This was why the dark-skinned youth feared Xiao Xing to such an extent. With the girl number 10 dealt with, the cave became significantly quieter. Boom. At this moment, the heavy stone door of the cave was pushed open. Huang Jiaodo entered with 4 men dressed in black. Huang Jiaodo looked at the fallen number 3 and number 10 youths, nodding with satisfaction, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he asked, "Not bad, who killed number 3? Number 9. Xiao Xing pointed at the demoness number 9. Huang Jiaodo was surprised, turning to look at the demoness with admiration. Truly a natural-born killer. As he spoke, he pulled out a vial from his bosom and tossed it directly to the demoness. The demoness caught the jade vial and cupped her hands, saying, "Thank you, Huang Jiaodo." At the same time, she looked at number 8, Xiao Xing, in confusion, wondering why he would give her such a monumental credit. Huang Jiaodo looked at the corpse of the girl number 10 and asked again, "Who killed number 10? "I did," replied the dark-skinned youth, cupping his hands. Huang Jiaodo gazed at number 1, his lips curling into a rare smile of praise as he nodded, saying, "Not bad. Managing to come out of the tender embrace is quite commendable. You are rewarded half a pound of spirit rhinoceros meat." "Thank you, Huang Jiaodo." The dark-skinned youth hurriedly cupped his hands and received the half-pound of spirit rhinoceros meat from the black-clothed men. After Huang Jiaodo ordered the food to be set down, he led the 4 black-clothed men away. Watching Huang Jiaodo's retreating figure, Xiao Xing frowned deeply. He always felt that the way Huang Jiaodo looked at them was akin to a hunter viewing his prey. Could it be that Huang Jiaodo was training them to consider them as prey? This might be related to the second trial. Huang Jiaodo had previously revealed to them that only by overcoming 3 trials could one become a true killer in the first house of the world. This first trial was so brutal, forcing them to kill each other. Who knows how perilous the second and third trials would be. This was also why Xiao Xing, despite being able to crush everyone present, had been hiding his true abilities. He could not ascertain what the assessment of the second trial would entail. The only thing he could rely on was his own strength. Number 8, this breaking barrier pill is yours, take it back. The demoness number 9 threw the jade vial towards Xiao Xing. Xiao Xing caught the jade vial, then tossed it back, smiling, "If I give it to you, then catch it." Since the demoness valued loyalty, he would let her owe him more favors. In this way, she might become a powerful ally for him. The dark-skinned youth, seeing number 8 and number 9 tossing the breaking barrier pill back and forth politely, felt envy in his heart. "If you don't want to, just give it to me." Number 8, if you encounter a bottleneck, what will you do? The demoness number 9 furrowed her brows and asked. Xiao Xing chuckled, saying, "I am a genius. I want bottlenecks." With that, Xiao Xing stepped forward to grab 2 portions of food and began to eat on his own. Regarding Xiao Xing being a genius, the dark-skinned youth deeply agreed. He had never seen anyone cultivate so quickly. While they were still struggling at the 3rd and 4th level, Xiao Xing had already reached the 7th level. The gap was truly as different as clouds and mud, completely incomparable. In the following days, the 4 of them focused on their cultivation and no more disputes arose. With the absence of conflict, Xiao Xing could finally cultivate in peace. Given a stable environment and his current martial artist physique, Xiao Xing could even continuously practice blood transference up to 8 times without the slightest pause. One day, Xiao Xing finally perfected his blood transference. Blood transference level 10th layer, 109th rank perfect, 100 entry achieved twice the result. With half the effort, a smile crept across Xiao Xing's lips as he turned to the heavy stone door. Now that his blood transference had finally reached perfection, having no further cultivation to do, it was time to go out. Meanwhile, the dark-skinned youth number 2 and the demoness number 9 had all reached the 7th level of blood transference. They counted the days, and it would soon be 2 months since they had arrived in the cave. At this time, Xiao Xing still appeared to be at the 5th level of blood transference. Seeing that the time was up, Xiao Xing showed no signs of breakthrough, which made number 9 feel a bit anxious. She looked at Xiao Xing and anxiously said, "Number 8, why did you have to make me take that breaking barrier pill? You're still at the 5th level, and tomorrow marks 2 months. What should we do?" The dark-skinned youth rolled his eyes in frustration. Long before they had reached the 3rd level of blood transference, Xiao Xing was already at the 7th level. Now, after such a long time, they had all reached the 7th level. Xiao Xing must have already cultivated to the 9th, or even the 10th level. It was just that he was too good at concealing it, so they had never discovered it. Xiao Xing smiled at the demoness number 9 and said cheerfully, "Number 9, let me show you a 2-level leap." As he spoke, a booming sound of blood and chi erupted from within Xiao Xing's body. Blood transfer technique 7th layer. The 9th witch's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at the 8th Xiao Xing and exclaimed, You broke through to the 7th layer long ago, didn't you? You really hide deeply." The 8th's performance skills were still so profound, the dark-skinned boy of the first murmured internally. The second looked somewhat dumbfounded. Xiao Xing wore a faint smile and said, "It's been 2 months, it's time for us to go out." The other three nodded. The four held their breath as they walked toward the enormous stone door. Among them, Xiao Xing's abilities needed no further mention. The second's talent was the strongest after Xiao Xing. The first's talent was also not weak. After reaching the third layer of conflict, he soared upward, reaching the 7th layer of blood transfer technique. The ninth soon caught up. Xiao Xing took a deep breath and stepped forward to the colossal stone door, pressing his large hand against it and exerting force. Rumble. The stone door was slowly pushed open by him, and a long-lost ray of sunlight shone in. Xiao Xing continued to exert strength until the stone door was fully opened. "Brothers will wait for you outside." Xiao Xing stepped out. Soon after, the stone door was closed again by the man in black. Xiao Xing walked forward and soon saw Huang the coach and 4 men in black waiting for him not far away. At this moment, Xiao Xing realized he was in the midst of a vast mountain range, lush and green with clouds and mist lingering, stretching endlessly. "8th, congratulations on your rebirth." Huang looked at Xiao Xing and smiled. Xiao Xing felt that Huang's smile was somewhat eerie, sending chills down his spine. But at this moment, he could only stiffen his resolve and clasp his hands, saying, "Thank you, Coach Huang." Rumble. Moments later, the stone door was pushed open again, and the dark-skinned boy of the first walked out. "First, congratulations on your rebirth." Huang looked at the dark-skinned boy of the first and grinned. "Thank you, Coach Huang." The first hurriedly clasped his hands. Following that, the second, the chubby one, and the ninth, which also pushed open the stone door and walked out. Tisk, not bad for came out this time. Huang nodded in amazement. The four of Xiao Xing surveyed their surroundings. "Follow me." Huang moved forward. The four followed closely behind. They passed through a winding path in the mountains and arrived at a spacious square. At this moment, other coaches were also leading boys over. Of course, some coaches brought no one, indicating that none of the 10 boys and girls they taught emerged from the cave. "Oh, old Huang, not bad, you have 4 talents under you this year." One of the coaches looked at Huang and grinned. Not bad." Huang smiled. But Xiao Xing's pupils contracted sharply, and he thought, talents. What does that mean? At this moment, he was filled with anxiety. Soon the 4 followed Huang into a room. Huang looked at the 4 and said, "You have 15 minutes to freshen up." "Yes, Coach Huang." The 4 clasped their hands and turned to tidy up. After a while, the 4 returned. The previously disheveled 4 had regained their youthful appearances, radiating vitality. Huang waved his hand. The men in black behind him stepped forward, handing each of them a booklet and a long sword. Xiao Xing glanced at the booklet and saw the words "Spirit Snake Sword Manual" on the cover. He secretly pondered that they were likely to be taught external training methods. Martial arts are divided into internal and external training methods. Internal training methods cultivate the body and lay the foundation. External training methods focus on martial techniques, and naturally martial techniques are diverse, including offensive, defensive, and light body techniques, among others. The booklet in their hands, the Spirit Snake Sword Manual, should be a martial arts technique. Whoosh. Huang drew the long sword in his hand, looking at the 4 youths with a smile, and said, "I will demonstrate the Spirit Snake Sword technique once. The rest is for you to comprehend on your own." Saying this, Huang began to demonstrate the technique. Spirit Snake emerges. Spirit Snake unfurls its tongue. Spirit Snake climbs the tree. Each move was deliberately slowed down by Huang, allowing Xiao Xing and the others to see clearly. After demonstrating once, Huang sheathed his sword and looked at the 4 with a smile, asking, "Do you have any questions? Feel free to ask." The dark-skinned boy of the first hesitated for a moment and asked, "Coach Huang, was that sword energy you demonstrated just now?" Huang shook his head and said, "That is not sword energy, but sword light." "Sword light." The dark-skinned boy of the first was puzzled. Huang suddenly shook the long sword in his hand, and a clear sound of the sword rang out, revealing a green sword light trembling at the tip. He looked at Xiao Xing and the others and said, "You have all entered the ranks using your own blood and chi to surge to the sword tip, that is sword light. By extension, there can be blade light, spear light, and so on. As for sword energy," Huang paused here and grinned, saying, "It is the transformation of sword light after mastering the sword technique, which is incomparable in destructive power and distance to sword light." The 4 felt enlightened. Huang looked at Xiao Xing and the others and continued to ask any other questions. The 9th, which hesitated, and asked, "Coach Huang, how many levels does this sword technique have?" Huang took a deep breath and patiently explained, "Generally, external training methods are divided into 6 levels: entry, proficiency, minor achievement, mastery, major achievement, and perfection. Of course, after perfection comes the entry into the realm where sword light transforms into sword energy. Each person's sword energy is unique." Everyone nodded. Huang looked at the group smiling and said, "Anything else?" The chubby second hesitated and asked, "Coach Huang, besides us, I see there are others. How do we distinguish them?" Huang smiled and said, "This is simple. For example, we are black. You, the second, are black too, which is your code name. This represents the color. For example, white, 2, yellow 2, etc. are all code names for your second trial in the life and death jungle. In addition to color, there are also animal names, such as wolf, 2 wolf, 3 bear, 2 bear, 3 etc. Huang added. The four shook their heads. Huang waved his hand. 4 men in black stepped forward and handed them a folded paper. Xiao Xing and the others looked puzzled and unfolded the paper, revealing a detailed map. Huang looked at the 4 and smiled, saying, "This is the map of Yunming Mountain. Next we will enter the second trial, the life and death jungle, to hunt one person and obtain an iron token. Of course, if you have the ability to hunt down my disciples." As he spoke, Huang pointed to the 4 men in black behind him and continued, "You will receive a bronze medal. Moreover, if you can hunt down a coach like me, you will receive a silver medal. Naturally, if you can hunt down a head coach who is even stronger than us, you will receive a gold medal. Each medal has an exchange rate of 10 to 1, which is your only means of obtaining resources in the jungle." The 4 felt a chill run down their spines. What does this mean? Is Coach Huang going to hunt them? It's worth noting that all their skills were taught by Coach Huang, so the thought of him hunting them sent shivers down their spines. Alright, the hunting period begins. According to the rules, you will have 3 days to run. Huang smiled at the 4. The 4 of Xiao Xing stood frozen in place. Huang looked at them grinning and said, "In 3 days you'd better not waste your time." Xiao Xing was the first to snap back to reality and hurriedly ran into the jungle. The other 3 quickly regained their senses and ran into the jungle as well. With a swift motion, the 9th witch drew her longsword and beheaded a black venomous snake that hung from a tree. She sheathed her sword and, pulling the snake's body towards her, began to devour it raw. The 1st and 2nd were watching with their eyelids twitching. Xiao Xing also secretly grinned. The 9th, which was as fierce as ever. The dark-skinned youth known as the 1st couldn't help but exclaim, "9th, can't you cook it before eating? Eating it raw? Ugh." He began to gag uncontrollably. The 9th witch tore off a piece of snake meat, chewing it vigorously, and scoffed, "Humph, you fool, cooking it would require fire, which would expose our location and attract others." The 1st opened his mouth in frustration and said, "In this godforsaken place, I damn well." Within the Yunming Mountain, they not only had to evade the pursuit of teaching assistants instructors and the head instructor, but also had to be wary of the poisonous insects and fierce beasts lurking in the mountains. Some even said that there were monstrous creatures in these mountains. Just thinking about it sent chills down their spines. They had already been in the Yunming Mountain for 3 days. Alright, stop complaining. Instead of wasting time, practice more, run through the spirit snake sword technique and strengthen yourselves. The 9th, which a natural-born powerhouse, quickly adapted to the environment. After finishing the snake meat, she tossed it aside, drew her long sword with a whoosh, and began practicing the spirit snake sword technique. However, her eyes frequently glanced at the 8th Xiao Xing as she felt something was off about him. Over the past few days, Xiao Xing had often been lost in thought. Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Xing was not daydreaming, he was brainstorming. Ever since Huang, the instructor, demonstrated the spirit snake sword technique, he had been astonished to discover that he could engage in brainstorming to enhance his strength. Of course, this brainstorming seemed to be suitable only for external cultivation techniques. At that moment, a small figure in his mind, wielding a long sword, was frantically practicing the spirit snake sword technique. Spirit snake spitting venom. The small figure in Xiao Xing's mind completed a round of the spirit snake sword technique. The interface before him changed once more. Spirit snake sword technique realm beginner, 80, effect half the effort for double the result. During these days, whenever Xiao Xing had time, he would engage in brainstorming, frantically practicing the spirit snake sword technique. Now his swordsmanship had already reached the beginner level and was nearing proficiency. Of course, this was also due to the frantic fleeing over the past 3 days, which often interrupted his brainstorming, but even so his progress was remarkably rapid. It is worth noting that at this moment, the 1st, 2nd, and 9th spirit snake sword technique had not yet reached the beginner level. Practice, practice, practice. I've been on edge these days, unable to sleep, and am about to break down. The dark-skinned youth couldn't help but curse. How could he not break down? Just thinking about the pursuers being teaching assistants instructors, and the head instructor made them feel they couldn't let their guard down for a second. The teaching assistant was an outstanding graduate from the last cohort. Although their strength might not match the instructors, they were definitely much stronger than the 4 of them. Clang! At that moment, a sudden sound of a sword ringing echoed, and a figure burst forth from the jungle, thrusting a sword fiercely towards the 1st, who was still cursing. "First, be careful." The 9th witch spotted the newcomer and quickly drew her sword to strike. Clang! Although her sword missed the assailant's sword, the assailant threw a punch at the 1st. The dark-skinned youth was startled and hurriedly crossed his arms in front of his chest to defend. Boom! With just one punch, the assailant sent the 1st staggering back several steps. Wow! The 1st steadied himself, his face flushed, and he felt a sweetness in his throat as he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Xiao Xing and the 2nd, the chubby one, were also taken aback, quickly raising their swords to look at the newcomer. They saw that the newcomer was dressed in white with a large 8 emblazoned on his chest, indicating that this person's code name was White 8. White 8 looked at the four of them, his arms suddenly shaking, enveloping him in a layer of blood aura. Blood manipulation, 9th layer, late stage of 9th grade hiss. Seeing the newcomer's strength, the chubby second couldn't help but have his pupils constrict and exclaimed in a trembling voice. The realms for internal and external cultivation techniques are somewhat different. Internal cultivation is divided into 9 grades, with the 9th grade being the lowest and the 1st grade the highest. Furthermore, each grade is also subdivided into early, middle, late, and perfected stages. The 7th layer of blood manipulation is considered the 9th grade early stage realm. Each subsequent layer corresponds to a small realm. For example, the 8th layer of blood manipulation corresponds to the 9th grade middle stage realm. And this youth, known as White 8, had remarkably reached the 9th layer of blood manipulation, which is the late stage of the 9th grade. The 9th witch's expression changed dramatically as she warily gazed at the youth known as White 8. The first's face also slightly altered, but he frequently cast glances at the 8th Xiao Xing. White 8 retracted the blood aura surrounding him and coldly looked at the four, saying in a deep voice, "Since you know my realm, hand over the iron plates you have on you, and I might be merciful enough to spare your lives." The chubby second swallowed hard, turned to look at the 9th and others, and anxiously said, "What should we do? Should we hand over the iron plates?" Blood manipulation becomes increasingly challenging at higher layers, with each realm showing a vast difference like an insurmountable chasm. Currently, they all publicly were at the 7th layer of blood manipulation, which is the early stage of the 9th grade, and they still had a considerable gap compared to White 8. It could be said that even if the four of them joined forces, they might not be able to defeat White 8. Hand over what? 8th, kill him. The dark-skinned youth wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and turned to look at the 8th Xiao Xing. In his view, Xiao Xing had already reached the 7th layer of blood manipulation when they were still at the 3rd layer, and now Xiao Xing was at least at the 9th layer, or even possibly at the 10th layer's perfected stage. This White 8 was merely courting death by acting pompously in front of Xiao Xing. The 9th, which was slightly taken aback, her expression filled with doubt as she did not understand what the dark-skinned youth meant. The second was also somewhat bewildered. But just then the 8th Xiao Xing sprang into action. Xiao Xing suddenly pushed off the ground with his right foot, the earth beneath him exploding with a bang. His figure shot forth like a cannonball, lunging straight at White 8's sword, poised for a strike. As he thrust his sword, he unleashed a move known as the spirit snake, emerging from its den. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Sword energy surged from the tip of his sword, targeting White 8. 9th layer of blood manipulation. The beginner level of the spirit snake sword technique. White 8's pupils constricted in shock as he hurriedly raised his long sword to defend. Clang, clang, clang. The sword energy struck against his sword, producing a clear metallic ringing sound. He was forced to stagger back. By the time he regained his composure, Xiao Xing had already darted past him, a flash of silver and a sudden burst of bloodlight. A thin red line appeared on the neck of the white-haired youth, rapidly expanding, with blood gushing uncontrollably out. The white-haired youth hurriedly reached out to cover it, but blood flowed through his fingers. He seemed to want to say something, but could only emit a raspy sound from his throat. His eyes were bloodshot, fixed intently on Xiao Xing, filled with unwillingness, disbelief, and shock. With these emotions, he ultimately fell straight down. Xiao Xing began to search the youth's body, and after a moment retrieved 3 black iron tokens and a sword manual named Poison Dragon Sword Technique. This guy has already killed 2 students relying on his 9th level of blood manipulation. Xiao Xing grinned, secretly tucking the 3 tokens into his clothes. Then he looked at the Poison Dragon Sword Technique manual, his mind deep in thought. It seemed that each instructor taught different sword techniques. However, one thing was the same: all the sword manuals taught by these instructors were swift and agile techniques. After all, they were training assassins. The essence of an assassin lies in hiding and waiting for the right moment, striking decisively. Following this, Xiao Xing also strapped the white-haired youth's long sword to his back. He carried one sword on his back and held another in his hand with 2 layers of intention. The first was to intimidate others, making them hesitant to attack him easily. After all, holding 2 swords meant that Xiao Xing had already killed a student to obtain his long sword. The second was to be prepared for contingencies. In a confrontation, the blade of the long sword could become bent or chipped, or he might lose it. With 2 swords at his side, he would not find himself in an awkward situation of having no weapon to use. Having secured the sword, Xiao Xing slowly rose and glanced at the corpse of the white-haired youth on the ground, feeling a wave of relief in his heart. Previously, he had been hiding and concealing his strength in the cave, fearing that problems would arise in the second trial, such as encountering a master at the 9th level of blood manipulation like the white-haired youth. Fortunately, he held steady and did not come out early. Otherwise, if he faced a master at the 8th or 9th level of blood manipulation reaching the peak of the 10th level, he would likely have been unable to cope. At this moment, Xiao Xing felt that all the time spent hiding had been worth it. After a moment of reflection, he turned around only to find that Erhao Hao and Jiu Hao were all staring at him with wide eyes, as if looking at a monster. Erhao the chubby one had his mouth agape large enough to fit his pudgy fist, staring at Xiao Xing with a ghostly expression. Jiu Hao the enchantress also looked at Xiao Xing in disbelief, her face reflecting a similar ghostly expression. He had thought that Xiao Xing had concealed a certain level of cultivation, but never expected that Xiao Xing's blood manipulation had also reached the 9th level. This guy was truly hiding too deeply. I knew it. Erhao the dark-skinned youth exclaimed excitedly as he looked at Xiao Xing. Cough, cough, cough. Excited to the point of aggravating his injuries, he couldn't help but cough violently. Erhao and Jiu Hao simultaneously turned their gaze to Erhao. Jiu Hao the enchantress furrowed her brows and asked, How did you already know that Ba Hao was hiding his strength? At this moment, Jiu Hao suddenly understood why Erhao had such a ghostly expression upon seeing Ba Hao back, then not daring to confront him. It seems that Erhao should have accidentally discovered Ba Hao's hidden strength, which scared him so much that he dared not confront Ba Hao at all. Everything matched with Erhao's unusual behavior in the cave back then. At the same time, Jiu Hao felt a sense of relief in her heart. Fortunately, she hadn't acted against Ba Hao back then, otherwise she would have had no idea how she met her end. At this moment, she realized how terrifying Ba Hao's talent was. In the face of talent, effort seemed utterly worthless. Just now, the sword technique Xiao Xing employed, releasing 5 sword rays, clearly indicated that he had already grasped the basics of the spirit snake sword technique. Over the past 3 days, they had been rushing without any time to practice swordsmanship. How had Xiao Xing managed to master the spirit snake sword technique? She simply couldn't comprehend. Ba Hao Xiao Xing's talent seemed to far exceed her imagination. Freak! Jiu Hao muttered with a resentful expression as she looked at Ba Hao Xiao Xing. Jiu Hao, why are you cursing? Xiao Xing rolled his eyes. Jiu Hao also rolled her eyes, her gaze toward Xiao Xing, now carrying a hint of reverence. Xiao Xing looked at the 3 of them and said, perhaps we should cooperate and divide our tasks. Ba Hao, you decide. Well, I'll follow your lead. Erhao the dark-skinned youth was now Xiao Xing's little fan, completely awed by Xiao Xing's talent. Yes, we'll all follow you. Erhao the chubby one was indecisive and timid, but he understood that only by following the strong could he survive. Jiu Hao too was impressed by Xiao Xing's terrifying talent, nodding as she said, Ba Hao, you take charge. Xiao Xing looked at the 3 and said, this place is not suitable for lingering. Oh, let's discuss while we move. With that, Xiao Xing drew his sword and walked forward. The 3 hurriedly followed. As they walked, Xiao Xing said, we need to find a relatively safe place to settle down first. Then we can pair up 2 for cultivation and 2 for vigilance. How does that sound? Good. The 3 nodded in agreement. The situation was dire, with threats from their fellow students as well as from teaching assistants, instructors, and a head instructor. There were even threats from venomous insects, fierce beasts, and monsters in the mountains. It could be said that danger lurked everywhere. They could only cooperate and improve their cultivation to survive in this harsh environment. At this moment, the words talent from the instructor echoed in Xiao Xing's mind. What is talent? It clearly meant they were being treated as mere materials. If captured by the instructors, they might be subjected to living alchemy, flaying, and suffer a fate worse than death. Ba Hao, is there a safe place in this mountain? Erhao the chubby one couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Erhao the dark-skinned youth and Jiu Hao the enchantress both twitched their faces. Ba Hao Xiao Xing also opened his mouth, finally helplessly saying, let's look for one. Among the 4, Xiao Xing had the strongest strength, leading the way in front. Erhao the dark-skinned youth and Erhao the chubby one were responsible for the sides. Jiu Hao the enchantress took the rear. The 4 maintained formation, weaving through the dense jungle, not daring to pause for even a moment. Just as they were leaving, a figure emerged from the forest. The person saw the corpse of the white-haired youth on the ground, their pupils constricting in shock as they exclaimed, Ba Hao. Who killed Ba Hao? What a pity for such fine talent. The person shook their head and looked deeper into the forest. Dressed in black stealth attire, this person was unmistakably a teaching assistant. Yunming Mountain covers a vast area. A great river meanders through the entire Yunming Mountain, its destination unknown. Along one stretch of the river lies a broad expanse. The ground is covered with lush grass, and many elk are grazing with their heads down. Ha! I have finally grasped the spirit snake sword technique. I have finally grasped it. The second chubby boy exclaimed with delight. The other 3 turned to look at the second chubby boy. Xiao Xing wore a blank expression. The dark-skinned boy in the 9th, which showed some envy. Although the second chubby boy is timid and avoids trouble, his talent is indeed undeniable, even stronger than the dark-skinned boy. This time, apart from the 8th, Xiao Xing, the second chubby boy's spirit snake sword technique has again reached the initial mastery stage first. A few days ago, Xiao Xing and the others arrived at this relatively safe area and settled down. This place has a wide field of vision and many animals. These animals have very keen eyesight and hearing. Once there is any movement, they will be the first to notice. Thus, if Xiao Xing and the others see the animals reacting, they can escape in advance or take appropriate actions. Now it was time for the second chubby boy and Xiao Xing to practice. The dark-skinned boy and the ninth, which were responsible for keeping watch. Eighth, how far have you progressed with the spirit snake sword technique? The dark-skinned boy could not help but ask. Spirit snake sword technique. Level proficient, 85. Entry, half the effort for double the result. Poison dragon sword technique. Level proficient, 76. Entry, step by step. Looking at the panel, Xiao Xing could only smile without speaking. The other three were speechless. In my opinion, the eighth must be close to mastering the spirit snake sword technique, the dark-skinned boy guessed. Not so fast, right? I haven't seen the eighth practice swordsmanship these days. The ninth, which sighed. Ninth, you know nothing of the eighth's talent. The dark-skinned boy retorted. I think the eighth must be close to mastering the sword technique. The second chubby boy also rarely spoke up. However, they could never have imagined that Xiao Xing's spirit snake sword technique had already reached the proficient level with a terrifying progress of 85% soon to enter the minor achievement stage. Of course, they were even less aware that Xiao Xing had also been practicing the poison dragon sword technique, which had also reached the proficient level and was close to minor achievement. Compared to them who had just begun, even the first and ninth had not yet started. Xiao Xing's speed of cultivation was absolutely terrifying. While others could only keep watch, Xiao Xing was different. Even while on guard, he could engage in brainstorming to enhance his progress. Naturally, Xiao Xing's decision to practice two sword techniques simultaneously was made with careful consideration. If he practiced only one technique, his progress might have been faster, perhaps even reaching minor achievement or proficiency by now. But he thought that if he encountered an opponent who also practiced the spirit snake sword technique, that opponent would be very familiar with it. In that case, Xiao Xing would be very passive. Having an additional sword technique at his disposal, switching between the two techniques and employing different attack methods would make it much harder for the opponent to defend. It was now Xiao Xing and the second chubby boy's turn to keep watch, and the two stood up and walked outside. The ninth, which looked at the others and said, "Those white birch trees, don't go near them. Be careful not to trigger any mechanisms." While on guard, the ninth, which had also been busy setting up many traps around. Xiao Xing asked in surprise, "Ninth, how do you know about mechanisms?" The ninth, which gazed into the distance, seemingly lost in memories, and said, "My father was a hunter. I learned these mechanisms from him. I wonder how my parents are doing." Xiao Xing grinned and walked outside. The second chubby boy was afraid of triggering the traps, so he kept his distance from the white birch trees. Soon the dark-skinned boy and the ninth, which began to practice. Xiao Xing looked at the second chubby boy and said, "Second, keep your wits about you." After saying that, he leaned against a large tree and closed his eyes to rest. Brainstorming indeed allowed Xiao Xing to make rapid progress in his external cultivation, but once he finished practicing, he felt dizzy and incredibly sleepy. Unlike physical exhaustion, which can be replenished with food, brainstorming consumes mental energy, requiring sleep to recover. Even with his 2 lifetimes, Xiao Xing's mental energy far exceeded that of ordinary people, but his brainstorming could only allow him to practice the spirit snake sword technique or the poison dragon sword technique a maximum of 5 times continuously. Of course, to be on the safe side, Xiao Xing generally only practiced the spirit snake sword technique 4 times. Yet even so, his progress in swordsmanship was far beyond what others could compare to. By evening, Xiao Xing was awakened by 2 excited shouts. "I've mastered my sword technique too," the dark-skinned boy exclaimed with joy. The ninth, which also exclaimed happily, "I've mastered it too." Among them, the second chubby boy probably had the highest talent, followed by the first, with the ninth being the least proficient. However, the ninth was not far behind the first. "Congratulations, congratulations." Xiao Xing congratulated the two. "Congratulations." The second chubby boy also came over to congratulate. "All right, let's prepare food and keep watch while you practice," the dark-skinned boy said as he walked outside. Xiao Xing and the second chubby boy went into the forest to begin their practice. Xiao Xing hesitated for a moment, then leaped up onto a large tree, climbing a few more times before leaning against the trunk to begin his brainstorming exercise. "What is the eighth doing? How can you practice up in a tree?" The second chubby boy looked utterly confused. Of course, the dark-skinned boy and the ninth, which were equally perplexed. In recent days, Xiao Xing seemed to have become extremely drowsy, closing his eyes to rest whenever he had a moment. The ninth, which was on guard while the dark-skinned boy went out to catch 2 wild rabbits. Then the dark-skinned boy skinned them, threaded them, and began roasting them over the fire. Normally, roasting meat would produce smoke, exposing their position. But Xiao Xing could no longer endure such a raw and bloody existence, so he taught them a smoking-free roasting method. This was a special technique Xiao Xing had learned during his time in the army in his previous life. After eating the roasted rabbit meat, Xiao Xing resumed climbing the tree to continue his brainstorming. Spirit snake sword technique. Level minor achievement 1. Entry, half the effort for triple the result. Poison dragon sword technique. Level minor achievement 1. Entry, half the effort for triple the result. Finally, both sword techniques reached the minor achievement stage, and Xiao Xing breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced at the first, second, and ninth, a hint of sympathy in his eyes. The three were also practicing their swordsmanship frantically whenever they had the chance. But after practicing, they had merely grasped the spirit snake sword technique. People cannot be compared to each other. Xiao Xing smiled, feeling intoxicated by this overwhelming sense of superiority. Whoosh! Chirp chirp! At that moment, Xiao Xing saw many birds taking flight from the nearby woods. The elk, wild rabbits, and other animals in the forest also let out cries of alarm, scattering in all directions. Someone's coming, let's go. Xiao Xing hurriedly stood up from the trunk, peering into the distance with an extremely grim expression. Upon hearing someone approaching, the chubby man number 2 almost instantly turned and fled. Xiao Xing, the boy in black number 1, and the witch number 9 also turned and ran without hesitation. Although Xiao Xing believed he was possibly invincible among his peers. Of course, this was merely his speculation, and he felt uncertain. After all, the U produced many talented individuals, and who knew if there were any prodigies, eccentrics, or geniuses capable of matching his cultivation progress. The main concern for Xiao Xing was that he was unsure who the newcomer was. If it were a fellow student, he would still have the confidence to crush them. But if it were a teaching assistant instructor, or even the head instructor, their situation would be quite perilous. Let alone the head instructor, even a teaching assistant would be someone who had fought their way through hundreds or thousands of students from the previous cohort. Moreover, since they had graduated, those seniors must possess considerable strength. According to Xiao Xing's estimation, these teaching assistants would be at least in the late 9th rank, possibly even perfected or 8th rank. As for sword techniques and knife skills, they would only be stronger given their longer immersion in these disciplines. Therefore, Xiao Xing would flee without hesitation. Meanwhile, in the jungle, teaching assistant Zhang, she was walking this way when he accidentally stepped on a rope. He initially thought it was some kind of mechanism, but a stone came crashing down towards the ground, striking a large tree with a thunderous sound. The tree shook violently, and countless birds flew into the sky in panic. This was actually a warning device set up by the witch number 9, intended to create a commotion to alarm animals and alert them. Interesting. Zhang's lips curled into a smile, and his eyes suddenly brightened. Although he had triggered the mechanism here which might have alerted his targets, it also indicated he was on the right path. Someone was definitely here. Junior brothers and sisters, your senior Zhang, she is coming. Zhang Shi slowly drew his sword from his waist, a confident smile on his face, and walked forward. What kind of person would become a teaching assistant? They were individuals with some strength who had been unable to break through. Just like Zhang Shi, who had been stuck at the perfected 9th rank for a long time without resources to advance. Becoming a teaching assistant was a tremendous opportunity for them. Here they could not only enjoy the thrill of hunting, but also rapidly accumulate tokens. After all, his junior brothers and sisters generally wouldn't be stronger than him, and hunting them would be an exceedingly easy task. Those tokens were useful for students and equally beneficial for teaching assistants. Da-da-da. The ground trembled as countless animals in the mountains and forests were startled, creating a cacophony as they ran in all directions. Zhang Shi, however, was unhurried, walking towards the front of the jungle. Soon he arrived at a wide area, glancing ahead, his smile widening as he exclaimed, "Junior brothers and sisters, don't run away. Your senior is coming." He continued to walk forward. Just a few steps later, he suddenly stepped on another rope. Whoosh! This time it triggered a mechanism, and several arrows sharpened from branches shot towards him. Zhang Shi frowned slightly, wielding his sword to block left and right. Clang, clang, clang. The arrows were all deflected by Zhang Shi, who frowned and said in a deep voice, "Not bad, they have some tricks." Then he continued walking forward. As he passed a birch tree, Zhang Shi misstepped and began to fall. Zhang Shi was startled and quickly spread his limbs to stabilize himself, preventing a fall. He looked down and saw that the bottom of the pit was filled with sharp wooden spikes pointing upward. Zhang Shi was drenched in cold sweat. Rumble. At that moment, he suddenly heard a sound behind him, turned his head, and saw a large rock crashing down towards the pit. Zhang Shi was alarmed and hurriedly gathered all his strength to leap upward. Rumble. The massive rock crashed into the pit, shattering the spikes and raising a cloud of dust. Zhang's expression changed several times, cold sweat pouring down his forehead as he angrily said, "Good, very good." Saying this, Zhang Shi wielded his sword and rushed forward. These traps, especially the last one, almost cost him his life, which thoroughly enraged Zhang Shi. With the strength of a perfected 9th rank erupting, and having practiced a certain lightness skill, he moved swiftly, weaving through the jungle. Soon he spotted 4 figures ahead. Junior brothers and sisters, don't run, your senior wants to have some fun with you." Zhang Shi exclaimed in delight, dragging his sword and rushing forward with a wicked laugh. Hearing the voice, the 4 turned to look back and saw the teaching assistant in black, instantly terrified. These teaching assistants were fierce individuals who had passed through 3 trials in the previous cohort. If they encountered him, it would be a situation where survival was nearly impossible. Xiao Xing's heart sank as well. Although he was quite confident in his strength, facing a fierce individual from the previous cohort who had passed 3 trials left him feeling uncertain. The 4 of them took off sprinting. Damn it. At that moment, the chubby man number 2 unleashed tremendous potential, speeding ahead much faster than Xiao Xing and the others pulling away from them. That fatso. The boy in black number 1 looked with 3 black lines appearing on his forehead, unable to refrain from cursing. Because at this moment being able to outrun teammates could mean victory. Although the speed of the chubby man was impressive, the teaching assistant Zhang, she was even faster. He had obviously learned a lightness skill, drastically increasing his speed. He quickly closed the distance. Junior brother, junior sister, you can't run away. Zhang Shi laughed maniacally, raising his sword and swinging it fiercely at the boy in black number 1 at the back. The boy in black number 1 hurriedly turned and raised his sword to block. Boom. A sword light whooshed towards him, sending the boy in black number 1 tumbling backward. Boom. Ultimately, the boy in black number 1 crashed through 3 large trees before he finally managed to stop. Wah wah. He steadied himself, spitting blood continuously. Everyone present was shocked. The strength of this teaching assistant was too overwhelming. It was evident he had perfected the blood manipulation technique to the 10th layer, reaching the perfected 9th rank. Such strength was far beyond their capabilities. However, Xiao Xing raised an eyebrow, secretly relieved, thinking, at least he's not 8th rank, which means I still have a chance to fight. Number 1. The witch number 9 gasped, gritted her teeth, wielding her sword and slashing at the teaching assistant behind her. The fierce sword light shot out, but Zhang, she dodged effortlessly. At the same time, he swiftly closed the distance to the witch number 9. The witch number 9 swung her sword at Zhang Shi. Zhang Shi also met her with a sword. Clang. As their swords clashed, a crisp metallic sound erupted, sparks flying as the witch number 9 sword was sent flying, her hand injured and bleeding. Zhang Shi reached out and grabbed the witch number 9 by the neck, lifting her up with a grin and cackled, "Tisk, still a little beauty. Once I take care of the 3 of them, I'll cherish you well." Whoosh. At that moment, a long sword shot towards Zhang Shi at an incredible speed. Zhang Shi was taken aback and hurriedly threw out the 9th witch. Boom. The 9th witch smashed into a large tree, her neck twisting as she fainted. The one who suddenly attacked with the sword was none other than the 8th Xiao Xing. Xiao Xing's sword was so swift that Zhang Shi had no choice but to focus entirely on dealing with him. Swish. Another sword attack came as Zhang Shi frowned, deeply forced to retreat several steps. He looked up in astonishment at Xiao Xing and exclaimed, "Your spirit snake sword technique has mastered the basics." What? A basic mastery of the spirit snake sword technique? The dark-skinned youth and the chubby one were dumbfounded, staring in disbelief. They had originally guessed that Xiao Xing's sword technique was only at an intermediate level, but they never expected that he had already mastered the basics, further widening the gap between them. People truly do die from envy. Come help. Xiao Xing thrust his sword towards Zhang Shi while shouting. Zhang Shi frowned deeply and also raised his sword to confront Xiao Xing. Seeing this, the dark-skinned youth hurriedly drew his sword to assist. The chubby one gritted his teeth, shouted loudly, and also drew his sword to strike at Zhang Shi. Of course, among the 3, Xiao Xing was definitely the main force. Not only had he entered the basics of the spirit snake sword technique, but his cultivation had also reached the perfection of the 9th grade. Each move was powerful enough that Zhang Shi had to defend with all his might. Clang. Xiao Xing struck with his sword, and Zhang Shi frowned, hurriedly blocking with his long sword. The 2 long swords clashed, producing an ear-splitting metallic sound, sparks flying. At the same time, the dark-skinned youth and the chubby one also thrust their swords towards Zhang Shi. "Be careful," Xiao Xing shouted. Sure enough, in the next moment, Zhang Shi sidestepped, avoiding the dark-skinned youth's sword while raising his left leg to clamp the long sword coming from the chubby one. The chubby one was terrified, struggling to pull out his long sword. But the difference in their strengths was too great. No matter how hard he tried, he could not draw out the long sword. Boom. Instead, the chubby one was struck in the chest by Zhang Zai's fist, his body flying backward like a kite, with a broken string crashing into a large rock. Poor chubby one, his neck twisted, and he also fainted. Xiao Xing hurriedly changed his sword technique to defend. Clang, clang, clang. The 2 fought fiercely, their long swords resembling 2 spirit snakes, continuously clashing and creating sparks. Coincidentally, Zhang Shi also practiced the spirit snake sword technique, which was surprisingly taught by Huang Jiaodou. However, Zhang Zai's spirit snake sword technique had already reached the mastery level, and with the aid of his light body technique, he could advance or retreat with precision, making it difficult for Xiao Xing to harm him. This made Zhang Shi even more reckless. Seizing the opportunity after kicking the dark-skinned youth over, he began to thrust his sword aggressively at Xiao Xing. He was confident that with his mastery of the spirit snake sword technique and his perfection in the 9th grade, he could completely overpower Xiao Xing. Yet the more he fought, the more alarmed he became, because he realized that he could not suppress Xiao Xing solely by virtue of their realms. "You You have already reached the perfection of the 9th grade, Xiao Xing exclaimed. Meanwhile, the dark-skinned youth was slightly stunned, also looking incredulous. Then a smile appeared on his face as he excitedly said, "Indeed, my guess was right." As he was about to help, suddenly Xiao Xing's sword technique changed. This time his sword technique was completely different from the spirit snake sword technique. This was the poison dragon sword technique. Poison dragon entwining. Xiao Xing turned his body, thrusting his long sword fiercely, the sword curving strangely, directly entangling Xiao Xing's long sword. Simultaneously, the sword's tip radiated with light, suddenly pointing towards Xiao Xing's hand. At this moment, if She did not let go, he was afraid his hand would be ruined. Reluctantly, he had to let go. But Xiao Xing's offensive did not cease. The long sword thrust again. Poison Dragon Spitting Pearl. Xiao Xing executed another move from the Poison Dragon sword technique, the sword light, swirling 20 beams of sword light, howling out. Poor Xiang, she made a misstep and was unable to evade being pierced directly by the 20 beams of sword light. Puff. In an instant, poor Xiang, she turned into a blood-soaked figure, blood gushing from his mouth. He stared wide-eyed in disbelief at Xiao Xing, exclaiming, "The Poison Dragon sword technique at the basic mastery level, you. This is impossible, you." He found it hard to believe that Xiao Xing not only had mastered the Spirit Snake sword technique, but had also reached the basics of the Poison Dragon sword technique. Xiao Xing first used the Spirit Snake sword technique to paralyze Xiang Xi, making him believe he was guaranteed victory and completely defenseless. Then Xiao Xing changed his sword technique. The Poison Dragon sword technique. Xiang Xi was not familiar with this technique. Caught off guard, poor Xiang Xi was unable to defend himself, and after Xiao Xing disarmed him, he made a misstep leading to his death by Xiao Xing's Poison Dragon Spitting Pearl. Beside him, the dark-skinned youth was stunned, his eyes nearly popping out, mouth agape, as he looked at Xiao Xing as if he were a monster. He thought he knew Xiao Xing well. He guessed Xiao Xing was at the perfection of the 9th grade, and although he was surprised by the basic mastery of the Spirit Snake sword technique, it was still within an acceptable range. But he never expected that Xiao Xing had also practiced another sword technique. His Poison Dragon sword technique had also reached the basics. This was far beyond his expectations. He couldn't fathom it. What kind of genius is this? Xiao Xing's talent was truly astonishing, leaving him momentarily dazed. Compared to Xiao Xing, they were worlds apart. At that moment, the dark-skinned youth looked at Xiao Xing with increasing fear and awe. Xiao Xing's growth rate was so rapid that he couldn't comprehend it. After slaying Xiang Xi, Xiao Xing exhaled a breath of foul air, leaning on his long sword, gasping for breath. The previous battle with Xiang Xi had drained him significantly. After resting for a moment, Xiao Xing approached Xiang Xi and began to search him. Eventually, he found a light blue booklet, a copper plate, and an iron plate from Xiang Xi. Wind Chase Steps. Xiao Xing looked at the booklet, his eyes suddenly brightening. Clearly, Xiang Xi had brought the Wind Chase Steps with him, prepared to review and practice at any moment. After all, in his view as an assistant instructor, this was entirely an unequal game of cat and mouse. He would never have thought he would trip over himself. Instead, it had benefited Xiao Xing. Moreover, that copper plate was equivalent to 10 iron plates. This time, Xiao Xing had made a significant profit. With money in hand, one naturally must spend it. Now that his blood refinement technique has reached perfection, with nothing left to cultivate, Xiao Xing must find a technique above the 8th rank to advance further. He glanced at the map and saw that there was a black market not far away. In Yunming Mountain, there are many black markets designed for students, assistant instructors, and coaches to spend their resources. Xiao Xing prepared to try his luck at the nearby black market. He discarded the bent sword in his hand and picked up the sword belonging to assistant instructor Xiang Xi. At a glance, Xiang Xi's sword was clearly of much better quality than the sword belonging to a mere student. His sword was filled with nicks and the blade was warped, but Xiang Xi's sword had not a single dent, making the two incomparable. Xiao Xing turned to the dark-skinned youth known as No.1, who was still conscious, and said, "No.1. Here." The dark-skinned youth, despite the intense pain in his chest, was thoroughly impressed by Xiao Xing's talent and hurried over, enduring the agony. "There is a black market nearby. I'm going to buy some healing medicine. You all wait for me here." "Okay." No.1 quickly nodded in agreement, looking quite respectful, which was rather comical. Xiao Xing chuckled softly and was about to leave when he suddenly glanced at Xiang Xi's clothes. After hesitating for a moment, he stepped forward, stripped off Xiang Xi's clothes, and put them on himself. They fit quite well, ha. A smile appeared on Xiao Xing's face. With the guise of an assistant instructor, other students would keep their distance from him, making him significantly safer. Moreover, the threats from other assistant instructors, coaches, and the head coach would also be greatly reduced. Assistant instructors have already passed their assessments, being the last batch of graduates, so coaches and the head coach generally wouldn't make things difficult for them. As assistant instructors possess comparable strength, they typically avoid confronting each other, as fighting amongst themselves is not profitable compared to hunting students. The unspoken rule of assistant instructors do not attack other assistant instructors is somewhat established. After putting on the clothes, Xiao Xing turned and walked in the direction of the black market following the map's instructions. While on the way with nothing else to do, Xiao Xing took out the Chasing Wind Steps technique manual and began to cultivate. Following the manual's requirements, he carefully sensed the direction of the wind around him. Gradually, he began to run with the wind moving faster and faster. As he approached the black market, it seemed he grasped the essence of the technique, leaping into the wind and sprinting forward at a wild pace. Chasing Wind Steps Realm Entry 3. Entry half the effort for double the results. The brief moment of low-altitude flight filled Xiao Xing's face with excitement. Before long, he arrived outside the black market. As Xiao Xing's figure appeared, he felt many gazes directed toward him. However, upon noticing that Xiao Xing was wearing the assistant instructor's clothes, they wisely averted their eyes. Most of those lurking outside the black market were also students, and they were there to hunt down other students who came to buy things. But even if they had 10 times their courage, they would not dare to provoke an assistant instructor. Xiao Xing swaggered into the black market dressed in assistant's clothing. The black market was bustling with many vendors. The organization had regulations prohibiting fighting within the black market, and there were even patrols which made the atmosphere much more peaceful. However, people were still coming and going in a hurry. Xiao Xing looked at the stalls on either side, and the abundance of items for sale was overwhelming, including pills, talismans, formation plates, herbs, and more. This is a world of high martial arts filled with Taoist sects, Buddhist schools, and demons. Since there are Taoist sects, it naturally follows that there are pills and talismans. Eventually, Xiao Xing stopped in front of an old man's stall. He was interested in a technique called Black Tiger Bone Refining Technique, which is merely an 8th rank technique, allowing Xiao Xing to cultivate to the 8th rank's perfection. However, with only 1 copper plate and 6 iron plates equivalent to 16 iron plates, he lacked enough to exchange for a 7th or even a 6th rank technique. Senior brother, how many iron plates for the Black Tiger Bone Refining Technique? Xiao Xing asked in a hoarse voice, his face covered. 14 iron plates. The old man replied lightly. 12 plates. Xiao Xing haggled. Fine, 12 plates it is. The old man hesitated for a moment, but agreed. Xiao Xing felt a bit speechless and sensed that he had been taken advantage of. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it, and handed over a silver note along with 2 iron plates to the old man. The old man promptly handed over the Black Tiger Bone Refining Technique to Xiao Xing. Xiao Xing put away the technique and looked at another manual called Golden Stone Muscle Changing Technique, asking senior brother, how many iron plates for this manual? Practicing techniques means internal training of breath and external training of muscles and skin. This breath's realm belongs to the middle 3 ranks, which Xiao Xing currently cannot reach. The lower 3 ranks pertain to muscles and skin, which include the 9th rank Skin Refining Realm, the 8th rank Bone Refining Realm, and the 7th rank Muscle Changing Realm. Since Golden Stone Muscle Changing Technique contains muscle changing, it indicates that it is a 7th rank technique. Xiao Xing asked about it merely as a precaution. The old man glanced at Xiao Xing and grinned, saying, this is a 7th rank technique, at least 25 iron plates. Oh, Xiao Xing exclaimed with envy and stood up to leave, pondering how to gather 25 iron plates to obtain this 7th rank technique as well. After all, with his current cultivation speed, he would likely reach perfection in the 8th rank technique soon, so it was wise to plan ahead. Next, Xiao Xing used 1 iron plate to buy 2 bottles of revitalizing pills before exiting the black market, preparing to find number 1 and the others. Of course, with Xiao Xing's strength, he could easily go solo without needing a team. The main reason he teamed up with others was to ensure that someone could alert him while he cultivated. Currently, the only individuals he trusted were number 1, number 2, and number 9, who had just emerged from a cave. Before long, Xiao Xing suddenly heard sounds of fighting and shouts ahead. After a moment's hesitation, he turned and moved toward the sounds. Soon he arrived outside a thicket, pushed aside the grass, and saw an assistant instructor slaying 2 students and taking the iron plates from their bodies. Who? Come out. At that moment, the assistant instructor suddenly turned to face Xiao Xing's direction. Xiao Xing's pupils constricted, as since he had been spotted, he could only brace himself and step forward. Oh, it's just a junior brother. You scared me. Ooh, I thought I encountered some beast. The assistant instructor rolled his eyes upon seeing Xiao Xing, clearly relieved. Junior brother. Xiao Xing glanced at the teaching assistant's attire he was wearing, feeling much more at ease. Moreover, since this person addressed Xiao Xing as junior brother instead of senior brother, it suggested a certain level of arrogance. This person's cultivation level should not be low. Xiao Xing did not wish to cause trouble, forcing a smile. As he said, senior brother, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. However, just as he turned to leave, the person called out to him. Junior brother, wait a moment. Xiao Xing halted, turning back with a wary expression. The teaching assistant walked over, smiling. Junior brother, don't be so tense. I called you because I want to collaborate with you. Collaborate? Xiao Xing was slightly taken aback. The teaching assistant grinned. Just ahead, I discovered 7 or 8 students. It's a bit challenging for me to handle them alone. If you join me to eliminate them, we can split the iron plates equally. What do you say? Can I refuse? Xiao Xing thought to himself, but still nodded, all right. Follow me, junior brother. The teaching assistant led the way. Xiao Xing followed closely behind. Soon the two stealthily approached a location parting the grass to reveal a group of 7 students gathered together feasting on a roasted wild boar. These 7 students, relying on their numbers, were completely unafraid of exposing their location. Little did they know they would pay a painful price for their arrogance. Clang. The teaching assistant struck first his long sword, aimed directly at one of the students, moving with astonishing speed. Thud. The poor student had yet to react when the teaching assistant's sword pierced through his throat. With a tilt of his neck, he was dead beyond recovery. Simultaneously, the teaching assistant swung his sword towards another student. On the other side, Xiao Xing also moved, employing the wind chase, his figure darting like lightning, sweeping past one student. A new wound appeared on the student's neck. The blood quickly gushed forth, and the unfortunate student collapsed, convulsing a few times before going still. Immediately, Xiao Xing charged towards the remaining students. Both he and the teaching assistant plunged into the group of 7 students like a tiger among sheep. In terms of swordplay and cultivation, these students were far inferior to Xiao Xing and the teaching assistant. In just a matter of moments, all 7 students lay dead on the ground. Ha! The teaching assistant began rummaging through one of the students' belongings and surprisingly found 3 iron plates. 3 plates, haha, not bad. The teaching assistant was overjoyed. Thud. Suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Looking down, he saw a long sword had pierced through him, blood trickling down the blade. With great difficulty, he turned to Xiao Xing, struggling to say, "Junior brother, you." As he spoke, he swung his sword at Xiao Xing. Yet Xiao Xing stepped back effortlessly, his figure drifting like a leaf, easily evading the strike. Wah! The teaching assistant, evidently mortally wounded from Xiao Xing's strike to the heart, could no longer survive. He collapsed on the ground, spewing blood, glaring fiercely at Xiao Xing, and gritted his teeth, asking, "Junior brother, why? We could have collaborated to hunt many students." What? Xiao Xing, however, wore a strange smile, looking at the teaching assistant and saying, "Senior, who said I was your junior brother?" "Senior? What? What did you call me?" You're a student of this generation. How is that possible? Your Ling snake sword technique has already reached minor success, and your cultivation is at the 9th grade perfection. How could this be?" The teaching assistant's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming in shock. Yet ultimately he fell to the ground in despair, entirely devoid of breath, his eyes filled with astonishment until the end. It was clear he could not comprehend how a student could possess such cultivation and swordplay. Earlier, when he and Xiao Xing had slaughtered those 7 students, he had secretly observed Xiao Xing's swordplay and cultivation. After confirming that Xiao Xing had indeed reached the 9th grade perfection and minor success in the Ling snake sword technique, he finally let down his guard. Of course, the main reason was that he had killed 7 students and found many iron plates on them, which excited him even more. In his excitement, he completely forgot about Xiao Xing, which led to his demise from a surprise attack by Xiao Xing, resulting in a pierced heart. In the end, he met a death without peace. Xiao Xing, however, could not be bothered with him. He began to clean the battlefield. To be safe, he stabbed the teaching assistant several more times, confirming that the opponent was truly dead before searching his belongings. Upon searching, Xiao Xing's eyes widened in surprise. This guy had a bronze plate and 6 iron plates on him. Now all of this belongs to me. Xiao Xing collected the bronze and iron plates, and then turned to search the bodies of the other students. From the 7 students, he managed to gather a total of 10 iron plates. Clearly, these 7 students were not harmless, having already killed 3 other students. Otherwise, where would their iron plates have come from? But all of this now belonged to Xiao Xing. This time he had made a substantial profit: 1 bronze plate and 16 iron plates, totaling 26 iron plates. Xiao Xing had indeed gained immensely. He could hardly hide his excitement. Calm down. Xiao Xing knew well that this place was not suitable for staying long. After cleaning the battlefield, he hurriedly left the area. However, he did not go to find number 1, number 2, or number 9, but instead made his way back to the black market. Now that he had money, he naturally wanted to buy that 7th grade technique back. Those lying in wait saw Xiao Xing in teaching assistant attire and did not dare to target him. Upon entering the black market, the students saw his teaching assistant's outfit and quickly lowered their heads, not daring to make eye contact. "Do you have any 6th grade techniques?" Xiao Xing wandered around the black market, but found no 6th grade techniques. Reluctantly, he had to settle for second best and approached the old man. "Oh, junior brother, why have you come back?" "The black tiger bone forging technique is real. In our organization's black market, they don't sell fakes. Anyone caught will face severe punishment." The old man thought Xiao Xing had come to cause trouble and quickly explained. Xiao Xing, however, wore a smile, placing the black tiger bone forging technique down. He then took out 13 iron plates from his pocket and placed them on the stall, pointing at the golden stone muscle changing technique, smiling, "I know this technique is real, but I want to buy this one." The saying goes, when one encounters joyous events, one's spirit is uplifted. This time Xiao Xing ventured to the black market, obtaining not only a 7th grade technique, but also a copper plate and 6 iron plates. Thus on the way back, Xiao Xing's footsteps were much lighter. At this moment, he felt that staying hidden in the cave was truly worth it. Had he not hidden away and pushed the blood transference technique to the 10th level of perfection, even if he donned the guise of an assistant instructor without corresponding strength, others would surely have their suspicions. Hiding is essential, Xiao Xing thought to himself. However, one must hide when needed, yet one must also strike when the time comes. Especially during this window period, as the new students had yet to enhance their cultivation, while his own cultivation was on par with those assistant instructors. Coupled with the guise he wore, it was easy for him to be mistaken for an instructor. This also gave Xiao Xing the potential to take on the role of the 6th man. After experiencing the sweetness of being the 6th man, once he resolved to seize this window period to act as the 6th man a few more times and accumulate some resources. Not to mention, even though he had the system's assistance and more resources, his cultivation could progress faster. In this environment, until Xiao Xing became a true assassin, he was surrounded by danger. Thus Xiao Xing had to seize this window period and gather more resources. After all, once the new student's strength grew and this window passed, it would be difficult for him to act as the 6th man to obtain resources again. Moreover, Xiao Xing had no idea how long the second round of trials would last. He needed to quickly enhance his own strength so that he could feel secure. When head instructor Huang sent them into the jungle for the second round, he did not mention when it would end. Meanwhile, after Xiao Xing left, the dark-skinned boy awakened the chubby boy and the witch. Seeing that Xiao Xing was not there, the witch's face changed dramatically, and she hurriedly asked, "Where's number 8? Where has he gone?" After experiencing life and death together, she had come to see Xiao Xing as her most steadfast partner. "Yes, where is number 8? The chubby boy also asked with a worried expression. The dark-skinned boy grinned and said, "Don't worry, number 8 is fine. Look." He pointed with his chin towards the assistant instructor Zhang. She stripped bare not far away. "This? Is that assistant instructor?" the witch exclaimed in surprise. The dark-skinned boy nodded and smiled. "Yes." "Who killed him?" the witch asked, her eyes wide with astonishment, breathing heavily. "Of course it was number 8. Who else could it be?" the dark-skinned boy said with a wry smile. "Number 8 killed the assistant instructor. How? How is that possible?" the witch exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. The chubby boy's eyes were also wide open, his expression one of shock. That was an assistant instructor. An assistant instructor was an outstanding student from the previous graduation with strength at least at the 9th grade perfection, if not at the 8th grade level. Moreover, the assistant instructor's swordsmanship was not weak, at least at the minor accomplishment level, if not at the mastery level. They found it hard to imagine how number 8 Xiao Xing had killed this assistant instructor. Looking at the shocked expressions of the witch and the chubby boy, the dark-skinned boy displayed a satisfied expression. He remembered how number 8 Xiao Xing had displayed such strength during their battle with the assistant instructor, leaving him equally astonished. "What level is number 8 at now?" the witch hurriedly asked. The chubby boy perked up his ears, his round eyes fixed on the dark-skinned boy, holding his breath as he awaited the boy's reply. The dark-skinned boy grinned and said, "Number 8 has already reached the 9th grade perfection, which is the 10th level of the blood transference technique, and his swordsmanship has also reached the minor accomplishment stage." Gasp! The chubby boy and the witch couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath, their eyes wide open in disbelief. 10th level of perfection, minor accomplishment in swordsmanship. Is number 8 even human? What kind of monstrous talent is this? The witch was left dumbfounded, her tongue stumbling over her words. Damn, number 8 is just too ferocious. The chubby boy couldn't help but curse. At this moment, the dark-skinned boy was still conflicted about whether to tell them that number 8 Xiao Xing had mastered 2 styles of swordsmanship, the spirit snake sword technique and the poison dragon sword technique, both at the minor accomplishment stage rather than just one style. Forget it, it's better not to tell them, lest they faint from shock. The dark-skinned boy thought to himself. It seems that number 8 had already pushed the blood transference technique to the 10th level while in the cave. He truly knows how to bide his time. The witch felt a wave of relief. She was very grateful that she had not clashed with number 8 in the cave, otherwise had she angered him, she feared she wouldn't even know how she had died. Number 8's talent had far surpassed their imagination. The chubby boy secretly grinned. Previously, when they were in the cave, he had thought for a time that he was the most talented one. But now it seemed that compared to number 8 Xiao Xing, his talent was like a small witch compared to a great witch, not even in the same league. A complete joke. The dark-skinned boy stood up, moved the body of the assistant instructor Zhang, and tossed it directly into the river. He turned to the chubby boy and the witch and said, "Number 2, number 9, number 8 wants us to wait for him here." "Okay." The two nodded. They were now completely obedient to Xiao Xing's words. This depended on Xiao Xing's absolute strength. After a while, suddenly a rustling sound came from the nearby bushes. The three felt a surge of joy thinking that Xiao Xing had returned. Number 8, you're back. The witch looked joyfully towards the bushes. However, the next moment, two men dressed in assistant instructor attire slowly emerged, freezing the smiles on their faces. The three felt a wave of terror. They were already injured, and now encountering two assistant instructors was like adding insult to injury, a roof that leaks during the night. Gee, brother, there are only 3 elementary students, that's a bit too few. One of the slightly shorter assistant instructors let out a strange laugh, his eyes filled with amusement. 3 is still okay, even mosquitoes are still meat. The taller assistant instructor nodded with a smile. The two slowly walked towards number 1, number 2, and number 9, revealing a hunter-like grin. Stop! As the 1st, 2nd, and 9th were about to be slain by the 2 assistant instructors, a loud voice rang out. Everyone turned towards the sound and saw a person dressed in assistant instructor's attire stepping forward with a sword in hand. It was none other than the returning 8th Xiao Xing. Upon seeing the 8th Xiao Xing, the 1st, 2nd, and 9th felt an overwhelming joy in their hearts. Originally, they were trapped by 2 instructors whose power far exceeded theirs, and they faced certain death, but the sight of Xiao Xing ignited a desire to survive within them. They were about to acknowledge Xiao Xing, but at that moment they saw him shake his head slightly. Understanding his gesture, they fell silent. Seeing an assistant instructor, the two were relieved. Junior brother, what do you mean by this? These 3 prey were discovered by us first. Are you trying to rob us of them? The tall assistant instructor, taking advantage of their numbers, spoke arrogantly, referring to Xiao Xing as junior brother. Seeing how the 2 instructors addressed Xiao Xing as junior brother left the 1st, 2nd, and 9th somewhat bewildered. It wasn't until they noticed the assistant instructor's attire on Xiao Xing that they finally understood. The 2 instructors mistakenly regarded Xiao Xing as one of their own. Xiao Xing looked at them but showed no intent to draw his sword. Instead, he pulled out 3 iron tokens from his pocket and tossed them towards the instructors. The 2 instructors were momentarily taken aback by the tokens, confused about what Xiao Xing meant by this. Xiao Xing looked at the 2 instructors and said, brothers, hey, race the situation. These 3 are my junior siblings. It hasn't been easy for them getting here, so I ask you to show mercy and let them go this time. These 3 iron tokens are essentially their lives' worth. What do you think, brothers? The 2 instructors were slightly taken aback, coming to understand. No matter how fierce the head instructors and assistants were, they were still human, and being human means having feelings. Some head instructors and assistants saw their junior siblings who had grown alongside them for 2 months and recognized their past selves in them, leading to a better rapport with these juniors. If they encountered danger, these instructors were often more willing to lend a hand. In their view, Xiao Xing was one of those types of instructors. Seeing the misunderstanding resolved, the tall instructor pocketed the 3 tokens and smiled. Of course, we have to give our junior brothers some face. All right, we will let these 3 little ones go. Their goal in hunting students was for the tokens, and now that Xiao Xing had given them the tokens, their objective was achieved. If they insisted on hunting these 3 students, they might offend Xiao Xing, the assistant instructor. They had no need to make enemies, which is why they readily agreed to Xiao Xing's terms. Thank you, brothers. Xiao Xing clasped his hands in salute to the 2. The 1st, 2nd, and 9th let out a sigh of relief, not expecting that Xiao Xing would not engage in a fight with the 2 instructors, thus cleverly resolving the crisis. Not only did Xiao Xing possess exceptional talent, but his wisdom was also not to be underestimated. Moreover, his willingness to sacrifice 3 iron tokens to save their lives deeply moved the 3. Especially the emotionally driven 9th, the demoness, who felt that Xiao Xing had saved her life, once again pondering how to repay him. All right, junior brother, let's form a team together, shall we? Seeing Xiao Xing's loyalty and generosity, the tall assistant instructor extended an invitation. Sure, Xiao Xing nodded and readily agreed. However, after a moment's hesitation, he looked at the 2 instructors and said, brothers, wait a moment. As he spoke, he approached the 1st, 2nd, and 9th. When he reached them, he crouched down and placed a bottle of rejuvenation pills into the hands of the 9th, the demoness, smiling, as he said, listen, while you free, the path ahead still relies on you to walk it yourselves. I can protect you this once, but I cannot do so multiple times. Thank you. Senior brother, we will remember. The 3 hurriedly nodded in acknowledgement. However, calling him senior brother felt quite awkward. Clearly, they were all from the same cohort of students. How could Xiao Xing suddenly become their senior brother? The 3 were somewhat dazed. All right, let's go. Xiao Xing stood up and walked towards the 2 instructors. Then, with an arm around each of their shoulders, they laughed and chatted as they walked off into the distance. The 1st, 2nd, and 9th looked on, their faces twitching violently. How could the gap between people be so vast? They were clearly from the same class of students, having almost been killed several times, each of them now bearing injuries, yet Xiao Xing had already stepped out of their circle, mingling with the instructors. The 3 exchanged glances, each reflecting shock and helplessness. Meanwhile, after Xiao Xing left with the 2 instructors, he began to ponder how to extricate himself. Of course, he considered whether to secretly eliminate the 2. But that plan was evidently unfeasible. One was at the early stage of the 8th grade, while the other had reached the peak of the 9th. Even if he ambushed and killed one, he feared being pursued by the other, especially by the 8th grade bone refinement expert, which made him hesitant to act recklessly. An 8th grade bone refinement cultivator with iron-like bones all over had significantly enhanced defense and strength, far surpassing the 9th grade. Thus Xiao Xing was wary and did not dare to act lightly. "Junior brother, there's an assistant instructor exchange meeting ahead. Oh, would you like to join us to listen?" At that moment, the tall assistant instructor Zhang Peng suggested. He was also a bone refinement expert at the 8th grade. Hearing this, Xiao Xing's eyes brightened, and he nodded, saying, "Of course. The insights shared among instructors would surely benefit his cultivation, so he had to attend." "Great, let's go then." The other assistant instructor Feng Hui also readily agreed. The three immediately made their way to a nearby valley. As they reached the valley entrance, 2 assistant instructors blocked their way. One of them looked at the 3 and said in a deep voice, "Junior brothers, do you have an invitation? If not, please pay the fee of 1 iron token." Although this exchange meeting was nominally called an assistant instructor exchange meeting, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Fundamentally, it was still about earning iron tokens. Some powerful instructors would be invited and they would have invitations. However, those weaker instructors wanting to enter and listen to the insights must pay with iron tokens. It can be said that these instructors in their quest to earn iron tokens were racking their brains, not only hunting students for tokens, but also hosting such exchange meetings to earn tokens from their fellow instructors. Though reluctant, Xiao Xing still handed over a metal plate. His main purpose for coming here was to see if the experiences shared by these seniors would benefit his cultivation. After handing over the metal plate, Xiao Xing entered the valley along with Zhang Peng and Feng Hui. At this time, more than 20 people had already made their way into the valley. The 3 assistant instructors sat in the central position, quietly waiting for people to arrive. In just a moment, another 20 or 30 people arrived. Xiao Xing was surprised. There were so many assistant instructors. However, upon further thought, it made sense. According to Xiao Xing's estimates, there were at least 1,000, if not several thousand students in their cohort. The population of the Dayu dynasty was enormous, mainly because practicing martial arts could extend one's lifespan, making it far greater than the population base of the previous world Blue Star. Of course, the territory was also much larger than before. This first tower of the world was reputed to be the largest assassin organization in the Dayu dynasty, recruiting from various sources and training assassins by capturing youths. Moreover, it was not just the current batch of students from 2 months or even earlier might also participate in this jungle hunting game. These assistant instructors referred to those students who had found the key to success through this trial, not those graduates who had entered the jungle hunting game 2 months prior. Thus, it was no surprise that so many assistant instructors were present. Xiao Xing, Zhang Peng, and Feng Hui sat quietly in a corner waiting. After a moment, more people arrived. The 3 assistant instructors in the center began their explanations on cultivation. Naturally, their focus was primarily on external refinement methods. After all, internal refinement methods were varied and different, and even if discussed, they would be of little use to the audience below. The 3 instructors explained 3 sword techniques, including the poison dragon sword technique used by Xiao Xing. Xiao Xing had not practiced the other 2 sword techniques, making their explanations of little value. However, he found that the insights from these seniors regarding the poison dragon sword technique had a surprisingly positive effect on him. At the same time, Xiao Xing was experiencing a brainstorming session. Here he did not have to worry about being attacked by others. Thus, he could unleash his creativity without restraint during this brainstorming session. In this way, Xiao Xing multitasked, listening to the explanations of the seniors while engaging in his brainstorming. He discovered that the speed of his foundational growth had reached an astonishing level of 5. With the incremental boost from the sequential progress, practicing the poison dragon sword technique resulted in a growth speed of 5. Do not underestimate this progress of 5. With the multiplicative boost, the effects were entirely different. Since the poison dragon sword technique was the first one explained, there was ample time left afterward. Xiao Xing bit his lip and went into a frenzy of brainstorming, completing it 4 times in a row. After the 4th time, he paused. Poison dragon sword technique realm minor success, 65. Attribute half effort, 4 times the result. Previously, after engaging in a brainstorming session, the poison dragon sword technique had already reached 15%, meaning this time he had increased his progress by a full 50%. This was terrifying. In other words, if Xiao Xing were to engage in another such brainstorming session, he could master the poison dragon sword technique. It should be noted that the assistant instructor explaining the poison dragon sword technique had already reached a major success level in it, meaning that Xiao Jingming's foundational progress would grow at a rate of 5% before mastering the poison dragon sword technique. This exchange meeting was definitely worth it. Xiao Xing was secretly thrilled. At that moment, Xiao Xing felt someone glancing his way. He met the gaze and discovered it was a slightly thin young man of medium height. The young man had a black mole on his left eyebrow. Upon seeing this young man, Xiao Xing's heart skipped a beat as he recognized him as one of the 4 black-clad men led by Huang Jiaodo in their cave. Clearly the other party recognized him, which was why he kept glancing over. Of course he was likely just suspicious. After all, Xiao Xing had previously been just a student, and now he had suddenly become an assistant instructor. Such a rapid change in identity was a bit too much. However, even if the other party was suspicious, Xiao Xing had already developed a murderous intent toward him. This person's existence was a danger to Xiao Xing, and he would never allow danger to arise. He intended to crush it in its cradle. Alright, thank you junior brothers for your support. This exchange meeting will come to an end. At that moment someone stood up and addressed the many assistant instructors. Thank you seniors. The assistant instructors all stood up and bowed to the three individuals. Following that, the assistant instructors gradually left the venue. Xiao Xing, Zhang Peng, and Feng Hui also left the valley, wandering aimlessly ahead. Clang. Suddenly at one location the sound of a sword ringing out pierced the air as a streak of sword light shot towards Xiao Xing with lightning speed. Senior brothers quickly dodged. Since Xiao Xing realized he was being targeted, he had been on guard. As soon as he sensed danger, he acted first, pushing Zhang Peng and Feng Hui aside. Simultaneously, he drew his long sword with a whoosh and blocked the incoming spear. Clang! A streak of sword light struck against his sword, producing a crisp metallic sound as sparks flew. In the next moment, the assistant instructor Wu Sanhai, with a black mole on his left eyebrow, suddenly leaped out, with his sword lunging at Xiao Xing. Xiao Xing snorted coldly and employed the spirit snake's sword technique, engaging in a fierce battle with him. Clang, clang, clang. The two long swords and the sword light continuously clashed in the forest, creating a cacophony of sounds. Seeing this, Zhang Peng and Feng Hui shouted and came forward to assist Xiao Xing. After all, at a critical moment, Xiao Xing was able to push them away and face the sneak attack alone, which made them feel somewhat moved. Wu Sanhai suddenly swung his sword, unleashing dozens of sword lights that temporarily forced the three back. He then took the opportunity to jump out of the combat circle. Seeing that the three were about to advance, Wu Sanhai quickly raised his hand to stop them, shouting, "Wait." Zhang Peng's face darkened as he glared at Wu Sanhai and said in a deep voice, "Humph, what is the meaning of your sudden ambush against us?" Wu Sanhai, however, sheathed his sword and pointed at Xiao Xing, loudly declaring, "Senior brother, do not misunderstand. I was ambushing him, not the two senior brothers." "Humph, what difference does that make?" Zhang Peng replied, coldly glaring at Wu Sanhai and questioning him in a deep voice. "It makes all the difference." Wu Sanhai looked coldly at Xiao Xing and stated solemnly, "Because he is my student who infiltrated among the assistant instructors." Silence. The scene fell into an eerie silence where even a pin drop could be heard. Ha ha ha. Just then Zhang Peng and Feng Hui could not help but burst into laughter, laughing until they were doubled over, unable to contain themselves. Ha ha ha. Xiao Xing also burst into laughter. Wu Sanhai's face turned even darker with their laughter, his brows furrowed as he asked in a deep voice, "Stop laughing. What are you all laughing at?" Feng Hui looked at Wu Sanhai as if he were a fool, pointing at Xiao Xing, and said, "You say he is your student? You're really funny. You're killing me with laughter. I can't take it anymore, ha ha ha." Zhang Peng beside him couldn't help but laugh out loud too. Ha ha. Xiao Xing was laughing so hard, he couldn't straighten his back. Wu Sanhai was furious, gritting his teeth as he glared at the three, shouting angrily, "Stop laughing. I won't mistake this. He is my student, my junior brother, there's no doubt about it." But all he received was the relentless laughter of Zhang Peng, Feng Hui, and Xiao Xing. After a while, Zhang Peng finally managed to stop laughing, leaning against a tree and chuckling at Wu Sanhai, saying, "This junior brother of mine, you are really amusing. You say he is your student? Have you ever seen a student who has reached the 10th level of perfection and has achieved minor mastery in swordsmanship? Are you here to tell jokes?" Yes, indeed. This junior brother, we may not be geniuses, but we are certainly not lacking. However, a student who has reached the 10th level of perfection and has minor mastery in swordsmanship, do you think that's possible? Feng Hui also looked at Wu Sanhai with a blank expression, unable to hold back his laughter. It seems so. Wu Sanhai rubbed the back of his head, frowning as he muttered, but he really looks a lot like my student. I must say, junior brother, the world is vast with countless people who look similar. What's so strange about that? But if you're saying that in such a short time someone could push the blood-moving technique to the 10th level and achieve minor mastery in swordsmanship, I have never seen such a genius, and I doubt anyone in the organization has either. Zhang Peng couldn't help but interject. Xiao Xing rolled his eyes in agreement and pouted, saying, "Yes, I actually wish I were such a prodigy." Ha ha. Zhang Peng and Feng Hui couldn't help but laugh again. Wu Sanhai felt his face burning with embarrassment, scratching the back of his head. Awkwardly, he said, "I'm sorry, junior brother, I was rude, I apologize." As he spoke, Wu Sanhai even bowed slightly to Xiao Xing. "It's fine, just a misunderstanding." Xiao Xing appeared magnanimous on the surface, but deep down, he had already placed Wu Sanhai onto his hit list. However, Wu Sanhai was not to be underestimated in strength. Killing him wouldn't be easy, and it might require a fierce battle. Thus, Xiao Xing decided to first increase his strength before seeking revenge on Wu Sanhai. After all, he had a system, and his cultivation speed increased like riding a rocket. There was no need to fight him now. It was better to be cautious. Well then, brothers, I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Wu Sanhai felt like a monkey, hurriedly cupping his hands towards the three, then hurriedly ran off into the distance. Brothers, we should leave as well, Xiao Xing said. The two nodded. Immediately, the three headed deeper into the forest. Just as they were about to leave, Xiao Xing turned to glance at the nearby bushes. After the three departed, three others emerged from the forest. These three were none other than the dark-skinned boy number 1, the chubby boy number 2, and the witch number 9. However, their expressions were extremely strange at this moment. The three exchanged glances, each seeing the shock and helplessness in each other's eyes. But he is our number 8. After a while, the witch number 9 blurted out. Number 8's talent is definitely the best in the history of the organization. Such a person is truly terrifying. He's already mingling with the teaching assistants while we are still struggling at the bottom. This is the gap. The dark-skinned boy number 1 sighed, bitterly shaking his head repeatedly. Number 8 is really amazing. The chubby boy number 2 couldn't help but say. On the other side, after Xiao Xing had walked a distance with Zhang Peng and Feng Hui, he suddenly stopped. Junior brother, what's wrong? Seeing Xiao Xing suddenly stop, Zhang Peng couldn't help but ask. Xiao Xing looked at the two and said, brothers, I suddenly remembered something, so I'll take my leave. All right, fate brings us together, and then apart. Everything is up to fate. Feng Hui was a firm believer in fate, slightly nodding as he looked at Xiao Xing and said, Junior brother, I look forward to our next meeting. Okay, farewell. Xiao Xing waved to the two and turned to leave. To be honest, there was a moment when Xiao Xing was prepared to play the sixth wheel and eliminate Zhang Peng and Feng Hui. After all, in this forest hunting game, it's either you die or I live. Xiao Xing killing them was not a matter of right or wrong. But upon reflection, these two had a good network of relationships. Moreover, since Xiao Xing was pretending to be a teaching assistant, if something went wrong, these two could serve as his witnesses to prove his identity. Of course, the main reason was still due to strength. With Xiao Xing's current strength, he couldn't achieve absolute dominance over the two. In fact, facing off against the 8th tier Zhang Peng would even put him at a disadvantage, which is why Xiao Xing did not intend to take action. The reason for parting with the two was that Xiao Xing thought of an excellent place for cultivation. The black market. Xiao Xing was most afraid of being disturbed during cultivation and of being assassinated, but the black market was different. The organization had rules that no one could fight there. Therefore, no one dared to act recklessly in the black market. This was definitely the perfect place for Xiao Xing. Here he wouldn't need to worry about danger and could conduct a mental storm without restraint. Staying in the black market for a while, his swordsmanship would surely see a tremendous improvement. As soon as he thought of it, Xiao Xing immediately headed towards the black market. However, just before entering the black market, Xiao Xing found himself troubled. What should he buy? Or what should he sell? If he bought something, he would need to move back and forth in the black market, which would prevent him from settling down and conducting a mental storm in peace. That meant he could only sell something. But what could he sell? Moreover, selling things was also a hassle. After all, if you sell something, others will come to ask for the price, which would interrupt Xiao Xing's cultivation. This had become a dilemma. Suddenly, Xiao Xing spotted a fist-sized stone by the roadside, and his eyes lit up as a smile crept onto his face. He picked up the stone from the ground and strode towards the black market. Upon arriving at the black market, Xiao Xing paid a fee for a stall using an iron plate. An iron plate allowed him to set up for 5 days, which meant Xiao Xing could quietly cultivate for 5 days, a great deal indeed. After entering the black market, Xiao Xing found his stall. He placed the stone on the stall, took out a pen, and quickly wrote a line on a sign. Divine stone, 500 iron plates, no bargaining, serious buyers only. Senior brother, have you heard? Recently, there has been a bizarre incident in the black market of Qilian Valley. A teaching assistant has gone mad selling a piece of stone, a common stone. Can you guess how much this stone is priced at in iron tokens? How much? 500 iron tokens. His selling a common stone for 500 iron tokens. Has he lost his mind? This? Yes, even more ridiculous is that the assistant claims that the stone is a god-slaying stone. Isn't that absurd? Such strange occurrences in the world. Tisk, I must see this mad assistant. Let's head to Qilian Valley. In the Yunming mountain range, 2 teaching assistants were conversing as they made their way to the black market of Qilian Valley. At this moment, Xiao Xing was feeling quite troubled. He priced an ordinary stone at 500 iron tokens just to prevent others from bothering him. But he didn't know which well-meaning person spread this news. As a result, the black market of Qilian Valley suddenly became a hot spot, overcrowded with people. Especially in front of his stall, there were crowds of people completely surrounding his small booth, pointing and discussing excitedly. While someone really is selling a common stone priced at 500 iron tokens. Has he gone mad? And a god-slaying stone. I'll smack you, stall owner. Let me see what's so special about this god-slaying stone. This assistant must be crazy. This is clearly just a common stone and asking for 500 iron tokens. You really dare to ask that? Surrounded by so many people, Xiao Xing initially felt a bit uncomfortable, but as time passed he gradually got used to it. No matter how others pointed and commented, he remained unperturbed, focusing on his brainstorming. Thus, as time went on, Xiao Xing was immersed in intense brainstorming, entirely oblivious to the noise outside. Even some prominent figures in the black market took notice. However, since Xiao Xing paid his iron tokens on time every day, without any violations, they had nothing to say. In the midst of the bustling crowd before his small stall, Xiao Xing was lost in his own world. Whenever he was tired, he would rest. When he was hungry, he would exchange iron tokens for food. 5 hurried days passed. One day, Xiao Xing suddenly opened his eyes, and a panel appeared. Poison Dragon Sword Technique Realm Great Achievement. 1. Entry half the effort for double the result. A satisfied smile crept across Xiao Xing's lips as he exhaled a breath of turbid air. Seeing Xiao Xing open his eyes, the crowd began to point and chatter again. Xiao Xing merely glanced at them before lying back down, closing his eyes to rest. Meanwhile, some assistants continued to discuss. Stop looking. What are you looking at? This is just a madman, a stone for 500 iron tokens. He's definitely crazy. If I had this time, I'd rather practice. Speaking of which, my sword technique has already reached a proficient level. His senior brother is impressive. I admire you. Could you give me some pointers? Sure. Hearing these assistants talk, Xiao Xing couldn't help but smile slightly. His Poison Dragon Sword technique had already reached the realm of great achievement, far superior to theirs. In terms of swordsmanship, he was undoubtedly the best among the teaching assistants. It's worth noting that during the teaching assistant exchange conference, the 3 assistants recognized as the strongest had only achieved proficiency in their sword techniques. Moreover, considering Xiao Xing's progress, it wouldn't be long before he surpassed them. It was merely a matter of time before he left them behind. I truly am clever for finding such an excellent cultivation spot in the black market. Xiao Xing couldn't help but pat himself on the back. Of course, while the brainstorming was progressing rapidly, it was also very taxing on his mind. Several days of intense mental effort left Xiao Xing feeling a bit overwhelmed. He simply laid down behind the stall and fell into a deep sleep. While the crowd around him pointed and discussed, Xiao Xing snored thunderously, sleeping soundly. No choice, he was feeling incredibly drowsy right now. Regardless of how noisy these people were, even thunder would probably not wake him. Meanwhile, in a nearby forest, 3 figures were hiding and observing. These 3 were none other than No. 1, No. 2, and No. 9. It seems that a strange incident has occurred in the black market of Chilean Valley. A mad assistant is actually selling a common stone for 500 iron tokens. No. 1 had gone out to gather information and returned to share the news with the chubby No. 2 and the witch-like No. 9. Selling a stone for 500 iron tokens. This person must be insane. No. 9, the witch, rolled her eyes and scoffed. No. 2, the chubby one, also grinned, muttering, "This person must not have woken up yet, dreaming in broad daylight. By the way, let me share some good news with you. My sword technique has reached a proficient level." No. 2 said shyly. No. 1, the dark-skinned youth, and No. 9, the witch, looked at him in surprise enviously. No. 1 couldn't help but say, "No. 2, share your insights with us." All right. No. 2 had no intention of holding back. Then No. 2 began to share his experiences. No. 1, the dark-skinned youth, and No. 9, the witch, listened with great interest. After a while, when No. 2 finished sharing, No. 9 benefited immensely, expressing her thoughts. No. 2's talent is indeed remarkable. Even if he isn't as good as No. 8, he can't be far off. I believe it won't be long before No. 2's sword technique reaches a minor achievement, and at that point he will catch up to No. 8. Catch up to No. 8. You really dare to think? If I told you that No. 8 recently achieved minor mastery in not just 1, but 2 types of sword techniques. Moreover, who knows how far No. 8's sword techniques have progressed now? Stop dreaming. No. 1, the dark-skinned youth, couldn't help but scoff. No. 9, the witch, was slightly taken aback and asked suspiciously, "No. 1, what do you mean? Do you know some other things about No. 8? Has his sword technique improved again? Did you gather news about No. 8 this time?" No. 1, the dark-skinned youth, shook his head slightly, saying, "I didn't gather any news about No. 8 this time. Although No. 2's talent is quite good, it's still unlikely to surpass No. 8, because last time No. 8. What happened with No. 8? Hurry up and tell us." No. 9, the witch, was very interested in news about No. 8 and couldn't help but urge. No. 1, the dark-skinned youth, grinned and said, "No. 8 is actually cultivating 2 sword techniques simultaneously. One is the Spirit Snake Sword technique, and the other seems to be the Poison Dragon Sword technique. Last time when he fought that assistant, both of these sword techniques had already reached minor mastery. Otherwise, why do you think No. 8 was able to defeat that assistant alone?" Silence. The scene was as quiet as death. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The second fat man and the 9th, which stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with doubt about life. They initially thought that the 8th Xiao was already quite terrifying for mastering a sword technique to a minor success, but they never expected that he was actually practicing two sword techniques simultaneously, both of which had reached the stage of minor success. Such extraordinary talent had completely exceeded their imaginations. At this moment, their little minds could hardly comprehend the significance of the words spoken by the first dark-skinned youth. Seeing their expressions, the first dark-skinned youth couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile. Back when he first saw Xiao perform two minor success sword techniques, he was even more astonished than they were. If he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have dared to believe it. After a long while, the silence was finally broken by the second fat man, who looked up at the ninth witch and said, "Ninth, please don't compare me with the eighth anymore. I don't deserve it." Comparing himself with the eighth made him fear he would fall into depression. Originally, he had felt quite pleased with his progress in sword techniques, but the first dark-skinned youth had dropped such a heavy bomb on him. He felt that comparing himself with the eighth was like comparing a firefly to the bright moon. The ninth witch also nodded in deep agreement. On the other side, in the black market of Chilean Valley, Xiao had slept for several hours, and by the time he woke up, the sky was already bright. The number of people at his stall was no longer as many as before. After all, even the hottest matters would fade with time, but this was exactly what Xiao wanted. He came to the black market to cultivate, seeking safety and not wanting to be disturbed by others. Xiao was a bit hungry, so he bought a roasted rabbit and began to eat it heartily. Wow! It's senior brother Zhang Hao, ranked 19th on the Xiantai list. His Zhang Hao, ranked 19th on the Xiantai list. Hasn't he become an assassin and gone on missions? Why is he here for the jungle trial? Who says he shouldn't be here? Does he want to live or not? Suddenly, a commotion broke out in the black market. Xiao couldn't help but look up in the direction of the sound, only to see a tall figure with sword-like brows and starry eyes exuding arrogance walking slowly down the street of the black market with a long sword in hand. It's important to know that there is an unwritten rule for entering the black market. Everyone, whether they are students or teaching assistants, wears a mask to prevent others from recognizing them. However, this Zhang Hao, ranked 19th on the Xiantai list, wore nothing and boldly walked in with his sword. His confidence stemmed from his absolute mastery of martial arts. Ranked 19th on the Xiantai list. A gleam flickered in Xiao's eyes, feeling a bit envious. He had heard some things about the rankings within the organization in recent days. For students like them, if they could miraculously survive the 3 rounds of tests, they would become official assassins within the organization. However, assassins are ranked from low to high: Xiantai assassins, bronze assassins, silver assassins, and gold assassins, among other levels. Of course, there is also the Shura level, but that belongs to a legendary tier 1 they could never reach. Since there are levels, ranking lists were naturally created: the Xiantai list, bronze list, silver list, and gold list, along with the legendary Shura list. It can be said that those who make it onto these rankings are undoubtedly the most outstanding talents of this generation, the fiercest of the fierce. Take this Zhang Hao, ranked 19th on the Xiantai list. He was certainly the absolute top contender among the last generation of teaching assistants. But a talent of this caliber shouldn't be here as a mere teaching assistant. He surely looks down on such resources. So why is Zhang Hao here? Xiao felt a bit puzzled. But the next moment, something that made Xiao's heart tremble happened. The person ranked 19th on the Xiantai list was actually walking straight towards his stall. Xiao's heart sank, feeling a bad premonition rise within him. Zhang Hao, expressionless, enjoyed the crowd's adoration as he approached Xiao's stall and half squatted down, lowering his head to examine the stone on Xiao's stall. "A big shot, what are you doing here looking at my stone?" Xiao felt a bit speechless. Zhang Hao reached out to touch the stone, but at that moment Xiao held up his sword sheath and blocked Zhang Hao's hand, saying in a deep voice, "Do not touch unless you intend to buy." He had clearly written, "Do not touch unless you intend to buy," serious inquiries only on the sign. Didn't this guy see it? If he allowed Zhang Hao to set this precedent, how would he continue to survive in the black market in the future? However, his action of blocking Zhang Hao seemed rather shocking to others. Daring to block a person ranked 19th on the Xiantai list. My goodness. Did you grow several heads? How many lives do you have? Hiss. The surrounding crowd gasped. All eyes turned to Xiao, their faces reflecting a mix of admiration and disbelief. Of course, more people stared at Xiao like he was a fool. Offending Zhang Hao. You really must be tired of living. In fact, Xiao himself didn't want to offend someone of Zhang Hao's caliber, but this guy was too rude and too overbearing. Besides, this was the black market. Even Zhang Hao wouldn't dare to act recklessly, right? That's why Xiao felt no hesitation in stopping Zhang Hao's actions. Moreover, Xiao was masked, as Zhang Hao shouldn't be able to recognize him. After being blocked, Zhang Hao was slightly stunned. He clearly hadn't expected that Xiao would dare to stop him. Zhang Hao raised his head and coldly glanced at Xiao, his gaze resembling that of a wild beast, sending shivers down people's spines. But Xiao simply glared back. So what if you are a talent on the Xiantai list? This is the black market. If you dare to act, try it. Since you don't dare to act, why should I be afraid of you? Daring to glare at me? Then naturally I will glare back. Zhang Hao didn't expect this little teaching assistant to have such courage, not only stopping him, but also daring to glare at him. This instantly ignited Zhang Hao's fury. But as Xiao had anticipated, this was the black market. Even if Zhang Hao was a talent ranked 19th on the Xiantai list, he wouldn't dare to act recklessly. With no other choice, he could only retract his hand, coldly staring at Xiao and asking in a deep voice, "Junior brother, this is just a piece of worthless stone. How can you sell it for 500 iron tokens? Do you think we are all fools?" Silence. The crowd was taken aback, their faces filled with disbelief. This stall owner was too arrogant, daring to confront Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao's face flushed with anger as he narrowed his eyes, coldly staring at Xiao Xing, saying, "All right, I will buy this broken God-slaying stone." Saying this, Zhang Hao took out a silver note from his chest and slammed it onto the stall, reaching out to grab the broken stone on the counter. It turned out that Zhang Hao had returned from a mission when he suddenly heard that a strange event occurred during the jungle trial, where an assistant instructor was selling a God-slaying stone priced at 500 iron tokens. 500 iron tokens was not a small amount. Zhang Hao became interested and hurried to the black market in the Chilean Valley, but when he saw the so-called God-slaying stone, he felt extremely displeased. Because it was clearly just an ordinary stone, what nonsense God-slaying stone was it trying to deceive him? Yet Zhang Hao decided to buy this so-called God-slaying stone. He wanted to see what mystery lay within this broken stone. Of course, if this guy dared to deceive him, he would kill him. But at that moment, Xiao Xing once again drew his sword, using the sheath to block Zhang Hao's hand. Being blocked again, Zhang Hao was somewhat irritated, glaring at Xiao Xing and saying in a deep voice, "What do you mean? I've already paid." Xiao Xing, however, pointed at a sign next to him with his other hand, sneering, "Look clearly, it's 500 iron tokens, not 500 silver notes." Hearing this, Zhang Hao was furious, glaring at Xiao Xing with bloodshot eyes, gritting his teeth, and saying, "Silver notes are universal, and you, and even the entire continent, aren't they much more valuable than your 500 iron tokens?" "I don't care, I only want iron tokens." Xiao Xing rolled his eyes and replied disdainfully. Silver notes were indeed precious and were the hard currency of the continent, but the key was that Xiao Xing was currently in the assassin training base of the world's #1 building. As silver notes were useless to him, while iron tokens could buy the things he wanted. If Zhang Hao could produce 500 iron tokens, he wouldn't mind selling this broken stone to him. "You?" Zhang Hao felt like his lungs were about to explode from anger. He grabbed the silver note, tucked it into his chest, stood up slowly, and glared at Xiao Xing, gritting his teeth. "You're something, I'll remember you." After saying that, Zhang Hao turned to leave. The surrounding crowd watched with mixed feelings, pitying Xiao Xing. Being targeted by the 19th ranked person on the Xiantai list was almost a death sentence for Xiao Xing. Xiao Xing, however, rolled his eyes in disdain. His current identity as an assistant instructor was fake. What did it matter if he remembered him? At worst, he could find a secluded place, shed this identity of an assistant instructor, and return to being a student. By then, no matter how capable Zhang Hao was, even if he turned the entire Yunming Mountain upside down, he wouldn't be able to find him. Therefore, Xiao Xing was not intimidated at all. After sending off this pest, he sat back down behind the stall and resumed his brainstorming. In his mind, a small figure was frantically practicing the poison dragon sword technique. He aimed to perfect the poison dragon sword technique and reach the realm of entering force. Although he lacked the insights from a master of the perfected poison dragon sword technique, his speed was much slower than before, but Xiao Xing was not in a hurry. The base speed was 3%, which was already quite fast. Fast to the point of being inhumane. After 5 consecutive brainstorming sessions, practicing the poison dragon sword technique. After these 5 sessions, the mastery of Xiao Xing's poison dragon sword technique increased by another 45%, reaching a terrifying 60%. This meant that after another round of brainstorming, his poison dragon sword technique could reach perfection. At this moment, the 1st, 2nd, and 9th students were still struggling to master their techniques. Even the most talented students could only reach a minor achievement in their sword techniques. Xiao Xing was already sprinting towards perfection. He was still far ahead, leading to the point where the other students in the same batch couldn't even see the tail lights of Xiao Xing. However, Xiao Xing's gaze was no longer fixed on those students of the same batch. He was now aiming for the level of assistant instructor and even beyond. After 5 consecutive practice sessions of the poison dragon sword technique, Xiao Xing was once again drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. The stall owner next to him noticed that Xiao Xing was sweating profusely after a couple of hours and couldn't help but feel suspicious. Hesitating for a moment, he said, "Hey, are you suffering from kidney deficiency? Sweating so much? Don't worry, I have a family remedy that cures kidney deficiency. You're the one with kidney deficiency, your whole family has kidney deficiency." Xiao Xing cursed inwardly, but too exhausted to speak, he just turned and glared fiercely at the stall owner. Seeing Xiao Xing's fierce gaze, and knowing he was someone who dared to confront the 19th on the Xiantai list, the stall owner dared not provoke him further, and awkwardly smiled, saying, "Senior brother, I was wrong. You're not the one with kidney deficiency, I am. I'm the one with kidney deficiency." Saying this, the stall owner quickly packed up his things and left. Clearly, he was also afraid that Xiao Xing would hold a grudge against him. After resting for a while, Xiao Xing regained some strength and got up to buy a roasted leg of lamb. Of course, this lamb was not an ordinary goat, but a unique wild breed from this world. Xiao Xing tore into the meat, chewing it heartily. After finishing the lamb, Xiao Xing fell asleep. After waking up, it was already night. He didn't care whether it was night or not. Whenever he had energy, he began brainstorming and crazily practicing sword techniques. As the sun rose and the first rays of sunlight shone into the forest, Xiao Xing's long eyelashes trembled, and he slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, Xiao Xing was still drenched in sweat, panting heavily, but his eyes were filled with excitement. Poison Dragon Sword Technique Realm Perfection 1. Entry half the effort for double the result. At this moment, his Poison Dragon Sword Technique finally reached perfection. The 6 small realms of sword techniques are most notably marked by the number of sword lights. Entry has 5 sword lights, proficiency has 10, minor achievement has 20, mastery has 40, and great achievement has as many as 80 sword lights. As for the perfection level, it reaches a terrifying 100 sword lights. Therefore, a perfected sword technique can suppress others, not to mention other skills. The sheer number of sword lights can directly overwhelm the opponent, leaving them gasping for air. However, Xiao Xing was not satisfied with this. He aimed to enter force. Upon entering force, there would be a significant qualitative change, and the sword lights would evolve into sword energy. What is light? That's a point. What is energy? That is linearly structured. Therefore, sword lights and sword energy are not even in the same league. Whether it is attack range or destructive power, the two are completely incomparable. If he were to cultivate sword energy, Xiao Xing was confident that even if he was only at the 9th rank, he could injure or even severely wound a master of the 8th rank. Sword energy, here I come. Xiao Xing's eyes were filled with determination. After resting for a while to recover some strength, he went out to buy food again. Brainstorming consumes mental energy and is also a huge drain on physical strength. After eating, Xiao Xing fell into a deep sleep. Outside the black market, however, undercurrents were surging, not for any other reason, but because Zhang Hao, ranked 19th on the Xiantai list, was waiting for Xiao Xing to come out. He waited and waited until the flowers wilted, but Xiao Xing did not come out. Damn it, this guy actually stayed inside the black market. I want to see how many iron tokens you have to squander. A well-meaning person, in order to please Zhang Hao, informed him that Xiao Xing was eating and sleeping in the black market. Zhang Hao was furious, feeling like his lungs were about to explode, grinding his teeth in anger. He was anxiously waiting outside while Xiao Xing was just enjoying eating and sleeping. How could he not be angry? In the days that followed, Xiao Xing remained in the black market, seemingly treating it as his home, where he indulged in eating, drinking, and all other activities. Aside from eating and sleeping, Xiao Xing engaged in brainstorming. Finally, one day, he opened his eyes, and a flash of sword light flickered in his gaze. Once again, a panel appeared before him. Poison Dragon Sword Technique Realm First Layer Sword Intent Dragon Python Sword Chi 1 Entry half effort 4 times the result. I have finally cultivated Sword Chi. Xiao Xing was filled with joy. Then he laid back down and continued to sleep. Upon waking, he felt rejuvenated and went to buy some food, devouring it heartily. After satisfying his hunger, Xiao Xing resumed his training. However, he found that his cultivation speed had noticeably slowed down after entering the state. The progress was only at 1.5. After cultivating for a while, he had only increased by 6%. Too slow. Xiao Xing exhaled a breath of frustration and stood up, preparing to head outside. Of course, during these days, Xiao Xing had spent all the tokens on him, and if he stayed any longer, he would be left starving. As for that useless god-slaying stone, he hadn't bothered to claim it. It was just a worthless rock, and whoever wanted it could take it. Naturally, he left the god-slaying stone worth 500 iron tokens as a means to confuse his enemies. Others would think he had gone for a bathroom break. After standing up, Xiao Xing noticed that many eyes were fixed on him. However, he was not in a hurry. He lowered his head and blended into the crowd, weaving back and forth within it. About an hour later, he finally shook off his pursuers. He arrived at an empty place, took off his assistant instructor's attire, and then switched it for the student uniform he had underneath. Xiao Xing immediately transformed from an assistant instructor into a student. Then, with a smile on his lips, he swaggered towards the exit of the black market. When Xiao Xing reached outside the black market, he found that Zhang Hao was still inspecting the passing people. Naturally, many sycophants were helping Zhang Hao with the checks. However, upon seeing Xiao Xing dressed in student attire, they waved him off, signaling him to leave quickly. Xiao Xing swaggered right past Zhang Hao's watchful eyes. Until the next day, when everyone noticed Xiao Xing's return, they hurried to inform Zhang Hao. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao rushed back to the black market. At that time, all that remained at Xiao Xing's stall was the lonely god-slaying stone worth 500 iron tokens. The god-slaying stone seemed to mock Zhang Hao. His face turned as dark as a pot bottom, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "Can someone tell me how he escaped?" Everyone sighed, too afraid to speak. Meanwhile, in another location, a cave, a disheveled student emerged. This student was named Li Xuanren. He possessed exceptional talent and believed himself to be the most gifted among this cohort of students. However, upon entering the second trial in the Death Forest, he felt the outside was too dangerous. After all, the outside was filled with assistant instructors, mentors, and the head instructor. Forget about the head instructors. Even if he encountered an assistant instructor, he wouldn't be able to handle it. Thus, Li Xuanren was also a determined individual. He dove into the cave and closed off his senses, immersing himself in intense cultivation. One day, Li Xuanren finally mastered his sword techniques. He even pushed his blood technique to the 9th layer, reaching the advanced stage of the 9th tier. Feeling that his strength was no weaker than that of some ordinary assistant instructors, he decided to emerge from seclusion. After exiting, he first went to the riverbank to tidy himself up. After trimming his beard and freshening up, Li Xuanren regained his handsome demeanor. The era belonging to me, Li Xuanren, has arrived. With sword in hand, he strode forward confidently, ready to showcase his skills, snatch some student tokens, and acquire 8th tier techniques to plan for his future. Oh, someone's coming. Li Xuanren's expression changed slightly. He quickly concealed himself in the bushes. Though he was quite confident in his own strength, he didn't know how many people were on the other side. A lone tiger could not withstand a pack of wolves. It was better to observe quietly and wait for the right moment. At that moment, a masked student swiftly approached. Shortly after, 2 other students followed. The masked student was none other than Xiao Xing. After leaving the black market, although he had shaken off Zhang Hao, he had been pursued by 2 students. These 2 students had followed him all the way to this location. Even a mud Buddha would still have some temper, how much more so a living person. Seeing that the others were rushing to their death, Xiao Xing decided to oblige them, and thus stopped waiting for them to come. Sure enough, the 2 students flew towards him. One of the students looked at Xiao Xing and smiled, saying, "Brother, hand over your iron tokens, and I can spare your life." Xiao Xing squinted his eyes, drew his long sword with a clang, and coldly regarded the 2, snorting, "Humph, you can try to take it yourself." Li Xuanren, hidden in the bushes, became intrigued, smiling to himself, thinking, "I want to see how far the cultivation of this cohort of students has come." One of the students glared at Xiao Xing, saying coldly, "Seeking death." With that, he charged towards Xiao Xing with his sword. The other student also drew his sword and followed, rushing towards Xiao Xing. As the 2 approached, a cold smile appeared on Xiao Xing's lips. Having just cultivated his sword chi, it was the perfect opportunity to show these 2 its power. Die! Xiao Xing swung his long sword violently, unleashing a magnificent crescent-shaped sword chi that shot directly towards the 2. The sword chi resonated with the sound of dragon roars. Its might was truly astonishing. Ah, sword chi! Sword chi! The 2 students were taken aback and hurriedly activated their defenses. However, the dragon python sword chi completely disregarded their defenses, piercing straight through their swords and their bodies. Silence. The scene was as quiet as death. One could hear a pin drop. Crack. Crack. 2 crisp metallic sounds rang out as the 2 students' swords broke into 2 segments, falling to the ground with a clink. Following that, their bodies were cleaved in half, the upper halves dropping to the ground. The 2 stared wide-eyed, unable to close their eyes in death. Perhaps they thought it unnecessary for someone to use sword chi against them. Not bad. After slaying the 2, Xiao Xing approached their bodies and began rummaging through them. Ultimately, he found 4 iron tokens on them. Tisk, 2 paupers. Xiao Xing cursed, turned around, and left, leaving Li Xuanren, who was hiding in the bushes, dumbfounded, like a meditative monk frozen in place, unable to move. After a while, Li Xuanren finally came to his senses, startled. He swallowed hard, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his body trembling, and his voice quivering. Sword chi. Is it that strong? At this moment, Li Xuanren felt as if his world had collapsed. He had thought that by shutting himself in the cave and not leaving, he could push his swordsmanship to the pinnacle. He believed that among this cohort of students, he was undoubtedly among the elite. But he never expected that as soon as he emerged, he would encounter a top-tier expert who could wield sword chi. Sword chi. This indicated that the opponent's swordsmanship had reached the stage of entering the force. It is known that the first 6 small realms of external training can be achieved with time and effort. However, entering the force requires an extraordinary talent to comprehend. Some people go their whole lives without grasping the sword momentum. But that student had actually entered the force in swordsmanship. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it, even if he were to be killed. Of course, even having seen it, he still found it hard to believe. Are the students this strong? Li Xuanren was so frightened, he swallowed hard, his voice trembling. After calming himself down, Li Xuanren frowned and said, "That must be an exception. Yes, definitely an exception. Aside from that top-tier expert student, I should still be the strongest." After some self-delusion, Li Xuanren finally managed to stabilize his mindset. He trembled as he crawled out of the bushes, turning to head in the opposite direction of Xiao Xing. What a joke. He did not want to encounter that expert. On the other side, after confirming safety, Xiao Xing removed the face towel from his face and walked a distance forward. Suddenly, he spotted a mark on the trunk of a large tree. This was the mark he had agreed upon with number 1, number 2, and number 9. It seems that number 1 and the others went in the opposite direction. Immediately Xiao Xing changed direction, heading toward the mark left by number 1. Meanwhile, on the other side, number 1, number 2, and number 9 were also facing trouble. Although during this time, they had all reached the 8th level of the blood transfer skill, which is the mid-stage of the 9th grade. Moreover, their swordsmanship had also reached a proficient level. However, this time they encountered a tough opponent. The talent of this student was clearly higher than theirs, having cultivated the blood transfer skill to the 9th level, and even his swordsmanship had reached a small achievement level. Of course, he had 2 other helpers. Immediately, the 6 of them engaged in fierce battle. After a round of combat, it was evident that number 1, number 2, and number 9 were at a disadvantage. Boom. Number 1, a dark-skinned youth, was caught off guard and was kicked in the chest by the hardcore student, flying backward and landing a long distance away. Huh, is someone fighting? At this moment, Li Xuanren happened to walk by. After hearing the sounds of battle, he quickly hid in the bushes to observe secretly. After seeing the strength of these students, Li Xuanren felt a surge of confidence. Indeed, this is the average level. I am still quite strong. Wait, you can't kill me. Seeing that the hardcore student was about to deal a fatal blow, number 1, the dark-skinned youth, panicked and shouted. The hardcore student sneered, looking disdainfully at number 1, his eyes filled with the playful malice of a cat toying with a mouse, and asked, "What? Before you die, do you have any last wishes?" Number 1 laughed coldly and said solemnly, "Actually, we have another team member, number 8, Black 8. His strength has reached the perfection of the blood transfer skill, and as for swordsmanship, he has already achieved small success in 2 types of sword techniques. If you dare to kill me, he will definitely not let you go." At last, number 1, the dark-skinned youth, threatened fiercely. This was his only hope of survival. Hiding in the bushes, Li Xuanren was slightly taken aback, his brows furrowing deeply, feeling a jolt in his heart, secretly thinking, "This Black 8 is indeed a formidable opponent, having perfected the blood transfer skill and even cultivated 2 types of small success sword techniques. This person truly is my rival." Although his swordsmanship had reached the pinnacle, Black 8 had practiced 2 types of small success sword techniques, alternating them in unpredictable ways, making it even harder to grasp. His swordsmanship was not necessarily weaker than Li Xuanren's pinnacle. Moreover, he had cultivated the blood transfer skill to perfection, while Li Xuanren had only reached the 9th level. After comparing, Li Xuanren's expression darkened again. He felt that this Black 8 was even stronger than him. Damn it, are the students this strong? Li Xuanren was nearly frustrated to the point of vomiting blood. He had been in the cave for so long, sacrificing life and death just to emerge and be invincible, defeating all the students. But he never expected that upon emerging, he first encountered a peerless genius who had mastered sword chi, and now he heard from the dark-skinned youth that there was a Black 8 student who might be even stronger than him. What the hell is this? How come everyone is stronger than me? What was the point of my life and death seclusion? At this moment, Li Xuanren's heart was somewhat collapsing, nearly frustrated to the point of vomiting blood. On the other side, the hardcore youth felt a jolt in his heart after hearing number 1, the dark-skinned youth, say this. If there really was such a strong Black 8 student, they would have to seriously consider whether to kill Black 1, Black 2, and Black 9. Boss, this guy is probably just bluffing us. If there really was a Black 8, where is he? Said the youth with a bear tattoo on his chest, whose number is 2. This indicated that his code name was Bear 2. After hearing Bear 2's words, the hardcore youth, Bear 6, slightly nodded, narrowing his eyes, and coldly looked at number 1, the dark-skinned youth, saying, "Humph, do you think we were raised to be scared? If there really is a Black 8, let him come out to see us." Black 8 went out and hasn't returned yet. I advise you to leave quickly. Otherwise, when Black 8 returns, you won't be able to leave. Number 1, the dark-skinned youth, did not know when Xiao Xing would return, so he could only keep bluffing. "If you dare to trick me, you are looking for death." Bear 6 was furious, shouting loudly, and lunged at number 1 with his sword. Several sword lights shot out fast as lightning towards number 1. The dark-skinned youth was terrified, his pupils shrinking, his heart racing to his throat, filled with despair. He had already prepared for certain death. Clang. Just then, dozens of sword lights whistled in, directly blocking Bear 6's sword energy. A youth dressed in black student attire, wielding a long sword with a graceful demeanor, rushed toward them at high speed. Number 8. It's number 8. Number 8. Could it be that there really is someone named Black 8? Is Black 8 truly as powerful as they say? Li Xuanren hid in the grass, his heart filled with uncertainty. Upon seeing the real Black 8 student appear, Xiong Lu, Xiong Er, and Xiong San were equally filled with doubt. At this moment, Fatty No. 2, in which No. 9 also retreated. Number 8. The 2 were also filled with immense surprise. Xiao Xing slightly nodded, then turned to the dark-skinned youth of number 1 and asked, "How is it, number 1? Is something wrong?" "I'm fine." The dark-skinned youth of number 1 struggled to rise, grinning widely to reveal a mouthful of big white teeth. Xiao Xing felt relieved and turned to the group of youths from the Xiong team, coldly snorting and saying, "Humph, how do you wish to die, eh? The three youths from the Xiong team were momentarily taken aback. Xiong Lu, who also held himself in high regard, was immediately angered and raised his long sword, pointing it fiercely at Xiao Xing, shouting, "Hey Black, 8 others might fear you, but I do not." Seeking death. Xiao Xing couldn't be bothered to waste words with him. His pupils constricted slightly. He coldly snorted, and with a swift motion of his hand, his long sword sliced through the air. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of sword lights howled out, shooting straight towards the youth Xiong Lu. The number of sword energies was astonishingly 40. This indicated that Xiao Xing's display of the poison dragon sword technique had reached a mastery level. Xiong Lu was startled and hurriedly swung out his sword energy to defend. Clang, clang, clang. But with only minor proficiency in his sword technique, he could only unleash 20 sword energies at once. He managed to block half of the sword energies, but the other half shot straight towards him. The youth was quite capable, skillfully maneuvering his long sword. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of sword energies clashing with the long sword was like the explosive sound of stir-fried chestnuts echoing repeatedly. Surprisingly, Xiong Lu managed to block quite a few sword energies, but his clothes were torn by several sword energies, and he was even pierced by a few. Xiong Lu was also injured. He was shocked and quickly raised his hand to plead for mercy, but just then Xiao Xing dashed towards him at an incredible speed. The two figures brushed past each other. PFF. A flash of sword light appeared, followed by a spray of blood. A head the size of a fist rolled to the ground, and the headless body crashed down with a thud, spilling forth a torrent of blood. Number 8's power has increased again. His poison dragon sword technique has reached mastery level. How impressive. Which No. 9 looked at Xiao Xing in shock. The dark-skinned youth of number 1 and Fatty No. 2 also widened their eyes, exclaiming in astonishment. In the grass, Li Xuanren stared in shock, his face filled with disbelief. It truly was a mastery-level sword technique. Moreover, this dark-skinned youth had previously stated that Xiao Xing had 2 types of sword techniques, one at mastery level and the other at minor proficiency. On top of that was his strength at the 10th level of blood manipulation. Heaven, what kind of monster is this? He could easily crush him. Li Xuanren's mindset crumbled. He had thought that after breaking through the life-and-death threshold, he would be invincible among his peers, but now he encountered a student capable of using sword energy and a Black 8 student with stronger talent. He suddenly felt that there were always greater heights and stronger individuals, and his heart was filled with bitterness. In just a few exchanges, Xiao Xing had dealt with the self-important Xiong Lu. Xiong Er and Xiong San were so frightened that they trembled, let out a strange cry, and turned to flee. Where do you think you're going? Xiao Xing had no intention of letting them escape. Had he not shown up, number 1 and the others would be in danger. They could be said to be the most trusted companions of Xiao Xing in the training base, or rather a kind of mental support. Xiao Xing regarded them as friends, even if they seemed somewhat weak. Swish. Dozens of sword energies shot out again, directly engulfing the youth Xiong San. Immediately after, Xiao Xing moved like lightning and charged towards the youth Xiong Er. "Oh my, this world is too dangerous, Mom, I want to go home, wah." Just then, Li Xuanren, unable to hold himself back any longer, took advantage of Xiao Xing's pursuit of Xiong Er and suddenly emerged from the grass, sprinting in a certain direction. What the heck, there's another person here. What the heck? Number 1, number 2, and number 9 were startled. Even Xiao Xing, who was chasing after Xiong Er, was taken aback. He hadn't expected there was someone hiding in the grass. However, a sense of relief arose in his heart. Fortunately, he was afraid of scaring number 1, number 2, and number 9, and of hurting their self-esteem, so he only demonstrated mastery-level sword techniques without exposing too much of his strength. Of course, the main thing was that he did not reveal the matter of sword energy. Thus, that person did not discover all of his strength. Moments later, Xiao Xing returned with his long sword. He had taken the iron tokens from the 2 youths and tucked them into his chest. Brothers are brothers, but he was the one who killed them, so the iron tokens naturally belonged to him. He was in urgent need of the tokens. In the days that followed, to avoid the pursuit of Zhang Hao, ranked 19th on the Xiantai list, Xiao Xing stayed with number 1 and the others. Naturally, he did not remain idle. Whenever he had free time, he practiced the golden stone muscle changing technique and the spirit snake sword technique. As for the poison dragon sword technique, due to slow progress, Xiao Xing temporarily slowed his training. Xiao Xing wondered if the low level of the poison dragon sword technique could only push him to the first level of momentum. Perhaps if he pushed the spirit snake sword technique to the realm of entering momentum, he might discover unexpected surprises. After all, the spirit snake sword technique and the poison dragon sword technique should belong to the same category: fierce, agile, and swift sword techniques with similar traits. What surprised Xiao Xing was that after entering momentum, his poison dragon sword technique could actually enhance the training of the spirit snake sword technique. The foundational progress of the spirit snake sword technique reached an astonishing 50%. Under such terrifying speed enhancement, after a few days of effort, Xiao Xing finally pushed the spirit snake sword technique to the horrifying realm of entering momentum. As for the internal training method, progress was still somewhat slow. However, after relentless training day and night, Xiao Xing finally made some breakthroughs. Crack crack. This afternoon, with a gentle breeze and perfect weather, Xiao Xing, sitting under a large tree practicing, suddenly opened his eyes, feeling overjoyed. I have finally broken through to the 8th rank bone refinement realm. Number 8, good news, tremendous news, you are on the list. At that moment, the dark-skinned youth of number 1, who had gone out to gather information, rushed over with a look of excitement. Fatty no. 2, in which no. 9 looked on, suspiciously unsure of what the dark-skinned youth was talking about. What do you mean I'm on the list? Xiao Xing was equally puzzled. The excited voice of number 1 exclaimed, the new star list. Number 2, a chubby fellow, and number 9, the which were left in a daze. There are the Xian Tai list, bronze list, silver list, and gold list, as well as the legendary Asura list. But there are only 5 major lists. I've never heard of a new star list. The dark-skinned boy, full of excitement, said, oh, the new star list is a newly created list ranking the strengths of our current cohort of students with a total of 20 people. Number 4 listened in silence. This year's new students are really creative, even coming up with a new star list, which is utterly ridiculous. The dark-skinned boy looked at number 8 and said, you are ranked 9th. 9th. Number 8 raised an eyebrow. Being ranked 9th among 20 isn't too bad, neither high nor low. He never liked to flaunt his strength, and this ranking suited him just fine. It can intimidate others while concealing his true power. The one ranked 10th is someone named Li Xuanren. I've never heard of this person. The dark-skinned boy murmured to himself. Oh, by the way, the top 5 are all extraordinary figures, 3 men and 2 women. The dark-skinned boy brought up another topic. The chubby fellow asked, who are the ones ranked 5th? To be honest, he wasn't interested in them. He was just afraid and wanted to remember their names to avoid them in the future. The dark-skinned boy replied, the one ranked 5th is called Lin Wanting, reputed to be a great beauty. I don't know what she looks like. As for the one ranked 4th, his name is Guo Yongtian. It said he has reached the 8th rank and possesses incredible strength. The dark-skinned boy spoke enviously. The chubby fellow wrote down these names on the inside of his clothes. The dark-skinned boy, puzzled, asked, number 2, why are you writing their names inside your clothes? Are you hoping these geniuses will bestow you with power? Or, no, I just want to remember their names to avoid them in the future. The chubby fellow chuckled. The dark-skinned boy, somewhat speechless, scoffed. Number 3 is named Han Fudong. His strength is also formidable. 8th rank, masterful in swordsmanship, and recognized as the most powerful man among our cohort. Swish, swish, swish. The chubby fellow wrote down Han Futong's name as well. Number 8 silently memorized the names of these individuals. He had just reached the 8th rank himself and hadn't expected these others to do the same, showcasing truly astonishing talent. In the future, when encountering these people, it would be wise to be cautious. Number 1, who is ranked 2nd? The chubby fellow urged. The dark-skinned boy grinned, becoming increasingly excited. The 2nd is another prominent figure. Her name is Luo. She rumored to be extraordinarily beautiful, like a celestial fairy, captivating beyond compare. Number 8 listened in silence. This number 1 is truly infatuated. Back in the cave, he almost halted his cultivation because of a woman nearly starving to death. If it weren't for number 8's guidance, he would have perished there. Now that he's out, his nature hasn't changed. He gets excited at the mention of women. It seems that one can change their surroundings, but their nature is hard to alter. Swish, swish, swish. The chubby fellow wrote down Luo Zai's name on the inside of his clothes. For him, beauty or not, he only wants to ensure his survival. What about the 1st? The chubby fellow quickly asked. He naturally needed to inquire about the most dangerous individual, clearly, otherwise if he encountered them, he might not even realize how he died. The one ranked 1st. Upon mentioning the 1st individual, the dark-skinned boy furrowed his brow deeply. What's wrong? Hurry up and tell us. The chubby fellow urged anxiously. If he didn't clarify this, he feared he wouldn't be able to sleep soundly in the future. The dark-skinned boy grinned and said, no one has seen what the 1st strength looks like. He is quite mysterious, rumored to wear a mask looking like a transcendent immortal. No name. The chubby fellow was taken aback. Number 8 was also puzzled. The chubby fellow couldn't help but ask, if he has no name, how did he rank 1st? Originally Luo, she was ranked 1st, but the 10th ranked Li Xuanren claimed to have seen someone even more remarkable, a masked individual who had achieved sword aura long ago. Hiss. Sword aura. The chubby fellow exclaimed in shock. Number 8's pupils constricted as he thought, has someone truly achieved sword intent? It seems I must remain low-key and not draw too much attention to myself. Since this individual has achieved sword aura, they must be unrivaled, hence ranking 1st. The dark-skinned boy spoke with admiration. Little do they know the one they admire, the top-ranked individual, is right in front of them. Of course, number 8 has no idea that he is the one ranked 1st. The chubby fellow swallowed nervously, his face filled with trepidation, muttering, this world is too dangerous, too dangerous. Someone has actually achieved sword aura. What a monstrous prodigy. Achoo. Number 8 sneezed unexpectedly, rubbing his nose and thinking, "Who the hell is cursing me?" The dark-skinned boy continued, vividly narrating, "Everyone doesn't know his name, so they gave him a resounding title, Blood Yama." Blood Yama. Number 8 raised his eyebrows and grinned, saying, "Sounds quite domineering." The chubby fellow quickly wrote Blood Yama's name on the inside of his shirt, emphasizing the words "extremely dangerous" after it. Originally, everyone wanted to name him Blood Asura, but fearing it might offend the Asura list, they settled for Blood Yama. The dark-skinned boy explained. Everyone nodded slightly. The dark-skinned boy grinned and said, "I also heard another exciting piece of news. In a few days, those on the New Star list will summon us students to gather at Fulong Valley for a New Star conference. What do you think? Should we go?" Number 8 frowned and asked, "Aren't they afraid that the teaching assistants and instructors will come after them with such fanfare for this New Star conference? What's there to fear? They are all geniuses, and besides, when the time comes, the students will be numerous, so those assistants and instructors might not dare to show up." The dark-skinned boy replied proudly. Xiao Xing's gaze flickered, for he detected an unusual tone in the words of the dark-skinned youth. They first established a New Star ranking and then convened a New Star conference, utilizing the individuals on these rankings to gather popularity and unite all the students. Moreover, this New Star conference showed no hesitation in revealing their location, which was a subtle provocation towards the assistants instructors and the chief instructor. "Here we stand, do you dare to come?" Thus, the students who were once prey suddenly became the players, just like the assistants instructors and the chief instructor. After stepping into the 8th grade realm, Xiao Xing's Jinshe Yijing skill showed noticeable signs of slowed cultivation. To accelerate progress, he needed resources. He planned to use tokens to purchase bone refining pills and Yijing pills to see if he could swiftly enhance his strength. This New Star conference gathering so many people presented an opportunity for him to fish in troubled waters. Now he possessed 2 forms, the assistant form and the Black No.8 student form. He could switch between forms at will, ensuring his invincibility. Acting as a bystander allowed him to acquire more resources. Naturally, he would not miss such an opportunity. Xiao Xing's gaze sparkled and a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he said, "All right, let's join in the fun." "Great," the dark-skinned youth exclaimed excitedly. "Are we really going?" "It's too dangerous." The chubby youth expressed his bitterness. The No.9 which furrowed her brow, hesitating before saying, "I won't go." Xiao Xing frowned slightly and turned to look at the No.9 which, seeing a hint of unwillingness in her eyes. With so many outstanding talents emerging, she seemed a bit weaker. For the prideful No.9 which, this was undoubtedly a blow, though it might also serve as motivation. Perhaps she did not wish to walk the same path as Xiao Xing, for with him around, she would be unable to grow swiftly under his protection. Her journey was destined to be a bloody one, paved with flesh and blood. Xiao Xing nodded slightly in support and said, "All right, No.9, follow your own path. I support you." "Thank you." The No.9 which bowed to everyone before turning and disappearing into the forest. She left decisively, without a trace of hesitation. Xiao Xing watched the direction she departed, feeling quite moved. The No.9 which may not have the strongest talent, but she was incredibly ruthless. If she didn't perish, she would surely make a name for herself. The chubby youth wore a distressed expression and reluctantly said, "I'll go with you." Immediately, the 3 of them no longer hesitated and headed toward the Fulong Valley. Along the way, Xiao Xing searched for a 3rd sword technique that would be on par with the Poison Dragon sword technique and the Spirit Snake sword technique. Originally, Xiao Xing thought that pushing a sword technique to the state of momentum was one level, so by pushing the 2nd sword technique to the state of momentum, it would be a dual momentum. However, it seemed not so simple. Even though he had reached the momentum state with both sword techniques, he still had not grasped the realm of dual momentum. This was due to the inherent flaws of the sword techniques themselves. During this time, Xiao Xing also learned that the classification of external refining techniques and internal cultivation techniques differed. The classification of external refining techniques is divided into 3 levels: lower, middle, and upper. For instance, the Poison Dragon sword technique and the Spirit Snake sword technique that Xiao Xing was currently practicing both belong to the lower level of sword techniques, which is why, despite pushing both sword techniques to the state of momentum, he still could not master dual momentum. "Damn it, since I can't change the quality, I will pile it up with quantity. I don't believe I can't cultivate dual momentum." Xiao Xing cursed inwardly. After all, middle level or even upper level sword techniques probably only exist in the hands of instructors or even the chief instructor. He did not want to provoke such beings at this time. The progress of Jinshe Yijing was slightly slow while both sword techniques had reached the state of momentum. With nothing left to cultivate, Xiao Xing began to ponder the lightness technique, the chasing wind step. Sometimes lightness techniques are extremely crucial. Not only can they be used to escape, but they can also be used to chase down others. It can be said that mastering lightness techniques allows one to stand invincible, and this saying is not mere empty talk. However, people generally prefer offensive arts, thus neglecting the importance of lightness techniques. On the way to Fulong Valley, Xiao Xing was engaged in a brainstorming session. Perhaps due to the convening of the New Star Conference, they encountered many students on their journey, but these students did not take action against them. Instead, they seemed more amicable. The atmosphere among the students has become harmonious. Xiao Xing was somewhat bewildered. By the time they arrived at Fulong Valley, Xiao Xing's lightness technique had also reached a minor achievement. The three entered the valley. At this moment, the valley was already crowded, not merely shoulder to shoulder, but bustling and lively. Among these rare students, there was an unexpected harmony with no intention of slaughter. Instead, there was a spirit of camaraderie. Some students even began discussing their cultivation levels and sword techniques with each other. The person behind this must be a master. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Xiao Xing's eyes as he secretly mused. Black 8, it's black now. 8, a ranked 9th on the new star list. Wow, black now. 8. Black now. 8. The appearance of Xiao Xing immediately stirred the crowd. After all, he was a person on the new star list, and being in the top 10 naturally caused quite a commotion. Xiao Xing felt somewhat helpless. He never expected to have such a significant influence. The students were wide-eyed looking at Xiao Xing with jealousy, admiration, and even a bit of unwillingness. I heard that black no. 8 has already reached the 9th grade perfection and has cultivated 2 sword techniques. One has reached the mastery level, and the other has reached the minor achievement level. Wow, he has cultivated 2 sword techniques. Both have reached considerable realms. It's no wonder he's in the top 10 of the new star list. Black 8 impressive. I think Black 8 should focus on a single sword technique. Cultivating multiple sword techniques might divide his attention. If he had dedicated himself to one, he might have already mastered it, or even reached perfection. Yes. The crowd discussed, Xiao Xing pointing and whispering. Xiao Xing raised an eyebrow and smiled slightly, thinking, what? Both of my sword techniques have already reached momentum, you weaklings. So you are black now. 8. At that moment, a youth wielding a long knife blocked Xiao Xing and his group's path, gazing intently at Xiao Xing and asking in a deep voice. Xiao Xing raised his eyebrows, looking at the tall young man before him wielding a blade, and nodded, saying, indeed, I am He Ba Hao. Not all students use swords. It depends on the type of weapon used by their instructor. Naturally, since they are assassins, swords and daggers are more suitable. After all, blade techniques tend to be bold and sweeping. However, there are a few instructors who prefer using blades and practice blade techniques. Since arriving at this assassin training base, Xiao Xing has yet to duel anyone using a different weapon. This young man clearly carried a provocative air, and Xiao Xing took the opportunity to familiarize himself with an opponent who used a blade. The young man's chest bore the tattoo of a tiger alongside the character for 3, indicating that his codename is Husan. Husan clasped his hands toward Xiao Xing, saying, I am Husan, real name Zhang Yunhu, ranked 11th on the new star list, and I wish to challenge you. Xiao Xing was momentarily taken aback, grinning as he asked, since you are ranked 11th, why not challenge the 10th ranked instead, and choose to challenge me, who is 9th? Zhang Yunhu grinned, a wry smile crossing his face as he replied, I have already challenged Li Xuanren, who is ranked 10th, but I lost. While speaking, Zhang Yunhu glanced at a young man in the crowd holding a sword. Xiao Xing followed his gaze and looked at that young man, but upon seeing him, Xiao Xing felt somewhat dazed. Why does this young man look somewhat familiar? 8th brother, is that not the one who shouted for his mother and suddenly fled from the bushes that day? A dark-skinned boy approached Xiao Xing and whispered in his ear. Xiao Xing was slightly stunned, recalling the person who had fled that day. So it was him. How could someone so timid be ranked 10th? Li Xuanren noticed Xiao Xing looking at him and couldn't help but blush, lowering his head. Xiao Xing turned to Zhang Yunhu and asked, if you have already lost to the 9th ranked, why do you think you can defeat me? Zhang Yunhu, however, had a look of determination on his face as he replied, the rankings are based on individual strength, but surface strength does not represent combat ability. Xiao Xing nodded slightly. He actually agreed with Zhang Yunhu's assertion. For instance, the 2nd ranked chubby guy and the 9th ranked, which have comparable strength. One cannot say that they are both merely average fighters if they were to fight the 9th ranked, which might use her ferocity to chase the 2nd ranked chubby guy all over the place. Zhang Yunhu looked at Xiao Xing again, clasping his hands, and said, Zhang Yunhu, ranked 11th on the new star list, codename Husan, formally challenges you. He Ba Hao. May I ask for your true name? Xiao Xing hesitated for a moment, but still revealed his true name, Xiao Xing. Zhang Yunhu slowly drew his long blade, squinting his eyes, coldly gazing at Xiao Xing, and said in a deep voice, come on. However, Xiao Xing raised his hand to block Zhang Yunhu, asking, wait a moment. Brother Xiao, is there anything else? Zhang Yunhu inquired. Xiao Xing looked at Zhang Yunhu, smilingly asking, is our battle going to be merely a spar or a fight to the death? Zhang Yunhu was slightly taken aback, hesitated for a moment, and said, let's keep it to a spar. After all, this is Fulong Valley, and we cannot break the rules. Very well. Xiao Xing nodded, slightly retracting his killing intent. At the summit under a large tree, the two sat on a stone, engaged in a chess game. If Xiao Xing and the others were present, they would see that the two were wearing the attire of the chief instructors. This means that the two engaged in the chess game were actually the chief instructors. One of the instructors with a headband wrapped around his head was called Wu Hong. The other had a streak of white hair at his temple and was named Gu Tian. Go brother, who do you think will win between He Bahao and Hu San? Wu Hong suddenly asked. Gu Tian smiled and said, it should be He Bahao. Wu Hong nodded, slightly smiling. How many moves do you think it will take for He Bahao to win? Gu Tian hesitated for a moment and said, it should be more than 20 moves. It should be, after all, the two have closely ranked positions to determine a winner. However, Wu Hong's words abruptly halted midway. Wu brother, what is it? Gu Tian asked suspiciously. The outcome has been decided. Wu Hong's eyes sparkled unpredictably, swallowing hard as he spoke. Has the outcome been decided already? Gu Tian was slightly taken aback, turning to look down the mountain, also in shock, as he exclaimed, 3 moves. It seems that He Bahao is even stronger than we imagined. Could it be that his ranking is lower due to circumstances? In the valley, Xiao Xing withdrew the long sword pressed against Zhang Yunhu's neck, looking at him with a smile, saying, Brother Zhang, thank you for your kindness. Zhang Yunhu's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Xiao Xing. He never expected that after just 3 moves he would be defeated. He knew that when he fought with the 10th-ranked Li Xuanren, they had exchanged 70 to 80 moves before he was defeated. Could it be that this 9th-ranked Xiao Xing is much stronger than the 10th-ranked Li Xuanren? Fortunately, it was only a spar. Had it been a fight to the death, he feared he would already be a corpse. Cold sweat trickled down Zhang Yunhu's forehead as he couldn't help but gulp, looking at Xiao Xing with a bitter smile and clasping his hand, said, Thank you, Brother Xiao, for your mercy. As he spoke, Zhang Yunhu pulled out an iron medal from his pocket and handed it to Xiao Xing. Xiao Xing was slightly taken aback, asking in surprise, What is this? This is the rule. Whoever loses must give up an iron medal. Zhang Yunhu explained honestly. Xiao Xing accepted the medal, tucking it away, and smiled, Thank you. The crowd of onlookers suddenly erupted in excitement. Wow, this 9th-ranked Xiao Xing is so strong. 3 moves. He defeated the 11th-ranked Zhang Yunhu in just 3 moves. Goodness, I really don't understand the time of geniuses. So strong. Meanwhile, a dark-skinned boy nearby had his eyes light up, pointing at Xiao Xing, slapping his chest and laughing heartily. Hey Ba, how Xiao Xing, my brother, my 8th brother. Right, he is also my brother, my 8th brother. The second-ranked chubby boy quickly added. Joking aside with Xiao Xing as their golden thigh, anyone who wants to touch him would have to think twice. At the summit under the large tree, after the 2 chief instructors finished watching the battle below, they focused on their chess game. Gu Tian smiled and said, This He Bahao is indeed a talent. Send a message down to ensure that when we gather the net later, we do not harm this person. Yes. One of the instructors turned to relay the order. If any student were to hear this, they would surely drop their jaws in shock. This Fulong Valley New Star Conference was in fact plotted by the 2 chief instructors, aiming to eliminate those ineffective students entirely. At that moment, a tall young man with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes exuding an aura of coldness approached while wielding a sword. This person was none other than Han Fudong, ranked 2nd on the New Star list. I have met the 2 chief instructors. The participants have mostly arrived. Han Fudong clasped his hands to the 2. It turns out that the 2 chief instructors were the players in this chess game, while Han Fudong was an important piece, secretly assisting the 2 instructors in smoothly carrying out this Fulong Valley New Star Conference. Fudong, no need for formalities. Wu Hong said calmly after making a move. Han Fudong slowly rose to his feet. Wu Hong turned to Han Fudong and asked softly, Fudong, they are all your peers. Do you not feel guilty about scheming against them and capturing them all at once? However, Han Fudong merely smiled disdainfully and said, feeling guilty is a sign of weakness. I certainly do not feel any guilt. Besides, what peers? Those weaklings are not worthy to be my equals. Wu Hong and Gu Tian frowned slightly upon hearing this. Wu Hong made another move and said softly, You are indeed a born cold-blooded killer. Just as the situation regarding Xiao Xing and Zhang Yunhu calmed down, the crowd erupted in chatter. Wow, is the 9th-ranked Xiao Xing really that formidable? He defeated the 11th-ranked Zhang Yunhu in just 3 moves. Don't you think Xiao Xing's ranking is low? Yeah, it's possible. With such strength, he might really be ranked lower. Wow, if Xiao Xing is this powerful, he must definitely be ranked lower. The crowd buzzed with excitement. This naturally displeased those ranked above Xiao Xing, especially Jiao Tong, who ranked 8th. He squeezed through the crowd, looking coldly at Xiao Xing, and said in a deep voice, Xiao brother, wait. Xiao Xing paused, turning around to look at Jiao Tong with suspicion. Who are you? I am Jiao Tong. The youth replied solemnly. Xiao Xing was slightly taken aback and shook his head. I haven't heard of you. Jiao Tong's face flushed and his brows furrowed. Xiao Xing actually dared to look down on him, which made Jiao Tong furious. A nearby dark-skinned youth hurriedly whispered in Xiao Xing's ear, Brother, this Jiao Tong is ranked 8th on the Rising Stars list. Xiao Xing was momentarily stunned, then suddenly realized hurriedly cupping his hands to Jiao Tong. Oh so, it's brother Jiao. A pleasure to meet you. Jiao Tong, however, remained cold-faced, squinting at Xiao Xing, and said in a deep voice, Xiao brother, I would like to spar with you a few moves. As he spoke, Jiao Tong slowly drew out his long sword. Clang! The crowd erupted once again. While the 8th ranked and the 9th ranked are about to clash, who do you think will come out on top? No doubt the 8th ranked is stronger. Not necessarily. Didn't you see that Xiao Xing defeated Zhang Yunhu in just 3 moves? The crowd was poised for the spectacle. However, at that moment Xiao Xing did not draw his sword. Instead, he cupped his hands to Jiao Tong and said, Brother Jiao, you jest. You are ranked 8th, I am ranked 9th, naturally you are the stronger one. I concede. Xiao Xing did not want to stand out too much or compete for meaningless titles. What was the use of that? He preferred practical matters. Jiao Tong was slightly taken aback, clearly not expecting Xiao Xing to concede so readily, which caught him off guard. Since the other party had publicly admitted defeat, he could not press further. Reluctantly, he retracted his sword, cupped his hands to Xiao Xing, and then turned to leave. The crowd sighed in disappointment, each wearing an expression of disbelief. Clang! Just then the scene erupted in another wave of excitement. The crowd gasped instantly, buzzing with conversation. Heavens, is that the 5th-ranked Lin Wanong and the 2nd-ranked Luo Shi? While not only are Lin Wanong and Luo Shi both stunningly beautiful, but their talents are exceptional too. It's truly enviable. Such heavenly beauties are not something we can covet. Wow, goddess. Looking at these somewhat naive youths, Xiao Xing couldn't help but feel speechless. He merely glanced at them before sitting under a nearby large tree, starting to ponder. These 2 beauties were indeed breathtakingly stunning, far more beautiful than the starlets of his previous life. Especially Luo Shi, whose beauty seemed otherworldly. But what did that have to do with him? What time was it to be worrying about beauties? Even if they were beautiful, he couldn't have them. Luo Shi and Lin Wanong enjoyed the crowd's attention as they slowly entered the throng. Luo Shi glanced around and spotted a handsome youth sitting beneath a tree, unexpectedly meditating with his eyes closed. Huh? What's going on? While everyone else gazed at them, this person didn't even look at them once. Is he that arrogant? When others looked at her, she found it distasteful. When others ignored her, she felt it was an insult to her beauty. This was the contradictory psychology of an absolute beauty. Sister Luo, that person seems to be Xiao Xing, who is ranked 9th. Lin Wanong leaned close to Luo Shi and whispered. Luo Shi glanced at Lin Wanong, but did not say much. She then looked around coldly. Miss Luo, you've arrived. At that moment, a tall and exceptionally handsome youth approached, taking the initiative to greet Luo Shi. This person was Guo Yongtian, ranked 4th. Luo Shi glanced at him, but did not respond. Guo Yongtian felt embarrassed, his face burning with shame. This Luo Shi was truly aloof, refusing to even speak a word to him. He could only smile bitterly and step aside. Despite being ranked 4th on the Rising Stars list, he knew he was no match for this heavenly beauty ranked 2nd. Luo Shi's talent was indeed astonishing. On the mountain peak, Han Fudong noticed Luo Shi's arrival and couldn't help but brighten his eyes. Among the current batch of disciples, the only one he could take seriously was the heavenly beauty Luo Shi, which was why he was willing to settle for 3rd place. Since arriving at Fulong Valley, Luo Shi's cold gaze had been scanning the surroundings as if she were searching for someone. Indeed, she was looking for the 1st-ranked Shui Yinluo. When the Rising Stars list was released, she felt that with her exceptional comprehension, she could definitely stand above all and become the top. However, she did not expect that the 10th-ranked Li Xuanren would say that someone had actually cultivated sword qi, which startled her. Even with her remarkable talent, she had not yet cultivated sword qi. This time, she came to Fulong Valley with the intention of meeting the 1st-ranked Shui Yinluo. She was eager to see what kind of person could surpass her in talent. Is Shui Yinluo not here? Luo Shi frowned slightly and murmured. It seems he hasn't come. Lin Wanong was also searching for Shui Yinluo. Luo Shi immediately lost interest, slowly walking to sit under a large tree, quietly waiting for the arrival of the 1st-ranked Shui Yinluo. However, as time passed, Shui Yinluo still did not appear. This made Luo Shi somewhat impatient. Just then a youth stepped onto a higher rock. He looked at the crowd and loudly declared, Everyone, I am Mu Yi, ranked 6th. The reason we have gathered in Fulong Valley is to. Mu Yi began an impassioned speech. On the mountain peak, Wu Hong and Gu Tian, the 2 chief instructors, glanced into the valley. Wu Hong frowned and asked, has the 1st-ranked Shui Yinluo not appeared yet? Han Fudong shook his head and replied no. In fact, he was also curious about Shui Yinluo's identity. Since this person could cultivate sword qi, he was eager to see who it was. Wu Hong looked at Gu Tian, who nodded slightly. Wu Hong fixed his gaze on the chessboard and said, let's close the net. Something's wrong. Many instructors and assistants have blocked the valley entrance. Just as Mu Yi was passionately delivering his speech on stage, a student rushed and causing a stir. What's going on? How dare those instructors and assistants come here? Damn it, we're surrounded. How are we supposed to get out of here? I have a feeling we've been set up. Some people in the crowd began to realize that this so-called New Star Mobilization Conference might be a trap. Xiao Xing was also taken aback. While others speculated it was a setup, he finally understood it was indeed a trap. He had originally come here just to enjoy the atmosphere. Who would have thought that they were actually being set up? Xiao Xing thought about the gathering organized by the students, but he never anticipated that it was a scheme orchestrated by the instructors. In fact, this was a scheme devised by the two head instructors who had not yet revealed themselves. The aim was simple survival of the fittest to eliminate those incompetent students. After all, the No.1 academy in the world cultivates powerful assassins, not useless gluttons. In an instant, the entire Fulong Valley was thrown into chaos. Several students rushed to the entrance of the valley. What greeted them was a scene of despair. Numerous assistants and instructors had gathered, glaring at them with an expression that clearly resembled that of hunters eyeing their prey. "Don't be afraid, we have the numbers. We won't fear them. Charge. Charge. Let's fight back," a student in the front shouted as he charged towards the group of assistants and instructors. Many students understood this was their only chance at survival and rushed towards the valley's exit. Swish, swish, swish. But what awaited them were the ruthless sword lights from the assistants and instructors. The dense sword lights howled through the air, and in just one wave, several students were slain on the spot. The remaining students, seeing the overwhelming power disparity, quickly lost their courage and retreated back into the valley. Fortunately, those instructors and assistants did not pursue them. However, the students were now in a panic. What do we do now? What do we do? Yes, what do we do? Where is Han Fudong? He initiated the Fulong Valley New Star Conference. Look there, he is on the top. He is next to the two head instructors. Someone with sharp eyes spotted Han Fudong and the two head instructors. Of course, they had intentionally allowed the students below to see. At this moment, everyone finally realized that Han Fudong had long been bought by the two head instructors. His initiation of this New Star Conference was to lure them here and then capture them all. Han Fudong's intentions were truly ruthless. "Han Fudong, you bastard. Just wait. Once I get out of here, I will chop you into pieces and feed you to the dogs. Can you even fight him?" I can't, but there are others who can defeat him. He's only ranked 3rd, then there's Luo Shi ranked 2nd, and Shui Yin Luo ranked 1st. Someone will definitely take care of him. Didn't you notice that Shui Yin Luo hasn't shown up? What if he is also allied with the head instructors? That shouldn't be the case. Shui Yin Luo is likely too disdainful to join us, or perhaps he has already seen through Han Fudong's scheme, which is why he hasn't appeared. The crowd began to curse loudly at the top of the mountain. Meanwhile, Han Fudong stood at the mountaintop, coldly observing his fellow students, his gaze filled with ice. To him, these people were no different from pigs or dogs. Of course, except for Luo Shi. At the same time, he was searching for a certain figure, the legendary Shui Yin Luo. That mysterious figure had yet to make an appearance. "What a pity I cannot battle you. If you dare to come, I will personally slay you." Han Fudong thought coldly to himself. In his mind, his own talent was invincible. Even Luo Shi was only ranked higher because he had allowed her to. As for Shui Yin Luo, if he dared to show up, he would prove his strength and use Shui Yin Luo as a stepping stone on his path to fame. Despicable. In the valley, Luo Shi also looked up at Han Fudong on the mountaintop, her beautiful eyes flashing with killing intent as she squeezed out those two words. "This guy is really something." Lin Weiner couldn't help but curse. Xiao Xing's gaze flickered as he scanned the surroundings, searching for an escape. "Elder brother, what should we do?" The dark-skinned boy cried. "Yes, elder brother, what do we do?" The chubby boy was almost in tears. Xiao Xing frowned tightly, remaining silent. To be honest, he didn't know what to do in this situation. He could only fight desperately. Just then a voice shouted from outside the valley. "Students ranked in the top 20 of the New Star list may leave the valley. We won't stop you." This statement once again ignited the atmosphere in the valley, causing an uproar. "What? This organization is treating us so differently. I wondered why they created a New Star list. It turns out it's a list for immunity. I'm so angry I didn't make it. Do you think those ranked in the top 20 knew about this beforehand? They must have colluded with the instructors to sell us out. That's unlikely. Didn't you see that the students ranked in the top 20 were also panicking?" One must admit that the organization is quite utilitarian. Originally, everyone in the valley was prepared to fight to the death, but with that shout from outside, the students ranked in the top 20 instantly brightened up, seeing a glimmer of hope. "Sister Luo, what do we do?" Lin Weiner asked Luo Shi beside her. Luo Shi furrowed her brows, hesitated for a moment, then said, "Let's go take a look." Saying this, Luo Shi drew her sword and headed towards the valley exit. Lin Weiner gritted her teeth and followed. When the two arrived at the valley's exit, under the gaze of everyone, the instructors and assistants did not harm them, but instead allowed them to leave. With their departure, the other students ranked in the top 20 also stepped forward and walked out. As a result, the instructors and assistants did not stop them and let them all leave. "Elder brother, you go on ahead. We won't hold you back." The dark-skinned boy looked at Xiao Xing. Although the chubby boy was terrified, he gritted his teeth and said, "Elder brother, you go on ahead. If one of us can survive, at least there's hope for our cave. Xiao Xing's gaze flickered as he leaned closer to them, lowering his voice. You two head to the northeast corner. There might be a slim chance of survival. After saying this, Xiao Xing headed out. After announcing his name, the instructors began the review. Instructor Huang stepped forward with a grin, saying, "Let him out. My student Black 8 Xiao Xing, that's right." "Thank you, Instructor Huang." Xiao Xing bowed to Instructor Huang and walked out. The dark-skinned boy and the chubby boy exchanged glances and hurriedly moved in the direction Xiao Xing had mentioned. Originally, they had given up hope of surviving, but now Xiao Xing had given them a glimmer of hope, and they naturally intended to seize it. After exiting the valley, Xiao Xing sought an isolated spot. He removed his student attire and switched it inside out before putting it on. Then he took out a mask from his pocket and tied it around his face. For the dark-skinned youth and the chubby one, Xiao Xing was prepared to take a risk. Of course, it was just a gamble. If he missed his strike, he would retreat immediately. As for whether the dark-skinned youth and the chubby one would survive, that depended on their luck. Having made all the preparations, Xiao Xing turned with his sword and walked once more towards the direction of Fulong Valley. Originally, Luo Shi and Lin Wanning had already exited, but at that moment Luo Shi suddenly stopped. She then turned and headed towards Fulong Valley. Lin Wanning, alarmed, hurried to catch up with Luo Shi and asked, "Sister Luo, what are you doing?" "Going back to take a look." Luo's eyes gaze was firm as she turned to head towards Fulong Valley. A few of her friends were still inside the valley, and she wanted to find a way to rescue them. "I really can't do anything with you." Lin Wanning rolled her eyes and helplessly followed Luo Shi back. Once they reached outside Fulong Valley, the two girls hid in the shadows, intently watching the entrance. Although the exit of Fulong Valley was quite large, spanning several hundred meters, there were numerous instructors and assistants blocking the way. There were at least 10 instructors alone. The assistants numbered in the dozens, even close to 100. The two girls did not dare to act recklessly and quietly hid behind a large rock, waiting for an opportunity. Whoosh! At that moment, a magnificent sword energy suddenly erupted, slicing towards the northeast corner. The first to bear the brunt was an instructor. Caught off guard by the time he reacted, the sword energy was already upon him, and he hastily cast his blood barrier to defend. Boom! Unprepared, the instructor was sent flying by the sword energy, tumbling a great distance. Wow! The unfortunate instructor spat out a mouthful of blood, his aura visibly weakened, clearly suffering from severe injuries. Whoosh! Just then, another wave of magnificent sword energy struck. Several assistants were taken aback and hurried to defend. Crack! Boom! But without having cultivated sword energy, how could they defend against it? Caught off guard, their swords were severed, and the sword energy engulfed them. In the blink of an eye, two assistants perished under Xiao Xing's sword energy. Moreover, a gaping hole was forcibly torn open in the northeast corner. This scene unfolded so suddenly that everyone present had yet to react. Of course, the first to react were the dark-skinned youth and the chubby one, as Xiao Xing had already warned them. Upon seeing the blood llama severely injure an instructor and slaughter two assistants, tearing open a hole, they were instantly filled with excitement. The two immediately ran out with all their might. "Where do you think you're going?" The two assistants, realizing what was happening, attempted to pursue the first and second. Whoosh! At that moment, another wave of magnificent sword energy surged forth like a dragon, sweeping towards them. Boom! The two assistants reacted, but they could not withstand the might of the sword energy and were blasted away by Xiao Xing's strike. This time, the opening became even larger. "It's the top-ranked Blood Llama coming to rescue us. It's Blood Llama coming to rescue us. Everyone hurry up and go. Blood Llama is here. Everyone hurry up. Long live Blood Llama." The students who had been on the verge of despair unexpectedly found the legendary top-ranked Blood Llama suddenly appear, launching several sword energies that directly tore open an escape route. The students' eyes turned red with excitement as they shouted slogans like "Long live Blood Llama," as if they had been injected with a stimulant, charging towards the torn opening in the northeast. In an instant, many students rushed out. Blood Llama. Luo's eyes pupils constricted as she gasped in shock. She had originally thought that Blood Llama was just a fictional character made up by the 10th-ranked Li Xuanren. But today, Blood Llama had appeared. Moreover, he truly cultivated sword energy, demonstrating an extraordinary strength that forcibly opened a hole, providing the students with an escape route. There really is a Blood Llama. He is both righteous and loyal, even tearing open a path for the students. Lin Wanning looked at the imposing figure, shocked beyond belief. Kill! Just then, Luo Shi drew her sword and charged towards several assistants. Kill! Helplessly, Lin Wanning grit her teeth and also rushed out. With Blood Llama, the top-ranked figure on the new star list, leading the way, Luo Shi ranked second and Lin Wanning ranked fifth, also charged out. The scene instantly turned chaotic, and the gap that had been about to be sealed by the instructors and assistants was torn open once more. Kill! At this moment, several students ranked in the top 20 of the new star list returned, seeing Blood Llama's loyalty and not wanting to fall behind. They also rushed out. In an instant, the opening grew even larger. Kill. Break out. Brothers, Blood Yama has come to save us. Break out. Blood Yama has come to save us. Kill. The students, seeing hope for escape, rushed out like they had been injected with a stimulant, yelling loudly as they charged towards the outside. With Luo Shilin wanting and others attacking from outside, the defenses formed by the instructors and assistants immediately collapsed. At this moment, Xiao Xing was also somewhat bewildered. How did he become Blood Yama? Just because he also cultivated sword energy. Did these people get it wrong? But when he saw Li Xuanren ranked 10th pointing at him and shouting, Blood Yama, Xiao Xing suddenly realized that he himself was Blood Yama. All along, Xiao Xing thought there was another extraordinary person who had also cultivated sword energy, but he never imagined this was a huge misunderstanding. He was startled when he first heard the name Blood Yama. After all this time, he was Blood Yama. It must have been when Xiao Xing was using sword energy to slay certain individuals that Li Xuanren saw him and spread the name of Blood Yama. Regaining his composure, Xiao Xing brandished his sword and rushed towards the injured instructor from earlier. The instructor, seeing Xiao Xing charging towards him, prepared to defend, but Xiao Xing's sword energy was faster, striking out and piercing through him. The instructor ultimately fell unwilling. Xiao Xing swaggered forward and in front of everyone took the silver badge and several iron and copper badges off the instructor. Throughout the process, no one dared to intervene. Even the other instructors avoided Xiao Xing. After all, the organization had instructed them to avoid killing those ranked in the top 20 of the new star list, especially the top 5 whom they needed to treat with caution. Moreover, they did not dare to approach a genius like Blood Yama, who had cultivated sword energy. It's not that Xiao Xing can definitely defeat a head coach level opponent. After all, these coaches are all at the late stage of the 8th grade, with some reaching perfection. However, Xiao Xing's sword energy has already posed a significant threat to them. Moreover, with talents like Blood Yin Luo, they are bound to achieve great success within the organization in the future. There's no need for them to fight to the death and offend Blood Yin Luo. One should know what kind of person becomes a coach. They are usually those who have been unable to break through for a long time and cannot take on tasks assigned by the organization. Thus, they reluctantly become coaches. In simple terms, those who serve as assistants or coaches are the weaker ones among their peers. They do not wish to offend someone like Blood Yin Luo, who will be a pillar of the organization in the future, which is why they choose to avoid confrontation. Xiao Xing also knew when to stop taking the silver medal from the head coach before turning to leave. At the summit, the two head coaches looked on in astonishment. The head coach Gatian held his peace for a long time without making a move, exclaiming, "There really is a student like Blood Yin Luo. He has truly cultivated sword energy." Wu Hong's face twitched violently, his voice carrying a hint of envy and bitterness. One must know the two of them can become head coaches because their realms are indeed not low, having reached the early stage of the 7th grade. But the key is that they at the 7th grade have not cultivated sword energy, because entering the state requires comprehension, not just time. And this Blood Yin Luo, so young, yet having cultivated sword energy, illustrates just how extraordinary his comprehension is. At the summit, Han Futong watched in shock as Blood Yin Luo cleaved a head coach into his face, twitching violently, filled with dread. With his current abilities, it would be nearly impossible for him to kill a head coach. Yet the number 1 ranked Blood Yin Luo accomplished it. Despite his earlier arrogance, thinking of challenging Blood Yin Luo, when he appeared, he shrank back when Blood Yin Luo truly showed up in an invincible stance. Meanwhile, Xiao Xing chose to leave after achieving what he wanted without further entanglements. The coaches and assistants tacitly did not pursue him. It was not worth it for a coach to chase after Blood Yin Luo, and the assistants simply could not compete. Most of these assistants were also at the early stage of the 8th grade and could not withstand Blood Yin Luo's sword energy. Seeing Xiao Xing turn to leave, Luo Shidai furrowed her brows and chased after him. Ultimately, she took a shortcut and blocked his path. Xiao Xing frowned slightly, his gaze cold as he looked at Luo Shidai and asked in a hoarse voice, "Why are you blocking my way?" Although Luo Shidai is a heavenly beauty, if she posed a threat to Xiao Xing, he would not hesitate to eliminate her. Luo Shidai gazed at Blood Yin Luo, her cold eyes glimmering with intrigue, as she said, "I want to see your true form. Are you out of your mind?" Xiao Xing was speechless, turning and using his wind chase step to depart swiftly. His speed was so fast that Luo Shidai could not catch up. After chasing for a moment, Luo Shidai stopped, panting heavily, and thought to herself, "This person's lightness skill is truly remarkable. Could it be that I really cannot compare to him?" In front of Blood Yin Luo, even this proud daughter of heaven appeared dimmed, much to her discontent. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Fulong Valley, they could no longer hold back. The appearance of Blood Yin Luo ignited the students' will to survive, and they rushed out of the valley like a torrent. After all, there were many students. Even though the coaches and assistants were strong, they were still vastly outnumbered compared to the flood of students. Thus, they did not hold their ground at the valley entrance, but wisely stepped aside, allowing for a small pursuit. In a certain part of the forest, the dark-skinned boy number 1 and the chubby boy number 2 ran for a distance, panting heavily, and then stopped. However, both of them wore excited expressions. Number 1, we escaped. We made it out. The chubby boy was overjoyed to be alive. The dark-skinned boy number 1 also beamed with excitement, saying, we lived. We're alive. After calming himself, he looked at the chubby boy number 2 and exclaimed, I never expected number 8 could invite Blood Yin Luo to assist us. But what about number 8? Where did he go? But how did number 8 know that Blood Yin Luo would attack from the northeast? The chubby boy posed a question. The dark-skinned boy number 1 paused slightly, his body shaking, as he suddenly looked up at the chubby boy number 2, breathing a bit quicker, and asked number 2, what do you mean? I think that Blood Yin Luo is number 8. The chubby boy expressed his thoughts. The dark-skinned boy number 1 grinned, but shook his head, saying that shouldn't be the case. Although number 8 has decent talent, there's still a significant gap compared to Blood Yin Luo. That's true. The chubby boy nodded in agreement. What they didn't know was that number 8 was hiding so deeply. Tisk, I never expected there to be 2 fish here. At that moment, a strange laugh echoed. The dark-skinned boy number 1 and the chubby boy number 2 trembled at the sound, looking up to see a person stepping out from the bushes. This person was none other than Niu Chuanming, ranked 20th on the new star list. Niu Chuanming, a figure ranked 20th on the new star list. Upon seeing him, the chubby boy's heart sank, silently cursing his luck. The dark-skinned boy number 1 also twitched his face violently, slowly drawing out his long sword for defense. Taking a deep breath, he cupped his hands and said to Niu Chuanming, brother Niuam, we are friends of Xiao Xing, ranked 8th. Please let us go, we would be endlessly grateful. Huh. Niu Chuanming spit on the ground, looking disdainful, as he scoffed, what are you two? Dare to call me brother? The dark-skinned boy number 1 and the chubby boy number 2's pupils shrank, clearly indicating that Niu Chuanming had no intention of letting them go. Niu Chuanming sneered, advancing toward them with his sword drawn, coldly stating, so what if you are ranked 8th? If I kill you, how would anyone know who did it? Indeed, quite ruthless, you would make a good assassin. But just then another voice sounded. Everyone was startled and quickly turned to look in the direction of the voice. They saw another person stepping out of the bushes dressed in assistant's attire, none other than Assistant Wu Sanhai. Seeing it was an assistant, Niu Chuanming was instantly taken aback, cautiously watching Wu Sanhai. Meanwhile, the dark-skinned boy number 1 and the chubby boy number 2 felt a surge of relief upon seeing Wu Sanhai, as he was indeed their assistant. The dark-skinned boy number 1 hurriedly cupped his hands and said, assistant, it's us, hey, E and hey air. Wu Sanhai shot them a disdainful glance, then turned to Niu Chuanming and asked, so what do you think? Everyone gets a share, 1 for each person, how about that? Originally, number 1 and number 2 thought they had seen assistant teacher Wu Sanhai, and hope for survival surged within them. However, they soon realized that Wu Sanhai was indifferent to their plight, treating them instead as prey. The dark-skinned youth number 1 panicked and exclaimed, assistant teacher senior brother number 8 ranks 9th on the new star list, and we have a good relationship with him. You can't kill us, you. Wu Sanhai merely scoffed, rolled his eyes, and replied, if I kill you, number 8 won't know. Besides, do you really think number 8 would risk conflict with us for a couple of fools like you? You? Number 1 and number 2 were instantly alarmed. Creak, creak. At that moment, the sound of footsteps on leaves echoed. Though the sound was faint, all present were warriors with keen senses, and they quickly picked it up. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the newcomer. Upon seeing, everyone's pupils constricted sharply. The newcomer was none other than Blood Yin Luo, the top-ranking individual on the new star list. Blood Yin Luo had a distinctly cold gaze, one that could be remembered at a glance. The 4 were startled upon seeing him. Clearly, they had not anticipated that Blood Yin Luo would appear here. Blood Yin Luo, we are friends of Black number 8. Number 1, the dark-skinned youth realized that this was their only hope for survival, and he shouted desperately. Blood Yin Luo's eyes remained icy, devoid of any emotion. Assistant teacher Wu Sanhai and Niu Chuanming narrowed their pupils in vigilance, watching Blood Yin Luo. Blood Yin Luo, I have something else to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Niu Chuanming, drenched in cold sweat, stuttered and turned to flee. The oppressive aura of Blood Yin Luo was overwhelmingly powerful. Although he was also on the new star list, faced with Blood Yin Luo, he felt as weak as a child. Whoosh! Xiao Xing could not be bothered to waste words, and with a wave of his hand, a sword chi shot forth. The sword chi whistled as it surged directly toward Niu Chuanming. Niu Chuanming was startled, unable to evade in time, and hurriedly turned to exert all his strength, channeling his blood chi and sword to defend. Swish! Yet whether it was the blood chi or the sword, they were utterly fragile against the sword chi. That sword chi, as swift as a rainbow, sliced through Niu Chuanming, as if cutting through tofu, without any hindrance. Boom! At the same time, the sword chi continued its assault, directly splitting a large boulder behind Niu Chuanming with a resounding explosion. Niu Chuanming's form froze. First, the blood chi surrounding him vanished, and then came a sharp crack as his sword broke into two pieces, one of which fell to the ground. Puff. Finally, Niu Chuanming's body was cleaved in half, intestines spilling out, and blood gushed everywhere, a horrifying sight. Wu Sanhai's forehead broke out in cold sweat at the sight, his hand trembling uncontrollably as he held his sword, his pupils constricted, filled with terror. That was a character ranked 20th on the new star list, yet he could not last even a single exchange against Blood Yinluo. Indeed, the name of Blood Yinluo was truly terrifying. Not far away, number 1 and number 2 were also pale with fear, gulping nervously. After all, they did not know if Blood Yinluo would kill them. If Blood Yinluo wanted to kill them, they had no chance of survival. After cleaving Niu Chuanming, Xiao Xing turned to assistant teacher Wu Sanhai, his gaze cold, and asked in a hoarse voice, "What constitutes passing this second trial?" Wu Sanhai looked at Blood Yinluo, swallowed nervously, and asked tremulously, "Blood Yinluo, may I ask if you would let me go?" "Speak." Xiao Xing simply uttered a single word coldly. This word felt like a bone-chilling wind in the depths of winter, instantly plunging Wu Sanhai into despair. He knew that if he did not speak, the next moment would likely bring him a sword chi from Blood Yinluo. After all, he was not the only one who knew how to pass the trial. Wu Sanhai looked at Xiao Xing, gulped nervously, his hand gripping the sword, trembling, and said in a shaky voice, "To pass, one must go through the double mountain in front." "What mysteries does the double mountain hold?" Xiao Xing asked again in a hoarse voice. Wu Sanhai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and replied tremulously, "The double mountain is home to many demonic creatures which have a strong sense of territory." As he spoke, he suddenly surged forward, swinging his sword violently at Xiao Xing. Dozens of sword lights howled out, charging straight at Xiao Xing. Xiao Xing, uninterested in banter, his eyes suddenly widened, and with a powerful swing of his sword, another magnificent sword chi surged forth. Wherever the sword chi passed, the sword lights shot out by Wu Sanhai were overshadowed like fireflies before the sun, extinguished in an instant. The sword chi continued its momentum, piercing through Wu Sanhai. Boom. In the next moment, Wu Sanhai's body was also violently cleaved in half, intestines spilling out, flesh and blood flying, a shocking scene. Number 1, the dark-skinned youth, and number 2 trembled in fear, staring in horror at Blood Yinluo. They dared not show any defiance, fearing that they might anger Blood Yinluo and meet the same fate. Xiao Xing stepped forward, rummaging through Wu Sanhai and Niu Chuanming's bodies, collecting all the tokens they had. He slowly stood up and turned to look at number 1 and number 2. Spare us, spare us," they pleaded, trembling as they knelt on the ground, eyes closed. After a moment, seeing that nothing stirred ahead, they cautiously opened their eyes, only to find that Blood Yinluo had already vanished. Only then did the two let out a sigh of relief. It felt as if all their strength had been drained, collapsing onto the ground like two puddles of mud. "So terrifying, so terrifying," number 2 muttered, looking as if he had just escaped a calamity. Number 1 wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, his heart still racing. Creak, creak. At that moment, they heard footsteps again. They were instantly horrified, fearing that Blood Yinluo had returned, and they hurriedly knelt on the ground, pleading, "Spare us, spare us." Number 1, number 2, what has happened to you? However, the next moment, a familiar voice sounded. Number 1 and number 2 looked up, only to see that the newcomer was none other than number 8, Xiao Xing. "Oh, number 8, it's you. You scare me to death." Number 2, with a face full of tears, slumped to the ground, complaining. Number 1 also breathed a sigh of relief, smiling wryly, and said, "Number 8, just now Blood Yinluo just left, and look, those two on the ground were killed by Blood Yinluo." Seeing these two scared to this extent, Xiao Xing found it somewhat amusing, suppressing a smile, nodding in acknowledgement. At that moment, number 1, the dark-skinned youth, suddenly looked up at Xiao Xing and asked, "Elder brother 8, do you know Blood Yinluo?" Xiao Xing already knew that number 1 and number 2 would ask him, and he nodded slightly, saying, "I do know them." Number 1, a dark-skinned youth, and number 2, a chubby boy, suddenly brightened their eyes. Number 2, the chubby boy, sprang up from the ground and grabbed Xiao Xing, saying, "Big brother, that. Could you introduce us? Just say we are your brothers, and we will have a backing in the future. Who would dare to provoke us then? Yes, big brother, if we can get close to the Blood Yinluo, who would still dare to bully us?" Number 1, the dark-skinned youth, also said excitedly. However, Xiao Xing frowned slightly and shook his head, saying, "The temperament of Blood Yinluo is a bit eccentric. You won't get along." "I see." Number 1, the dark-skinned youth, and number 2, the chubby boy, nodded. Xiao Xing furrowed his brow and hesitated for a moment, saying, "Number 1, number 2, I think you should rely on yourselves. Even if you succeed in the second round with someone else's help, when it comes to the third round, in our future as assassins, you can't still rely on others, right? I believe that the only ones we can rely on are ourselves." In the end, Xiao Xing expressed his viewpoint. Number 1, the dark-skinned youth, and number 2, the chubby boy, frowned at each other, clearly aware that Xiao Xing was right. The ninth witch had long realized this, which is why she left them and ventured out on her own. Xiao Xing looked at the two and said, "Number 1, number 2, let's split up from here. I hope we all pass the 3 rounds and meet at the finish line. Farewell. As he said this, Xiao Xing cupped his hands to them and walked away without looking back. Both of them had character flaws, relying excessively on others. Even though Xiao Xing had protected them through the 2nd round, what about the 3rd round and their future? Thus Xiao Xing decided to let go. After he left, number 1 and number 2 stood frozen in place, speechless for a long time. After a while, number 1, the dark-skinned youth, seemed to have made a certain resolution. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Number 2, I think Big Brother is right. We can only rely on ourselves. Farewell." As he spoke, number 1, the dark-skinned youth, strode off in another direction. Number 1. Number 2, the chubby boy, panicked. "Don't follow me, rely on yourself in the future, and we'll meet at the finish line." Number 1, the dark-skinned youth, waved his hand to number 2 and walked away without looking back, only leaving number 2 standing there looking forlorn and on the verge of tears. Meanwhile, Xiao Xing, after bidding farewell to number 1 and number 2, did not head directly to the 2nd heavy mountain, but instead changed into the attire of an assistant instructor and went to the black market. Still, he felt that he was not strong enough. He needed to make himself stronger before heading to the 2nd heavy mountain to face the upcoming 3rd round. This time, Xiao Xing went to the black market to find a sword technique similar to the poison dragon sword technique and the spirit snake sword technique. He wanted to advance his swordplay to the 2nd level. Only then would he be satisfied. However, Xiao Xing did not know how many sword techniques were needed to cultivate this 2nd level, but he had a premonition that if he practiced another similar sword technique, it should be enough. In addition to seeking sword techniques, Xiao Xing also wanted to find a set of defensive skills. He was currently strong in offense, but lacking in defense. If he encountered someone of a higher realm than him, he feared that he would not last a few rounds. This time, after killing the assistant instructor Wu Sanhai and the 20-ranked Niu Chuanming on the new star list, he obtained a copper token and 6 iron tokens. Of course, he had also previously killed a teacher and 3 assistant instructors in the Fulong Valley, gaining quite a few tokens. All in all, Xiao Xing now had 4 copper tokens and 16 iron tokens plus a hot silver token. This silver token was obtained after Xiao Xing assassinated that teacher. However, he could not take it out to spend, as doing so would expose his identity. At that time, he didn't know how much trouble it would cause. If I had known, I wouldn't have snatched it. Xiao Xing felt somewhat speechless. However, this silver token was made of pure silver, and it could be useful later when he became a real assassin and ventured into society. At that time, if he found a place to melt this silver token, it would be quite a sum. When Xiao Xing arrived at the black market, he first bought a sword manual called Soul Chase Sword Technique. Then he began to wander around the black market. At that moment, he noticed a stall in front of him that was very popular, crowded with people. "What is it?" Xiao Xing became curious and stepped forward to take a look. "What are they selling here?" Xiao Xing casually asked a student. Seeing Xiao Xing dressed in assistant instructor's clothing, the student hurriedly replied, "They are buying the Immortal Diamond skill." "The Immortal Diamond skill, eh?" Xiao Xing raised his eyebrows and his eyes shone with excitement. From the name, this Immortal Diamond skill should belong to a defensive type of skill. "Make way." Xiao Xing squeezed in. He discovered that the seller of the skill was still an old man. This old man was also quite business savvy, having copied many versions of the Immortal Diamond skill. Surrounded by many students and assistant instructors. Of course, most of these students were also those who ranked on the new star list. Nearly all of the top 10 had arrived. After all, such a powerful skill had appeared in the black market, they naturally could not miss it. Of course, others couldn't afford it, and only people like them could buy it. "Senior brother, how many tokens for one?" Xiao Xing asked in a different tone. The old man glanced at Xiao Xing and smiled, saying, 40 iron tokens. "So expensive." Xiao Xing frowned slightly, narrowing his eyes. "Expensive. This is a skill that leads directly to the heavenly level." The old man replied with a smirk. "Heavenly level skill." Xiao Xing's pupils constricted and his eyes suddenly brightened. This external cultivation method is divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers, and above these tiers are the earth level and heavenly level. This was actually a heavenly level skill. "Alright, I'll buy it." Xiao Xing took out 4 copper tokens and placed them on the stall. The crowd gasped. "Junior brother, you are quick to pay here." The old man handed a copy of the manual to Xiao Xing. Xiao Xing took the manual but did not leave. Instead, he started flipping through it. Upon looking, he couldn't help but frown, because this skill only had 1 volume. From the introduction, the Immortal Diamond skill was divided into 3 volumes: the Skin Training Volume, which consists of 4 small realms: Iron Skin, Copper Skin, Silver Skin, and Gold Skin. The volume in Xiao Xing's hand was precisely this 4-layer small realm. Moreover, there were still the 2nd and 3rd volumes. The 2nd volume should be the Diamond Body Volume, while the 3rd volume should be the Immortal Golden Body Volume. But now these 2 volumes were missing. Xiao Xing couldn't help but frown and looked at the old man, asking, "Senior brother, why is there only the 1st volume?" The old man grinned, saying, "Junior brother, I said this skill leads directly to the heavenly level, but I never said I had the heavenly level here." That makes sense. A scammer using a sheep's head to sell dog meat, playing with words to deceive buyers. Xiao Xing silently cursed in his heart, glanced at the old man with some exasperation, tucked the manual into his pocket, and turned to leave. If one could cultivate to the golden skin realm, then Xiao Xing's defensive capabilities would undoubtedly increase significantly. Yet as he was leaving, Xiao Xing cast a glance at that old man. He always felt that the old man selling such a formidable technique at this moment was simply encouraging mutual slaughter among the assistants and students, thereby raising the difficulty of passing the trials. After all, this technique is so powerful, if someone else purchases it, and you do not, you will find yourself at a disadvantage, leaving you with no choice but to ambush the assistants or kill other students to collect tokens. One cannot help but admire how the organization is exerting every effort to hone the students' skills. Immortal Diamond Art. Realm Iron Skin 2. 3. In the cave, Xiao Xing opened his eyes and murmured, "Iron Skin has indeed succeeded, but the progress is a bit too slow." Xiao Xing felt somewhat frustrated. When he purchased the Immortal Diamond Art, the old man had said that it was extremely difficult to cultivate. Of course, if one succeeded, the effects would be remarkable. For instance, even an 8th grade warrior would find it exceedingly difficult to break through Xiao Xing's defenses with his current Iron Skin. However, progressing from Iron Skin to Copper Skin was proving to be very challenging for Xiao Xing, with painfully slow advancement. Iron Wiregrass. Xiao Xing began to browse through the manual. It recorded that when cultivating the first layer of the Immortal Diamond Art, applying iron wiregrass all over one's skin would enhance the process. Perhaps finding this iron wiregrass could speed up my progress. Xiao Xing pondered. With that thought, he tucked the manual into his clothes and stood up to head outside. Meanwhile, in another cave, two beautiful women were seated within the cave dwelling. Both were also practicing the Immortal Diamond Art. After a moment, the two women opened their eyes. Lin Weiner shifted her body and couldn't help but complain, "Ah, Sister Luo, this Immortal Diamond Art is really too hard to cultivate. We've been practicing for days, and we haven't even touched the threshold." Luo, she also frowned. Looking outside, she murmured, "I wonder if that person has succeeded in his cultivation." Lin Weiner picked up the manual and began to look through it. After a while, she closed the manual, looked at Luo Shi, and said, "Sister Luo, this manual states that to cultivate the Immortal Diamond Art we need to use iron wiregrass. Why don't we go search for some?" Luo Shi nodded slightly and said, "We have no choice but to do so." With that, the two women stood up and headed outside. On the other side, Han Fudong, Gui Yongtian, and others had also received the manual for the Immortal Diamond Art. However, despite their forceful attempts, they simply couldn't cultivate Iron Skin. Helpless, they too had to set off for the second mountain, risking a journey into the territory of the monsters to find iron wiregrass. Of course, these individuals, including Luo Shi and Lin Weiner, believed that without the aid of iron wiregrass, it was likely impossible to cultivate Iron Skin. If only they knew that Xiao Xing had achieved Iron Skin without any assistance, they would surely be astonished. At this moment, Xiao Xing had also arrived at the second mountain. As long as he passed through this second mountain, he would be able to overcome the second stage of the jungle hunting game. However, Xiao Xing had no intention of proceeding just yet. He needed to advance the Immortal Diamond Art to the Copper Skin realm before considering the third stage. Who knows what awaits in the third stage? Without sufficient strength, he was not willing to take any risks. Xiao Xing spread out the map to check. The map marked the location of iron wiregrass positioned in a certain area of the second mountain, which happened to be the territory of a demon ape. If discovered by this demon ape, it was likely to provoke a conflict. Why does this map mark the location of iron wiregrass? Xiao Xing raised an eyebrow and chuckled bitterly. It was evidently part of a scheme set by the organization to lure them into the demon ape's territory to provoke a confrontation. It seems this is also a test from the organization. This demon ape is an 8th grade monster with a robust physique. It's just the right opportunity to test the power of my Iron Skin. Xiao Xing's thoughts moved, and he turned his clothes inside out, then covered his face, dashing into the jungle. Utilizing the advanced wind chase step, Xiao Xing traversed through the grass with remarkable speed, heading toward the location of iron wire grass marked on the map. Soon Xiao Xing landed on a large tree. He peered out and saw a particularly robust monkey lying on a large rock, sound asleep. Xiao Xing took out a sack and silently jumped down from the tree, starting to frantically pull up the iron wire grass beneath the demon ape. In less than a quarter of an hour, Xiao Xing had cleared the surrounding iron wire grass and stuffed them into the sack, which he then slung over his shoulder. However, Xiao Xing did not leave. He wanted to see how strong his physical defense had become after achieving Iron Skin. He picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it at the demon ape. Bang! The sleeping demon ape was struck awake. It scratched its head, looking around in confusion, appearing somewhat dim-witted. Xiao Xing put his hands on his hips, looking at the demon ape, and shouted, "Hey, big guy, over here." The demon ape finally spotted Xiao Xing and immediately flew into a rage, pointing at him and yelling, "You hit! Oh, you can talk." Xiao Xing was slightly taken aback, then grinned, placing one hand on his hip and scratching his nose with the other, saying, "Indeed, it was me who hit you." Roar! The demon ape jumped off the rock, its fists pounding on its chest like drums, and it began to roar toward the sky. The sound was thunderous, reminiscent of a storm. "A big guy, you're so loud. And why are you hitting yourself? Do you have a self-harm tendency?" Xiao Xing covered his ears, wearing a provocative expression, and pointed at the sack behind him, grinning. "Are you looking at this iron wire grass? Well, they are mine now." The demon ape looked down only to find that the once lush iron wire grass had been completely uprooted. The demon ape froze in place, then looked up at Xiao Xing, roaring, "Human, die!" With that, the demon ape let out a mighty roar, raising its fists and charging at Xiao Xing. Xiao Xing, however, did not dodge or evade. He also threw a punch in response. Boom! The punch from the human and the ape collided, creating a gust of wind and a rolling sound wave. Xiao Xing staggered back a few steps while the demon ape also retreated unsteadily. It lowered its head, staring at Xiao Xing in surprise, clearly not expecting that such a small person could possess such immense power. "Come again." Xiao Xing, however, became excited, shouting as he charged once more toward the demon ape. Roar! The demon ape was thoroughly enraged, letting out a roar and charging at Xiao Xing with fists that resembled small hills. Bang, bang, bang. This time neither party avoided the blows. Xiao Xing struck the demon ape, and the demon ape hit him back, each punch landing with a raw force devoid of any pretense or technique, purely a contest of physical strength. Xiao Xing was thrilled to discover that the immortal diamond art's iron skin was indeed impressive, able to withstand the blows of the demon ape. At that moment, the demon ape was secretly astonished. It was well aware of the power of its own punches, yet striking this person felt like hitting an iron plate. A masked youth was fiercely exchanging blows with an enormous demon ape. Indeed, whenever the demon ape struck him, he retaliated with an equal punch. Neither the man nor the beast was willing to yield, engaging in a frenzied battle. Especially when the demon ape's blows landed on Xiao Xing, they produced a thunderous sound akin to metal clashing. It was evident that Xiao Xing had already mastered the iron skin technique of the undying diamond art. Goodness, is this still a human battling against a demon ape? This Blood Yanluo is simply terrifying. One person gasped in astonishment. Han Fudong hid behind a large tree, his eyes twitching violently, and his heart surged with turbulent waves. Before coming here, he had been ambitious, determined to be the first to master the iron skin. Perhaps if he mastered iron skin, he could withstand the sword energy of Blood Yanluo, enabling him to have the strength to battle against him. But upon witnessing the scene of Blood Yanluo clashing with the demon ape, he fell silent. Clearly, Blood Yanluo had mastered iron skin first, otherwise he wouldn't be able to withstand the demon ape's onslaught. But how did Blood Yanluo obtain the iron wire grass guarded by the demon ape? Thus, there was only one possibility: Blood Yanluo had relied solely on his own formidable talent to forcefully master iron skin without any external assistance or the iron wire grass. This Blood Yanluo's talent is astonishingly strong. I am no match for him. Han Fudong gritted his teeth in frustration. Although he felt hatred, he dared not overstep his bounds. It's no joke. Now that Blood Yanluo has also mastered iron skin, coupled with the enhancement of sword energy, he is even less a match for Blood Yanluo. He was arrogant, but not foolish. He understood the consequences of provoking Blood Yanluo at this moment. Meanwhile, Luo Shi and Lin Wanning were also left dumbfounded, unable to come to their senses for a long while. Sister Luo, this Blood Yanluo is simply not human. He has cultivated iron skin without any external assistance and is clashing with a demon ape. Lin Wanning felt her mind short-circuiting. She believed she was not stupid and even had decent talent, ranking 5th on the Rising Star list among the top 5. However, she felt that compared to Blood Yanluo, she resembled a fool. Both of them had attempted to forcefully break through iron skin with their formidable talents, but ultimately failed. Their conclusion was that without the assistance of iron wire grass, it was impossible to successfully cultivate iron skin of the undying diamond art. But the reality was that Blood Yanluo had once again slapped them in the face with his monstrous talent. Blood Yanluo had truly mastered iron skin. Concealed in the shadows were Gui Yongtian, Muyi, Lu Ning, and Jiao Tong, all newcomers on the Rising Star list, who were now silently watching Blood Yanluo clash with the demon ape. They considered themselves remarkable talents, but compared to Blood Yanluo, they felt somewhat diminished. Meanwhile, Xiao Xing had clearly noticed someone spying on his battle with the demon ape. This was precisely why he had chosen to test the power of iron skin under the guise of Blood Yanluo. The commotion from his clash with the demon ape would inevitably attract attention. He naturally had to conceal his identity. Yes, let all the glory fall upon Blood Yanluo, while he himself remained hidden. Now he had roughly gauged the strength of iron skin. This iron skin was at least of the 8th grade realm. Without any divine weapons or extraordinary techniques, it would be challenging to break through its defenses. Since he had a grasp of the situation, Xiao Xing no longer wished to be watched like a monkey. He immediately turned and utilized the wind chase step to dash forward. Wow, wow, wow. Hey, don't run. The demon ape panicked upon seeing Xiao Xing about to flee, immediately launching itself forward, leaping after him. Its speed was incredibly fast, covering a distance of several dozen feet with a single leap. Unfortunately for it, Xiao Xing's wind chase step had also reached the mastery level, allowing him to move swiftly, gliding over the grass like walking on flat ground as he darted away like lightning, quickly creating distance from the demon ape. Those watching from the shadows were once again utterly shocked. This light body technique had evidently reached an extraordinarily profound level, no longer merely at the mastery stage, but at the grand accomplishment stage. After all, Blood Yanluo's speed was astonishingly swift. Han Fudong, watching from the shadows, once again turned pale, his face shifting from green to red, nearly choking on his own blood from frustration. Though he ranked third on the Rising Star list, he believed it was because he let Luo Shi take the lead. In reality, he felt he was definitely second, even comparable to the first Blood Yanluo. Yet he never expected to be repeatedly hit hard by Blood Yanluo. First the sword energy. Then he saw Blood Yanluo mastering Iron Skin. This was yet another mastery-level light body technique. Each aspect felt like a giant hammer relentlessly smashing into his chest. He too trained in light body techniques, but his were only at the entry level. After all, he had to cultivate internal martial arts and sword techniques for offensive skills, leaving him with no time to practice light body techniques. But Xiao Xing had cultivated it, and even reached an exceptionally high level. He had time, while Han Fudong did not. What did this signify? It indicated that he was simply not on the same level as Blood Yanluo. Though he was extremely reluctant to admit it, this was the reality. Luo Shi and Lin Wanning were equally dumbfounded, their faces showing disbelief. A mastery-level light body technique, this Blood Yanluo is simply not human. Lin Wanning exclaimed, her eyes wide open as if she had seen a ghost. Luo Shi was also stunned, her eyes twitching violently, shocked into a daze, unable to regain her composure for quite some time. As for Guo Yongtian, Mu Yi, Lu Ning, and Zhao Tong, they were even more stunned, their expressions resembling that of seeing a ghost. They looked at Blood Yanluo with eyes filled with awe. These so-called talents dimmed in comparison to Blood Yanluo. Xiao Xing utilized his light body technique and dashed into the forest. The demon ape, however, did not chase him, angrily pounding its chest in place, throwing massive boulders far away, even uprooting entire trees. It should know that further ahead lay human territory, and even it dared not recklessly intrude. Seeing Xiao Xing leave Luo, she frowned slightly, regaining her senses as she said, "Let's go pursue." Pursue whom?" Lin Wanning hurriedly asked. "Of course it's Blood Yanluo. He took all the iron wire grass. If we don't find him, who shall we pursue?" Luo Shi had already darted out. Lin Wanning gritted her teeth and followed suit. Having shaken off the demon ape, Xiao Xing curled his lips into a smile and walked forward. At that moment, two figures suddenly darted out from ahead, blocking Xiao Xing's path. These two were none other than Luo Shi, ranked second on the Rising Star list, and Lin Wanning, ranked fifth. Immediately after, more than 10 others appeared, obstructing Xiao Xing's way. Xiao Xing furrowed his brows, his gaze suddenly turning cold as he slowly drew his long sword. Seeing that Shui Yanluo was about to make a move, the crowd became flustered. Luo Shi quickly raised her hand, calling out, "Shui Yanluo, wait. We're not here to trouble you." Xiao Xing raised an eyebrow, suspiciously surveying the crowd, and asked in a hoarse voice, "Then why are you blocking my way?" Luo Shi extended a finger as delicate as a white jade onion, pointing at the package on Xiao Xing's back. She said, "Shui Yanluo, we are here for the iron thread grass. Tell me how many tokens can be exchanged for some iron thread grass." Xiao Xing raised an eyebrow, realization dawning in his heart, yet his gaze remained icy as he replied, "What would I do with tokens? No exchange. This person was so stubborn, not giving me any face." Luo Shi felt quite frustrated and looked at Xiao Xing in disbelief, asking, "What would it take for you to give me some iron thread grass?" Usually when people saw Luo Shi, they would eagerly approach to greet her. Even Han Fudong, ranked third on the Rising Star list, regarded her with admiration. Only this Shui Yanluo was cold and indifferent to her, which truly made her quite angry. Of course, she found others' flattery even more distasteful. The crowd could only sigh at how Shui Yanluo showed no regard for even a beauty like Luo Shi, secretly thinking he truly lacked romantic understanding and didn't appreciate beauty. Xiao Xing had his own considerations. In this hellish realm where survival was uncertain, he naturally had to do everything possible to become stronger. As for women, they would only hinder his speed in drawing his sword. It was impossible for him to appreciate beauty. Xiao Xing glanced at the people around him, and suddenly an evil plan arose in his mind. This was a perfect opportunity to extort these so-called talents. He couldn't miss this chance. With that thought, Xiao Xing said nonchalantly, "If you want iron thread grass, you must offer something of equal value. I wonder, Miss Luo, do you have anything that catches my eye?" As he spoke, Xiao Xing's eyes roamed unabashedly over Luo Shi. He had to admit this girl was stunning both in appearance and figure, no doubt about it. If this girl were to offer her body in exchange, perhaps he could consider it. Feeling Shui Yanluo's unrestrained gaze, Luo Zai's face involuntarily flushed, both shy and angry. She thought to herself, why is he looking at me like that? Others at least pretend a little. This guy is staring so brazenly. Such an invasive gaze is truly frightening. Han Fudong beside her saw Xiao Xing looking at his goddess so unabashedly, and his expression suddenly turned cold, his eyes gleaming with frost, as he gripped his sword tightly, causing veins to bulge from his hand, as he glared fiercely at Xiao Xing. He truly wished he could draw his sword and cleave Shui Yanluo in two, but he dared not do so, only able to seethe in silent fury. Of course there were a few others like Han Fudong, who dared not act recklessly in front of Shui Yanluo. Luo, she hesitated for a moment, then took out a pale blue booklet from her bosom, saying, I will exchange this for you. As she spoke, Luo, she tossed the booklet over. Xiao Xing caught it, and looked closely only to see the cover inscribed with the words, Xian Pa Finger. Luo Zai's voice followed, this is my family's martial art, Xian Pa Finger, an advanced technique. The crowd gasped in astonishment. They clearly did not expect that Luo she would be willing to exchange her family's martial art for iron thread grass. Xiao Xing raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised as he looked at Luo. Her generosity was indeed beyond his expectations. Ah, Sister Luo, this is your family's martial art. You're using it to exchange for just a few stalks of iron thread grass. This? Lin Wanning exclaimed in surprise. Han Fudong and the others also frowned, astonished. They never thought Luo she would offer such a precious item for just a few stalks of iron thread grass. Yet Luo she appeared unfazed, her voice ethereal and cool, saying it's just a mere technique, it depends on who learns it. Even an advanced martial art would be useless if you can't master it. Luo she possessed a natural Xian Yin constitution, so practicing Xian Pa Finger was incredibly easy for her. Her purpose in giving Shui Yanluo this technique was to prove herself. Aren't you supposed to be exceptionally gifted? Then let's see who excels at Xian Pa Finger. At this moment the little woman's pride spurred her on, which is why she unhesitatingly used the Xian Pa Finger manuscript to exchange with Xiao Xing. The crowd nodded slightly in agreement. Xiao Xing looked up at Luo, his brow slightly furrowed, thinking to himself, this girl's background seems extraordinary. Her family's martial art is actually an advanced technique. Not all students were like Xiao Xing, who came from a rough background or were brought in through dubious means. Some had come voluntarily. Luo she possessed an advanced martial art and was here voluntarily. What a self-torturing girl. Xiao Xing thought to himself, unceremoniously tucking the Xian Pa Finger manuscript into his bosom, then took off his makeshift backpack. Though it was called a backpack, it was actually just a student's garment. Xiao Xing, knowing he needed to gather iron thread grass, had taken a student's clothes along the way to use as a bag. Take what you need, Xiao Xing said casually. Since they were so generous, he naturally couldn't be stingy. Besides, with so much iron thread grass in his pack, he wouldn't even be able to use it all with his qualifications. Thank you. Luo she stepped forward and took some iron thread grass. It was evident that she was quite confident in her own talent and didn't take too much. Xiao Xing looked up at the crowd and asked in a deep voice, who else wants iron thread grass? Lin Wanning gritted her teeth and took out a blue booklet from her bosom, handing it to Xiao Xing. Shui Yanluo, this is my family's martial art, a unique skill, one sword chasing the soul. Can I exchange it for some iron thread grass? Hiss. At the mention of a unique skill, the crowd couldn't help but gasp in surprise. The external training method had 6 small realms that were self-evident, and upon completion one would enter the entering the situation stage, which leads to the legendary intent realm. Upon reaching the intent realm, a martial artist would attain a significantly higher understanding of the martial arts they practiced. Xiao Xing at his current level was at the first stage of entering the situation, and after 3 stages one would enter the intent realm, demonstrating how profound this realm truly was. After reaching the intent realm, one would comprehend a forbidden technique. 3 levels of intent, 3 levels of forbidden techniques, each level more powerful than the last. Some elders, after comprehending forbidden techniques, would pass down the essence of those techniques to their descendants for cultivation. These streamlined forbidden techniques were referred to as unique skills. In other words, unique skills are simplified versions of forbidden techniques. Xiao Xing did not expect that Lin Wanning would possess a unique sword manual. This truly caught him off guard. It seems the girl's identity is not simple, Xiao Xing secretly thought, yet he accepted the unique sword manual, tucking it into his bosom, and said, you take it yourself. Thank you. Lin Wanning bent down to pick up iron wire grass from her bundle. Xiao Xing lowered his head, and upon seeing this, he couldn't help but feel a rush of blood to his head. The tumultuous scene made him exclaim that he could hardly bear it. Luo she also noticed Xiao Xing's gaze and couldn't help but cough lightly to remind Lin Wanning. Only then did Lin Wanning come to her senses, her pretty face flushing red as she hurriedly covered her chest, picked up some iron wire grass, and retreated. Xiao Xing looked up at the others and asked, Is there anyone else who wants iron wire grass? Gui Yongtian hesitated for a moment, stepped forward, took out a yellow book from his bosom, and handed it to Xiao Xing, saying, Blood Yinlua, this is my family's martial art 9-yang fire palm. May I exchange it for some iron wire grass? Xiao Xing took the book and tucked it into his bosom once more. At this moment he was overjoyed. Initially he thought he was just going to gather some iron wire grass, but unexpectedly he had gained so many benefits. Xian Pa Finger 9-yang fire palm. These martial arts were exactly what Xiao Xing needed. All his skills were centered around the sword. If due to special circumstances he found himself without a sword, what would he do? In that case, Xiao Xing would be very passive, thus he must learn some techniques for hand-to-hand combat. It could be said that it was a stroke of luck. These people exchanged their family martial arts for the iron wire grass he had collected. Wasn't he making a great profit? Of course, Gui Yongtian had his own calculations. He ranked fourth his talent, only second to Han Fudong, and he believed he was not inferior to anyone. However, each time he faced the emergence of Blood Yinluo, he felt overwhelmed. So he decided to give the 9-yang fire palm to Blood Yinluo. Since you like practicing martial arts, then go ahead. With so many martial arts at his disposal, his training progress would inevitably be slowed down, giving Gui Yongtian a chance to surpass Blood Yinluo. But his calculations were destined to come to naught. Xiao Xing relied on the system, which had no concept of bottlenecks. As long as he was willing to practice, he would surely achieve results. Once Gui Yongtian finished picking the iron wire grass, Xiao Xing looked up at the others again and asked in a deep voice, Is there anyone else who wants iron wire grass? The crowd fell silent. Of course, the vast majority simply did not have anything of value to trade with Xiao Xing. Some were unwilling to exchange. For example, Han Fudong. Han Fudong also came from an extraordinary background and possessed a family secret technique. One sword ascends to immortality, but he was unwilling to let others learn his sword technique, hence he chose to remain silent. Seeing no one speak, Xiao Xing immediately bent down to rewrap the remaining iron wire grass, slinging it on his back and preparing to leave. Han Fudong turned and glanced at a young man. The young man gritted his teeth, pointed at Xiao Xing, and shouted, Hey Blood Yinluo, aren't you being too domineering? You took all the iron wire grass. How can we cultivate the undying Vajra skill? Xiao Xing paused his steps, turning his head to coldly glare at the youth. His gaze was akin to that of an ancient ferocious beast, sending chills down one's spine. The young man was instantly unnerved, as if he had fallen into an ice cavern, but relying on Han Fudong's backing, he still mustered the courage to say, Blood Yinluo, if you don't give up half of the iron wire grass today, then. Suddenly Xiao Xing made his move. Clang! The sound of a sword being drawn resonated, and a majestic sword aura surged forth, shooting straight toward the young man. Han Fudong's eyes widened in horror as he hurriedly drew his sword, unleashing dozens of sword glimmers to counter the incoming sword aura. Boom! However, Han Fudong's sword glimmers met Xiao Xing's sword aura as if a clay ox had entered the sea, instantly engulfed, without even slowing the speed of Xiao Xing's sword aura. The young man anxiously urged his sword glimmers and his own blood aura to defend. Puff! The sword aura sliced through as easily as cutting tofu, directly piercing through both the young man's sword glimmers and blood aura, passing cleanly through his body. Boom! After the sword aura passed through the young man, it did not stop, directly smashing a thick tree lush with foliage behind him, shattering it into pieces. Creak! Thud! The trunk fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust and leaves. The young man stood frozen in place, his face filled with disbelief. First his long sword made a cracking sound and broke into two pieces, one falling to the ground with a clang, while the other half remained gripped in his hand. Puff! Then with a loud bang the young man was torn apart, his intestines spilling out, blood splattering everywhere. Silence. The scene was instantly deathly quiet, with even the sound of a pin drop could be heard. Everyone looked at Xiao Xing in disbelief, staring at the scene before them. The young man had been ranked 17th on the Rising Star list, yet in Xiao Xing's hands he could not last even a single exchange. Not to mention that Han Fudong, ranked 3rd, had intervened, yet he still could not block a single sword aura from Xiao Xing. That person was cleaved in half right before everyone's eyes. At this moment the eyes of the crowd toward Blood Yinluo were filled with fear. Xiao Xing suddenly turned to face Han Fudong, who was immediately filled with dread, and without hesitation retreated hastily. Swish! Just as he moved, Xiao Xing slashed his sword downward at an angle, sending forth another majestic crescent-shaped sword aura roaring toward Han Fudong. Although Han Fudong retreated quickly, no matter how fast he was, he could not outpace the sword aura. The magnificent sword aura charged toward him. Unless one felt it personally, they could never comprehend its oppressive force. Previously, Han Fudong had been somewhat dismissive, but when the moment came, he finally felt the terror of the sword aura, the breath of death. At this moment he felt as if he were enveloped by the aura of death, sending chills down his spine. He even regretted stepping in to block Xiao Xing's sword on behalf of the young man. But even if he regretted it, it was too late now. At the brink of life and death, Han Fudong could only frantically urge his sword glimmers and blood aura to defend. Swish. But unsurprisingly, his sword glimmers were completely devoured by Xiao Xing's sword aura, which roared forward, aiming directly at him. Han Futong's eyes widened in horror, letting out a heart-wrenching scream, cold sweat pouring down his forehead, his whole body already drenched in cold sweat. But even with all his might, he could not withstand Xiao Xing's sword aura. As Han Fudong was about to be struck down, suddenly a figure flashed in at great speed, standing in front of him. The person trembled, their blood surging violently, and a dense blood aura erupted, forming a nearly solid blood barrier. A loud bang echoed as the sword energy collided fiercely with the blood barrier, unleashing a terrifying gust of wind that swept through the surroundings, causing several people to stagger back a few steps. The person blocking Han Fudong was also pushed back, knocking Han Fudong off balance. Han Fudong was thrust backward by an immense force, crashing into a large tree. A loud crack resounded as the tree was snapped in two and fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Han Fudong felt a violent tremor in his internal organs, and before he could suppress it, a mouthful of blood gushed forth, leaving him momentarily weakened. He looked up at the blood Yanluo with a face full of fear, his heart pounding with terror, as the dread in his expression remained unshaken. He was truly frightened. The sword energy unleashed by blood Yanluo made him feel the breath of death up close. At that moment, he sensed that one of his feet had already stepped into the gates of hell. Had it not been for the sudden appearance of the person before him saving his life, he would have been undoubtedly doomed. At this moment, he realized just how vast the gap was between him and Blood Yanluo, who ranked first. With just a single sword strike, the other could take his life. He had essentially gambled his life in an extreme game of life and death. Han Fudong now looked at Blood Yanluo with utter clarity, no longer daring to show any provocation or fighting spirit. The person standing in front of Han Fudong landed steadily on the ground, his breath long and steady, his palms slightly turned down, dissipating the energy he had gathered and exhaling a cloud of foul air. This scene unfolded too suddenly. Everyone was taken aback and shock. By the time they regained their senses and looked again, their pupils couldn't help but shrink once more. For the newcomer was no other than the chief instructor, clad in the attire of a chief instructor. This person was none other than Wu Hong. Seeing that a chief instructor had shielded Han Fudong from his sword energy, Xiao Xing's eyes widened in shock, thinking that this chief instructor must be some elder related to Han Fudong. He quickly assumed a defensive stance. Even against a late-stage or fully realized 8th grade expert, Xiao Xing was confident he could escape. However, he felt uncertain facing the 7th grade chief instructor. Once the onlookers recognized that it was indeed a chief instructor, they were all left dumbfounded, disbelief written across their faces. At this moment, they deeply understood the terror of the sword energy unleashed by the entry-level sword technique. After all, the chief instructor was a 7th grade expert. Yet, even with such a powerful figure standing before Han Fudong, he still had not fully protected him. Han Fudong had already been sent flying by the terrifying force of the sword energy, suffering serious injuries. This demonstrated just how fearsome this sword energy was. It could be said that once the sword technique entered a certain realm, it transcended into a new level, an entirely different domain incomparable to the previous one. At this moment, the gazes directed at Blood Yanluo were filled only with fear and lingering dread. They were relieved they hadn't provoked Blood Yanluo, otherwise they might have ended up like that 17th ranked youth on the new stars list, cleaved in half by Blood Yanluo's sword. In this moment, all their eyes became impossibly clear. Chief Instructor Wu Hong noticed Xiao Xing's defensive posture and couldn't help but grin, putting on the most amicable smile he could muster, saying, "Blood Yanluo, there is no need to panic. I am here merely to save someone and mean you no harm." Despite his words, Xiao Xing remained vigilant. Seeing that Xiao Xing was still on guard, Wu Hong couldn't help but silently admire him. This Blood Yanluo not only possesses remarkable talent and comprehension, but also has a top-notch temperament. Such a person is certainly not to be underestimated. Wu Hong maintained a warm smile, and to show he meant no harm, he clasped his hands behind his back and said with a grin, "Blood Yanluo, for my sake, would you let Han Fudong go this once?" Xiao Xing, sensing his sincerity, seemed to relax, slightly lowering his sword and nodding in agreement. Chief Instructor Wu Hong looked at Xiao Xing, extending a hand in a gesture of invitation, saying, "Please go ahead." "Thank you." Xiao Xing cupped his hands in gratitude to the Chief Instructor, turned, and was about to leave. However, after taking a few steps, he halted, turning back to Chief Instructor Wu Hong and asking, "Chief Instructor, may I propose a trade with you?" "A trade with me?" Wu Hong was slightly taken aback, but his face broke into a broad smile as he nodded. "Very well, I would be glad to. I just wonder what Blood Yanluo wishes to trade for." Xiao Xing pulled out a silver token from his pocket, saying, "May I purchase something from you, Chief Instructor?" It turned out that Xiao Xing intended to leave, but remembered the valuable silver token in his hand. This item was worth 100 iron tokens. If he let it go after this round, it would be such a waste. Thus Xiao Xing had a change of heart and thought of trading with the chief instructor. Chief Instructor Wu Hong was momentarily taken aback, but then smiled broadly, asking, "What do you wish to buy?" Xiao Xing with a neutral expression replied in a hoarse voice, "Just choose something for me, Chief Instructor." As he spoke, Xiao Xing tossed the silver token over. Chief Instructor Wu Hong caught the token, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. After a brief hesitation, he took out a booklet from his robe. Xiao Xing took the booklet and focused on it, noticing that the cover bore the words, "Innate 5 Elements Skill." Chief Instructor Wu Hong gazed at Xiao Xing with admiration, saying, "This is a 4th grade skill which I obtained by chance during a mission. I will sell it to you." Xiao Xing's pupils dilated in surprise. A 4th grade skill meant that this was a technique that could lead directly to the 4th grade realm. In other words, for a long time Xiao Xing would not need to change his cultivation method. It was clear that Chief Instructor Wu Hong was offering a favor to Blood Yanluo, trying to win his goodwill. In truth, anyone could see that with talent like Blood Yanluo's, his future achievements were limitless. As long as he didn't meet an untimely end, he would surely have a place among the upper echelons of the world's foremost tower. Such a person, a shrewd chief instructor like Wu Hong, certainly wouldn't offend. He would likely invest in him early. As for saving Han Fudong, it was merely because Han Fudong was also quite gifted. He was simply fulfilling his duty to retain another talent for the organization without any ulterior motives. Upon hearing that Chief Instructor Wu Hong had even gifted a 4th grade skill to Xiao Xing, everyone around them turned green with envy. Indeed, Blood Yanluo was so impressive that even the chief instructor was trying to curry favor. Xiao Xing was not foolish. He naturally understood that this Master Wu Hong was trying to befriend him. Immediately Xiao Xing cupped his hands and said in a hoarse voice, "Thank you, Master." After saying this, Xiao Xing turned and used the wind chase step, stepping into the wind and leaving. "Master." Han Fudong struggled to get up, his hands forming a strange posture as he cupped his hands towards Wu Hong and said, "Ah, shut up, you fool. How dare you, a mere fool, come to pay respects to me?" Wu Hong's face darkened as he scolded. The onlookers were filled with astonishment. At this moment, they finally realized that Han Fudong wanted to become Wu Hong's disciple. Although one was at the 8th rank and the other at the 7th, their strengths were not vastly different. But why didn't Han Fudong seek to be a disciple before? Now he wanted to become a disciple. Wasn't it because he wanted to obtain the 4th grade manual of the innate 5 elements technique from Master Wu Hong? Wu Hong saw through his thoughts, which was why he scolded him. Han Fudong's face turned red with embarrassment. He wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in, and kept his head down without speaking. Wu Hong stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Han Fudong with indifferent eyes, and said in a deep voice, "Your cleverness should not be spent on such petty thoughts. If you could surpass that Blood Yanluo, would I not grant you the innate 5 elements technique?" Yes, Master is right." Han Fudong could only keep nodding in agreement. Wu Hong sighed and said, "All right, you may go. Master, farewell." The students all bowed to Wu Hong and then left one after another. After bidding farewell to Wu Hong, Xiao Xing arrived at the entrance of a cave. After confirming that no one was around, Xiao Xing swiftly drew his long sword and carved a line of words at the entrance of the cave. "Those who trespass shall die." Sheathing his sword, Xiao Xing stepped into the cave. Such dominance. Among the current students, only he had cultivated sword energy and iron skin. Even his wind chase step had reached a proficient level. With these 3 advantages alone, he far surpassed the other students. Having already outperformed numerous top talents, becoming the number 1 in the academy, how could he not be arrogant? Not revealing his identity was already a form of pretense. Since others had bestowed him the title of Blood Yanluo, he naturally had to live up to this illustrious name. In this Yunming Mountain, he was likely the only one daring enough to write these 4 characters. Others would naturally avoid it upon seeing these words. Xiao Xing sought peace and the ability to concentrate on his cultivation. Upon entering the cave, Xiao Xing first checked the surroundings, confirming there was no danger before taking out the 4 manuals: innate 5 elements technique, Xian, Pafinger, 9 Yang Blaze Palm, and 1 sword pursues soul, flipping through each one. What Xiao Xing most wanted to see was naturally the 4th grade technique, innate 5 elements technique. He immediately picked up the manual and began to read it carefully. After reading for a while, Xiao Xing closed the manual, a look of realization appearing on his face. The so-called inner training focuses on 1 breath, while outer training emphasizes the muscles and skin. The lower grade training is about the muscles and skin, while the middle grade training is about this breath. The chi cultivated in the innate 5 elements technique is the innate 5 elements chi. Cultivating this innate 5 elements chi is not an easy task. The 5 organs within the human body correspond to the 5 elemental forces and need to be nourished by special methods to cultivate this innate 5 elements chi. Of course, if other techniques like those related to the 5 elements are used as assistants, the effects would be even better. However, to simultaneously cultivate 5 different 5-element techniques is not an ordinary challenge. Who has the energy for that? Xiao Xing couldn't help but click his tongue, lamenting the difficulty of nurturing this innate 5 elements qi. It is precisely because this innate qi is hard to nurture that the transition from lower grade to middle grade is the first major hurdle in a warrior's cultivation realm. Some people spend their entire lives stuck at the 7th rank, unable to enter the 6th rank, which is the middle grade realm. However, Xiao Xing was not in a hurry. After all, he had a system, and as long as he followed the steps to cultivate, he would be fine. Moreover, initially when Xiao Xing got the Xianpa finger and Nanyang blaze palm, he was worried about the conflict between water and fire as their attributes were incompatible, preventing him from cultivating both techniques simultaneously. Now that he had the innate 5 elements technique, everything began to fall into place and became effortless. After a moment of reflection and stabilizing his mind, Xiao Xing began to cultivate the innate 5 elements technique. Replacing with a powerful technique could lead to a complete transformation in Xiao Xing's physical strength, which was a necessary step to take. In the days that followed, apart from eating and other necessities, Xiao Xing focused on diligently replacing his techniques. Fortunately, hard work pays off, and with the system's support, after a few days, he successfully completed the replacement of the innate 5 elements technique. At this moment, Xiao Xing clearly felt that the strength of his body had increased another notch. Innate 5 elements technique realm midstage 8th rank bone tempering 1 entry twice the result. With half the effort, looking at the panels prompt, a confident smile appeared on Xiao Xing's face. Having a system dad is just fantastic. Since Xiao Xing broke through to the 8th rank of bone tempering, he had been unable to make further progress, which was due to the slow pace of his cultivation. Originally, Xiao Xing did not plan to cultivate any internal skills and intended to buy the legendary bone tempering pill after going out to speed up his cultivation. Little did he expect that merely by replacing the innate 5 elements technique, he would advance again, reaching the mid-stage of the 8th rank of bone tempering. Reaching the 8th rank of bone tempering, Xiao Xing not only greatly increased his strength, but also achieved a whole new level in terms of defense and all aspects of his body. As expected of a 4th grade technique, Xiao Xing exclaimed in surprise. Then he picked up the One Sword Pursues Soul manual to read. If he wanted to increase his combat power in the short term, he still needed to cultivate this ultimate move. After all, ultimate moves are simplified versions of forbidden techniques. Even if simplified, having 1% of the power is still formidable. Xiao Xing deeply understood this. Now that he had only cultivated sword energy, he was already invincible among his peers. One can only imagine how terrifying the sword techniques of forbidden techniques would be. In a certain valley, the two masters Wu Hong and Gu Tian were brewing tea and playing chess. Gu Tian suddenly looked up at Wu Hong and asked sourly, "Old Wu, I heard that you gave the innate 5 elements technique to Blood Yin Luo a while ago." "What do you mean by gave?" "That was a sale. He bought it with a silver token." Wu Hong rolled his eyes, unwilling to admit it. In reality, a single silver token was nowhere near enough to buy a 4th grade technique. Gu Tian rolled his eyes and said, "Come on, you just got the upper hand." Wu Hong held a chess piece but hesitated to place it down, his gaze deep, as if he were talking to himself. "How long do you think that Blood Yin Luo will take to fully replace the innate 5 elements technique?" "Half a year, or a year." Gu Tian furrowed his brows, slightly dropping a piece as he murmured, "With the talent of the Blood Yin Luo, it shouldn't take more than half a year. However, even if it doesn't take that long, it will likely require at least 3 months. Wu Hong nodded in deep agreement, dropping a piece as well, and smiled. "I truly wish to know to what extent this Blood Yin Luo has replaced his innate 5 elements technique. Shall we send someone to check?" Gu Tian replied with a smile, "That works." Wu Hong slightly nodded, turning to the side and saying, "Zhou Jiaodo, you go take a trip and inquire about how far the Blood Yin Luo has replaced his innate 5 elements technique. Tell him if he has any questions, he can come here to consult me." "Yes, Chief Instructor." Zhou Jiaodo turned to leave. "Wait a moment." At that moment, Gu Tian called out to Zhou Jiaodo. Zhou Jiaodo halted, turning to Gu Tian and asking, "Chief Instructor Gu, is there something you need?" Gu Tian took out a book from his robe and handed it to Zhou Jiaodo, saying, "If you see the Blood Yin Luo, give him this withering and flourishing finger manual and say it is from me." It turned out that after Wu Hong had given Blood Yin Luo a courtesy, Gu Tian was also mindful of this matter and deliberately brought it up, sending someone to check on Blood Yin Luo's progress in cultivation. In reality, he was also delivering a technique as a gesture of goodwill. "You?" Wu Hong was slightly taken aback, then recollected and pointed at Gu Tian, unable to help but burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha." Gu Tian also couldn't suppress his laughter. Instructor Zhou Lin accepted the manual and bowed as he retreated. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiao Xing continued to practice a sword chasing the soul in the cave. After much study, Xiao Xing finally understood the power of this ultimate move. The so-called ultimate move is to disrupt the sword light, then arrange it in an orderly and purposeful manner, like deploying troops in formation. Some sword lights seal off your left path, others seal off your right, and some can even rotate to attack under the enhancement of special sword techniques. In short, the ultimate move is a special form of martial arts. In an instant, it forms a troop formation, leaving the enemy with no retreat. Of course, if the sword light were to be replaced by sword energy, its power would be even greater. This ultimate technique, a sword chasing the soul, emphasizes speed, focusing on attacking a single point. With a single thrust, the sword light is unleashed, moving as swiftly as lightning, targeting one point, making it difficult for others to defend. Naturally, if it were replaced with sword energy, the effect would be even better. Xiao Xing began to practice this ultimate technique of a sword chasing the soul within the cave. This practice lasted for several days. Under the condition of almost no sleep, and with the system's enhancement, Xiao Xing finally mastered this sword technique completely. Ultimate technique, a sword chasing the soul realm, perfection, attribute, half the effort, double the result. Looking at the panel before him, Xiao Xing couldn't help but smile. This ultimate technique consists of only one move, thus there is only the distinction of knowing or not knowing, and only the realms of entry level and perfection. Practicing martial arts is a physically demanding task. Of course, what Xiao Xing expended was mental energy. He only needed to engage in brainstorming for these external cultivation techniques. After having a good sleep in the cave, Xiao Xing's stomach began to protest with growls. With no other choice, Xiao Xing had to sheath his sword and head outside to find something to eat. There are plenty of wild delicacies on the mountain that can be grilled and eaten. Now, with the title of Blood Yanluo empowering him, he fears no one, naturally unafraid of attracting others with smoke from cooking. The first reaction of anyone who sees him would likely be to flee. Covering his face, Xiao Xing stepped out of the cave and began searching for wild game in the mountains. After just a few steps, Xiao Xing suddenly halted, turning around sharply, and with a whoosh drew his long sword. Several magnificent sword energies howled out, neatly aligned, shooting toward a large tree ahead. Boom! The large tree ahead was directly pierced through. A middle-aged man emerged from behind the tree. It was none other than Instructor Zhou Lin. Seeing that Blood Yanluo was about to strike again, Zhou Lin was startled and quickly raised his hand, shouting, "Blood Yanluo, hold on. I am sent by the two chief instructors to seek you." Xiao Xing then sheathed his sword, the sword energy at the tip retreating like a snake's tongue. Zhou Lin heaved a sigh of relief, secretly wiping the cold sweat from his brow, taking out a manual from his robe and tossing it to Xiao Xing, saying, "This manual is given to you by Chief Instructor Gutian." Fearing that Xiao Xing wouldn't believe him, Zhou Lin quickly threw the manual first as another sword energy slashed by. Xiao Xing caught the manual, raising an eyebrow in delight, saying, "Withering and flourishing finger." This withering and flourishing finger is also a superior martial technique and belongs to the wood attribute. It is evident that Chief Instructor Gutian also understood that Blood Yanluo had cultivated Chief Instructor Wu Hong's innate 5 elements technique and lacked the 5 elements martial arts, which is why he sent this withering and flourishing finger as a gesture of goodwill. Now Xiao Xing finally grasped the true meaning of the saying, "Once you become strong, all the world is filled with good people." Please thank Chief Instructor Go for me. Xiao Xing sheathed his long sword and cupped his hands to Zhou Lin. Zhou Lin nodded, saying, "I will. Is there anything else?" Seeing that Zhou Lin had no intention of leaving, Xiao Xing furrowed his brows and asked. Zhou Lin cupped his hands to Xiao Xing and said, "Blood Yanluo, Chief Instructor Wu Hong asked me to inquire about how far you have replaced your innate 5 elements technique." "Oh, that. It's already been replaced. There was no need to hide this," Xiao Xing answered truthfully. "Replaced? Replaced already?" Zhou Lin's eyebrows twitched violently at the corners, his heart exclaiming in surprise. He had just overheard the two chief instructors discussing that Xiao Xing's replacement of the technique would likely take at least half a year or at least 3 months. How could it be completed in just a few days? What? Am I not practicing correctly? Seeing Zhou Lin's strange expression, Xiao Xing suspiciously asked. No, you are practicing correctly. May I ask how many days it took you to replace the innate 5 elements technique?" Zhou Lin swallowed hard and asked again. "Oh, about 3 days. Xiao Xing replied once more. In fact, it was just a little over 2 days, but 1 day could be counted as a full day. 3 days. Zhou Lin's eyes widened, staring at Xiao Xing as if he were a monster, his breathing becoming rapid. "What? Is there something else?" Xiao Xing asked suspiciously. That's it, I take my leave." Zhou Lin cupped his hands to Xiao Xing and hurriedly turned to leave. What a strange person, why does he feel so odd? Xiao Xing shook his head and continued hunting for wild game in the mountains. On the other side, Instructor Zhou Lin returned to the two chief instructors. "Zhou Lin is back." Wu Hong glanced at Zhou Lin continuing the chess game as he casually asked, "Oh, by the way, Zhou Lin, has the Blood Yanluo's replacement of the innate 5 elements technique been completed?" How could it be completed? Whom he has cultivated to. It's completed." Just as Wu Hong was about to finish, Zhou Lin interjected. "Well, what? Wu Hong trembled all over, frozen in place, his eyes wide open, the piece he was holding between his index and middle fingers falling onto the chessboard with a thud. On the other side, Gutian had just taken a sip of tea when he heard Zhou Lin's words, spraying the tea all over Wu Hong's face. How many days have passed? A dozen days. Has Shui Yinlu completed the replacement of the cultivation method? Wu Hong wiped the tea from his face, his voice trembling as he asked, is it really completed? Yes, that's what Shui Yinlu said. Zhou Lin nodded. Wu Hong's face twitched violently, his eyes filled with shock as he exclaimed, a dozen days. Shui Yinlu completed the replacement of the cultivation method in such a short time. This is simply extraordinary. Such talent is truly rare. Indeed, it is extraordinary. Gutian also nodded. Zhou Lin, with a twitch at the corner of his eye, looked at the two head instructors and dropped a bombshell. Both head instructors that Shui Yinlu said he completed the replacement in just 3 days. 3 days. Wu Hong and Gutian's voices suddenly rose, turning to Zhou Lin with wide eyes, unable to believe what they heard. Zhou Lin nodded, saying that's what he said. Wu Hong and Gutian exchanged glances, both realizing the shock reflected in each other's eyes. Initially, they thought that even if Shui Yinlu was extraordinary, it would still take him at least half a year or 3 months to replace the innate 5 elements technique. When they thought he had taken a dozen days, they were already quite shocked. But now Zhou Lin told them that Shui Yinlu had completed the replacement in just 3 days. This simply exceeded their understanding. Extraordinary. Wu Hong and Gutian exclaimed in unison. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiao Xing caught a wild rabbit. After finishing the roast rabbit, he continued his brainstorming. Time flew by, and more than a month had passed. One day, Xiao Xing finally emerged from the cave. His main focus during this brainstorming was the Xianpa finger. After a month of intense practice, he had pushed the Xianpa finger to the realm of great success. Xiao Xing felt that even without a sword, he could protect himself well enough, so he set off to prepare for the third trial. Of course, the main reason was that Xiao Xing's undying Vajra technique had reached the bronze skin stage, greatly enhancing his defense, which gave him the confidence to challenge the third trial. After leaving the cave, Xiao Xing continued to head towards the second layer of mountains under the identity of Shui Yinlu. After all, to traverse the territory of the monsters in the second layer, the identity of He Ba Hao was not suitable for many tactics. Before long, Xiao Xing arrived at the second layer of mountains. The demon ape was still waiting for him. Little one. Still. The demon ape's eyes widened as it saw Xiao Xing, and it shouted excitedly while rushing towards him. Xiao Xing chuckled lightly, raising his hand and shouting stop. But the demon ape was unwilling to listen, still howling as it charged at him. When it got close, it threw a punch at Xiao Xing. Xiao Xing looked helpless, aligning the index and middle fingers of his right hand. He pointed at the demon ape's massive fist. The demon ape's fist was much larger than Xiao Xing's head, yet it was stopped by Xiao Xing's 2 fingers. In the next moment, something strange happened. The demon ape's fist was quickly covered by a layer of frost, the frost visibly spreading up its arm. The demon ape stumbled back a few steps, suddenly exerting force to crush the frost on its hand. But evidently its right arm had been frostbitten. This was the effect of Xiao Xing's Xianpa finger, now a great success, utilizing its frost power. Just then Luo Shi and Lin Weiner walked over. The 2 women stood frozen in place upon witnessing this scene. Lin Weiner, her beautiful eyes wide open, her heaving chest rising and falling sharply, managed to turn her neck with difficulty to look at Luo Shi and ask, Sister Luo, did Shui Yinlu just use the Xianpa finger? His Xianpa finger has already reached great success. Luo Shi was equally astonished. She had practiced the family secret technique, the Xianpa finger, for a long time, and with her Xianyin physique enhancing it, she had only managed to reach the minor success stage. But how could Shui Yinlu achieve great success in such a short time? At this moment, the proud goddess Luo, she felt as if she had been dealt 1,000 critical hits, unable to hold back, as she staggered back a few steps, looking at Shui Yinlu with disbelief. I can't compare to him. After a long while, Luo, she finally managed to utter 2 words. Seeing the demon ape in pain, Xiao Xing laughed and said, big guy, don't move, it'll start a fire for you to roast it a little, and it will be fine. As he spoke, Xiao Xing gathered a lot of firewood and started a bonfire on the spot. The demon ape looked at Xiao Xing with a face full of fear. Come on, roast by the fire, and you'll be good as new. Xiao Xing waved to the demon ape. Only then did the demon ape come forward, getting close to the fire to warm itself. As the warmth flowed in, the demon ape's muscles gradually relaxed and the painful arms ceased to hurt. Thank. The demon ape looked at Xiao Xing and managed to say a word. Xiao Xing then brought over a package and handed it to the demon ape, smiling. This is the leftover iron wire grass. I have no use for it anymore, it's yours. The demon ape's eyes lit up as it took the package and inspected it. Although the quantity was much less, there was still quite a bit left. Thanks. The demon ape looked at Xiao Xing and said another word. Luo Shi and Lin Weiner, hiding in the woods, were once again struck dumb. Xiao Xing actually returned the remaining iron wire grass to the demon ape, simply saying he had no use for it. What could this mean? This was quite significant. After all, if he were at the bronze skin stage, how could the iron wire grass be useless? The only explanation was that Shui Yanla's undying Vajra technique had indeed reached the bronze skin stage. Although they had the enhancement of iron wire grass in recent days, they hadn't even achieved the bronze skin stage, yet while Shui Yanlu had likely already reached it. The gap was not small at all. Luo Shi and Lin Weiner were once again deeply impacted. Sister Luo, we shouldn't compare ourselves to this freak, Lin Weiner said with a wry smile. Luo Shi looked helpless, feeling a deep sense of powerlessness for the first time. Shui Yanla's talent was simply too strong beyond measure. She ranked second on the new star list, but this second place felt like a vast chasm compared to Shui Yanlu. This proud girl had never been subject to such repeated blows in her life. Who was that? Let my younger brother. The demon ape pointed at Xiao Xing beside him and spoke in a deep voice towards a giant wolf ahead. Xiao Xing rolled his eyes and secretly thought, clearly you are the younger brother. Awoo. The silver giant wolf howled to the sky, then turned and darted into the forest, clearing the way. I am strong, younger brother, go ahead. The demon ape grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth, gesturing for Xiao Xing to proceed first. Thank you. Xiao Xing chuckled lightly and turned to leave. The demon ape glanced at Xiao Xing's retreating figure before heading back to his own territory. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the forest, there was a pavilion. Beneath the pavilion, two people were engaged in a game of chess. They were responsible for guiding those coming out of the second trial. At that moment, they saw someone emerging from the forest. Someone is coming out, go greet them. One of them placed a piece on the board and said leisurely, yes. The man in black beside him prepared to step forward to guide. But just then he returned and cupped his hands to the two officials, saying, Master, that student has turned back into the forest. The two officials were stunned, turning to look, and indeed that person had returned to the jungle. It turned out that after Xiao Xing exited the jungle, he thought that being the first to come out might bring some dangers. To be safe, he turned back into the forest. No rush, he would wait for others to exit the forest before he did. Who knows what the third trial entails? Xiao Xing felt it was better to be cautious. Xiao Xing returned to the woods and jumped onto a large tree to hide. With nothing to do, he began brainstorming on the tree, practicing the Xian Pa finger technique. After an unknown amount of time, two students approached. They were chatting. Have you heard? A new witch has risen on the new star rankings, and she is incredibly strong, tackling everything with a reckless attitude. Yeah, I saw that witch last time as she was bitten on the leg by a wolf monster, but she forcefully pried its jaw apart and ultimately killed it. Wow, she's fierce, no wonder she's called a witch. The two students sighed and continued on. Xiao Xing, hiding in the tree, was slightly taken aback, a smile of relief curling at the corners of his mouth. It seems that the No.1 witch has indeed made a name for herself with her fierce tenacity. Although No.1's aptitude is not particularly good, her fierce spirit is enough to make anyone feel afraid. Seeing that others had already passed, Xiao Xing decided not to linger any longer, jumping down from the tree, removing his mask, and resuming his identity as Black No.8 as he walked out. Meanwhile, next to the pavilion, Han Fudong stepped out and cupped his hands to the two officials, saying, Greetings, esteemed officials. Take him below to wash up and rest. One of the officials instructed. Yes, master. A man in black bowed to the official and then led Han Fudong forward. Along the way, Han Fudong hesitated and asked, Excuse me, senior brother, am I the first person to exit the forest? Yes, indeed. The man in black nodded. Han Fudong's lips curled into a satisfied smile, feeling a sense of pride. How formidable could Blood Yanluo be? He was still the first to pass the second trial. Not quite. Just then the man in black shook his head again. Han Fudong was slightly stunned and frowned, asking, What do you mean, not quite? What do you mean? The man in black said as they walked. A few days ago, a person wearing a mask came out, but that person is a bit strange. Clearly they came out but turned back again. I don't know what they were thinking. A masked person. Han Fudong's face twitched violently, his pupils narrowing slightly. In other words, Blood Yanluo could have come out long ago, but for some reason turned back again. Regaining his composure, Han Fudong asked, How many days earlier than me did that person come out? About 7 or 8 days. The man in black replied. 7 or 8 days. Han Fudong felt a chill in his heart, gritting his teeth in anger, secretly thinking, In the end, I still can't compare to Blood Yanluo. After Han Fudong, students continued to emerge one after another. Xiao Xing also walked out. Under the guidance of the man in black, he arrived in a spacious square and was finally led into a room. Gradually, the courtyard became lively. On that day, Xiao Xing came out and saw several familiar figures. Elder brother. The dark-skinned boy No.1 and the chubby boy No.2 ran over joyfully upon seeing Xiao Xing. Only No.1 had become darker and No.2 was slightly thinner. Clearly, they had also experienced a painful ordeal to emerge from the jungle. At this moment, another familiar figure approached them. It was none other than the No.9 Witch. Wherever the No.9 Witch passed, everyone gave way. If there was one dark horse during this time, it would undoubtedly be the No.9 Witch. With her fierce spirit, the No.9 Witch had violently killed the 14th-ranked individual on the new star rankings, thus making a name for herself, and the title of which spread far and wide. People would rather provoke those in the top 10 of the new star rankings than confront the No.9 Witch, because she was too fierce to the point that they felt afraid. No.9, you are out too. Xiao Xing smiled, saying. The No.9 Witch rarely showed a smile, saying, everyone is out, that's a good thing. The four exchanged smiles. Little ones, gather up. At that moment, a coach approached and called out loudly. Everyone exchanged glances and walked towards the square, but there was a serious expression in their eyes as they knew the third trial was about to begin. This third trial is more terrifying than the last. In the first trial, more than half of the participants perished. In the second trial, again, half were lost. It is likely that the death toll in the third trial will be even higher. The coach first instructed the few survivors to stand in 2 lines. Then, looking at the students on both sides, he said solemnly, come up and draw lots. Everyone stepped forward and turned to draw lots. Xiao Xing drew a blue ball number 5. The coach gazed at them with a chilling smile, saying, now blue number 1 finds red number 1, blue number 2 finds red number 2, and so on. I hurry up. In an instant, the square descended into chaos as everyone began searching for their matching numbers. Xiao Xing found red number 5, who was a confident and sunny boy. Bro, it seems we need to team up for the trial. We will have to cooperate later. The boy leaned close to Xiao Xing and whispered. The coach looked at everyone and grinned, saying, the third trial is. As the instructor spoke, he paused for a moment, a chilling smile creeping onto his lips, and said, poison making. The gathered students gasped in astonishment. The instructor let out a cold laugh and solemnly said, as an assassin, how can one not know how to use poison? What you need to do is to poison your matching opponent within a month to pass the trial. The scene erupted into chaos as the students exchanged uncertain glances. Beside Xiao Xing, the sunny boy's smile froze. When he turned to look at Xiao Xing again, his eyes were filled with complex emotions. Only one of them could survive. I am your cold instructor. This book of 100 poisons, you will first look at it, starting with recognizing various herbs. With his hands behind his back, the instructor gazed coldly at the crowd and spoke in a deep voice. Black-clothed individuals stepped forward, distributing a booklet, named the Book of 100 Poisons, to each of the students. Xiao Xing frowned slightly, his expression becoming serious. All along, he had been cautious and meticulous, fearing that his strength would not be enough for the third trial ahead. Xiao Xing had considered everything, but he never expected that the third trial would involve poison making. Does this poison making have anything to do with cultivation? Xiao Xing felt a headache coming on. Instructor, what if a month later we still cannot poison each other? At that moment, a student shouted aloud. The cold instructor sneered and said, if you cannot poison each other in a month, it means you are all useless and you will all be sentenced to death. A gasp of disbelief echoed through the crowd. They had initially thought to exploit loopholes and negotiate with their opponents not to poison each other, but it seemed the organization had already anticipated everything. When Xiao Xing turned his head again, he saw that sunny boy glaring at him with a murderous intent. Xiao Xing could understand, after all, they were in a situation where only one could survive with no room for retreat. Who is number 69? At that moment, the cold instructor looked at the students and asked in a deep voice. I. A clear and cold voice responded. Everyone turned towards the voice, only to find that it was none other than Luo Shi. The cold instructor frowned slightly and said, since you are an odd number, you will team up with Shui Yin Luo. The crowd erupted in surprise, once again gasping in disbelief. It's over, the beautiful Luo has encountered Shui Yin Luo. She is surely doomed. Not necessarily, though. Shui Yin Luo has strong talent, it doesn't mean he is adept at poison making. That's true, but someone like Shui Yin Luo, I believe he must be strong in everything. This time the beautiful Luo is truly in danger. Meanwhile, Luo Shi's expression changed slightly upon hearing that her opponent was actually Shui Yin Luo. Confident in her talent, she feared no one. The only one who made her apprehensive was Shui Yin Luo, ranked first on the Rising Stars list. Hey, where is Shui Yin Luo? Where is Shui Yin Luo? At this moment, someone called out. The crowd looked around suspiciously, but Shui Yin Luo was nowhere to be seen. Xiao Xing also pretended to look around. He hadn't expected that his big brother Shui Yin Luo could go solo for a team. However, Xiao Xing did not wish to reveal his identity at this moment. Firstly, he was uncertain about the poison-making aspect. Secondly, as long as he could eliminate the red number 5 boy in front of him, he would pass the trial, so there was no need to stir up trouble. Han Fudong and others looked at Luo Shi with worried expressions, for no one knew better than Han Fudong how terrifying Shui Yin Luo was. The cold instructor looked at the crowd of students and said, all right, pair up and return to the poison-making rooms. No use of force is allowed. After 10 days, we will test the poison once a day. Under the guidance of the black-clothed individuals Xiao Xing and the red number 5 boy walked towards the poison, making room number 5. Upon entering, they saw many herbs spread out on the table. The red number 5 boy eagerly began to flip through the book of 100 poisons. Xiao Xing also started to examine this book. The book of 100 poisons level not yet initiated. 1. Entry step. By step A panel popped up, and Xiao Xing was slightly taken aback, his face revealing a look of wild joy. He had initially thought that this book of 100 poisons was not considered a secret manual and was worried that the system wouldn't work. But now that the system was usable, what was there to worry about? Even if you are a prodigy, can you be faster than me with the system's assistance? Following that, Xiao Xing began to slowly study the book of 100 poisons. After reading through the book of 100 poisons, Xiao Xing simply found a place to lie down, closed his eyes, and began a brainstorming session. As the brainstorming session progressed, a little figure in his mind was continuously recognizing various herbs, starting to understand their medicinal properties, and so on. Seeing Xiao Xing lie down directly, the red number 5 boy was momentarily stunned, then felt a rush of joy. He thought that Xiao Xing was giving up due to a lack of talent in poison making. It seems this is secure. The red number 5 boy secretly rejoiced. By the evening, during his 4th brainstorming session, the system indicated that Xiao Xing's level in the book of 100 poisons had reached initiation. At this time, Xiao Xing had acquired a wealth of knowledge about herbs in his mind. He could recognize thousands, even tens of thousands of herbs recorded in the book of 100 poisons and clearly understand their medicinal effects. In contrast, the red number 5 boy was still frantically studying the heap of herbs. Not to mention him, even the other talented youths like Luo Shi and Han Fudong had only recognized a few hundred herbs by now. Meanwhile, Xiao Xing had already recognized over 10,000 herbs through the system and could even begin to concoct poisons. The next day, after waking up, Xiao Xing continued his brainstorming. This time it took a bit longer. He used 2 days to reach the proficient level. At the proficient level, Xiao Xing could create some slightly complex poisons. By the 10th day, Xiao Xing had already reached the consummate level. At this point, he could concoct the last 5 of the top 10 poisons recorded in the book of 100 poisons. Today was also the first day of poison testing. Under the watch of the assistant instructor, the red number 5 boy confidently approached Xiao Xing with a dark green poison, saying, "Brother, I'm sorry." In his view, this guy Xiao Xing had only been eating and sleeping these days. How could he possibly concoct any poison? He believed Xiao Xing might not even recognize all these herbs. Of course, there were too many types of herbs, and he hadn't recognized them all yet, but he thought it should be enough to kill Xiao Xing. Xiao Xing took the poison and swallowed it directly. Then Xiao Xing carefully felt the components of the poison. In the eyes of the red number 5 boy, Xiao Xing had resigned himself to fate, simply waiting to die. Moments later, Xiao Xing opened his eyes. He quickly began to rummage through the pile of herbs. After a while, he found a plant that was entirely green with 2 leaves. He turned to glance at the red 5 youth, smirked, and directly plucked the 2 leaves, stuffing them into his mouth and chewing vigorously. The red 5 youth's expression changed, slightly staggering back a few steps. Clearly, Xiao Xing had accurately found the antidote. However, he could not understand how Xiao Xing, who spent all day sitting there with his eyes closed in contemplation, had a higher mastery in poison crafting and alchemy than he did. Otherwise, Xiao Xing would not have been able to find the antidote so quickly. The assistant teacher also nodded in appreciation, turned to Xiao Xing, and said, "Brother, it's your turn." Xiao Xing nodded slightly, turning to glance at the red 5 youth. The red 5 youth swallowed hard. Since the red 5 youth wanted to poison Xiao Xing naturally harbored thoughts of killing him. Yet he did not know if other dangers awaited him after passing this 3rd trial. Therefore, Xiao Xing decided to wait before eliminating the red 5 youth. "Let you live a little longer." Xiao Xing casually found a poisonous plant among the herbs, crushed it, and handed it to the red 5 youth. The red 5 youth's eyes brightened upon seeing the poisonous plant, for he could antidote it. Initially, the red 5 youth felt uneasy, thinking Xiao Xing's skills in poison making might be superior to his, but now it seemed Xiao Xing was not that impressive. The red 5 youth directly tilted his head back and swallowed the poison Xiao Xing had provided, then began searching for herbs among the pile. Moments later, he indeed found the antidote. After taking the antidote, the red 5 youth's breathing gradually stabilized. The assistant teacher nodded slightly, looking at the 2, and said, "This round ends in a draw. 10 days later, we will determine the victor." "Yes." Both Xiao Xing and the red 5 youth clasped their hands in respect. The assistant teacher looked at the 2 and said, "If you have friends during this time, you may go out to consult and discuss pharmacology with each other." "Yes." Xiao Xing and the red 5 youth exchanged glances, clasping their hands once more. The assistant teacher glanced at the 2 again before turning to leave. Xiao Xing and the red 5 youth exchanged a look. The red 5 youth snorted coldly and turned back to continue studying the manual of poison. Xiao Xing, on the other hand, continued his brainstorming. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. The next day, the red 5 youth scratched his head vigorously, sighed, and left. Xiao Xing did not even lift his eyes, continuing to close them in thought. For days later, Xiao Xing opened his eyes. Manual of Poison Realm Perfection, 100 entry, half the effort quadruple, the results the panel popped up. At this moment, he could concoct the top 10 poisons listed in the Manual of Poison. If Xiao Xing wished, he could poison everyone present, including some assistant teachers and instructors. Knock, knock, knock. Just then there was a knock on the door. Xiao Xing looked up to see 3 people walking in together. These 3 were none other than the dark-skinned youth number 1, the chubby youth number 2, and the demon girl number 9. Elder brother, they said in unison. Xiao Xing smiled and said, "You're here. What brings you?" The dark-skinned youth number 1 grinned and said, "Elder brother number 2 has immense talent in poison making. If we talk about poison crafting, number 2 could definitely rank in the top 5 among us. We all owe our early release to him." The chubby youth, feeling embarrassed, scratched his head and said with a sheepish smile, "My family used to be in the medicinal herb business, so I know a bit about this." Xiao Xing looked at the chubby youth with some surprise, who, although he was a bit timid, his talent was commendable. The dark-skinned youth number 1 looked at the chubby youth and said, "With number 2's talent, he will definitely become an alchemist." Alchemist? Xiao Xing heard this term for the first time. The dark-skinned youth number 1 grinned and said, "The other day Instructor Lung mentioned that those of us who make poison and those who refine medicine are collectively called alchemists. The pinnacle of alchemists is the alchemist. Every alchemist holds an extraordinary position, and in the future we will likely depend on number 2 a lot. Elder brother, if you want to defeat the red 5 youth, why not let the chubby guy help you?" The demon girl number 9 frowned. However, Xiao Xing shook his head and smiled. "No need." The demon girl number 9 was slightly taken aback, clearly not expecting Xiao Xing to refuse. The dark-skinned youth number 1 said anxiously, "Elder brother, you must not act on impulse. The red 5 youth is close to Zhou Ting. Although Zhou Ting ranks only 14th on the new star ranking, his talent in using poison rivals number 2's. Yes, elder brother, you must not act on impulse. Let's get through this round first." The demon girl number 9 also said anxiously. The chubby youth was energetic and said, "Elder brother, don't worry. I will definitely do my utmost to help you." Xiao Xing just smiled and shook his head, saying, "No need, I can win against him myself." The dark-skinned youth number 1, chubby youth number 2, and demon girl number 9 were all astonished. Seeing Xiao Xing's confidence, they had nothing more to say. Xiao Xing looked at the 3 and asked, "Is there anything new outside?" The dark-skinned youth number 1 looked at Xiao Xing and grinned. "The biggest news outside is about the Blood Yin Luo." Blood Yin Luo. Xiao Xing was slightly taken aback, his face showing doubt. How could the Blood Yin Luo be tarnished while he had not been outside these days? The dark-skinned youth number 1 grinned and said, "Yeah, it's been a while since we've seen the Blood Yin Luo. Isn't he afraid of Luo Shi? Why would he avoid showing up?" Xiao Xing raised his eyebrows upon hearing this. The dark-skinned youth number 1 looked at Xiao Xing and asked, "Elder brother, don't you know the Blood Yin Luo? What's going on with him?" Xiao Xing shook his head, saying, "If he doesn't actively show up, I wouldn't know who he is." Just then the red 5 youth walked in. Seeing Xiao Xing with the 1st, 2nd, and 9th youths together, the red 5 youth could not help but frown, especially when he saw the chubby youth. His gaze was filled with apprehension. Clearly the reputation of the chubby youth in poison making it spread. "Oomph." The red 5 youth snorted coldly and began to study the herbs by himself. The 1st, 2nd, and 9th youths stayed a while longer before rising to take their leave. Having passed 3 trials, they were heading to report to the duty pavilion. Once registered, they would become true assassins. After the 3 left, Xiao Xing continued his brainstorming. He wanted to see if he could advance further with the Manual of Poison. 2 days later, Xiao Xing suddenly opened his eyes, looking at the panel before him, his face filled with ecstatic joy. Occupation: Alchemist, Realm 9th grade, 1, entry, half the effort, quintuple the results. Have I become an alchemist? Xiao Xing was ecstatic. Ever since the dark-skinned boy had mentioned that the pinnacle of a potion master was an alchemist, Xiao Xing had been itching to find a way to become one. Little did he expect that by pushing the 100 Poisons Classic to its limits, he could become an alchemist. After becoming one, Xiao Xing was not prepared to continue living in obscurity. Among his peers, none were comparable to him in terms of poison mastery or martial arts skills. There was no need for him to remain hidden any longer. Time flew by, and soon it was time for the second round of tests. An assistant teacher came to supervise the match between the two. The assistant teacher looked at them and asked, "Who will go first?" "I will," the boy in red number 5 hurriedly replied. Xiao Xing, however, let out a cold laugh and said solemnly, "You went first last time, it's my turn this time." The assistant teacher nodded and said, "Fine, black number 8, you go first." Xiao Xing cupped his hands towards the assistant teacher and turned to the pile of herbs. He rummaged through various poisons, eventually selecting several herbs, and after a precise comparison and preparation, he finally concocted the poison. What Xiao Xing brewed this time was the 5th-ranked poison on the 100 Poisons Classic, named Black Widow. Black Widow. The assistant teacher's pupils shrank in disbelief, not expecting Xiao Xing to possess such talent for poison mastery. The boy in red number 5, initially confident, changed his expression drastically upon seeing the Black Widow. He looked at Xiao Xing in shock and exclaimed, "How is this possible? Black Widow, you. How can your poison mastery be so profound? You. This is impossible. Drink it." Xiao Xing coldly placed a bowl of dark poison on the stone platform and said in a deep voice, I want drink this eye." The boy in red number 5's face was filled with terror as he struggled to run away. "Oomph." The assistant teacher snorted coldly and stepped forward, pointing at the boy in red number 5. The boy trembled, all over freezing in place. The assistant teacher picked up the Black Widow and forcibly poured it down the throat of the boy in red number 5. I can't die. The boy in red number 5 kept retching but could not expel it. Helpless, he hurriedly crawled towards the herb table, trying to find an antidote, but he had no idea how to counteract the Black Widow poison. Moments later, the boy in red number 5 spat out a mouthful of black blood and lay on the ground convulsing. Gradually, he stopped struggling, utterly lifeless. Looking again at the boy in red number 5, blood flowed from his 7 orifices, and his eyes bulged, his death being exceptionally horrifying. The assistant teacher turned to Xiao Xing and said, "Black number 8, congratulations on passing and becoming an official killer. Once you leave this room, keep walking forward and you will reach the Deacon's Hall. There you will register, and someone will take you to your accommodation." "Thank you, senior brother." Xiao Xing cupped his hands towards the assistant teacher and walked out of the room, heading towards the Deacon's Hall, as instructed. However, halfway there, Xiao Xing saw that there was no one around. In a flash, he darted into the nearby forest. When he appeared again, he had changed his appearance and become the notorious Blood Yama. Xiao Xing made his way to the poison refinement area with great determination. His arrival quickly caused a stir among the crowd. "Blood Yama, it's Blood Yama. Blood Yama has come to the appointment. Are you saying Blood Yama is afraid of dying and dares not to fight? Who do you think will win, Blood Yama or Lady Luo?" "I think Lady Luo might be in trouble." On the other side, Luo, she also saw Blood Yama. She couldn't help but frown. Although her poison mastery had reached a certain level, she still felt uncertain about facing Blood Yama. "Sister Luo." Lin Wanning had already defeated her opponent and looked at Luo Shi with concern. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Blood Yama slowly walked towards Luo Shi. Luo Shi furrowed her brows tightly, her pretty face changing expressions repeatedly. Gritting her teeth, she steeled herself to approach Blood Yama and said, "Let's compete." To everyone's surprise, Blood Yama completely ignored her and walked straight towards Coach Lung. Seeing Blood Yama approach him, Coach Lung raised an eyebrow and asked with a smile, "Blood Yama, you've come. Are you looking for me for something?" "Coach Lung, I've heard you are already a 9th grade alchemist. May I borrow your alchemy furnace?" Xiao Xing said indifferently. Silence. The scene fell into a dead silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Although he spoke lightly, everyone felt a shiver run down their spine, staring at Blood Yama in disbelief. The end of a potion master is an alchemist. Could it be that Blood Yama has already become an alchemist? Otherwise, why would he ask Coach Lung to borrow an alchemy furnace? Luo Shi trembled violently, her face turning pale as she looked at Blood Yama in disbelief, her mouth moving but unable to utter a word. She had originally thought that with her talent in poison mastery, she would certainly rank among the top 3. She was confident she could compete with Blood Yama in poison making, but now it seemed like a joke. Blood Yama had already transcended the realm of potion masters and become the legendary alchemist. Even Coach Lung, who had seen much, was left stunned, staring at Xiao Xing with a ghostly expression after hearing his request. He couldn't imagine that this student in front of him had already become an alchemist. To think that he had spent decades studying the 100 Poisons Classic just to barely reach the level of a 9th grade alchemist. How long had Xiao Xing been involved with potion making? It had only been 20 days, and he had already become an alchemist. Such talent is truly monstrous. Other students hadn't even recognized all the herbs in the 100 Poisons Classic, yet Blood Yama had already become an alchemist. How could the gap between individuals be so vast? Coach Lung. Seeing Coach Lung in a daze, Xiao Xing rasped again to remind him. Coach Lung snapped back to reality, forcing a smile on his face as he asked, "Blood Yama, have you really become an alchemist?" Xiao Xing slightly nodded. "Wow." The scene erupted into a clamor, instantaneously bursting with excitement. Although they had been prepared, hearing Blood Yama admit it personally still deeply shocked them. My heavens, who said Blood Yama was afraid to fight Lady Luo? Look at that. He has already become an alchemist. An alchemist becoming one in 20 days. Blood Yama's talent is indeed terrifying. A freak, not human. What kind of monster is this? Become an alchemist in 20 days. How is that possible? Hiss. The cold instructor couldn't help but gasp. His eyes widened in astonishment as he looked at Xiao Xing. Regaining his composure, he hurriedly nodded and said, "Yes, we naturally have a furnace. There is natural fire at our base, and we have a refining room there where you can practice alchemy. Oh, by the way, do you have any recipes? Xiao Xing slightly shook his head. The cold instructor quickly said, I have a recipe here, the recipe for the vitality pill. You can take it and give it a try. Oh, and for the materials to concoct the vitality pill, you can simply charge it to my account. Saying this, the cold instructor took out a piece of paper from his pocket and solemnly handed it to Xiao Xing. Every recipe is extremely precious. Xiao Xing took the recipe and cupped his hands, saying, Thank you, Instructor Long. You're welcome, you're welcome. For such an extraordinary person, the cold instructor was naturally eager to befriend him. Xiao Xing nodded slightly and then turned to leave. However, as he passed by Luo, he paused, glanced at her, and then strode confidently toward the alchemy room ahead. Luo's eyes' charming face turned instantly red, both embarrassed and annoyed, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. She had wanted to compete with the Blood Yama, but now was there even a need to compare? There was simply no need for comparison. At this moment, everyone's gaze was fixed on the alchemy room. A few days later, Xiao Xing emerged from the alchemy room. The cold instructor hurriedly welcomed him, breathing heavily, and asked, Did you succeed in concocting the pills? Xiao Xing slightly nodded, stretched out his hand, and opened his palm to reveal 8 plump blood-red pills. These were indeed the vitality pills. You? How many furnaces did you refine? The cold instructor quickly inquired. 1 furnace. Xiao Xing replied indifferently. Hiss. Hearing this, the cold instructor couldn't help but gasp again, exclaiming, You managed to produce 8 pills from 1 furnace with an 80 success rate, and the quality of these vitality pills is definitely top-notch. My goodness, you are truly a genius in alchemy. Hiss. The surrounding crowd all gasped in astonishment. They had been waiting to see if Blood Yama could successfully concoct pills, and now not only had he succeeded, but the success rate and the quality of the pills were remarkably high. This was already the standard of a 9th grade alchemist. The pills are divided into 9 grades, with the 1st grade being the highest and the 9th grade the lowest. The rank of an alchemist is related to the grade of pills they can concoct. My goodness, Blood Yama has truly concocted pills and has become a 9th grade alchemist. This person surpasses others to the point of being infuriating. I haven't even fully understood the 100 Venoms true classic yet, and he has already become an alchemist. Genius monster, I don't even know how to describe him. It seems that this Blood Yama will become an extremely powerful alchemist in the future. The crowd instantly erupted in excitement, exclamations filling the air. The news of Blood Yama becoming a 9th grade alchemist quickly spread throughout the base, causing a ripple of shock among the higher-ups. Such a talented alchemist certainly deserves the base's resources for cultivation. After confirming his status as an alchemist, Xiao Xing hurriedly left. In a secluded area, Xiao Xing removed his disguise and made his way directly to the steward hall. After registering at the steward hall, a middle-aged steward handed Xiao Xing a badge and said, Congratulations on becoming a true Xian-Tai-level assassin. From now on, your exclusive code name is Poison Bee. Poison Bee. Xiao Xing raised his eyebrow, took the badge, and cupped his hands, saying, Thank you. With that, he turned to leave. Wait. The steward called out to Xiao Xing again. Xiao Xing turned back to look at the middle-aged steward and asked, Is there anything else? The steward pulled out a pale yellow pill from his pocket and handed it to Xiao Xing, saying, Take this. Xiao Xing frowned deeply, looking at the steward as he asked, What is this? Don't worry, it's not poison, it's an antidote. The steward replied with a smile. Antidote. Xiao Xing's pupils constricted sharply as he stared at the steward, frowning and asking, What do you mean? It's exactly what you think it is. The steward smiled as he continued, Since you entered the base, you have been unknowingly consuming the heart-corroding pill in your meals. This pill is a 5th grade poison pill, and every 6 months you need to come to the organization to obtain an antidote, or else. At this point, the steward's smile turned ominous as he continued, If the poison acts up, it will corrode your intestines and bones as if thousands of ants are gnawing at your heart, making you wish for death. In the end, you will be consumed entirely, bleeding from all 7 orifices and dying. Therefore, swearing loyalty to the organization is your only choice. Xiao Xing's eyes twitched violently. Although he felt a bit frustrated, he also thought it was a reasonable situation. The organization nurtured you, and if you were to leave after completing your tasks, wouldn't that be a huge loss for them? I will definitely be loyal to the organization. Xiao Xing took a deep breath, calming his emotions, and declared loudly, Good, go ahead, someone will arrange accommodations for you, said the steward. Then a woman led Xiao Xing to a small courtyard. This entire courtyard belonged to Xiao Xing. The treatment was indeed excellent. After returning to the house, Xiao Xing began to browse through a book titled The Assassin's Manual of the World's No.1 Tower. This manual was issued by the organization, containing some basic information and records about the organization. The assassins of the world's No.1 Tower are divided into 5 ranks. They are the Iron Badge, Copper Badge, Silver Badge, and Gold Badge assassins, as well as the top-tier Shura assassins. Currently, Xiao Xing is an Iron Badge assassin, also known as a Xian-Tai assassin. The manual recorded that Iron Badge assassins receive 3 fixed assignments from the organization each year. Besides the fixed tasks, assassins can also take the initiative to pick up tasks at the task hall. Regardless of whether they are fixed tasks or self-initiated tasks, there are generous rewards. Of course, to motivate the assassins to work hard, the organization has also established various talent rankings. For instance, the Xiantai talent ranking, bronze talent ranking, silver talent ranking, gold talent ranking, and Shura ranking. Any assassin who makes it to the rankings will receive special rewards from the organization. In Qingyuan County, at a tavern named Zue Xian Lu, 5 individuals sat near the window on the first floor. Among them, one was older, while the other 4 were young boys and girls. All 5 were dressed in martial attire, each wielding a sword clearly identifiable as members of the martial world. They were none other than Xiao Xing and his companions, along with a senior mentor from the last session, Zheng Zhiyou. During their journey, Xiao Xing finally learned the real names of number 1, number 2, and number 9. Number 1 was named Zhang Tai, number 2 was named Sun Qi, and number 9 was called Feng Zi. Number 1 was the child of a farmer, number 2 was the child of a merchant. As for number 9, she was reluctant to say much more. This time the 4 accompanied their mentor Zheng Zhiyou out of the base to Qingyuan County, supposedly to carry out a mission, but in reality, it was more about observing how their mentor completed tasks. Of course, this was also an opportunity that every trainee had. Remember this, we assassins are most averse to being recognized. If someone sees your face, there are only 2 choices. Zheng Zhiyou lowered his voice, sipping tea, as he spoke in a hushed tone. Senior Zheng, what are the 2 choices? Number 2, the chubby Sun Qi hurriedly asked. Zheng Zhiyou replied in a low voice, 1, kill the person who recognizes your face, 2, you disappear. Hiss. At these words, the 4 couldn't help but gasp in shock. To disappear also meant death. At this moment, the 4 became increasingly cautious. Here they come. At that moment, Zheng Zhiyou put down his teacup, raised his gaze, and focused on a plump figure in brocade descending from the 2nd floor. The 4 quickly looked up. This plump figure was Zheng Ziyang's target, the son of a wealthy merchant. Perhaps due to hatred, or perhaps because a competitor had hired someone to kill him, this plump figure was being targeted by the assassins of the world's No.1 Tower. If I kill him, it will surely cause chaos, and you must leave the scene at the first opportunity during the commotion. Zheng Zhiyou slowly stood up, donned a straw hat, and walked towards the plump figure with his sword drawn. Watch closely. Just before leaving, Zheng Zhiyou left behind this one remark. It was peak dining time, and the ground floor was bustling with people, servers moving back and forth with dishes and wine. It was the perfect moment to strike. Zheng Zhiyou and the plump figure moved in a swift dance, exchanging glances with Xiao Xing and the others. Xiao Xing and the others understood that their mentor Zheng Zhiyou was about to succeed and urged them to retreat quickly. Otherwise, if they delayed too long, they would find it difficult to escape once the officials arrived. The 4 of them immediately stood up, wearing their straw hats, and hurriedly walked towards the exit. However, as they were leaving, they couldn't help but glance back at the plump figure. They saw a dagger protruding from the plump figure's chest, blood flowing steadily from the wound, quickly staining his garments. Aye, it hurts. Wah. Soon the plump figure began to spit blood, his body collapsing backward uncontrollably. Young master! Young master! The servant beside the plump figure finally reacted, exclaiming in shock and rushing to support him. But the plump figure was too heavy, already on the ground convulsing. His lips began to turn purple, and the blood flowing from his mouth turned dark. It was evident that Zheng Ziyang's dagger had been poisoned. Xiao Xing and the others were startled, their eyelids twitching in shock. One had to admit that Zheng Ziyang's assassination of the plump figure was clean and precise, without any hesitation, delivering a fatal blow and leaving immediately. Wow. Someone has died, someone has died. Heavens, young master Xiao has been assassinated. Young master Xiao is dead. Quick report to the authorities, quick. In the next moment, the tavern erupted into chaos, the shouts and cries blending into a cacophony. Meanwhile, Xiao Xing and the others had already exited the tavern and were fleeing quickly. There are officials ahead, don't lower your heads, just walk normally. Zheng Zhiyou noticed the approaching officials and quietly instructed the group. Xiao Xing and the others braced themselves and lifted their heads. Especially number 2, the chubby Sun Qi, who was naturally timid and had just committed a guilty act, was afraid of being caught by the officials. But after hearing Zheng Ziyang's words, he still forced himself to look up and meet the officials' gaze. The officials hurried towards Zue Xianlu without paying them any mind. In the Great Yu dynasty, the martial spirit was quite strong, and one could see many martial artists wearing straw hats and carrying swords on the streets, so the officials naturally could not interrogate each person individually. The 5 of them quickly left. After exiting Qingyuan County, they did not pause and continued westward. They walked for over 20 miles before finally slowing their pace. We're safe now. Zheng Ziyang's tone was light. Senior Zheng, you are amazing, truly impressive. Number 1 Zhang Tai couldn't help but praise. The others also showed expressions of admiration. Even Xiao Xing wore an expression full of respect at that moment. Their training in the base had indeed been quite brutal, accustomed to life and death, but becoming an assassin and carrying out a mission was a different situation altogether. The details to pay attention to were greater, relying entirely on personal experience. No wonder the base required them to observe their mentor before executing their first task. There's a tea stall ahead. Oh, we've been walking for a long time and must be thirsty. Let's go have a cup of tea. At this moment, number 2, the chubby Sun Chi, spotted a tea stall ahead and exclaimed with delight. Everyone nodded. They immediately walked towards the tea stall. Upon arriving, number 1 Zhang Tai shouted, "Waiter, bring the best tea you have." Coming right up. The waiter's voice rang out as he approached with a teapot and 5 cups. Number 1 Zhang Tai poured tea for Xiao Xing and the others. Just as the 5 were about to drink, Xiao Xing frowned slightly and raised his hand to stop them. "Eighth brother, what's wrong?" Number 2 the chubby Sun Chi asked suspiciously. "This tea is poisoned." Xiao Xing's gaze turned cold as he spoke softly. "Poisoned?" Number 2 the chubby Sun Chi was startled and hurriedly set down the cup of tea he had raised to his lips. Number 1 Zhang Tai and number 9 the witch Fengzi were also shocked and quickly put down their cups. Mentor Zheng Jiong lowered his head to sniff the teacup, his brows furrowing deeply as he looked up at Xiao Xing with disbelief. Xiao Xing's expertise in poison was impressive. Even Zheng Jiong had failed to notice the poison in the tea, yet Xiao Xing had detected it. Without hesitation, Zheng Jiong slowly stood, his face stern as he looked at the waiter, and said in a deep voice, "Are you a friend of the Blood Clothes building, or a friend of the Ghost Pavilion, or perhaps a friend of the Luo Fu sect? Step forward and show yourself." Hearing the words from Zheng Jiong, the 4 members of Xiao Xing were taken aback, quickly letting out a sound and drawing their long swords from their waists. The Blood Clothes Tower, Ghost Pavilion, and Luofu Gate mentioned by Zheng Jiong are collectively known as the 4 major assassin organizations of the Dayu dynasty, along with their organization, the Tianxia First Tower. These 3 organizations are forces that are not any weaker than the Tianxia First Tower. Their sudden appearance here undoubtedly indicates that they have learned of the situation and specifically come to eliminate these assassins. As the saying goes, those in the same profession are rivals. The same applies to assassin organizations. This season coincides with the emergence of new assassins from the Tianxia First Tower. It must be that other assassin organizations have sent people to assassinate these new assassins. Other organizations want to nip the new assassins of the Tianxia First Tower in the bud. The first reaction of the second stout man, Sun Chi, was to flee. "Stop! Don't run around!" Zheng Jiong shouted in a deep voice. Only then did the stout man Sun Chi halt, looking around with a face full of fear. Xiao Xing also held his sword protectively in front of him, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. He understood why Zheng Jiong did not want them to run. They were likely already deep within the encirclement of another organization. If they ran around, they might fall into an ambush, and by then they wouldn't even know how they would die. The waiter, who was adjusting the teacups and teapots, overheard Zheng Jiong's words, and a sinister smile crept across his face. He removed his hat, and with a tearing sound ripped off his waiter uniform, revealing a black light armor underneath. A scarlet blood cloud was tattooed on his chest. "So you're a friend of the Blood Clothes Tower?" Zheng Jiong narrowed his eyes, coldly watching the waiter draw out a long knife. At the same time, the others were warily glancing around. Next to the waiter, another woman holding twin short blades emerged, her face also twisted into a sinister smile as she looked at the 4 members of Xiao Xing. Although there were only 2 of them, Xiao Xing and his group still felt like they were facing a formidable enemy. Who knows if there are others lying in ambush nearby? You guys are quite alert, detecting the poison in the tea. In my opinion, it would be better for you to drink the tea and die unknowingly, otherwise if you fall into our hands you will die. Very painfully. The waiter looked at them with a sinister expression, swinging his long knife fiercely. The blade gleamed coldly, sending chills down their spines. The 5 members of Xiao Xing were filled with terror. Zheng Jiong furrowed his brows tightly, snorted coldly, and hesitated for a moment before pulling out a bag of silver from his bosom and placing it on the table. "Friend, we all make a living with knives. Let us go this time, and we will meet again in the future. How about it?" After all, they were in the open while the enemy was in the dark. They were trapped in the Blood Clothes Tower's encirclement, and it would be best to avoid a fight. However, the waiter sneered, exchanging glances with the woman holding the twin blades, and grinned. "Killing you is worth much more than this money." Zheng Jiong narrowed his eyes and coldly glared at the waiter and the woman, drawing his long sword with a sharp sound, pointing it at them, and angrily shouting, "No negotiations. You can go down and discuss it with the King of Hell." The waiter was also a ruthless character. With a loud shout, he lunged at Zheng Jiong with the long knife. At the same time, the woman let out a sinister laugh and charged towards the 4 members of Xiao Xing with her twin short blades. "Run!" Zheng Jiong shouted loudly, blocking the waiter with his sword. The 4 members of Xiao Xing also drew their swords, engaging in battle with the woman. It was clear that the woman was an experienced fighter with a strength surpassing that of Xiao Xing's group, likely at the mid-stage of the 8th rank. Xiao Xing did not want to reveal his identity for the time being. He fought evenly with the woman. "Don't get close to the tree," Zheng Jiong shouted. However, at this moment, it was a bit late. The woman was entangled with Xiao Xing's group, deliberately forcing them towards a large tree. Whoosh! In the next moment, a person descended from the tree wielding a long knife aimed directly at the face of the second stout man. "Second, be careful." Xiao Xing reacted swiftly, suddenly tossing a handful of colorful powder at the woman, while his long sword shot out like lightning, blocking in front of the stout man. Clang, clang, clang. The sword light clashed with the long knife, creating a series of explosive sounds. The second stout man was startled, his face changing drastically as he hurriedly crawled forward, avoiding the attack from the blood-clothed tower assassin in the tree. Whoosh! Just then the grass beneath him stirred, and another person jumped out from underground, slashing a knife towards the second stout man, Sun Qi. The ninth witch, Sun Zi, saw this, and quickly rushed forward, blocking the attack with her sword. Clang! The force of the opponent's blow was overwhelming, directly causing the ninth witch to fall back. The ninth witch collided with the stout man behind her, sending him flying a considerable distance. "Ninth, I'll help you." The first Zhang Tai shouted loudly, charging towards the ninth witch and engaging in battle with the person who had emerged from the ground. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, the forest was filled with the sounds of swords clashing and shouts. It was evident that the opponents were experienced fighters, and gradually Xiao Xing's group began to fall into a disadvantage. As Xiao Xing defended against the opponent's attacks, he felt a surge of anger, contemplating whether to reveal his strength and eliminate these people. However, revealing his identity as Blood Yin Luo would likely be impossible to conceal. The blood-clothed tower's urgency to strike at the new talents of the Tianxia First Tower was also due to the news of a prodigy Blood Yin Luo emerging from the Tianxia First Tower, prompting them to eliminate this promising candidate. If he revealed his identity, now he would likely be targeted by the blood-clothed tower, Ghost Pavilion, Luofu Gate, and other assassin organizations. At that point, he might find himself ensnared in an endless cycle of assassination. Kill. Just as Xiao Xing hesitated, a sudden shout rang out, and two graceful figures charged towards them with swords in hand. Xiao Xing turned to look and saw that the newcomers were none other than Luo Shi and Lin Wanning. The strength of these two women was not weak, and with their arrival, the battle situation immediately turned in their favor. The four members of the blood-clothed tower were suddenly unable to hold on. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, the bloodline of the second stout man, Sun Qi, awakened. Coming to his senses, he pulled out a lot of poison from his bosom and threw it all towards the assassins of the blood-clothed tower. In an instant, colorful powder filled the forest, shocking to behold. Run! Seeing this, Zheng Jiong pushed back his opponent with a sword and shouted loudly. Saying this, he took off running into the jungle. Xiao Xing and his group quickly followed. They ran for another 10 miles before reaching an official road, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Zheng Jiong looked at Luo Shi and Lin Wanning, asking, "How did you two end up here?" "Oh, I was following a senior sister to carry out a task with Luo's sister, but unexpectedly we encountered an ambush from the blood-clothed tower on the way. Our senior sister and the other two junior brothers were all killed, and we too managed to escape by luck," Lin Wanning said slowly with a look of lingering fear. Xiao Xing frowned deeply, realizing that the blood-clothed building was not targeting them specifically, but rather all the new assassins of the world's #1 building. This also proved that his identity as Shui Yinluo had not yet been exposed. "This place is not suitable for lingering, let's hurry," Zheng Jiong urged. The group continued onward with their swords drawn, passing a fork in the road. At that moment, a farmer carrying firewood approached them. The group did not pay attention, but halfway through, the farmer suddenly unloaded the firewood, drawing a long sword from it and stabbing towards Zheng Jiong. By the time Zheng Jiong reacted, it was too late. He was pierced in the shoulder by the man's sword. "Ah!" Zheng Jiong let out a piercing scream. Xiao Xing reacted swiftly, drawing his sword with a sharp clang and striking fiercely at the farmer. The farmer retreated abruptly, creating distance between them. The group watched the farmer warily. The farmer, however, looked at Xiao Xing and his companions with a sinister smile, saying, "Hee, it seems I've struck gold today. Oh, there are two little beauties here. It wouldn't be bad to enjoy them, hee." Suddenly, another figure emerged from behind a nearby tree, swinging a sword towards Xiao Xing. "Elder brother." #1 Zhang Tai exclaimed in alarm. Clang. In a moment of urgency, Xiao Xing hastily raised his sword to block. Boom. The newcomer was evidently a person of great strength. With a single strike, Xiao Xing was sent tumbling backward, crashing into the grass and losing consciousness. "Elder brother." The crowd gasped. Just then, 7 assassins in various outfits surged in from around them. Leading them was a bald man with a scarred face. He looked Xiao Xing and the others up and down, grinning. "You must be Luo Shi, ranked 3rd on the Rising Star list, and you must be Lin Wanning, ranked 5th. Indeed, two beauties. Today my brothers did not come in vain. After playing with you, we will kill you and report back to the organization." "Good." The other 6 rejoiced, laughing heartily. Luo Shi and Lin Wanning were furious and terrified. However, they knew that the situation was extremely unfavorable for them. The strongest Zheng Jiong had been injured from the farmer's ambush, severely reducing his combat ability. Xiao Xing was knocked into the grass, his fate unknown. The remaining number 9, the Demoness, had decent strength. Number 1, Zhang Tai, and number 2, the chubby Sun Qi, were somewhat lacking. Brothers attack. The scarred man snorted coldly, waving his sleeve as he charged towards the group. Zheng Jiong shouted loudly, dragging his injured arm as he met the scarred man heat-in. The others also drew their weapons to engage. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, the road echoed with shouts, cries of battle, and the sounds of clashing weapons. Boom. Zheng Jiong was already injured and was no match for the bald man. After more than a dozen exchanges, he was kicked away, crashing against a large tree behind him. Wow. Zheng Jiong spat out a mouthful of old blood, completely losing his combat capability. Oh no, someone is going to die, someone is going to die. Number 2, the chubby Sun Qi, cried out in panic, running ahead. Fatty, don't run. A blood-clothed building assassin chased after Sun Qi, shouting loudly. Suddenly, Sun Qi turned around, throwing a handful of colorful poison powder. The pursuing assassin charged in fiercely, directly plunging into the poison powder. Ugh, yellow, white, blue, and even little stars, oh. Why are there 5 moons, oh? The man's eyes rolled back, unable to stand, collapsing to the ground and foaming at the mouth. You scare me to death, hee. Sun Qi gasped heavily. Number 2, be careful. At that moment, Zhang Tai's voice came through. The chubby man turned around only to see a burly man swinging a sword at him fiercely. Number 2 was alarmed and quickly raised his sword to block. Clang. The swords collided, producing a loud metallic sound, sparks flying. Sun Qi was shaken to the point of numbness in his hands, nearly losing grip on his sword. Before he could react, he was kicked in the chest, staggering backward. But the chubby man's weight was too great. Although he was kicked, the attacker was also forced to step back a few paces. When Sun Qi turned back, he saw the man charging at him with his sword raised, instantly scaring him into a panic, yelling, "Oh no," and rolling away as he fled. Fatty, where do you think you're going? The burly assassin pursued from behind, but recalling the scene of the fatty poisoning the previous assassin, he was cautious not to chase too closely. On the other side, number 9, the Demoness, faced off against a thin man. Although the thin man was small and weak, his movements were exceptionally agile. Number 9, Fengzi, relied on a desperate fighting spirit to temporarily keep the chubby man at bay. Meanwhile, Luo Shi and Lin Wanning faced 2 assassins from the blood-clothed building. Although they were both powerful, their lack of experience forced them to barely hold their own against their opponents. At that moment, the scarred man approached Luo Shi with a large sword in hand. Luo Shi panicked. She could handle 1 person, but dealing with 2 was quite difficult. Swish. Just as Luo Shi was anxious, a streak of sword energy suddenly whistled through the jungle, heading straight towards the scarred man. The sword energy was crescent-shaped and moved with incredible speed, startling everyone present. The scarred man was horrified at the sight of the sword energy and hurriedly activated his sword light and blood barrier to defend. Boom. The scarred man's large sword trembled violently upon impact, the blood barrier exploding. He was forced to slide backward, carving 2 deep trenches into the ground. Sword energy. Shui Yanluo. Upon seeing this streak of sword energy, Luo Shi and the others were overjoyed and quickly looked towards the source of the sword energy. From the grass, a figure wearing an evil spirit mask with 2 tall horns on the mask slowly walked out with a sword. This horned evil spirit mask was secretly purchased by Xiao Xing on his way to Qingyuan County. He felt that the horned mask suited his identity as Shui Yanluo. Shui Yanluo. Shui Yanluo. Number 1, number 2, and number 9 were all delighted. However, the expressions of the blood-clothed building members changed dramatically as they looked solemnly at the young assassin Shui Yanluo, ranked first on the Rising Star list. They had long heard that Shui Yanluo had mastered sword energy, and seeing it in person shocked them. How could someone so young have achieved such mastery? If he were to continue developing, what would become of them? At this moment, while the assassins from the blood-clothed building were terrified, they also felt a rising intent to kill Shui Yanluo. Kill him. The bald man looked at Xiao Xing, gritting his teeth and shouting loudly. One of the assassins, also gritting his teeth, yelled and charged towards Xiao Xing. Xiao Xing narrowed his eyes, letting out a cold snort as his figure suddenly surged towards the assassin from Bloodcloth Tower. The 2 figures brushed past each other. Everyone widened their eyes, staring intently at the scene. They saw Blood Yanluo slowly rise with a few drops of fresh blood on the sword in his hand. A puff sound echoed as a hole burst open in the chest of the assassin, his eyes widening as he exclaimed, "Such a fast sword." After saying that, he fell to the ground completely lifeless. Copperskin. Luo's eyes pupils constricted sharply, her pretty face filled with horror as she exclaimed. Earlier, when Blood Yanluo brushed past the assassin from Bloodcloth Tower, others didn't see the situation clearly, but she did. Blood Yanluo used his palm to block the knife held by the man. As the blade grazed his palm, blood Yin Luo's palm astonishingly turned a copper color accompanied by a sizzling sound of metal friction and sparks flying. At the same time, blood Yin Luo killed the opponent with a single sword strike. Luo's eyes heart raced, feeling a profound shock once again. She also practiced the immortal diamond technique and naturally understood how difficult it was to cultivate. Even she at present had not yet entered the realm of iron skin. Yet blood Yin Luo had actually cultivated the copper skin above iron skin. Such talent and cultivation speed were beyond her comparison. He was simply a monster. What? Copper skin? Lin Wanning nearby also widened her beautiful eyes in disbelief, her rosy lips forming a perfect circle as if she could fit her fist in it. Copper skin hissing. Zhang Tai Sun Qi and the ninth demoness Feng Zi were also left dumbfounded, their faces filled with disbelief. Zhang Jiong watched with his face twitching. What is a genius? This is what a genius looks like. While they struggled to cultivate iron skin, blood Yin Luo had already mastered the copper skin of the immortal diamond technique. Wasn't it said that the immortal diamond technique is derived from the Buddhist sect and extremely difficult to cultivate? How could he do it so easily? In such a short time, he had already achieved the copper skin. What does this concept mean? At this moment, everyone's hearts were once again shaken by blood Yin Luo's terrifying cultivation speed. Of course, the most frustrated would be Luo Shi. Ranked second on the new star list, she believed she could compete with blood Yin Luo. But this time she was once again pressed down by blood Yin Luo and rubbed harshly. This proud daughter of heaven felt somewhat shattered as her talents were nothing in front of blood Yin Luo. So weak. Copper skin. The assassins from Bloodcloth Tower were also astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief as they looked at this newly emerged top assassin of the world. They knew blood Yin Luo was strong. But before coming they thought no matter how strong he was just a newcomer. How strong could he really be? However, seeing blood Yin Luo today deeply shocked them. Not only had blood Yin Luo cultivated sword chi, but he had also mastered the copper skin of the immortal diamond technique of the top tower in the world. What does this mean? It's both offensive and defensive. How can they fight against that? Retreat. The bald man, seeing things were not right, immediately gave the order to retreat. However, Xiao Xing had no intention of letting them go. They wanted him dead, so he was going to make them die. His reasoning was simple: whoever threatened him or obstructed his path in martial arts must die. Just then a sharp and resonant sound of a sword echoed. Blood Yin Luo moved again. He suddenly shook the sword in his hand, and sword chi surged forth. The sword chi held, moving in an eerie manner, shooting straight towards the bald man. The bald man was startled and hurriedly urged his blood barrier and sword light to defend. Boom. But this time, whether it was his sword light or his blood barrier, upon encountering the combined sword chi of Xiao Xing, they all crumbled to dust, in an instant turning to ashes. Puff. The sword chi continued unabated, piercing through his neck. This is a supreme skill. The bald man's eyes widened as he uttered a few words covering his neck, but ultimately, he fell down unwillingly. He has mastered the soul-pursuing sword. Lin Wanning beside him recognized her family's inherited supreme skill and couldn't help but exclaim. What? Luo's beautiful eyes were once again filled with shock, her delicate body trembling as she looked at blood Yin Luo in disbelief. The others were also shaken to the core, exclaiming in astonishment. The copper skin was already terrifying enough, and now there was another supreme skill. It must be known that supreme skills are derived from the realm of forbidden techniques. Even if simplified, they are still realm-level sword techniques, which are not so easy to practice. Lin Wanning had been immersed in the soul-pursuing sword for a long time, but had not grasped its true essence. Yet unexpectedly, blood Yin Luo had actually mastered it. Moreover, using sword chi to unleash its power was even stronger, killing the bald man in the mid-stage of the 8th rank with just one strike. The remaining assassins from Bloodcloth Tower screamed in terror and ran away. Can you escape? Xiao Xing snorted coldly, his eyes under the bullhorned Asura mask suddenly widening as he continuously swung the long sword. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Streams of sword chi cut through the sky, howling towards the assassins from Bloodcloth Tower. The sounds of shrill screams rang out, and those poor assassins from Bloodcloth Tower could not escape the sword chi, all enveloped by it, and killed on the spot. Thus the assassins from Bloodcloth Tower who posed a threat to Luo's life were slaughtered by blood Yin Luo in just a few sword strikes. Everyone looked at that figure in shock. Xiao Xing took a step forward and walked ahead. Where are you going, blood Yin Luo? Just then Luo she hurriedly asked. However, blood Yin Luo ignored her and continued walking straight ahead. Number 1 and Number 2's faces twitched as they watched a look at blood Yin Luo, not even giving the beauty any face. This is what it means to be arrogant. Remember to return to the organization, otherwise when the heart-corroding pill acts up in half a year, you won't be able to handle it. Zhang Jiong kindly reminded. But Xiao Xing walked away without looking back. Elder brother. At this moment, Number 1, a dark-skinned youth, suddenly remembered Xiao Xing and hurriedly rushed towards the nearby bushes. Upon seeing No.1's expression change drastically. Because nearby was a somewhat high cliff, or could it be that Xiao Xing fell and died? Elder brother. No.1, No.2, and No.9 rushed over shouting anxiously. Then they descended the cliff to search for Xiao Xing, but after searching the entire cliff bottom, they still could not find any trace of Xiao Xing. Could it be that elder brother's body was taken away by a beast? Woo. No.2, the chubby Sun Chi began to choke up. It can't be, I believe in No.8, he won't die. On the other side, Xiao Xing was already on his way to Qinghe County. This time he finally exited the assassin's base, and naturally, he had to accomplish something that had been lingering in his heart. He was going back to his hometown in Qinghe County to take revenge on his second uncle and second aunt's family. According to his memories, his second uncle was raised by Xiao Xing's father, who worked hard from a young age, and even his wife was chosen by his father. However, due to years of heavy labor, his father's health deteriorated, and he ultimately passed away. Before his death, his father repeatedly entrusted his second uncle and second aunt to take care of Xiao Xing. Little did he expect that shortly after his father's death, his second uncle and second aunt would reveal their true nature, beating and scolding Xiao Xing, and even selling him to a brothel in the end. How could Xiao Xing not take revenge for such a deep-seated hatred? My dear second uncle, second aunt, and cousin, I have returned. A sinister smile crept across Xiao Xing's face as he quickened his pace. Ha ha ha. As he walked, Xiao Xing suddenly heard a burst of raucous laughter. He frowned slightly, hesitating for a moment before following the sound through the thicket and gazing into the distance. He saw 5 armed men slaughtering the villagers of a settlement, collecting their money, and in front of them was a terrified young girl. The girl huddled in the corner looking at the 5 armed men with a face full of terror, trembling as she pleaded, "Please let me go, I beg you, sob, sob, sob." The 5 men exchanged glances and began to laugh maliciously. "This girl looks tender, let me have a taste first, TSK, TSK." One of the men said with a sinister grin as he lowered his knife and approached the girl. Whoosh! Just then a sword energy suddenly struck, piercing through his head directly. The man's face still bore a lewd smile, but he unwillingly collapsed. "Who goes there?" The remaining 4 men exclaimed in shock. Xiao Xing emerged slowly from the thicket, his gaze icy, looking at the 4 remaining men as if they were already dead. "Seeking death. How dare you meddle in the affairs of the 5 wolves of Moshanshan? You're simply courting death." Another man roared angrily, grabbing his long knife and lunging at Xiao Xing. Xiao Xing raised his hand and swung his sword. Swish! Another sword energy surged forth at high speed, passing cleanly through the man. The man froze in place. Crack! His long knife first broke into 2 segments, followed by a loud thud as the man was split in half, intestines spilling out and blood gushing, painting a gruesome scene. Sword energy. Run! The remaining 3 wolves, seeing this, dared not fight back any longer and turned to flee. Xiao Xing snorted coldly, swinging his long sword repeatedly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Waves of fierce sword energy surged out, engulfing the remaining 3 wolves. The unfortunate 3 wolves could only manage a few screams before collapsing in a pool of blood. After easily slaying the 5 hungry wolves, Xiao Xing sheathed his long sword and turned to the girl huddled in the corner, asking, "Are you all right?" The girl trembled as she stood up, staring at Xiao Xing with her big bright eyes suddenly pointing at him and crying out, "You're clearly very strong. Why didn't you come to save us earlier? All the villagers were killed. My parents are dead. You caused their deaths. It's all your fault. Sob, sob, sob. You are the killer." Just then the sound of the sword being unsheathed rang out, and the girl's words abruptly stopped. A fine red line appeared on her neck, quickly expanding, and the girl's head rolled away from her neck. Puff! The headless corpse sprayed a large amount of blood before finally collapsing weakly. Xiao Xing sheathed his sword, spat on the girl's corpse, and coldly laughed, saying, "Humph, bold, evil cultivator, how dare you seize the body of an innocent girl? You deserve to die." With that, Xiao Xing turned to leave. However, as he walked away, he did not forget to take the money the wolves had collected. He counted it and found there were only about 30 taels of silver. "I am an assassin. Killing is expensive. Oh, consider this your reward for avenging you." Xiao Xing calmly pocketed the 30-odd taels of loose silver and strode away. He never considered himself a good person. In this new life, he refused internal strife. Whoever made him suffer internally, he would make them pay with their life. Now that he had become an assassin, if you dared to speak to him like that, would he spare you and wait for the new year? Finally, he had silver, and all the way Xiao Xing wouldn't have to go hungry or resort to hunting rabbits for food. On the road, he had a few bowls of noodles. A few days later, Xiao Xing finally arrived at Qinghe County. Just as he remembered, Qinghe County remained bustling with people coming and going, lively and vibrant. At this time it was broad daylight, and Xiao Xing, wearing a bamboo hat, hurried through the crowd. He entered a tavern, sitting in a corner by the window, ordering a few exquisite dishes and a pot of sweet wine, eating while listening to the patrons chat. "Have you heard? The young master of the Xiao family in Qingshui Lane has entered the ranks, becoming a true warrior. The Xiao family has produced a prodigy. From now on the Xiao family is sure to prosper. Prosper. Isn't it just because they sold their eldest son that they gained unjust wealth to support their own child? Lower your voice. The Xiao family's young master has entered the ranks now, but we cannot provoke them. Xiao Xing listened with astonishment in his heart. The Xiao family in Qingshui Lane was indeed his family. It seems his cousin has some talent in martial arts, having actually entered the ranks. Things are not peaceful in the city lately. I've heard there is a notorious bandit who often kills for money. It's best we don't go out at night. Who can argue with that? These days are too hard. Indeed, it's ultimately us ordinary folks who suffer. Besides the news of his cousin entering the ranks, Xiao Xing did not gain any useful information. In these chaotic times, it was not unusual for bandits to appear. After finishing his meal, Xiao Xing stayed in the tavern for a while longer before getting up to leave. At nightfall, when the moon was dark and the wind was high in the Xiao family's small courtyard in Qingshui Lane, the second uncle, second aunt, and cousin were sitting in the house eating dinner. Tinger has entered the ranks, while our good days are about to come. Who can argue with that? Mother has been looking forward to this day for a long time. Father, mother, hurry and eat. I promise to let you enjoy delicious food every day in the future. Good. The three of them from the second uncle's family were happily eating, chatting, and imagining their bright future. Creak. Just then the locked door was slowly pushed open. Who? The cousin, already a 9th grade martial artist, stood up abruptly, sensing the sound, and shouted angrily towards the door. At the same time, he flashed to the side, grasped a long knife, and coldly looked towards the door. Uncle and aunt were startled. They thought a strong man had intruded into their home at this late hour, and both were quite nervous. However, when they clearly saw who had come, they were left dumbfounded. Delang, elder brother, uncle, aunt, and the cousin all looked at the newcomer in astonishment. Xiao Xing walked slowly towards the three, his gaze chilling, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth, and spoke in a somewhat mocking tone. Uncle, aunt, cousin, I didn't think we would meet again, did you? Seeing the sword in Xiao Xing's hand, the cousin swiftly moved, positioning the knife in front of his parents, and glaring at Xiao Xing solemnly, saying, Elder brother, what do you intend to do? I advise you not to move. I am now an entry-level martial master otherwise. As he spoke, the cousin coldly smirked with a sharp sound, drew out the gleaming long knife, fully threatening. Uncle and aunt exchanged glances. Seeing her son as a martial master backing her, aunt's courage visibly increased. She raised her head and glared at Xiao Xing, pointing at him, and cursed loudly. How dare you return, you fallen noble? Don't think we're afraid of you just because you have a sword. Did you run away from a pawn shop? Uncle sighed, saying, Delang, we had no choice when we sold you. Our son needed money to train in martial arts. Sigh. You sold me for your son's martial training. Sold our family property. Xiao Xing felt a cold smile in his heart, narrowing his eyes as he looked at the family of three coldly, saying, Uncle, aunt, cousin, I have returned specifically to send you on your way, please. The trio of uncle was evidently taken aback, clearly not expecting Xiao Xing to say such words. You little wolf cub, do you know my son is now an entry-level martial master? How dare you be so reckless? My son, seize him and sell him again. Aunt pointed at Xiao Xing, scolding fiercely. Yes, mother. The cousin complied, leaping up suddenly and slashing at Xiao Xing with his knife. The blade sliced through the air, rushing towards Xiao Xing. However, Xiao Xing did not dodge, channeling his blood qi. Clang, clang, clang. The blade collided with the blood qi in front of Xiao Xing, emitting a series of metallic sounds, and then vanished like a cow sinking into the sea. You are also a martial master, you? The cousin looked at Xiao Xing in disbelief. Xiao Xing, however, quickly flashed past, drawing his long sword, blood splattering out. The cousin felt a sharp pain in his throat and touched it only to find it covered in blood. Immediately, blood gushed from his neck, and he hurriedly tried to stop it, but blood sprayed out between his fingers. In horror, he looked at Xiao Xing, then turned to his parents, seemingly wanting to say something, but could only emit a choking sound. Thud. In the end, the cousin still fell unwillingly, his eyes wide open, a face full of shock, clearly unable to close his eyes in death. He never expected that after working hard to become a martial master, how could Xiao Xing have become an even stronger martial master? Little did he know, for over half a year, Xiao Xing had been living a life of hardship, having practically crawled out of a pile of corpses to achieve today's accomplishments. Oh, my son. Aunt gasped in shock, rushing towards her cousin. Xiao Xing suddenly slashed with his long sword, and Aunt saw her head fly away. Thud. The headless corpse sprayed out a large amount of blood before finally collapsing. Oh, my wife, my son. Uncle looked at his dead wife and son in terror, kneeling on the ground, clutching his head and weeping bitterly. Xiao Xing slowly walked towards Uncle with his sword. Uncle looked up at Xiao Xing in fear, trembling in his voice. Delang, I know I was wrong. I should not have listened to this woman. It was all my fault. Please, Delang, spare me this once. Suddenly, Uncle thrust a gleaming dagger at Xiao Xing's chest. Xiao Xing reached out and directly grasped the tip of the dagger. Uncle was stunned, his face full of disbelief. He tried to pull out the dagger, but Xiao Xing's hand gripped it tightly, like a vice. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull it out. Xiao Xing suddenly exerted force, bending the dagger in his hand. Uncle, frightened out of his wits, hurriedly released the dagger, rolling and crawling away, while looking at Xiao Xing in terror, exclaiming, "Delang, spare me, spare me. I am your own Uncle Delang. Your own uncle. And you sold me. Just moments ago you wanted to kill me." Xiao Xing smiled coldly, tossing the dagger away and slowly approaching Uncle. "Delang, I know I was wrong. Please spare me this once for the sake of my deceased elder brother." Uncle's eyes were filled with terror. He did not know what miraculous adventures his nephew had experienced in recent days. In less than a year, he had mastered extraordinary skills with a body of bronze and iron, even unafraid of knives. Puff! Xiao Xing was too lazy to waste words with him. Suddenly slashing upwards with his sword, bloodlight flashed. Uncle's head rolled to the ground, and the headless corpse fell, splattering blood everywhere. Clang! Xiao Xing sheathed his long sword. With the vengeance fulfilled, he felt immensely satisfied. Then he began to search around the house. In the end, he only found a few silver coins, likely because uncle and aunt had exhausted the family's savings to support the cousin in becoming a martial artist. Xiao Xing pushed open the door, jumped over the courtyard wall, and disappeared into the night in a few flashes. Then he arrived at an inn, spending 2 taels of silver for a fine guest room. After a good night's sleep the next day, Xiao Xing woke up refreshed. He went downstairs to eat some food at the inn. During this time, he heard discussions about how the 3 members of the Xiao family in Qingshui Alley were exterminated by intruders last night. Well, then that so-called intruder really took the blame. Xiao Xing smirked, continuing to eat quietly. After finishing his meal, he left a piece of scattered silver and got up to leave. Now that his revenge was fulfilled, he felt a lack of direction and decided to return to the base. Along the way, Xiao Xing used the wind chase steps, sprinting ahead. Halfway, he suddenly experienced an epiphany. A layer of qi haze enveloped his body, and with a bang, his speed sharply increased. When he reappeared, he was already over 10 zhang away. The first tower of the world. In a room, several high-ranking members gathered together, their faces grave. This time the newcomers we sent out for observation and training suffered heavy losses. An elderly man with graying hair frowned and sighed. "I never expected that the blood-clothed tower would produce a genius like Yin Wenyuan, who has shot down many of our skilled members, even taking out those ranked 8th, 12th, and 13th on the new stars list. This is utterly hateful." Another elder in gray clothes clenched his fists in anger, gritting his teeth. Yes, and the 4th-ranked Guiyongtian was hit in the shoulder by Yin Wenyuan's arrow, nearly meeting his end under his attack. This person truly poses a formidable challenge to our first tower of the world. Moreover, number 8 Xiao Xing has not returned. Another elder sighed. "Has Shui Yanluo come back yet?" Suddenly one elder asked. "Not yet," replied another elder. Everyone's faces twitched, and the hall fell silent. "I never expected that the blood-clothed tower would produce a genius like Yin Wenyuan, and he is a rare arrow cultivator. Anyone from the first tower of the world who encounters him is almost certain to be sniped." This time the newcomers from the first tower of the world suffered nearly 1/3 casualties. Several from the new stars list were also shot down, including the 4th-ranked Guiyongtian, who was hit by Yin Wenyuan's arrow. If it weren't for the desperate efforts of Mu Yi Lu Ning and others to bring him back, Guiyongtian would have already fallen beneath Yin Wenyuan's arrows. At the organization base. In the assassins' accommodation area, number 1, number 2, and number 9 gathered in front of number 8's courtyard, looking anxious. At that moment, 2 graceful figures approached. These 2 were none other than Luo Shi and Lin Weiner. Luo Shi looked at number 1, number 2, and number 9, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, and asked, "Has Xiao Xing not returned?" "No." Number 1 Zhang Tai shook his head, his face filled with sorrow. "If he comes back, let me know." Luo's eyes expression grew serious as she turned to leave. Zhang Tai, Sun Qi, and Feng Zi exchanged glances, knowing that Luo Shi was not here for number 8, but rather for Shui Yanluo. Shui Yanluo has not yet returned. It tugged at everyone's hearts. Meanwhile, in another room, Han Fudong, Mu Yi Lu Ning, and others were gathered. "Brother Han, I heard that Shui Yanluo has not returned yet." Lu Ning suddenly spoke up. Han Fudong frowned slightly, pausing with his chopsticks, his eyes gleaming as he squinted, and said in a low voice, "I indeed hope he comes back. I will definitely defeat him fair and square." Although he said this, he felt somewhat relieved that Shui Yanluo had not returned. The last time the pressure from Shui Yanluo was overwhelming. If it hadn't been for the head instructor Wu Hong intervening, he would have already died at Shui Yanluo's hands. The others exchanged glances, but said nothing. Meanwhile, in another side, within a dimly lit grand hall, the candlelight flickered, and a crimson blood flag hung in the center of the wall. This was the blood-clothed tower's emblematic flag. Sitting beneath, it was a remarkably burly man, lounging comfortably, unable to suppress his laughter. Reporting to the martial protector, Yin Wenyuan has showcased his talents, this time consecutively shooting down many of the new assassins from the Blood-Clothed Tower, and even injuring several individuals on their new stars list, including the 4th-ranked Gua Yongta. An excited man reported, "Good, well done. Yin Wenyuan is indeed the most outstanding assassin of our Blood-Clothed Tower in recent decades, ha." The martial protector couldn't help but burst into laughter. The others in the hall also felt proud. Yin Wenyuan was indeed an exceptionally talented disciple of their Blood-Clothed Tower. During the trials, Yin Wenyuan was known as the living Yinlaw, instilling fear in the hearts of other disciples. Especially after he cultivated archery, he could directly snipe others from dozens of feet away, making his reputation soar, earning him the title of Rookie King in the Blood-Clothed Tower. By the way, have you seen that Blood Yinluo from the first tower of the world? The martial protector suddenly asked. The man grinned and said, "Martial protector, rest assured." Yin Wenyuan said that if he sees Blood Yinluo, he will ensure he goes and never returns. Good. The martial protector was delighted, repeatedly slapping his thighs. If Yin Wenyuan could kill the first-ranked rookie Blood Yinluo from the first tower of the world, it would certainly elevate the Blood-Clothed Tower's reputation above that of the first tower of the world. Then the business of the Blood-Clothed Tower would naturally flourish even more. Meanwhile, on a spacious official road, a luxurious carriage was leisurely moving forward under the protection of several martial masters. Bang! Suddenly a thunderous sound erupted. Everyone felt a blur before their eyes, as if a figure had swiftly darted past. "Is that the Lightfoot technique?" the martial masters exclaimed, growing vigilant. Generally speaking, martial artists choose their cultivation methods, for example, focusing on offensive martial arts, while Lightfoot techniques are usually only used as auxiliary. Very few people practice Lightfoot techniques to the level of proficiency. After all, a person's energy is limited. If too much time is spent on cultivating Lightfoot techniques, their other skills will inevitably languish. This person has actually cultivated the Lightfoot technique to the level of proficiency, which is indeed rare. The martial masters remained alert for a while, but noticed that the person did not return, and only then did they breathe a sigh of relief. It should be a passerby from the martial world. One of the martial masters sheathed his sword and said loudly, "Continue on your way." The others also felt relieved. Inside the carriage, the curtain was lifted, revealing a delicate face. She glanced in the direction of the disturbance, deep in thought. Meanwhile, several miles behind them, Xiao Xing appeared on a branch of a large tree. After taking revenge, he felt exhilarated, having successfully cultivated the wind-chasing step of the Lightfoot technique to the level of proficiency. His technique is sound explosion. The so-called sound explosion allows him to instantly break through limits, producing a sound akin to thunder around him, instantly moving several dozen feet away. With this level of proficiency in the Lightfoot technique, Xiao Xing was confident that as long as he did not encounter mid-tier experts, even when facing 7th-tier experts, he could still escape unscathed. At that moment, Xiao Xing suddenly frowned, his nose twitching and his whole body tensed up. He had caught the scent of blood. As an assassin, after more than a year of training, he had become extremely sensitive to blood. Xiao Xing leaped and landed on another tree branch. In this manner, he moved effortlessly between the trees like a monkey. Finally, he stopped on a tree, focused his gaze downward, and his heart skipped a beat as his pupils constricted. Below in the forest, 5 or 6 people lay slain, their bodies sprawled haphazardly beneath the trees. Among them, one person Xiao Xing recognized as a newly appointed assassin from the world's top assassin organization, the Tianxia First Tower. Xiao Xing furrowed his brow, scanning the surroundings. After confirming there was no danger, he jumped down from the tree and approached the 6 corpses, examining them closely. These must be arrow wounds, all lethal strikes. The one who killed them must be a skilled archer, Xiao Xing deduced quietly. But soon he found his answer. Not far away, a large tree had been stripped of its bark, and on the trunk a line of text was left. The murderer is Yin Wenyuan, the living Yama of the Blood Robe Tower. Yin Wenyuan of the Blood Robe Tower. Xiao Xing's pupils constricted, his expression darkening as he murmured. He was called the Blood Yama, and his opponent was the living Yama. How intriguing. Xiao Xing had a premonition that there would be a confrontation between the two of them. He turned his head and noticed another tree nearby had also been stripped, with another line of text etched into the trunk. "Blood Yama, you cannot escape." Xiao Xing's gaze sharpened as he thought, "Indeed, they are coming for me. How ironic that fame is both a blessing and a curse." However, he felt no fear. With his current strength, he was confident in preserving his life, if not defeating his opponent. This provocation from the newcomer of the Blood Robe Tower, the living Yama, ignited a fighting spirit within him. He was eager to meet this living Yama. I wonder if there will be any rewards from the organization for killing this living Yama. A cold light flashed in Xiao Xing's eyes, and a sinister smile crept across his lips as he murmured. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Xing drew his sword and moved forward. Throughout this journey, he remained cautious. Even the winds seemed to quiet down. Eventually, Xiao Xing arrived at a small town named Ningyuan Town. Though not large, it was bustling with people. The streets were lively, filled with the sounds of vendors calling and children playing. Xiao Xing walked quietly along the street. Suddenly, he flickered and darted into an alley, having spotted some old acquaintances. Ahead, 5 members of the Blood-Robe Tower disguised as a waiter and the innkeeper were ambushing his group. At that moment, these 5 were entering an inn and then headed upstairs. This was also a habit of assassins. A senior named Zheng Jiong once said that as an assassin, one must always keep an eye and ear out for everything. Consequently, assassins typically chose seats on the second floor by the window to observe the street below. Seizing the opportunity, while the 2 ascended, Xiao Xing slipped out of the alley and hurried toward the inn. As he entered the inn, the 5 members of the Blood-Robe Tower had just reached the second floor. Xiao Xing's timing was impeccable. He too slowly made his way up to the second floor. However, he wasn't intending to go upstairs. Instead, he was observing the waiter's movements. He could also hear the conversations of the people above, and his chosen position was ideal. This time, our Blood-Robe Tower has reaped great rewards, having slain many skilled individuals from the Tianxia First Tower. Indeed, especially the Living Yama, who has eliminated several figures from the Tianxia First Tower's new star list. The Living Yama is heading to Baiyang Valley, which is a necessary route to the Tianxia First Tower. He aims to ambush the top-ranked Blood Yama from the new star list here, wanting to instill a sense of fear in the Tianxia First Tower. Let's go, we need to eat quickly. After we finish, we'll head to Baiyang Valley to meet the Living Yama. Yes, hurry up. Waiter, bring the dishes and wine quickly, we have business to attend to. The voices of the people upstairs echoed down. Please wait a moment, honored guest coming right up. Soon a waiter carrying dishes and wine made his way toward the second floor. Xiao Xing approached the waiter. As they passed each other, Xiao Xing silently placed a dose of poison into the food. He then quietly waited. Oh, it's poisoned. Damn, it seems to be the Yama's invitation from the 100 Poison Scripture. A junior sister, are you alright? My stomach hurts so much, ah. Moments later, cries rang out from upstairs. A smile curled at the corner of Xiao Xing's mouth as he stood up and walked out. To avoid exposing his identity, he refrained from going upstairs to inspect the bodies. After all, there were many people in the inn, and risking exposure for trivial gains was not worth it. In this instance, Xiao Xing's poisoning of the 5 could be considered as avenging Zheng Jiong's sword-related grievance. Exiting the inn, Xiao Xing strode forward. Moments later, officials arrived at the inn, questioning the patrons at the scene, unaware that the true culprit had long since left Ningyuan town. This time, Xiao Xing avoided the official roads and instead sought out winding paths. He did this to avoid being targeted and ambushed by the Living Yama of the Blood-Robe Tower. Xiao Xing entered another wooded area and once again caught a whiff of blood. His nose twitched as he darted forward. Soon he discovered 3 more corpses. Among them was a figure ranked in the teens on the new star list. Xiao Xing had some recollection of this person, though he couldn't recall the exact rank. Having killed, they left the bodies unburied, clearly indicating that the Living Yama was quite confident. He examined the wounds closely and noticed no signs of blackening, indicating that the arrows used by the Living Yama Yin Wenyuan were not poisoned. This person is quite confident. A glint of light flickered in Xiao Xing's eyes, his voice turning cold. After steadying himself, he continued on his way. After another 2 days, he finally arrived at the outskirts of Baiyang Valley. Xiao Xing looked at Baiyang Valley, took a deep breath, and walked in. However, he did not notice the figure of the Living Yama of the Blood-Robe Tower, Yin Wenyuan. Clearly, the opponent, being an archer, was hiding in the shadows. With each step, Xiao Xing was cautious, keeping his eyes peeled and ears alert, not missing any details of his surroundings. After walking a few steps, Xiao Xing suddenly stopped, a smile appearing on his lips as he provocatively called out, "So you are the Living Yama. I've come to show yourself." Yet there was no response from the Living Yama. Xiao Xing, however, was not anxious, sneering, "Just a moment ago, in Ningyuan town, I happened to eliminate 5 of your Blood-Robe Tower's men. What's the matter? Living Yama, Blood Yama has arrived. Are you too afraid to show yourself?" Whoosh! Suddenly a sharp sound of something slicing through the air rang out. Xiao Xing's ears perked up, and as he turned, he swiftly drew his long sword with a clang and slashed toward the source of the sound. Clang! The tip of the long sword struck the arrow, creating a crisp sound that erupted, sparks flying. Xiao Xing stumbled back a few steps before finally regaining his balance. The Living Yama Yin Wenyuan. Xiao Xing stood against the wind with his sword in hand, his long hair flowing behind him, coldly gazing at the newcomer as he asked in a deep voice. Yin Wenyuan curled the corners of his mouth into a sinister smile, his eyes filled with eagerness, looking at Xiao Xing, and said, "The Blood Yama of the first tower in the world." "Indeed." Xiao Xing nodded slightly. Yin Wenyuan's lips twisted into a cold smile, narrowing his eyes as he stared intently at Xiao Xing, his voice laced with provocation. "Since you know I would ambush you here, do you still dare to come to your death? Who dies is yet to be determined." Xiao Xing smirked coldly in response. "At this distance, you have no chance of winning if you are within my kill range. Confident, aren't you?" Yin Wenyuan stated self-assuredly. Xiao Xing's eyes sparkled with intensity, a fighting spirit surging within him, and he sneered, "Then let's see. If you wish to die, I shall oblige." Yin Wenyuan took an arrow from the quiver on his back, nocked it, and aimed it at Xiao Xing. During this time, Xiao Xing remained still, his gaze fixed intensely on Yin Wenyuan's movements. Whoosh! Yin Wenyuan released the bowstring. The arrow flew through the air, whistling as it shot towards Xiao Xing. The speed was astonishing. Bang! Just as Yin Wenyuan believed this arrow would surely kill Xiao Xing, suddenly a wave of energy appeared around Xiao Xing, and a sound explosion erupted as his figure abruptly vanished. Entering the lightness technique, Yin Wenyuan's eyes widened in shock. Boom! The arrow struck the air, directly blasting a large tree behind Xiao Xing into pieces. This demonstrated the immense power of Yin Wenyuan's shot. Xiao Xing's figure lunged towards Yin Wenyuan. "Dare you!" Yin Wenyuan shouted loudly, taking another arrow, knocking it, and releasing another shot towards Xiao Xing. Bang! The sound of an explosion echoed again as Xiao Xing's figure vanished once more. Boom! Yin Wenyuan's arrow again missed, directly penetrating a large rock behind Xiao Xing. Yet it didn't touch even the corner of Xiao Xing's clothing. Xiao Xing had already appeared at Yin Wenyuan's side, rapidly charging towards him. Although archers can attack from a distance, they are usually quite fragile. Xiao Xing was confident that as long as he got close, he could take Yin Wenyuan down with a single strike. Whoosh! Clearly Yin Wenyuan was aware of this, as he abruptly retreated while firing another arrow at Xiao Xing. Bang! Xiao Xing once again manifested a wave of energy. The sound explosion erupted, and he eerily dodged Yin Wenyuan's arrow once more. Boom! Yin Wenyuan's arrow again struck empty, penetrating a tree behind Xiao Xing. It was evident that Yin Wenyuan had adjusted his strategy, shifting from a powerful attack to a more focused suppression of his shots. Because Xiao Xing's lightness technique posed a significant threat to him, he had to concentrate fully to eliminate Xiao Xing, otherwise it would be his own death. Whoosh! Bang! The sounds of arrows piercing the air and explosions rang out as the two figures darted through the forest. Xiao Xing continually evaded Yin Wenyuan's arrows using the lightness technique. At this moment, Xiao Xing was also filled with trepidation. Had it not been for his mastery of the lightness technique, enabling him to create sound explosions for rapid short-distance movement, he feared he would have never evaded Yin Wenyuan's arrows. Several times, Yin Wenyuan's arrows had grazed past Xiao Xing's scalp. It could be said that Yin Wenyuan's arrows were incredibly fast, leaving Xiao Xing with no choice but to evade temporarily. As for taking them heat-in, Xiao Xing had considered it. With his tough skin, he was unsure if he could withstand an arrow from Yin Wenyuan. Yin Wenyuan's arrows had immense penetrating power, even rivaling his sword energy. He truly did not dare to gamble. Thus, the best strategy for now was to keep dodging, exhausting Yin Wenyuan's arrows. Of course, continually using the lightness technique had also greatly drained Xiao Xing's stamina. He took 2 chi blood pills from his pocket and stuffed them into his mouth. Bang! He unleashed a sound explosion, and a thunderous boom echoed in the air as he successfully dodged Yin Wenyuan's arrow once again. Both of them stood frozen in place. This time, Yin Wenyuan did not shoot another arrow, as it was clear he had realized Xiao Xing's true intention was to exhaust his arrows before striking him down. At this moment, there were still 4 arrows left in Yin Wenyuan's quiver. A previously unseen seriousness appeared on Yin Wenyuan's face, fine beads of sweat popping out on his forehead, his eyes fixed intently on Xiao Xing. This was in stark contrast to his prior disdain. It was evident that Xiao Xing had imposed an intense sense of pressure on Yin Wenyuan. Xiao Xing had evaded more than a dozen of his arrows, something he had never encountered before. During the trials at the Blood-Clothed Tower, hardly anyone could dodge even 3 of his arrows. It should be noted that the cruelty of the trials at the Blood-Clothed Tower was by no means inferior to that of the first tower in the world, and might even surpass it. If he couldn't take Xiao Xing down with 4 arrows, he feared for his own safety. In the forest, leaves drifted softly down. Surrounding them was a deathly silence where even a falling needle could be heard. The 2 men gazed at each other from a distance, intensely focused, not daring to show any signs of relaxation. Suddenly, Yin Wenyuan moved. He quickly knocked an arrow, drew the bow, and shot another arrow at Xiao Xing. Bang! Xiao Xing once again used the lightness technique to evade his arrow. But when he looked up, he saw Yin Wenyuan grinning at him ominously. Not good. A wave of extreme unease surged in Xiao Xing's heart. Sure enough, though the arrow missed, it struck a cliff behind Xiao Xing, ricocheting off and shooting back from the other side. At that moment, Yin Wenyuan knocked another arrow, shooting at Xiao Xing again. Then he knocked yet another arrow, releasing it. These 2 arrows were almost completed in one breath, sealing off all of Xiao Xing's escape routes. Combined with the arrow that had ricocheted back, it could be said that Yin Wenyuan's 3 arrows had formed a surrounding circle around Xiao Xing. Yin Wenyuan's eyes gleamed with triumph, filled with a desire for victory. He took the last arrow from his quiver, knocked it, and aimed at Xiao Xing. Whoosh! The long arrow flew off, whistling straight toward Xiao Xing. Bang, bang, bang. 3 thunderous sound explosions erupted from Xiao Xing's body as he moved like lightning darting through the woods narrowly, avoiding the 3 arrows. However, that last arrow was the one Yin Wenyuan had meticulously calculated, a lethal shot fired after sealing off all of Xiao Xing's paths. This arrow was unavoidable for Xiao Xing. The speed of the arrow was incredibly fast. Xiao Xing's pupils constricted sharply as he could clearly see the arrow spinning rapidly in the air, spiraling and whistling as it raced towards him. As the arrow shot towards him, Xiao Xing's heart instantly leaped to his throat. He shouted loudly, hastily crossing his sword in front of his chest. At the same time, he activated his blood barrier to defend. Bang! The arrow, like a venomous snake, soared towards him, striking the sword in Xiao Xing's hand. The high-speed spiraling arrow carried immense force, and with Xiao Xing's rapid evasions, the energy within his body was severely depleted. When the arrow came, Xiao Xing found he could not hold on to his sword. With a deafening clang of metal colliding, the sword in Xiao Xing's hand flew out of his grip. Zhong! The sword spun in midair, embedding itself in the ground not far from Xiao Xing, vibrating and humming continually. However, the arrow did not cease its momentum, shooting directly towards Xiao Xing's chest. Bang! The blood barrier was once again pierced by the arrow. Xiao Xing could even see the living Yama Yin Wenyuan smiling at him with the confidence of a victor, a smile that filled him with great displeasure. After piercing Xiao Xing's blood barrier, the arrow continued its course, striking directly into Xiao Xing's chest. But this time the arrow did not penetrate Xiao Xing's flesh as he had imagined. Instead, it began to spin rapidly against his chest. Bang! The fabric of Xiao Xing's shirt was instantly torn to shreds by the rapidly spinning arrow, exploding violently. Yin Wenyuan witnessed a terrifying scene, and his smile froze in shock. As the arrow struck Xiao Xing's chest, spinning at high speed, his skin appeared bronze in color. The arrow fiercely scraped against his skin, sparking a flurry of sparks, yet it could not penetrate through it. Xiao Xing's hands grabbed the arrow at his chest with great force. Finally, the high-speed, rotating arrow came to a halt, firmly grasped in his hand. He looked up at Yin Wenyuan, excitement written all over his face, his eyes filled with the joy of surviving a calamity and the thirst for victory. At that moment, Xiao Xing's gaze resembled that of a primordial beast, instilling fear in those who met it. Seeing those terrifying eyes, Yin Wenyuan trembled all over, his smile replaced by an expression of dread. His expression changed drastically, his face turning pale with fear as he stared at Xiao Xing in disbelief, exclaiming, "Bronze skin, you. This is impossible, you." He had calculated everything, sealing off all of Xiao Xing's escape routes. But he had underestimated that Xiao Xing had actually cultivated the immortal body technique to the bronze skin realm. Of course, this did not mean that Xiao Xing's bronze skin could withstand Yin Wenyuan's deadly arrows. After several rounds of combat, Yin Wenyuan's strength had also noticeably diminished. Furthermore, Xiao Xing had used his sword and blood barrier to mitigate most of the force of the arrow, but even so, the arrow still broke through Xiao Xing's bronze skin defenses. Bright red blood gushed from Xiao Xing's chest. Yet in the final moment, he managed to grasp the arrow with both hands. At this moment, it was Yin Wenyuan's turn to feel fear. An archer without arrows is akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. Naturally, Yin Wenyuan's close-quarters combat skills were not weak, but it depended on who he was compared to. Compared to Xiao Xing, Yin Wenyuan knew he was no match in close combat. After a moment of shock, Yin Wenyuan turned and fled without hesitation. Bang! Just then he heard a chilling sound. Xiao Xing once again activated his light body technique, the terrifying sound like thunder, transforming into the death knell calling for his life. When Yin Wenyuan turned around, he found Xiao Xing had already darted to his side. Terrified, he threw a punch at Xiao Xing in desperation. Poochie! At that moment, Xiao Xing pointed a finger at him. When the punch and finger collided, a terrifying sound erupted, and a gust of wind blew the surrounding fallen leaves away. Simultaneously, the 2 large trees around them snapped with a crack. At that moment, Yin Wenyuan let out a piercing scream. He felt his meridians in his arm freezing up, horrified to discover that one of his arms was being covered by frost at a visible speed. Immediately after, he felt most of the meridians in his body freeze, his blood circulation stagnating. Enveloped by the shadow of death, Yin Wenyuan could not help but let out a shrill scream. Poochie! Just then a sharp arrow pierced through his neck, blood gushing forth, and his voice was abruptly cut off. He tilted his neck, looking at Xiao Xing with an expression of disbelief, opening his mouth as if to say something, but his throat was choked by the blood gushing out, only able to emit a hoarse sound. His vitality was rapidly fading. The finger technique Xiao Xing had used had indeed entered the realm of mastery, otherwise he could not have sealed his meridians in an instant. The light body technique, the finger technique. It was rumored that this blood Yama sword technique had also reached a level of sword energy and had entered the realm of mastery. 3 types of martial arts at the level of mastery. What kind of monster is this? At this moment, Yin Wenyuan finally realized the gap between him and Xiao Xing. Ultimately, his vision went dark, filled with unwillingness and regret, and with a thud, he collapsed completely. Xiao Xing's body also went limp, his hands supporting the ground as he gasped for breath, looking up at Yin Wenyuan's corpse, murmuring, "To die by your own arrow, at least you died in a fitting manner." He then began to search through Yin Wenyuan's body. Moments later, Xiao Xing found a pouch of coins, a light blue booklet, and a waste token on him. This waste token symbolized Yin Wenyuan's identity. He casually stuffed the pouch into his clothes and focused on the booklet, noticing that the cover read, 13 arrows through the clouds. 13 arrows through the clouds. Xiao Xing's eyes lit up. It must be said that archers are indeed very powerful. It could be said that Yin Wenyuan was the strongest opponent Xiao Xing had encountered since his debut. The sense of pressure and danger he brought was even greater than that of the two head instructors Wu Hong and Gu Tian. The long-range killing ability of an archer was even farther than his sword energy. From dozens of paces away, one could take a life. It was truly terrifying. Touching the coagulated blood on his chest, Xiao Xing felt the threat of death for the first time at such a close distance. Xiao Xing had also exerted all his strength to kill this terrifying archer. It could be said that Yin Wenyuan truly deserved the title of Living Yama, and he was worthy of being the rookie king of the blood-clothed tower. I too want to become an archer, he. Xiao Xing's eyes grew increasingly bright. He tucked the 13 arrows through the clouds manual into his clothes. Then he stood up, retrieved his sword, and approached Yin Wenyuan's corpse, swiftly striking down Yin Wenyuan's head with his sword. He then removed Yin Wenyuan's clothes, wrapping his head with them. After that, he sheathed his sword and strode forward, carrying Yin Wenyuan's bow and arrows. The blood Yama has returned. Hiss. No way. Did the blood Yama kill the living Yama? Why was the blood Yama really that strong? Those who were interested saw Xiao Xing wearing a horned Asura mask heading towards the task pavilion, and they couldn't help but spread the news. Meanwhile, Luo, she was practicing her sword in the courtyard. Clang. At that moment, Lin Wanting barged in through the door, her pretty face filled with excitement, saying, "Sister Luo, the blood Yama has returned." Returned. Luo's eyes brightened. After the blood Yama had suddenly appeared and saved her last time, she felt something unusual in her heart. Especially when she heard that the living Yama Yin Wenyuan from the blood clothes building had issued a threat to hunt down the blood Yama, her heart became anxious and worried. Now hearing that the blood Yama had returned, she couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Lin Wanting looked at Luo, she with a strange expression, suddenly leaning closer and teasingly whispering, "Sister Luo, you won't be falling for him, will you? As assassins, we are most averse to being emotional." Swish. Luo's face flushed instantly, angrily retorting, "Shut up. The blood Yama saved us last time, making him our lifesaver. Is it not natural to worry about our lifesaver?" Lin Wanting pouted, looking skeptical, and said, "That blood Yama went to the task pavilion, and he was carrying a long bow and a bloody package. It should be a human head. Do you think the blood Yama really killed that living Yama Yin Wenyuan from the blood clothes building?" Hiss. Luo, she gasped in shock, her heart racing. How is that possible? Let's go take a look." Saying this, the two girls headed towards the task pavilion. In another room, Han Fudong had been smiling more these days as he hadn't seen the blood Yama return. He was originally a proud son of heaven, but he had been oppressed by the blood Yama multiple times, feeling suffocated and hopeless, as if the blood Yama were a mountain. Though he claimed to hope for the blood Yama's return to defeat him fairly, inside, he felt a twinge of fear, wishing that the blood Yama would be shot down by the living Yama Yin Wenyuan from the blood clothes building. This way he would have one less rival. Clang. At that moment, Lu Ning and Mu Yi burst in through the door. Lu Ning said urgently, "Brother Han, the blood Yama has returned." Returned. Han Futong's eyes twitched violently, his teacup pausing midair as his gaze suddenly shrank. Mu Yi said, "That blood Yama was carrying a big bow that seems to belong to the living Yama Yin Wenyuan from the blood clothes building, and he was also holding a bloody package." "What?" Han Futong's pupils contracted sharply as he stood up, exclaiming, "What? Are you saying he killed Yin Wenyuan from the blood clothes building?" "It should be." Lu Ning nodded. "Let's go take a look." Han Futong's expression changed multiple times before he finally picked up his sword and walked outside. At this moment, the area outside the task pavilion of the first building in the world was crowded with people, all because the blood Yama had returned alive. He went straight to the task pavilion. Could it be that the blood Yama had completed some task this time? Everyone was curious. Of course, the main reason was that the blood Yama was carrying a big bow and a bloody package. They wanted to see if the blood Yama had really killed the living Yama Yin Wenyuan from the blood clothes building. At this moment, everyone widened their eyes, watching the blood Yama walk towards the counter of the task pavilion. "What are you doing?" The staff at the counter saw Xiao Xing approaching and quickly stood up to ask. Xiao Xing directly placed the big bow and the head on the counter with a thud. At the same time, he took out Yin Wenyuan's waist token from his pocket and slapped it down on the table, looking calm as he asked, "This is the headlong bow and waist token of Yin Wenyuan, the new living Yama of the blood clothes building. I would like to know if there is a reward for killing him." "You?" You killed Yin Wenyuan from the blood-clothes building. The staff's eyes widened in shock as they stared at Xiao Xing, exclaiming. Xiao Xing slightly nodded. You? Please wait a moment, I can't make the decision, I will go get the elder. The staff hurriedly ran to the back. Wow! The task pavilion instantly erupted, and the scene burst into an unprecedented wave of noise. Wow, the blood Yama really killed the living Yama. He's so strong, no wonder he's the #1 killer among the new recruits of our first building. He really killed the living Yama Yin Wenyuan. My goodness, that Yin Wenyuan's arrows can kill from dozens of meters away. How did he kill Yin Wenyuan? How is this possible? My heavens, just how strong is the blood Yama? Everyone exclaimed, looking at the tall figure in front of the counter with disbelief and awe. Luo Shi and Lin Wanning stared wide-eyed, filled with disbelief. Clearly, they also found it hard to believe that the blood Yama had truly killed the new living Yama, Yin Wenyuan, from the blood-clothes building. It is known that Yin Wenyuan's long bow and penetrating arrows are incredibly sharp, making it impossible for anyone to approach him without being shot down. Rumor has it that Jiao Tong, ranked 8th on the new stars list, was also killed in an instant by Yin Wenyuan after just one glance. They really couldn't understand how the blood Yama had killed Yin Wenyuan. Han Futong's eyelids twitched violently, and he looked at the blood Yama's back with shock, completely incredulous. He had heard of Yin Wenyuan's reputation capable of killing Jiao Tong, ranked 8th on the new stars list, with a single arrow. His strength was evident, but even such a formidable opponent was slain by the blood Yama. Just how strong is the blood Yama? He couldn't fathom how the blood Yama had approached Yin Wenyuan. In any case, he knew he could never achieve that. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of hurried footsteps approached, and an elderly man with gray hair hurriedly walked over. This elder was none other than Luo Tan, the presiding elder of the task pavilion. Luo Tan looked at the head, big bow, and waist token on the table. After careful examination, he couldn't help but swallow hard, stammering. This is indeed Yin Wenyuan's gale bow. There is no doubt that this is the new living Yama Yin Wenyuan from the blood-clothes building. Ha ha. Luo Tan couldn't help but laugh joyfully. He looked up at the blood Yama wearing the horned mask and excitedly asked, "How did you kill him?" "Just like that," replied the blood Yama, his tone casual. Clearly, he did not wish to elaborate on the matter. Luo Tan wasn't angry. Instead, he looked at the blood Yama with admiration, nodding and saying, "The younger generation is truly formidable, truly formidable." Xiao Xing looked at Elder Luo Tan and asked, "Elder, can I possibly exchange this for a reward?" After all, he was not a prominent figure, and whether he could obtain a task reward was uncertain. "Of course you can." Elder Luo Tan smiled broadly, pondering for a moment before saying, "This time consider it, as you have completed a high-quality task of Xian iron. The reward is 1,000 taels of silver and 1,000 contribution points. Additionally, you can choose a mid-grade technique or exchange it for a spiritual weapon." Xiao Xing was also aware of the task ranking system in the task pavilion. Corresponding to the 4 stages of Xian iron, bronze, silver, and gold killers, the tasks are divided into these 4 types, but each type is further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades after evaluation by the organization. This time, Xiao Xing killed the blood-clothes building's living Yama Yin Wenyuan, directly obtaining a high-quality Xian iron task. What does this imply? It means he has reached the top 20 on the Xian iron ranking. In other words, even before taking on a task, Xiao Xing has already ascended the Xian iron talents ranking. After today, the Xian iron ranking will surely need to be re-evaluated, with the blood Yama's position included. As for the grades of weapons, they are much simpler, divided into 3 levels: ordinary weapons, spiritual weapons, and divine weapons. The ordinary weapon is the long sword in Xiao Xing's hand. Spiritual weapons are crafted by renowned artisans. At this level, spiritual weapons possess spirit and can nurture sword intent, allowing for a state of mastery over the weapon. As for divine weapons, they are artifacts that have given birth to a weapon spirit, which are extremely rare. It is said that the national divine sword of the Dayu dynasty is a divine weapon that has nurtured a sword spirit. Silence. The scene fell into a deathly stillness. The sound of a pin drop could be heard. Everyone looked at Xiao Xing with disbelief. This blood Yama was a fellow student from their cohort, and none of them had taken on a task, yet blood Yama had directly ascended the Xian iron talents ranking. This left them feeling like they had fallen behind by 8 blocks. Such a disparity inevitably sparked feelings of inadequacy. Blood Yama was simply too powerful, so strong that they felt like they were gazing up at a mountain, overwhelmed and breathless. Luo's eyes, beautiful eyes, flickered, a bitter smile appearing on her face. It seemed this proud daughter of heaven had been struck down once more. As for Han Fudong, envy and jealousy surfaced on his face, the jealousy twisting his features. Xiao Xing looked at Elder Luo Tan and nodded, saying, "Thank you, Elder. My name is Luo Tan. If you have any matters, feel free to come to the task pavilion to find me." Elder Luo evidently intended to befriend blood Yama, even openly giving him a green light. "Thank you, Elder Luo." Xiao Xing cupped his hands in gratitude. "Little Han, please take blood Yama to claim the reward," Elder Luo instructed. "Yes." The young man at the nearby counter nodded to Elder Luo, then gestured to Xiao Xing saying, "Please follow me." "Thank you." Xiao Xing nodded and followed the young man. Soon he received 1,000 taels of silver notes and 1,000 contribution points. These contribution points are unique to the organization. There are some items you cannot buy with silver outside, but within the organization you can exchange them for contribution points. The contribution points are stored on a card, which is quite convenient. "May I ask if you wish to select a technique or a weapon?" The young man named Xiao Han was very respectful, even referring to Xiao Xing as Your Excellency. This was a unique title for distinguished guests. Xiao Xing hesitated for a moment and said, "A weapon, please." This time he had slightly damaged his long sword and urgently needed a good weapon, and a spiritual weapon was undoubtedly the best choice. "Your Excellency, please follow me." Xiao Han gestured again for Xiao Xing to follow. "Thank you." Xiao Xing nodded and followed Xiao Han. The two arrived at the weapon storage. Xiao Han extended his hand and introduced, "Your Excellency, the second floor is where the spiritual weapons are stored. Please come with me." Saying this, Xiao Han led the way. Xiao Xing followed closely behind. Upon reaching the second floor, Xiao Xing saw a dazzling array of weapons. However, the number of spiritual weapons on the second floor was noticeably fewer than the ordinary weapons on the first floor. But there were still swords, spears, halberds, hammers, staffs, and all types of spiritual weapons were almost present. A single spiritual weapon was quite valuable, with good ones costing upwards of 10,000 taels of silver. Xiao Xing began to select from the spiritual weapons. Being a sword user, he ignored other weapons and walked straight to the shelf where the swords were stored. He picked up a spiritual weapon long sword to examine it. These spiritual weapons were too dazzling, not fitting his low-key persona. Moi. Xiao Xing spotted an ordinary Xian iron sword. He picked up the Xian iron sword to inspect it, but found it puzzling. He frowned and turned to the young man Xiao Han asking, "This sword looks unremarkable. How can it be considered a spiritual weapon?" Xiao Han stepped forward to inspect it and smiled, saying, "Your Excellency, this spiritual weapon is a mother and child sword. If you twist the end of the handle, you can draw out the child sword, which is a spiritual weapon." Xiao Xing was slightly taken aback, twisted the sword handle, and indeed with a whoosh, he pulled out a slender spiritual weapon long sword from inside. "Mother and child spirit, sort of good sword." Xiao Xing's eyes lit up with joy as he exclaimed. This sword was low-key and reclusive, hiding its sharpness, which was exactly what Xiao Xing needed. From the outside, this was just an ordinary Xian iron sword with nothing particularly special about it. This way it wouldn't expose his identity. Xiao Xing was satisfied as he sheathed the spirit child sword and turned to the young man Xiao Han saying, "I will take this sword. All right, I will register it for you here." Xiao Han gestured politely. The two went downstairs, and after completing the paperwork, Xiao Xing returned to the task pavilion. At that time, Elder Luo was still waiting for Xiao Xing. Upon seeing Xiao Xing return, he stepped forward smiling. "Have you made your selection?" "Yes." Xiao Xing nodded. Elder Luo glanced at the spirit child sword in Xiao Xing's hand, feeling a hint of suspicion. He then took Yin Wenyuan's Gale Bow and handed it to Xiao Xing, smiling. "This bow is your trophy, and it is also yours." Xiao Xing frowned slightly, but still accepted the Gale Bow. Elder Luo naturally understood Xiao Xing's concerns about revealing his identity. After hesitating for a moment, Elder Luo looked at Xiao Xing and said, "Blood Yama, if you trust me, just give me this bow. I can have someone disguise it so that it looks like an ordinary bow. How does that sound?" "That would be much appreciated, Elder Luo." Xiao Xing handed over the Gale Bow. This Gale Bow was also a spiritual weapon, too eye-catching, and its exquisite patterns did not match Xiao Xing's understated demeanor. Of course, he primarily did not want to reveal his identity and attract too much trouble. "Come back in 10 days to collect the bow," Elder Luo said with a smile. "All right, thank you, farewell." Xiao Xing cupped his hands to Elder Luo and turned to leave. As Xiao Xing passed by, everyone made way for him. But just as Xiao Xing walked out of the task pavilion, an anxious yet determined voice rang out. "Blood Yama, wait." The person who called out to Xiao Xing was none other than the dark-skinned youth Zhang Tai. The crowd was filled with astonishment, looking at Zhang Tai with disbelief. This guy actually dared to call out to the notorious Blood Yin Luo in public. Xiao Xing turned to Zhang Tai, his eyes devoid of any emotion, and asked in a hoarse voice, "What is it?" "May I ask, Blood Yin Luo, have you encountered the venomous bee Xiao Xing on your way?" Zhang Tai inquired. The corner of Xiao Xing's mouth curled into a smile beneath his mask. It was evident that number 1, number 2, and number 9 were quite concerned about him, otherwise they wouldn't have stopped the fearsome Blood Yin Luo to ask for directions. In order to prevent Zhang Tai and the others from worrying, Xiao Xing nodded slightly and said, "I saw Xiao Xing in a certain grove, but he seemed to have some matters to attend to and did not return to the base. So that means Xiao Xing is still alive." Zhang Tai exclaimed with excitement. Number 2, the chubby Sun Qi, and number 9, the witch Feng Zi, were also overjoyed. Blood Yin Luo strode away into the distance. After leaving the base, Xiao Xing confirmed multiple times that no one was following him, then took off his mask and returned to the base. "Big brother, you're back." Upon seeing Xiao Xing, Zhang Tai couldn't contain his joy and rushed over. Number 2 Sun Qi and number 9 Feng Zi also hurried out upon hearing the voice. Yes, I went back to handle some matters which caused the delay. I'm sorry to have worried you all. Xiao Xing said with a light smile. It's good that you're back, it's good. Big brother, tonight we should have a gathering to welcome you. Zhang Tai said joyfully. Subsequently, everyone headed to the market of the base, bought some food, and began to feast in Xiao Xing's small courtyard. After a few of them left, Xiao Xing washed up and lay down on the bed, drifting into a deep sleep. He had been under immense mental strain while outside and hadn't rested well, especially after his battle with Yan Wenyuan, which had drained him considerably. Naturally, he needed to rest thoroughly to replenish his physical and mental strength. Meanwhile, in a dark grand hall, the martial protector was sipping tea when a person rushed in exclaiming, "Protector, there's a problem, a big problem." "What is it?" The martial protector set down his teacup, asking indifferently. The person looked at the martial protector and hurriedly said, "Protector, the living Yan Wenyuan has been slain by the blood Yan from the first tower of the world." What did you say?" The martial protector leaped up from his chair in shock, staring wide-eyed at the person, and exclaimed, "Protector, Yan Wenyuan has been killed by the living Yan from the first tower of the world. His Lin Feng Bao, his head, and his token have all been taken by that blood Yan." The person said urgently. The martial protector's face twitched violently as he stumbled back into his chair, filled with fear and anger, gritting his teeth, and saying, "This blood Yan from the first tower of the world is indeed formidable. It's a pity my blood-clothes tower's new king has met such a tragic end. It's truly hateful, so hateful." The people below sighed, not daring to breathe loudly. After a moment, the martial protector raised his head, his eyes flashing coldly as he gritted his teeth. "Send the order down. If you see that blood Yan from the first tower of the world, kill him on the spot." Understood. And on the other side, Xiao Xing slept soundly through the night, not waking until the sun was high the next day. After getting up, Xiao Xing had a simple breakfast in the market, then returned to his courtyard and began to fully practice the soul pursuit sword technique. This outing had given him a tremendous sense of threat from Yan Wenyuan. Although he had won, it was the first time he had felt the proximity of death. Therefore, Xiao Xing was eager to enhance himself. Furthermore, he was about to undertake his first assassination mission alone. Only by increasing his strength could he gain a sense of security. Xiao Xing had already been practicing the soul pursuit sword technique for some time, and he was close to entering the first momentum. He wanted to cultivate the second level of momentum, which would significantly increase his combat power. Whenever he had time, Xiao Xing would engage in frantic brainstorming. Time passed quickly, and several days went by. That night, Xiao Xing suddenly opened his eyes, beads of sweat covering his forehead, but his eyes were filled with excitement. A panel popped up as well. Sword Technique Realm, second level momentum, 1 Dragon Soul, Sword Chi entry, half the effort for double the result, compared to the Dragon Python Sword Chi produced by the first level of Sword Momentum. The Dragon Soul Sword Chi generated by the second level of momentum is on an entirely different level in terms of attack power, range, and quantity. If Xiao Xing were to fully unleash the Dragon Soul Sword Chi, it would be like a rampaging dragon-like sword dragon, much more powerful than the Dragon Python Sword Chi of the first level of Sword Momentum. With the improvement in sword techniques, Xiao Xing's combat power had greatly increased. "I still need to enhance my internal training methods as soon as possible," Xiao Xing murmured. He had been stuck in the mid-stage of the 8th-grade bone refining realm for quite a long time. Without bone refining pills, the progress was too slow. "It seems I need to pay a visit to the 100 Treasures Pavilion." Xiao Xing stood up, donned a ghostly mask, dressed up, and silently left the small courtyard, heading toward the 100 Treasures Pavilion. He was going to exchange for the formula of bone refining pills. Meanwhile, on the other side, in a small courtyard, Han Fudong was practicing his sword technique. Suddenly, he was struck by inspiration and swung his long sword fiercely. Whoosh! A crescent-shaped sword Chi howled out, shooting straight ahead. Boom! With a loud crash, the stone table several feet away in the courtyard was shattered by his sword Chi, breaking into pieces and exploding. "Sword Chi, I've mastered it. My sword technique has entered the realm." Han Fudong looked at the long sword in his hand, filled with joy. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a rapid knock sounded at the door. "Come in." Han Fudong sheathed his sword, his voice carrying a hint of confidence. In the past, he had almost been killed by blood Yan with a single sword strike, leaving him with a significant psychological shadow. Now that he had finally mastered sword Chi, he naturally regained some confidence. Creak. The door was pushed open and Lu Ning Muyi and Gui Yongtian walked in. Upon seeing the stone table that had been cleaved in half, they were momentarily stunned, then looked at Han Fudong in disbelief. "Brother Hanyu, you have entered the realm of sword technique. You have mastered sword Chi." Gui Yongtian exclaimed in amazement, staring at Han Fudong. The other two also fixed their gaze on him. Han Fudong's face was beaming with a confident smile as he nodded. "Indeed, I have finally mastered sword Chi. Brother Han is impressive. You are the second person in our cohort to master sword Chi, truly the second best among us." Lu Ning praised, giving a thumbs up. The first place goes without saying, it is naturally the invincible Blood Yanluo. Although Lu Ning's words were meant to be complimentary, Han Futong's expression suddenly stiffened, his smile freezing as a chill swept over him. Second, everyone has mastered sword chi, why should Han Futong be deemed second? Mu Yi, being perceptive, noticed Han Futong's displeasure and hurriedly said, Brother Han Lu, brother, didn't mean it like that, he meant. Well, you and Blood Yanluo are both formidable. As for the statement that Han Futong was stronger than Blood Yanluo, he wouldn't dare to say that. After all, Blood Yanluo's talent was simply too extraordinary. Yes. Guo Yongtian quickly chimed in. Blood Yanluo. Han Futong narrowed his eyes, cold light flashing in them. Some people are born to be the protagonists. Wherever he goes, he causes a commotion. It's Blood Yanluo. Blood Yanluo, it's Blood Yanluo. The previously quiet Baibaoj suddenly became lively, and everyone's gaze instantly focused on one person. Xiao Xing strode confidently to the counter, sword in hand. Master, how may I assist you? The beautiful lady behind the counter looked at Xiao Xing with awe, her face adorned with a professional smile, as she gently inquired. Xiao Xing, expressionless, replied, I wish to purchase the formula for the bone refining pill. How much silver or contribution points will it cost? Hiss. The crowd gasped in disbelief upon hearing this, staring at Blood Yanluo with incredulity. He wants to buy the formula for the bone refining pill. Could it be that he has already become an 8th grade alchemist? No way. I haven't even fully cultivated the 100 Poisons True Classic. How could he have already become an 8th grade alchemist? This is the gap. Oh my, can we even survive? You can't compare. How can one match such a prodigy? Comparing oneself to others truly makes one feel despondent. The counter lady also looked a bit dazed at Blood Yanluo, and after a moment she regained her senses and hurriedly said, the formula for the bone refining pill requires 500 taels of silver and 1,000 contribution points. Hiss. This time it was Xiao Xing who gasped. He thought that having 1,000 taels of silver and 1,000 contribution points was quite good, not expecting the formula to be so expensive. Nonetheless, Xiao Xing took out his card and silver notes, handing them over. Please wait. The counter lady went to process the contribution point card and silver notes. Moments later, the counter lady returned, handing over the card respectfully. Your contribution points have been reduced to 0. Here are your 500 taels of silver. Thank you. Xiao Xing took the silver notes and tucked them into his chest. Please wait. The counter lady turned and went to the back again. A moment later, she returned holding a small booklet and extending it towards Xiao Xing. Master, here is the formula for the bone refining pill you requested. After 5 days, the contents of the formula will disappear. This is also a method used by the organization to prevent the formula from leaking. The booklet is coated with a special potion which can only display its contents for 5 days. After that, it becomes completely useless. Thank you. Xiao Xing took the formula and tucked it into his chest, turning to leave. After exiting Baibaoj, he went to Baibaoj, and according to the bone refining pill's formula, he purchased 3 sets of materials and 3 sets of materials for refining chi blood pills. His 500 taels of silver were completely spent, leaving him with barely 20 taels left. Practicing martial arts truly isn't something for the poor. Xiao Xing secretly grinned. He exited the market and headed towards the residential area. However, halfway there, he saw a tall young man with buck teeth holding a long sword blocking his path. Xiao Xing frowned slightly, looking coldly at the other person, and asked in a deep voice, What do you want? I am Wu Daxiu and I challenge you. The buck-toothed man cupped his hands towards Xiao Xing and said solemnly. Xiao Xing raised an eyebrow, suddenly realizing. Wu Daxiu was originally ranked 20th on the Xiantai talented list, but because Blood Yanluo killed Yin when Yuan Blood Yanluo surged to the top of the Xiantai list, now ranked 20th. Xiao Xing had taken Wu Daxiu's position, so it was no wonder Wu Daxiu felt disgruntled and sought to challenge him. Xiao Xing sneered, unwilling to engage, and strode forward. After becoming an assassin, the organization does not allow arbitrary fights, as this is to prevent the loss of talent. After all, those who can pass the 3 tests and become assassins are extremely rare, selected after rigorous training. Losing even one person is a loss for the organization. Of course, mainly there is no profit in it. Xiao Xing thus did not bother with Wu Daxiu. Wu Daxiu, seeing that Xiao Xing ignored him, became anxious. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, Blood Yanlu, I propose a life-and-death challenge with 3 incense sticks. Are you daring to accept? This 3 incense challenge is a rule set within the organization to resolve irreconcilable conflicts between assassins, where 3 incense sticks are set and 3 matches are fought within the duration. From then on, regardless of the outcome, all grievances will be resolved. Of course, life and death are not considered, hence it is called the Life and Death 3 Incense Challenge. Xiao Xing halted his steps slowly, turned to look at Wu Daxiu, his eyes cold, as he asked in a deep voice, Is there a reward? Wu Daxiu gritted his teeth and asked, What reward do you want? Silver contribution points, anything is fine. Xiao Xing stated straightforwardly. Wu Daxiu gritted his teeth and replied, Alright, if you win, I will give you 1,200 taels of silver and 800 contribution points. This is all I have. But what if you lose? This spirit weapon will be yours. Xiao Xing raised the Lingxi sword in his hand and said casually, Alright, it's a deal. Wu Daxio's eyes lit up as he looked at Xiao Xing, saying solemnly, We meet on the arena at noon 3 days from now. After speaking, Wu Daxio turned and left. Xiao Xing could not be bothered with him and turned to leave as well. Once he was in a secluded area, Xiao Xing took off the horned Asura mask and returned to his small courtyard. Once back in his small courtyard, Xiao Xing sat cross-legged on the bed, beginning to meditate and brainstorm. He repeatedly practiced the refining process for the Qi blood pill in his mind. As he reached the 4th iteration, there was a sudden, urgent knocking at the door. Xiao Xing helplessly opened his eyes. Alchemist level 9th grade alchemist 78. Entry half the effort, twice the result. Not bad. I estimate that by tomorrow noon I can become an 8th grade alchemist. Xiao Xing pondered to himself. He pursued the path of alchemy not just to be self-sufficient in pills. Xiao Xing had inquired before that purchasing a single bone refining pill from the organization costs 50 taels of silver, so 1,000 taels could buy 20 bone refining pills. How long would these 20 bone refining pills last? How long could he cultivate with them? If consumed continuously, they would likely be gone in just 3 to 5 days. This kind of expenditure isn't worth it. It's better to refine them himself. This way he could generate wealth from the pills and obtain more resources. After all, alchemists are living treasures, symbols of wealth. The second reason is that Xiao Xing wants to become a 5th or even 4th grade alchemist to resolve the poison of the heart-eroding pill within him. Although the organization provides an antidote every 6 months, he still prefers to be in control of his own fate. The door is not locked. Come in. Xiao Xing wiped the sweat from his forehead and called out. Creak. The sound of the door opening was heard, and in walked Zhang Taya. K. Number 1 Sun Chia. K. Number 2 and Feng Ziya. K. Number 9 together. Big brother, something major has happened. As soon as they entered, the eager number 1 Zhang Tai exclaimed impatiently. Xiao Xing walked over, pouring tea for everyone, and asked with a smile, What big event is happening? Zhang Tai exclaimed, 8th brother, the person ranked 20th on the Xian Tai list, Wu Daxio, is challenging Shui Yinluo. Oh. Xiao Xing pretended to be shocked, responding with an oh. 8th brother, who do you think will win between the two? Zhang Tai inquired. Xiao Xing rolled his eyes and replied, How would I know? Zhang Tai grinned and said, I guess Wu Daxio has the better odds since he has already reached the perfect 8th rank, while Shui Yinluo should still be at the early stage of the 8th rank. There's quite a gap between them in terms of small realms. Perfect 8th rank, huh? Xiao Xing raised his eyebrows, thinking to himself. Those who can make it onto the Xian Tai heroes list truly possess remarkable abilities. Not to mention anything else, just their realm is significantly higher than Xiao Xing's. However, Xiao Xing was not afraid. If he could refine bone-strengthening pills and consume them like beans, he could definitely break through to the late 8th rank within a day or two. At that point, he could narrow the gap in realm with Wu Daxio, and winning this life and death contest should be a piece of cake. Yeah, I really don't understand why Shui Yinluo would accept the challenge. With his talent surpassing Wu Daxio is just a matter of time, but why compete with him this time? The second round, plump guy Sun Chi took a sip of tea and shared his opinion. The 9th demoness, however, remained silent, her gaze flickering, lost in her thoughts. Xiao Xing chatted with the others for a while, and then the 3 of them left. He went to bed and slept soundly for a long time. When he woke up, the sky was already dark. At this time, Xiao Xing felt refreshed once again. If I could find pills to replenish my mental energy, wouldn't I no longer need to waste time sleeping? Then my efficiency in practicing external refining methods would greatly increase. Xiao Xing pondered. However, such pills would surely not be cheap with both the recipe and materials. He definitely couldn't afford them at the moment. But after 3 days, if he wins against Wu Daxio and gets his money and contribution points, he should be able to manage. He got up, had a meal at the market, and then returned home. He climbed onto his bed, sitting cross-legged as he once again engaged in a brainstorming session. At midnight, when the night was deep and quiet, Xiao Xing suddenly opened his eyes, 2 terrifying beams of light shooting out. Alchemist Realm, early 8th rank. 1. Entry half the effort for double the result. Xiao Xing exhaled a breath of turbid air. Although his face was weary, the joy in his eyes was hard to conceal. I've finally become an 8th rank alchemist. After continuous brainstorming, Xiao Xing felt dizzy and soon fell asleep. On the other side, in an alchemy room. Boom. Early in the morning, a thunderous explosion suddenly erupted from the direction of the alchemy room. Clang. The door of the alchemy room was pushed open and Luo, she covered in dirt and looking disheveled, rushed out. Cough, cough, cough. Luo, she coughed lightly a few times, turned around and glanced back at the exploded alchemy room, unable to help but grin and mumble. After a few more times, I should be able to become an alchemist too. By then I will catch up with Shui Yinluo. Oh dear sister Luo, have you blown up another furnace? Upon hearing the voice, Lin Wanting hurried over and saw Luo, she covered in black soot and looking a mess. Luo Shi looked at Lin Wanning and smiled. Sister Lin, I estimate that it won't be long before I can catch up with Shui Yin Luo and become an alchemist too. Congratulations, Sister Luo. However, as she said this, Lin Wanning's expression was evasive, as if she had something to say, but hesitated. Luo Shi couldn't help but furrow her brows and asked, Sister Lin, are you hiding something from me? Sister Luo, I said, please don't be angry. Lin Wanning looked up at Luo Shi while they walked back together, continuing their conversation. Luo Shi smiled and said, go on, I'm not that petty. Sister Luo, yesterday Shui Yin Luo went to the Bai Bao Pavilion to buy the recipe for the 8th rank bone strengthening pill. Lin Wanning disclosed. Upon hearing this, Luo Zai's smile froze, her expression stiffening, her eyes filled with bitterness, and her chest felt heavy, as if she had been struck hard by a 1,000-pound iron hammer. As a proud daughter of heaven Luo, she had never been outdone by others. Since she learned that Shui Yin Luo had already become an alchemist, she had been tirelessly studying alchemy, wanting to become an alchemist as soon as possible to catch up with Shui Yin Luo. For this, she tried multiple times and had several explosions. She even earned the title of Goddess of Explosions. But unexpectedly, just when she was about to become an alchemist, she received the news that Shui Yin Luo had purchased the recipe for the 8th rank bone strengthening pill. What does Shui Yin Luo buying the recipe for the 8th rank bone strengthening pill mean? Naturally, it means he has already become an 8th rank alchemist, which is why he would make the purchase. She was on the verge of becoming an alchemist, but had not yet succeeded, while Shui Yin Luo had already become an 8th rank alchemist. The gap between them is not trivial. Luo Shi felt like crying, her eyes shimmering with tears, looking deeply aggrieved. Sister Luo, let's head back and clean ourselves up before talking. Lin Wanning pulled Luo Shi, hurriedly heading for their residence. In another courtyard, Han Fudong, Lu Ning, and Mu Yi gathered together. Lu Ning furrowed his brows and asked, guys, who do you think will win in the life and death contest between Shui Yin Luo and Wu Daxiu in 2 days? Mu Yi rolled his eyes and sneered. Although Shui Yin Luo is from our generation, I think his chances of winning are slim. After all, Wu Daxiu has already reached the perfect 8th rank, and the gap in their strengths is not small. Han Fudong nodded and said, one must have self-awareness, as Shui Yin Luo seems to be getting carried away. Come, let's drink. However, Mu Yi did not want to discuss Shui Yin Luo further and called everyone to drink. On the other side, Xiao Xing, after getting up in the morning, once again engaged in brainstorming, simulating the refining of the 8th rank bone strengthening pill in his mind. Now that he was already an 8th rank alchemist, refining the 8th rank bone strengthening pill, the low-tier 8th rank pill, should pose no problem. He just needed to become proficient. About 2 hours later, Xiao Xing stopped the brainstorming. After another long sleep to recharge, he put on his horned Shura mask, left the courtyard with materials, and strode towards the alchemy room. When he arrived outside the alchemy room, he happened to run into Luo Shi. Luo Shi hesitated for a moment and called out, Shui Yin Luo. What is it? Shui Yin Luo maintained his indifferent demeanor. Even when facing a stunning beauty like Luo Shi, his eyes remained clear, devoid of any impure desires. Have you really become an 8th rank alchemist? Luo Shi asked. Shui Yin Luo, however, ignored her and directly carried the materials into the alchemy room. After about half a day's time, Xiao Xing finally walked out of the alchemy room. Luo Shi was still waiting for Shui Yin Luo. Seeing Shui Yin Luo come out, Luo Shi stepped forward once again and asked Shui Yin Luo, have you successfully refined the bone tempering pill? He really succeeded in refining the bone tempering pill. He has actually become an 8th grade alchemist. Luo Shi watched Xiao Xing's back, feeling an indescribable bitterness in her heart. After returning to his room, Xiao Xing began an intense training regimen. Time flew by, and 2 more hours had passed. As Xiao Xing frantically cultivated the innate 5 elements technique, beads of cold sweat poured from his forehead like a curtain, and his clothes were already soaked. At the moment when he was about to reach his limit, he took out a bottle from his robe and poured out a chi blood pill, swallowing it down. After a moment, Xiao Xing immediately felt invigorated. Innate 5 elements technique. Realm midstage 8th grade bone tempering 92. Entry half the effort for 6 times the result. At this moment, the entry had surprisingly broken through to a terrifying efficiency of 6 times thanks to the benefits brought by the Chi Blood Pill. The Chi Blood Pill was not only suitable for cultivating at the 9th grade realm, but could also quickly replenish stamina, making it ideal for Xiao Xing's training. Time flew by, and it was now noon on the 3rd day. The sun was shining brightly. The deathmatch arena in the square was already filled with people. Today was the showdown between Wu Daxiu, ranked 20th on the Xiantai Talents list, and Shui Yin Luo, ranked 1st on the New Stars list. This was also the first confrontation between the newcomers and veterans. As a result, this match was particularly captivating, with many from the Xiantai Talents Association present. In Hongwan, ranked 3rd on the Xiantai Talents list, has also arrived. In Hongwan indeed lives up to her reputation as the Hellflower from the last session. She is truly stunning. The Hellflower is a term of respect for beautiful assassins, And in this session, the Hellflowers were Luo Shi and Lin Wanning. Everyone's gaze was drawn to a breathtaking woman dressed in a red tight outfit, her figure enticing, with 2 short guns slung over her back. On the arena, Wu Daxia's eyes lit up upon seeing Yin Hongluan's arrival. He was also an admirer of Yin Hongluan, and this time he was determined to perform well, striving to defeat Shui Yanluo and garner her attention. It's almost time. Why hasn't Shui Yanluo arrived yet? Could it be that he's afraid? After all, Wu Daxio is at the 8th grade peak, much stronger than Shui Yanluo. Shui Yanluo be afraid? You're joking. The newcomers and veterans of the assassins started to argue. Look, Shui Yanluo is here. At that moment, someone in the crowd shouted, and everyone's attention was instantly drawn to Shui Yanluo. Shui Yanluo walked slowly onto the arena with a long sword in hand under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Wu Daxia's pupils narrowed as he coldly stared at Shui Yanluo and said in a deep voice, Shui Yanluo, do you still dare to accept the challenge? You truly do not know the meaning of danger. As he spoke, Wu Daxio swiftly drew his long sword, the blade shimmering coldly, exuding a chilling aura. Shui Yanluo's gaze was icy, his expression unreadable as he coldly regarded Wu Daxio without speaking. At that moment, a steward slowly walked onto the stage, looking at the two and asking, do you both understand the competition rules? Understood. Both Shui Yanluo and Wu Daxio nodded in unison. The steward looked at the two and said, please pay your betting amounts. Wu Daxio stepped forward, depositing 1,200 taels in silver notes along with a contribution card. Shui Yanluo stood on the arena, coldly watching Wu Daxio slowly raising the Zimu Ling, Shi sword in his hand, and said in a deep voice, the sword is here. If you have the ability, come and take it. Then I won't hold back. Wu Daxio narrowed his eyes, sneered, and suddenly lunged forward, thrusting his sword at Shui Yanluo. Dozens of sword beams howled as they shot straight towards Shui Yanluo. He activated the wind chase step, and with a flash of his figure, he easily dodged the barrage of sword beams. At the same time, Shui Yanluo drew the Zimu Ling, Shi sword with a swift motion, slashing towards Wu Daxio. Whoosh! The terrifying sword aura howled forth, charging directly at Wu Daxio. Wu Daxia's pupil shrank as he rapidly waved his long sword, the sword beams howling and wildly clashing against Shui Yanluo's sword aura. As he approached, he unleashed a palm strike. Boom! The gust of wind erupted, shattering the sword aura that Shui Yanluo had unleashed. Shui Yanluo raised an eyebrow, looking at Wu Daxio with some surprise. Wu Daxio was indeed someone worthy of being ranked on the Xiantai talents list. He had some real strength. Wu Daxio withdrew his palm, sneering as he looked down at Shui Yanluo, his voice deep as he said, Shui Yanluo, don't think that just because you have mastered the sword aura you are invincible. My mountain-breaking palm can easily break your sword aura. The crowd below erupted in exclamations. Wu Daxio truly lives up to his reputation as a figure from the Xiantai list. He is known as a master of both sword and palm, especially with his mountain-breaking palm technique, which is extraordinarily powerful. Shui Yanluo has met his match this time. Wu Daxio is still quite formidable. Shui Yanluo is likely to suffer this time. Hey, what are you, a newcomer, challenging an old hand for? Who says otherwise? On the arena, Shui Yanluo coldly stared at Wu Daxio. Suddenly his figure erupted and a series of afterimages appeared behind him. Is that an advanced lightness technique? The crowd gasped in amazement. If it weren't for not wanting to expose his true level of lightness skills, Shui Yanluo could have taken down Wu Daxio long ago. But even demonstrating only an advanced level lightness technique was impressive enough. His speed was astonishing, leaving behind numerous afterimages. Wu Daxio was also taken aback, feeling a strong wind approaching from his side, and quickly raised his sword to defend. Clang! Shui Yanluo's Zimu Ling, Shi sword struck Wu Daxia's long sword, producing a deafening sound. At the same time, Wu Daxio raised his left hand and unleashed a mountain-breaking palm towards Shui Yanluo. Shui Yanluo, however, was not willing to back down and met it with a palm strike. Boom! The two of them clashed palm strikes, heeding a flash of brilliance illuminating the arena as terrifying winds swept through the surroundings. Shui Yanluo and Wu Daxio both retreated. Although Shui Yanluo took 3 steps back, Wu Daxia's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, have you broken through to the late 8th grade bone tempering realm? Wow! The crowd below erupted once again. What? Late 8th grade bone tempering? My goodness, is Shui Yanluo's cultivation speed really this terrifying? The expressions of Han Fudong, Luo Shi, and others watching the battle beneath the stage turned extremely grim. They never expected that Blood Yanluo had already reached the late stage of the 8th rank, outstripping them by 2 small realms. Previously, Han Fudong had been quite pleased with himself for having developed Sword Qi, believing he had the strength to fight Blood Yanluo, but now his expression became extremely serious, even quite grim. Both of them had simultaneously developed Sword Qi, but Blood Yanluo had surpassed them by 2 small realms. It could be said that they were no longer on the same level. Luo, she stared with her rosy lips agape, wearing a look as if she had seen a ghost. During this period, she had been desperately refining pills and had finally become a 9th-grade alchemist. But Blood Yin Luo was already an 8th-grade alchemist. While she had neglected her cultivation due to her relentless pill, refining Blood Yin Luo had not fallen behind at all and had pulled ahead by 2 realms. Such a gap made this proud daughter of heaven feel a renewed sense of devastating impact. Sister Luo, you shouldn't compare yourself to him. He's a monster, a prodigy. We shouldn't compare ourselves to him. Lin Wanling, noticing Luo's eyes' grim expression, hurried to persuade her. Not far away, Yin Hongwan, ranked 3rd on the Xiantai genius list, raised her beautifully shaped willow leaf brows and secretly praised, "This Blood Yin Luo truly has exceptional talent. He's impressive." Even the referee watching the stage was taken aback, staring at Blood Yin Luo in disbelief. Compared to Blood Yin Luo, the so-called geniuses of his generation appeared utterly dimmed. On the stage, Wu Daxiu looked at Blood Yin Luo in shock, swallowed hard, and glared at him, gritting his teeth, and saying, "Blood Yin Luo, I don't think that just because you've reached the late stage of the 8th rank you can compete with me." Though he said this, his eyes were filled with a sense of gravity. Initially, he thought Blood Yin Luo was just a rookie in the early 8th rank, which was why he dared to provoke him. But now Blood Yin Luo had also reached the late stage of the 8th rank, and the difference between them was merely a small realm. Moreover, Xiao Xing had already developed sword qi. It could be said that the gap between them was now minimal. Facing Wu Daxius' roar, Xiao Xing remained motionless, coldly watching him while holding his sword. Ignored by Xiao Xing, Wu Daxiu felt a great insult and could not help but explode in anger, gritting his teeth and declaring, "Blood Yin Luo, I want you dead." As he spoke, Wu Daxiu shouted loudly and charged at Xiao Xing with his sword. Xiao Xing narrowed his eyes, his expression suddenly turning cold, and the Zimu Lingxi, sword in his hand, seemed to sense his anger, emitting a series of crisp sword cries. As Wu Daxiu was about to rush over, Xiao Xing suddenly moved. He opened his eyes wide and shouted, swinging his sword upward. Whoosh! A terrifying sword qi surged forth from his sword, the sword light swirling and forming a dragon of swords, roaring as it rushed towards Wu Daxiu. On the 2nd level of sword intent, Wu Daxius' pupils contracted sharply, his eyes filled with fear. At this moment, he was already enveloped by the shadow of death, screaming in terror. Only now did he realize what fear truly was. He had completely given up on offense, wildly unleashing sword lights, while simultaneously activating Blood Shield and fully channeling the indestructible diamond technique for comprehensive defense. Boom! The sword dragon, composed of sword qi, roared forward, unstoppable, directly breaking through his 1st layer of sword light defense. Next came the 2nd layer of Blood Shield, followed by the 3rd layer of defense from the indestructible diamond technique. Yet these defenses before the sword dragon were as fragile as paper, offering no resistance whatsoever, and the sword dragon ultimately passed through Wu Daxius' body. Wu Daxiu froze in place. Boom! The next moment, his body suddenly exploded with a loud bang, shattering into pieces, severed limbs flying, intestines and blood splattering, instantly staining the entire stage red. Silence. The scene fell into a deathly stillness. A pin drop could be heard. Everyone stared wide-eyed in disbelief at this scene. This scene happened so suddenly that they were momentarily stunned, unable to react. Wow! The next moment, an unprecedented surge of sound erupted, instantly causing an uproar. What the heck? The 2nd level of sword intent. Blood Yin Luo has actually developed the 2nd level of sword intent. Oh my god, I haven't even touched the threshold of the 1st level, and he's already achieved the 2nd level. Truly, comparing people makes one furious. My goodness, the 2nd level of sword intent Blood Yin Luo is incredibly strong. Who was it that said Blood Yin Luo wouldn't last 10 rounds against Wu Daxiu? Come out. Big brother, I think it was you who said that, right? Hey, I never said that, don't frame me. Below the stage, Yin Hongluan's beautiful eyes widened, her pretty face filled with disbelief as she looked at Blood Yin Luo, who stood on the stage, sword in hand against the wind, as if she had seen a ghost. The 2nd level of sword intent. How is it possible that Blood Yin Luo's sword technique has reached such a level? Yin Hongluan panted, her face filled with incredulity. She was ranked 3rd on the Xiantai genius list, yet she hadn't even developed the 2nd level of sword intent, only the 1st level, but Blood Yin Luo had achieved the 2nd level. From the sword technique perspective, Blood Yin Luo had already surpassed her. This was truly hard for her to accept. After all, her cultivation time was much longer than Blood Yin Luo's. Luo's eyes widened in disbelief, her face twitching violently as she looked at Blood Yin Luo on the stage, tears seemingly shimmering in her eyes. She had always aimed to catch up with Blood Yin Luo. But whether in cultivation, sword techniques, or alchemy, she had faced repeated, devastating blows from him. Her heart felt unbearable pain. Sister Luo, let's not compare ourselves to this monster. He simply isn't human, having actually mastered the 2nd level of sword intent. This is too unbelievable, this guy. Lin Wanling comforted Luo, she while occasionally glancing at the towering figure on the stage. The terror of Blood Yinluo had far exceeded their imagination. Of course, the most uncomfortable one was Han Fudo. He had thought that after developing Sword Chi, he could finally match Blood Yinluo in combat power. But unexpectedly, he was first overwhelmed by Blood Yinluo in terms of cultivation, and now he was once again crushed by Blood Yinluo in sword techniques. Blood Yinluo had already developed the second level of sword intent. How could he compare? Standing next to Blood Yinluo, he felt like a pitiful clown. Is this guy even human? Lu Ning, Mu Yi, and others all opened their mouths and shocked their eyes wide with expressions akin to watching a monster as they looked at Blood Yinluo standing on the stage. That invincible figure pressed down on their hearts like a mountain, making it hard for them to breathe. With a sound, Xiao Xing sheathed his long sword and slowly walked towards the still-dazed steward, extending his hand and saying, "Steward, my spoils." The steward finally came back to his senses, hurriedly handing over the silver notes, and then transferred the contribution points to Xiao Xing's card. "Thank you." Xiao Xing cupped his hands in respect to the steward, turned, and left the arena. As he passed through, everyone made way for him. Blood Yinluo, wait. At that moment, a crisp voice rang out. Xiao Xing stopped in his tracks and looked in the direction of the voice, seeing a woman in a red leather outfit slowly approaching him with two short guns slung on her back. "My name is In Hongwan," she introduced herself. Though Xiao Xing did not speak, his pupils slightly constricted. He recognized In Hongwan, the third-ranked figure on the Xiantai Assassins elite list. He had not expected such a person to come and watch his match. "What brings you here, Miss In?" Xiao Xing's gaze was cold and clear, devoid of any emotion, his voice as frigid as ice. In Hongwan was slightly taken aback. It was the first time she had met a man who was so cold towards her. After a moment of hesitation, she gestured for him to follow and said, "Blood Yinluo, may I have a word with you?" Xiao Xing hesitated for a moment, then nodded slightly and followed In Hongwan to a secluded spot away from prying eyes. In Hongwan looked at Xiao Xing and asked, "I heard that you have become an 8th grade alchemist." Xiao Xing nodded slightly. There was nothing to hide. Many had seen him refining bone-strengthening pills in the alchemy room. In Hongwan smiled, a charming expression brightening her face, making Xiao Xing's eyes momentarily sparkle. "Blood Yinluo, can we make a deal?" "What kind of deal?" Xiao Xing inquired. In Hongluan's beautiful eyes sparkled as she looked at Xiao Xing and said, "I have been stuck at the peak of the 8th grade for a long time and need the I Ching cleansing pill to break through to the 7th grade. However, this pill is extremely precious and I can't gather enough contribution points and silver at the moment." Xiao Xing remained silent, his gaze fixed on her. In Hongwan smiled and said, "I see that you are about to break through to the perfect 8th grade. When you refine this pill, could you make one for me? Just one is enough." Xiao Xing still did not speak, merely staring at her. Was she directly asking for a pill? Did she not know how precious this pill was? "What? Just because of your looks I should curry favor with you?" In 2 lifetimes, Xiao Xing valued practical benefits above all. Beauty was meaningless if he could not benefit from it. In Hongwan chuckled awkwardly, looking at Xiao Xing, and said, "As a condition for the exchange, you can also make a request of me." Xiao Xing hesitated for a moment and asked, "You saw that I have mastered a dual sword technique, but advancing further is quite difficult." In Hongwan smiled, saying, "That is natural." "Why is that?" Xiao Xing asked. In Hongwan looked at him and said, "Blood Yinluo, the sword techniques you are practicing are of lower grade, right? The reason you were able to achieve the dual technique is entirely because your talent is exceptional, allowing you to forcibly practice multiple sword techniques, thereby reaching the dual sword technique realm." Here In Hongwan paused and added, "But lower grade techniques have a limited ceiling, which means you cannot advance further." Xiao Xing frowned slightly, his gaze flickering as he asked, "Then how can I advance further?" "You need a corresponding higher grade sword technique to break through." In Hongwan directly provided the answer. Xiao Xing nodded slightly, feeling a sense of helplessness in his heart. It seemed he still needed to obtain a higher grade sword technique. However, acquiring this higher grade sword technique would also require contribution points and silver. It seemed he had to execute tasks quickly to earn more contribution points and silver. In Hongwan looked at Xiao Xing and said, "A higher grade technique requires 5,000 contribution points plus 5,000 taels of silver." Xiao Xing's face twitched violently. How many tasks would he need to complete? Of course, executing Xiantai level tasks to gather those contribution points and silver was quite challenging, but if it was a bronze level task, the rewards were substantial. However, to complete a bronze level task, his current strength was still insufficient. At that moment, In Hongwan extended an olive branch, saying, "Completing a bronze level low tier task can reward you with 2,000 taels of silver, 2,000 contribution points, and you can choose a higher grade technique." Xiao Xing rolled his eyes, looking utterly speechless. "You're reciting the rules to me, and I already know that, but what good is it to complete a bronze level task?" From what he knew, the probability of completing a bronze level task was still quite low, barely over 50%. At least for now, he did not have the ability to take on a bronze level task. At that moment, In Hongwan smiled at Xiao Xing and said, "We could collaborate." "Collaborate? How would we do that?" Xiao Xing's eyes lit up, eagerly asking. In Hongwan grinned, saying, "Once the task is completed, we split the silver and contribution points. The higher grade technique belongs to you, but you must give me 2 of the I Ching cleansing pills you refine." "How does that sound?" As she spoke, In Hongwan raised her right hand, extending 2 fingers that looked like white jade. This might be the fastest way to obtain a higher grade sword technique. Xiao Xing thought to himself, hesitating repeatedly before finally nodding and saying, "Deal." "Great. Then it's settled. If there is a suitable task, I will inform you." In Hongwan nodded with a light laugh and suddenly seemed to remember something, asking, "By the way, how will I find you if there's a suitable task?" Xiao Xing hesitated for a moment and said, "Hang a red lantern in the grove ahead and I will appear. However, I need to go out and complete a task first." "All right. No rush." In Hongwan nodded, smiling lightly and saying, "Looking forward to our collaboration." After saying that, she turned and left. Xiao Xing also turned and walked away. He was no fool and understood In Hongluan's purpose in collaborating with him. In Hongwan indeed needed the I Ching cleansing pill, but more so, she wanted to befriend him, the alchemist. It was known that alchemists were highly valued in this continent, and many martial artists were eager to befriend them, especially since In Hongwan must also be after the heart-eroding pill. She was not one to be controlled by others. Her intention in befriending Blood Yan Luo was for him to eventually become a 5th-grade alchemist and produce the antidote for the heart-eroding pill, giving her one when the time came. That was In Hongluan's ultimate goal. This woman was quite calculating. After leaving the arena area, Xiao Xing found a secluded spot to remove his mask and headed back to his small courtyard. Before receiving the task, Xiao Xing needed to increase his strength a bit more, after all the risks of going out on a mission were still quite high. He had killed Yan Wenyuan from the Blood Robe Tower last time, and the Blood Robe Tower would definitely not let him off easily. After returning to his small courtyard, Xiao Xing began to assess his martial arts. Now his swordsmanship had reached a bottleneck, and without superior martial arts his progress was too slow, leaving him with no choice but to set it aside for the time being. He had already cultivated the undying Vajra art to the level of bronze skin. According to the records in the manual, he also needed to prepare bronze treasure liquid to improve. This bronze treasure liquid was also extremely expensive. With the over 1,000 taels of silver Xiao Xing currently possessed, he could only afford to soak it 3 times at most before running out. Even 3 times might not be enough to break through to silver skin, so reluctantly Xiao Xing had to focus his efforts on internal cultivation techniques. Fortunately, he was able to refine bone-strengthening pills himself, which wouldn't incur too much expense. It is worth noting that the market value of bone-strengthening pills outside was 50 taels of silver each. For someone like Xiao Xing, who required 10 pills a day for his practice, that amounted to 500 taels of silver daily. This was akin to burning through silver. Fortunately, Xiao Xing could refine pills on his own. On the night 2 days later, he halted his training, donned his bullhorn Asura mask, left his small courtyard, and headed straight for the market. Upon arriving at the market, Xiao Xing found a stall and placed a bottle of bone-strengthening pills in front of him, beginning to sell them. It wasn't that he didn't want to continue training, but if he used up those 10 bone-strengthening pills, he would be out of silver and have to take on tasks to earn more, which was a waste of time. It was better to sell this bottle of bone-strengthening pills for silver. He could then return to the alchemy room to refine and produce 3 more batches of bone-strengthening pills. Currently, Xiao Xing's success rate in pill refining was quite high. This meant that for every 3 batches of bone-strengthening pills he refined, he could use 2 batches himself, keeping 1 batch as working capital. His appearance quickly caused a stir. Blood Asura, it's Blood Asura. Blood Asura is selling bone-strengthening pills. Bone-strengthening pills. A crowd gathered around. However, this bottle of bone-strengthening pills also required 500 taels of silver, so most people merely inquired out of curiosity. Xiao Xing even considered selling them one by one. At that moment, a young man dressed in dark robes holding a finely crafted longsword approached Xiao Xing and asked, "How much for this bottle of bone-strengthening pills?" "Hiss. It's Zhang Tong, ranked 5th on the Xian Tai Tian Jiao list." Zhang Tong. Upon seeing the young man, the crowd gasped in surprise. 500 taels. Xiao Xing replied calmly. Finally, someone capable of buying the bone-strengthening pills had come. Zhang Tong crouched down, took out a silver note from his pocket, slapped it on the stall, squinting his eyes as he coldly looked at Xiao Xing and said, "I'll buy this bone-strengthening pill." Xiao Xing picked up the bottle and handed it over while reaching for the silver note with his other hand. Snap! But at that moment, Zhang Tong pressed down on the silver note. Xiao Xing raised an eyebrow, pulled back the jade bottle, and coldly stared at Zhang Tong, asking, "What do you mean?" Zhang Tong smirked coldly and looked at Xiao Xing, saying, "My silver note is genuine, but who can guarantee that your bone-strengthening pills are real?" "Naturally, my bone-strengthening pills are real." Xiao Xing furrowed his brow, feeling that Zhang Tong was here to cause trouble for him. But he didn't even know Zhang Tong, did he? Why do I feel like Zhang Tong is intentionally looking for trouble with Blood Azura? Could it be a? Why not? I heard that Zhang Tong is a fervent pursuer of Yin Hongwan, and just a few days ago Yin Hongwan was having a good chat with Blood Azura. Could it be that Zhang Tong found out, and came specifically to cause trouble for Blood Azura? Now that you mention it, there is indeed that possibility. The crowd began to murmur about the matter. Xiao Xing raised an eyebrow, suddenly realizing. He thought to himself why Zhang Tong didn't seem like someone here to buy pills, but rather to pick a fight, and it turned out to be true. At this moment Xiao Xing also felt frustrated as Zhang Tong was really sick. He had only had a few words with Yin Hongwan, and this guy was here to look for trouble. This guy is truly ridiculous. Unless you cut open this pill, and let us see the ingredients, or let me consume one and feel it. If it's real, then the cost of the pill I consume is mine. How about that? Zhang Tong smiled at Xiao Xing, speaking in a nonchalant tone. Cut it open. Analyze the ingredients. Wouldn't that expose the formula of the bone-strengthening pills? That formula was something Xiao Xing had spent a great deal of money to acquire. How could he just hand it over? As for letting Zhang Tong consume one to identify its authenticity, that was out of the question. What if after Zhang Tong consumed one he maliciously claimed the pills were fake and refused to pay? Wouldn't that be giving Zhang Tong a bone-strengthening pill for free? Moreover, the other party had clearly come to cause trouble, so how could Xiao Xing indulge him? Thus Xiao Xing directly tucked the jade bottle of bone-strengthening pills into his robe, snorted coldly, and said, I'm not selling you these bone-strengthening pills. You can leave now. Zhang Tong chuckled coldly, squinting at Xiao Xing, and said, Blood Azura, among your peers you may indeed be formidable, but your time of growth is still short. I advise you not to be overly ambitious. As he said this, Zhang Tong leaned forward, slightly lowered his voice, and said, Stay away from Yin Hongwan, or else I won't hesitate to ruin you. After saying that, Zhang Tong grabbed the silver note from the ground, tucked it into his robe, and turned to leave. Fool. Xiao Xing rolled his eyes and cursed out loud. Zhang Tong's footsteps halted, and he suddenly turned his head to look at Xiao Xing, narrowing his eyes with a piercing glare, and said coldly, You dare to insult me? What if I do? Xiao Xing was not afraid of him. With his strength, he might not be any less than Zhang Tong. Besides, they were in the market, and the organization had rules prohibiting fighting within the base. Even if Zhang Tong was furious, he could only endure it. You? Zhang Tong narrowed his eyes, looking coldly at Xiao Xing, grinding his teeth, and said, Blood Azura, you're quite arrogant. What do you think? Do you dare to fight me in a life-and-death match? Fight your mother. Xiao Xing rolled his eyes, sneered, and looked at Zhang Tong with disdain, directly cursing. You have such a big face. I've only cultivated for a short time. How long have you cultivated? You can only bully the weak with your strength. EYC, that's all you can do. Hiss. The crowd around gasped collectively. They didn't expect Blood Azura to be so bold as to insult even the 5th-ranked person on the Xian Taitian Jiao list. Was he that brave? You? Zhang Tong was shaking with anger, his fists creaking as he clenched them, glaring at Xiao Xing, and angrily said, All right, Blood Azura, our feud is now established. Just wait for me. After saying that, Zhang Tong turned and left. Xiao Xing rolled his eyes, too lazy to pay him any mind, took out the bone-strengthening pills, and continued selling. These bone-strengthening pills can be sold individually. You can buy one. Great, he'll buy two. He'll buy one. Xiao Xing still viewed selling the bone-tempering pill from his own perspective, making it difficult for him to sell even a single bottle of the pill. It is worth noting that a bottle of bone-tempering pill costs 500 taels of silver. Xiao Xing personally killed Yin Wenyuan, the living Yama of the Blood Robe Tower, earning 1,000 taels of silver and 1,000 contribution points. However, his fellow students from the same term had yet to complete any tasks. They barely had any silver on them. Of course, even if they did have some, it would be pitifully little. Thus, his fellow students from the same term simply could not afford the bone-tempering pill. Even the students currently purchasing the bone-tempering pill were mostly from the previous term, not from his own. Of course, Xiao Xing still had 1,200 taels of silver and 800 points from the Life and Death Challenge with Wu Daxiu. However, he used this silver and contribution points to buy the recipe for the Spirit Gathering pill. After selling a bottle of bone-tempering pill, Xiao Xing earned another 500 taels of silver. He purchased a batch of materials for the bone-tempering pill at the market and headed straight to the alchemy room. A few days later, Xiao Xing emerged from the alchemy room with dark circles under his eyes. He had successfully refined 3 batches of bone-tempering pills. Then Xiao Xing quickly left and removed his disguise in a secluded place, returning to his small courtyard. After locking the doors and windows, Xiao Xing first took a long nap. Once he woke up, he went to the market to eat some food before returning to his room, sitting on the bed to begin cultivating the innate 5 elements technique. Naturally, he was not stingy with the bone-tempering pills, consuming them one after another. He also had blood chi pills. Whenever he felt tired, he would take out a blood chi pill and pop it into his mouth. After a moment, he replenished his energy and continued cultivating the innate 5 elements technique. With the aid of the bone-tempering pills and blood-chi pills, Xiao Xing's cultivation speed skyrocketed as if he had boarded a rocket, rapidly increasing. A few days later, Xiao Xing opened his eyes, gazing at the panel before him. A smile crept across his lips as he exhaled a breath of turbid air, murmuring, "I've finally broken through." Innate 5 Elements Technique Realm 8th Grade Bone Tempering Realm Full 1E Entry, half the effort for double the result. Xiao Xing even pushed the entry efficiency to 7 times. Of course, this was already his limit. Even though his body could withstand the effects of the blood-chi pills, his mental state could no longer cope. He needed to sleep to replenish his mental energy before continuing his cultivation. Although he was quite exhausted and his head was spinning, Xiao Xing was exceptionally excited at this moment. He secretly calculated his own strength. At this moment, he should be no weaker than those killers on the Xian Tai Genius ranking. That In Hongwan ranked 3rd on the Xian Tai Killer ranking, she should be at the 8th grade full realm. As for her external cultivation methods, she might have mastered the 2nd or even 3rd stage. Otherwise, how could she understand concepts about the 2nd and 3rd stages? Of course, she might have some hidden tricks up her sleeve. Xiao Xing concluded. Currently, even if his strength didn't rank in the top 5 of the Xian Tai Genius ranking, it was definitely within the top 10. As for his fellow students from the same term, he had long left them behind by a considerable margin. The strongest among his fellow students from the same term should be Han Fudong and Luo Shi. These two had reportedly already cultivated to the stage. Of course, their realms were far inferior to Xiao Xing's. He was already at the 8th grade full realm, while they should still be at the initial stage of the 8th grade, so they were not even comparable. Xiao Xing learned that there were additional rewards for entering the Xian Tai ranking. For instance, the bottom 20 would receive a special reward of 10 taels of silver each month. Those ranked from 10th to 6th would receive 10 taels of silver plus 10 contribution points as a special reward each month. As for the top 5, they would receive 20 taels of silver and 20 contribution points each month. Do not underestimate these rewards, they accumulate to a significant amount over the year. However, Xiao Xing, being wealthy and a skilled alchemist, could quickly earn silver and thus look down on these rewards. With the support of the system daddy, it feels really great. Xiao Xing muttered in his heart. After realizing his strength, he collapsed into a deep sleep. Knock, knock, knock. Elder brother. The next day, he was awakened by the knock at the door and the shouts outside. Xiao Xing got up, opened the door, and saw Zhang Tai Sun Qi and Feng Zi standing there. Elder brother, today is the day for us newcomers to go on missions. Come on, let's go to the mission hall and select tasks. Zhang Tai said excitedly. After enduring such a long period of life and death training, they finally became real killers and were about to embark on their first solo missions, making them naturally a bit excited. Let's go. However, this task posed no difficulty for Xiao Xing, yet he still nodded in agreement. The initial tasks assigned to newcomers were definitely the lowest grade Xian Tai tasks, which posed no challenge for Xiao Xing. He was now already accepting bronze-level tasks alongside In Hongwan. He, along with Zhang Tai Sun Qi and Feng Zi, left. On their way to the mission hall, he noticed a red lantern hanging in the woods. This indicated that In Hongwan had already selected a task and was waiting for him at the mission hall. Xiao Xing was not in a hurry. He first went with Zhang Tai Sun Qi and Feng Zi to the mission hall to select the tasks on the table. Upon arriving at the mission hall, it was already crowded with people. These newly promoted killers were busy selecting and accepting their tasks. Brother Han, which task are you selecting? Lu Ning asked, looking at Han Fudong beside him. However, Han Fudong did not respond, occasionally glancing towards the outside with a frown, saying, "You all choose first, I'll wait a bit before selecting." Lu Ning and Mu Yi exchanged glances, their expressions twitching. They understood that Han Fudong was waiting for Blood Yama. He wanted to see what Blood Yama would select before deciding on his own task. It could be said that Han Fudong was already obsessed. He wanted to compare everything with Blood Yama. Then everyone began to select their tasks. Due to the confidentiality of task selection, only the organization and the individual knew about the tasks chosen in the mission hall. Xiao Xing casually selected a task to assassinate a bully in Qinga County. As for what the bully had done, he couldn't care less. In short, someone wanted him dead, and Xiao Xing just needed to carry out the task. Of course, since it was a low-grade Xian Tai task, even upon completion, he would only receive 100 taels of white silver and 100 contribution points. This was indeed a bit low for Xiao Xing. However, fortunately, he still had the identity of Blood Yama, allowing him to select another task. It is said that the organization provides special care for geniuses, and they did not thoroughly investigate Blood Yama's true identity. This was likely because even if you were Blood Yama, you had fallen victim to the organization's heart corruption pill and had to obey their arrangements. After selecting a task, Xiao Xing slipped out under the pretense of using the restroom. When he returned, he had already changed into a different outfit. Blood Yama. It's Blood Yama who has arrived. Some people are born to be the protagonists. Wherever they go, they create a stir. Just like Shui Yinluo, his mere appearance caused a commotion within the task hall. What level of task do you think Shui Yinluo will choose? Shui Yinluo has cultivated dual powers and is a formidable figure at the late stage of the 8th rank. He probably aims for at least a high-grade Xian Iron task, right? I think Shui Yinluo might choose a medium-grade task. After all, this is his first time selecting a task, so he should be cautious. That's possible. The crowd debated. Meanwhile, Shui Yinluo stood in the center of the task hall, his eyes scanning, as if searching for something. Shui Yinluo, over here. At that moment, a sweet voice rang out. The crowd turned to see a woman in a red outfit standing on the stairs to the second floor waving at Shui Yinluo. The woman in red was none other than In Hongwan. Hearing her voice, Shui Yinluo stepped towards the second floor. In an instant, the scene became eerily silent. A pin drop could be heard. The crowd stared wide-eyed, incredulously watching Shui Yinluo ascend to the second floor. The task hall had 5 floors. Each floor represented a higher level of tasks. For instance, newcomers like them received tasks on the first floor, which consisted of Xian Iron tasks. The second floor handled bronze-level tasks. They had thought Shui Yinluo would take a medium or even a high-grade task, but these were all Xian Iron tasks. Yet they never expected Shui Yinluo to accept a bronze-level task. Boom. The next moment, the scene erupted with unprecedented excitement. What the heck? Did I see that right? My goodness, Shui Yinluo has gone up to the second floor. Is he here to take a bronze-level task? Oh my, a bronze-level task, as expected of Shui Yinluo, truly impressive and terrifying. While we're still playing on the first floor, he's already on the second floor. A monster. You can't compare with this monster. This guy is simply not human. Watch your words. Can you withstand a sword from Shui Yinluo? In the hall on the first floor, the most expressive was Han Fudong. Han Fudong had not taken any tasks as he was waiting for Shui Yinluo to see what task he would choose before deciding on his own. However, he never expected Shui Yinluo to head directly to the second floor for a bronze-level task. He was no longer playing with them. He had already joined the previous batch of students. After all, Shui Yinluo was now a prominent figure on the Xian Iron Talents list. Luo Zai's eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth agape, her chest heaving violently from the shock. At this moment, Lin Wanning was also too stunned to comfort Luo. She's still in a daze. Brother Han, let's not compare ourselves to such a fierce individual. Let's be practical and just take a Xian Iron task. As Han Futong's friend Lu Ning understood his thoughts best, fearing that Han Fudong might impulsively take a bronze-level task. After all, failing to complete a task incurs severe penalties from the organization. The higher the task level, the harsher the consequences for failure. Han Futong's face twitched, taking a moment to regain his focus before approaching the counter. Hello, I would like to take a medium-grade task. Lu Ning and Mu Yi breathed a sigh of relief together. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiao Xing followed In Hongwan to the second-floor bronze hall. There were quite a few people accepting tasks on the second floor. Those who could take bronze-level tasks were either at the 7th rank or figures on the bronze list. Xiao Xing's presence felt somewhat out of place among them. Of course, the main reason was that recently Xiao Xing had gained considerable fame, and even the older individuals in their base had heard much about Shui Yinluo. Yet despite this, they were still a bit shocked to see Shui Yinluo come to the second floor for a bronze-level task. Kid, while your talent is commendable, I advise you to be more practical. Given your current strength, it's best to take a Xian Iron-level task. That would be safer. Thank you, I know what I'm doing. Xiao Xing nodded slightly, insisting on taking a bronze-level task. Thus, Xiao Xing and In Hongwan jointly accepted a low-grade bronze-level task to assassinate the son of a wealthy merchant. This wealthy merchant's son, relying on his family's substantial wealth, bullied others and committed numerous evils, yet his father had hired a 7th-rank martial artist as a bodyguard, making the common folk dare not speak out. Ultimately, however, this wealthy merchant's son crossed the interests of some influential individuals, which led to him being assassinated. After accepting the task, In Hongwan and Xiao Xing left the task hall and went to a secluded area. A 7th-rank martial artist tisk Shui Yinluo, are you afraid? In Hongwan teased, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she asked. Xiao Xing shook his head. He was afraid of nothing. They were assassins meant to kill. Even against a 7th-rank martial artist, they had a high probability of success. Of course, even if the worst happened, Xiao Xing could rely on his agility to escape. As for whether In Hongwan could get away, he was unsure. Of course, this was not a concern for Xiao Xing. In Hongwan was not his girlfriend, so whether she could escape was none of his business. Besides, since In Hongwan dared to take a bronze-level task, she should have her own means. Miss In, you head to Heishui County first. I will join you later, Xiao Xing said to In Hongwan with indifference. In Hongwan was momentarily surprised, asking in astonishment, aren't you coming with me? No, I have some matters to attend to. Miss In, you go ahead to Heishui County. I won't delay you for too long. All right then. In Hongwan felt an inexplicable sense of disappointment and irritation. After all, she was recognized as a beauty on the Xian Iron list, and countless people wanted to accompany her. Yet Shui Yinluo had outright refused to accompany her. Naturally, if Shui Yanluo had eagerly approached her, she would have been annoyed, but his cold indifference only fueled her irritation further. The person blocking his path was none other than Zhang Tong. What do you want? Shui Yanluo's gaze turned cold as he stared at Zhang Tong. Zhang Tong's eyes were red, gritting his teeth as he glared at Shui Yanluo, almost squeezing out a sentence through clenched jaws. Shui Yanluo, I won't allow you to go on a mission with In Hongwan, I won't allow it. Xiao Xing rolled his eyes and retorted, who do you think you are? If you dare to go on a mission with In Hongwan, I will fight you to the death. I mean it. This foolish lovesick fool, oh no, this pathetic sycophant, is truly disgusting. Xiao Xing thought to himself. He was strong-willed. If others yielded, he might consider it, but if someone threatened him, then he would naturally not compromise. Immediately Xiao Xing chuckled, approached Zhang Tong, lowered his voice, and said, I am going to go on a mission with Sister Hongwan, and whom we will eat and sleep together. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. After speaking, Shui Yanluo laughed a few times and turned to leave. You? Zhang Tong was so furious that his body trembled. Looking at Shui Yanluo's back, he drew his sword with a clang. Xiao Xing, however, couldn't be bothered with him and continued walking forward. In the organization, mutual fighting was prohibited unless the other party agreed to a duel of life and death, otherwise drawing swords to kill was forbidden. Xiao Xing was certain that Zhang Tong was all bark and no bite, cowardly and afraid of trouble, and wouldn't dare to draw his sword against him. Of course, even if Zhang Tong drew his sword, Xiao Xing would not be afraid. Even without breaking through to the 8th grade perfect realm, he would not fear Zhang Tong. Moreover, now that Xiao Xing had already broken through, he wouldn't pay him any mind. If he dared to make a move, Xiao Xing would, even at the risk of exposing all his strength, strike him down. As expected, Zhang Tong was indeed a softy, not daring to make a move, and allowed him to leave. After leaving, Xiao Xing found a deserted place, took off his mask, and returned to his small room. The next day, Xiao Xing left the organization base, preparing to head to Qinghe County. He was going to assassinate that bully and complete the mission as soon as possible to return home. Just before leaving, Xiao Xing sought out Elder Luo to retrieve the fierce wind bow. After Elder Luo's modifications, the fierce wind bow looked no different from an ordinary longbow on the outside. Ever since the living Yama Yin Wenyuan had sniped many assassins from the world's first tower, especially after the 8th-ranked assassin Jiao Tong was killed, even the 4th-ranked Guiyong Tian was injured. Many assassins from the world's first tower began to practice archery, so Xiao Xing carrying a large bow wouldn't attract attention. On the way to Qinghe County, Xiao Xing kept practicing the cloud-piercing 13 arrows. Whoosh! In a deserted area, Xiao Xing suddenly opened his eyes, stood up, drew his bow, and shot an arrow. The armor-piercing, cloud-piercing arrow shot out with a whistling sound towards the sky. A shrill cry echoed. 2 large birds were pierced by Xiao Xing's arrow and fell from the sky. Xiao Xing smiled, slightly nodding in satisfaction. Cloud-piercing 13 arrows level great completion. 1. Attribute half effort for 4 times the result. After mastering the archery technique, Xiao Xing realized the terror of the cloud-piercing 13 arrows. First, this long-range assassination is difficult to defend against like blood vigor. Once targeted, it's hard to escape. Moreover, if the distance is a little closer, one can attach their strength to the arrow, changing its trajectory, even making it turn in the air. Archery at the great completion level is already quite terrifying. For moving living targets, once he has them in his sights, he is almost guaranteed to hit. This fierce wind bow is a 6-stone bow. Oh, it can still be used for a while. Xiao Xing muttered. He walked forward and found the 2 large birds that had fallen. First, he pulled out the armor-piercing, cloud-piercing arrow, wiped off the blood, and stored it. Then he plucked the feathers from the 2 birds, set up a fire, and began to roast them. In no time, the 2 birds were roasted to a golden color, sizzling with oil, making anyone watching drool. Xiao Xing took out a bottle from his pocket, sprinkled salt and other seasonings, waved his hand, and a mouth-watering aroma wafted into his nostrils. Not bad. Xiao Xing smiled, just about to tear off a leg to eat, when suddenly a voice interrupted. Hey, you thief, how dare you shoot my birds? Xiao Xing turned his head and saw not far away a handsome female officer dressed in official attire, hands on her hips, glaring at him in anger. Xiao Xing raised his brows, smiled awkwardly, and said, These are your birds. My apologies, I will compensate you with silver. How much silver? After all, he was in the wrong, and settling it with silver would save a lot of unnecessary trouble. Xiao Xing was not one to kill for pleasure. Being in the wrong, and then killing someone would make him a mere beast. The female officer approached, looking at the golden sizzling birds, touched her nose, then pointed to one of the roasted birds, saying, Fine, unless you share one with me. Xiao Xing felt speechless. He thought that after he shot down the female officer's birds, she would be very angry, but unexpectedly, she wanted to eat as well. What are you staring at? Haven't you seen a beautiful girl before? The female officer boldly sat down directly opposite Xiao Xing. Here for you. Xiao Xing took down a roasted bird and handed it over. The female officer took the bird and began to tear into it with great enthusiasm, exclaiming, Delicious, delicious. Is this your bird? Xiao Xing expressed serious doubts. The female officer looked up at Xiao Xing as if sensing his thoughts, and while munching on the bird meat she mumbled, "It's my bird. The captain asked me to train birds for reconnaissance. But these two pesky birds are so disobedient. Oh, I've wanted to roast them for a long time, but they fly too high. Brother, you help me roast them, which is a huge favor." Xiao Xing felt speechless again. The two continued to eat the roasted birds one bite after another. Rumble. Just then the weather suddenly darkened, dark clouds rolled in the sky, and the sound of distant thunder was heard. "It's going to rain, hurry, there's an ancient temple ahead, let's take shelter," the female officer urged. Xiao Xing nodded slightly and followed her forward. Soon they arrived outside the ancient temple. Creak. Just as they pushed the door open, Xiao Xing and the female officer discovered that there were 4 other people inside the temple. Upon hearing the noise, the 4 people turned their gazes towards them in unison. The female officer's pupils constricted slightly. She leaned closer to Xiao Xing, lowered her voice, and said, "Those people are the 4 fiends of Mongshan wanted by the court. I fear I am no match for them. Let's try not to disturb them. If a fight breaks out, you must run fast." Finally, the female officer added, "Shall I run first?" Xiao Xing was slightly taken aback, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. One must admit this female constable seemed rather foolish. How did she become a catcher? Suddenly the sound of thunder erupted outside and heavy rain poured down, as if the Milky Way had burst its banks, flooding the world with the waters of the heavenly river, instantly drenching the forest and all its creatures. The ferocious thunderstorm caused the atmosphere at the scene to tense up once more. The female constable Zhao Linger really wanted to turn and leave, but she knew she couldn't escape. Reluctantly, she had to steel herself and walk toward the ancient temple. After all, if she ran now, the 4 fiends of Mongshan would surely come after her. It would be better to enter the temple and stall for time, stabilizing the situation first. Xiao Xing followed her inside. "Brothers, the rain is heavy. May I borrow a place to shield from the wind and rain?" As Zhao Linger walked into the temple, her right hand had already gripped her waist knife. Xiao Xing trailed behind them. The 4 men exchanged glances, a flash of fierce intent flickering in their eyes. "Feel free, master." One of the men gestured for them to proceed. Xiao Xing and the female constable Zhao Linger moved to the other side and sat down. However, Zhao Linger remained vigilant, watching the 4 fiends of Mongshan. She looked at Xiao Xing apologetically, lowering her voice, and said, "Brother, I fear I've implicated you today. If we have a chance to escape, I will become sworn siblings with you." Sworn siblings. Xiao Xing was left speechless. Suddenly Zhao Linger turned her head to look behind the statue, only to find a female corpse beside it. She couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. But she also knew she was no match for the 4 fiends of Mongshan, forcing herself to calm down. "Hee, little girl, since you've seen it, don't pretend." At that moment, the 4 men slowly stood up, one of them glaring at Xiao Xing and Zhao Linger with a sinister smile. Zhao Linger drew her waist knife with a fierce clang, blocking Xiao Xing's front, and shouted, "Run." As she spoke, she yelled and charged towards the 4 men. "So brave." Xiao Xing felt somewhat helpless, squinting his eyes. One of the men laughed loudly and said, "We've played with many women, but never with a female constable. Today we shall catch you and have a taste." As he spoke, that man charged towards Zhao Linger with his knife. Clang, clang, clang. The two fought in the ancient temple, the sounds of clashing blades mingling with shouts and cries. However, Zhao Linger had some skills and actually managed to suppress that man. The man was becoming increasingly strained, while Zhao Linger fought more fiercely, showing signs of overpowering him. "Third brother, go help the 4th. At that moment, the leader of the 4 fiends of Mongshan said in a deep voice, "All right, but I get first dibs on that girl after we catch her." The 3rd brother chuckled sinisterly and drew his long knife, joining the fray. Suddenly, Zhao Linger's pressure doubled. Against 1 person, she could barely hold her own, but facing 2, she found it difficult to cope. After just over 10 exchanges, beads of sweat had formed on Zhao Linger's forehead. "Full run. Why are you still dawdling?" Zhao Linger blocked a blow from the 3rd fiend of Mongshan, catching a glimpse of Xiao Xing still not leaving, and could not help but become anxious, shouting loudly. But Xiao Xing showed no intention of departing. After another 7 or 8 exchanges, Zhao Linger clearly began to struggle. Clang. The 4th fiend of Mongshan suddenly knocked Zhao Linger's knife aside, and the 3rd took the opportunity to swing his knife fiercely at her. "Ah!" Zhao Linger was startled, her delicate face turning pale. Whoosh! Just at this critical moment, an arrow suddenly whistled through the air, piercing the throat of the 3rd fiend of Mongshan. The tremendous force sent the 3rd fiend flying backward. Thud! The arrow penetrated deeply into the wooden pillar behind him, vibrating with a buzzing sound. This scene unfolded so suddenly that the ancient temple fell into a deathly silence where even a needle drop could be heard. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief as they looked at Xiao Xing. "A bit tough, let's all go together." The leader of the 4 fiends of Mongshan yelled, drawing his long knife and charging at Xiao Xing. Clang! The second fiend of Mongshan also shouted, drawing his long knife and rushing towards Xiao Xing. Whoosh whoosh. Just then Xiao Xing quickly knocked an arrow, and 2 arrows shot out. Before the first and second fiends of Mongshan could react, they were pierced through the throat by the arrows, their bodies slumping to the ground. The remaining 4th fiend of Mongshan was terrified, crying out, "Holy crap!" He abandoned Xiao Linger and turned to flee. Whoosh. But at that moment, another arrow shot through the air, directly piercing the chest of the 4th fiend of Mongshan. The 4th fiend also fell to the ground, blood gushing out. Silence. The ancient temple grew even quieter. Xiao Linger turned to Xiao Xing with an incredulous expression and exclaimed, "Your archery skills are so impressive." "Not bad." Xiao Xing chuckled lightly. Xiao Linger sheathed her knife and walked over to him. Seeing that Xiao Linger had no intention of attacking him, Xiao Xing also put away the armor-piercing arrow from the gale bow. After reaching Xiao Xing, Xiao Linger circled around him. As she walked in front of Xiao Xing, she suddenly reached out a hand, pointing at him, and shouted, "Oh, I see. You are." As Xiao Xing's pupils shrank, thinking she recognized his identity, Xiao Linger suddenly changed her tone. "A bounty hunter and knife catcher in the Jianghu, am I right?" "Knife catcher?" Xiao Xing's face twitched violently. Seeing Xiao Xing silent, Xiao Linger thought she had guessed correctly and couldn't help but smile brightly, saying, "This pair of eyes is a gift from heaven, allowing me to see through all things. Let me make a guess." Then Xiao Linger circled around Xiao Xing again, grinning. "You have a knife, but don't use it, instead using a bow. This indicates you were once a hunter skilled with a bow, but not with a knife. This dreadful world has forced good people into desperate situations, so you dared to become a knife catcher. Am I right?" Xiao Xing looked at Xiao Linger with a speechless expression, his face twitching. "Heaven sent eyes. I think you're blind. Moreover, you really can weave a tale. By the way, my name is Xiao Linger, a constable from Qinghe County. What is your name, brother?" At that moment, Xiao Linger asked. "Qinghe County, Xiao Xing." Xiao Xing introduced himself as well. Although he had been sold to the tooth trade, his household registration still remained in Qinghe County. You're also from Qinghe County." Xiao Linger's eyes lit up, patting Xiao Xing on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I won't compete with you for the bounty. You killed all 4 fiends of Mongshan. I will vouch for you. Once the rain stops, we will return to Qinghe County together. I will take you to the county office to register and claim the bounty." Xiao Linger chattered on. "Brother Xiao, until we meet again." After exiting the Qinghe County office, the female constable, Xiao Linger, clasped her hands and smiled at Xiao Xing. Xiao Xing chuckled lightly, returned the gesture, and headed home. Xiao Linger is indeed an interesting woman. Though a bit eccentric, she embodies the spirit of a heroic maiden. She truly applied for a fee for him. She did not take a single tael of silver. "Hey, the young master of the Xiao family is back. Xing Ji, what a pitiful child have you eaten. Let's go to Aunt Lin's for a meal." Upon arriving at Willow Tree Alley, the neighbors recognized Xiao Xing. They knew about his unfortunate experience of being sold to the tooth merchant by his second uncle and aunt. Xiao Xing smiled and said, "Thank you, Aunt Lin, I've already eaten." With that, he continued towards his home. "Xing Ji." Just then Aunt Lin called out to Xiao Xing. Xiao Xing paused, looked at Aunt Lin with suspicion, and asked, "Aunt Lin, what's the matter?" Aunt Lin approached and asked, "Xing Ji, are you going home?" Xiao Xing nodded slightly. Aunt Lin's face revealed an unnatural expression, and with a bitter smile she said, "Xing Ji, I'm afraid you can't. Go back." "Can't go back? What do you mean?" Xiao Xing grew even more suspicious. Aunt Lin glanced around, leaned closer to Xiao Xing, lowered her voice, and said, "Xing Ji, after you were sold, your second uncle and aunt's family has encountered misfortune. They were attacked at night by some thief, and all 3 of them died. I killed them." Xiao Xing feigned surprise. Aunt Lin continued, "After your uncle's family met with disaster, your family's old residence became vacant and was targeted by the bully Chen San. Now your house has been taken over by Chen San." "Chen San? The Chen San from the Blood Tooth Gang?" Xiao Xing raised his eyebrows and asked. This Chen San from the Blood Tooth Gang was precisely the target he was going to assassinate. "Yes." Aunt Lin nodded and said, "Xing Ji, I heard that Chen San has recently gained some fortune and has become a martial arts master. You must not act impulsively." "Thank you, Aunt Lin. I have my own plans." Xiao Xing nodded slightly. "Xing Ji, if Chen San comes, be careful." Aunt Lin suddenly averted her gaze and hurriedly turned to leave. Xiao Xing looked up and saw a middle-aged man with a big belly and unkempt beard walking this way, accompanied by 5 or 6 lackeys. Xiao Xing raised his eyebrows, confirming that this Chen San was indeed the target he aimed to assassinate. However, he did not rush to act. After all, it was still daylight. If he killed Chen San now, he would likely expose his identity. Assassins are most averse to revealing their identities. It could wait until nightfall to kill Chen San, or let him live a little longer. "Hey, isn't that the young master of the Xiao family?" Xiao Xing had already stepped aside, but Chen San recognized him at a glance and walked over. Xiao Xing frowned slightly. Chen San approached, sizing up Xiao Xing, flicked the long sword at Xiao Xing's waist, and poked the Wind Fury bow on his back, grinning as he said, Young Master Xiao, I heard you were sold by your second uncle and aunt. Is this sword and bow fake? Just for show? Ha ha. Ha. The other lackeys laughed along. A cold glint flashed in Xiao Xing's eyes. Chun Sen looked at Xiao Xing provocatively, saying, your family's old residence now belongs to the Chen family. You can't go back, ha ha ha. After finishing, Chun Sen burst into loud laughter and walked away. The other henchmen followed suit. Xiao Xing watched Chun San's retreating figure, his gaze icy, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth, and then he left as well. He secretly followed Chun San. He planned to deal with Chun San tonight and did not want to waste time, as his main priority was to carry out a bronze-level mission with Yin Hongwan. As for Chun San, he was just a minor obstacle that he did not take to heart. On the other side, within a certain residence, the sound of suppressed sobs echoed. A girl looking quite similar to Xiao Linger was lying in her embrace and crying. Sister, while you were out these past few days, that Chun San came to harass me again. He even had someone throw snakes and rats into our yard. This girl was none other than Xiao Linger's younger sister, Xiao Xing. Xing, don't be afraid, your sister is here. Xiao Linger gritted her teeth in anger, her beautiful face frozen in frost. However, Chun San's sister had married the county lieutenant as a concubine, which made it hard for her to provoke. Of course, Chun San's repeated harassment of Xiao Xing also ignited a desire to kill in Xiao Linger. It's just that I feel sorry for my sister having to roam the world with me. Xiao Linger felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. After killing Chun San, they would definitely have to leave Qinghe County, and she could only take her sister with her. However, the world of Jianghu is perilous. She could barely protect herself, let alone take along Xiao Xing, who couldn't fight. But given the current situation, she could no longer afford to think too much. After all, if the county lieutenant found a reason to send her out on an errand, her sister would likely be defiled by that bully Chun San. With this thought, Xiao Linger immediately resolved to kill Chun San. Of course, before killing Chun San, she had to prepare a way out. After comforting her sister, Xiao Linger left the house and went out. She intended to lay in wait for Chun San. In a certain tavern, she discovered the whereabouts of Chun San and his group. Miss Zhao. Just then a voice called out. Following the sound, Xiao Linger saw that the person calling her was none other than Xiao Xing. Brother Xiao. Xiao Linger walked over to the tea stall where Xiao Xing was sitting, ordered a bowl of tea, and asked, Brother Xiao, what are you doing here? Xiao Xing sighed slightly, saying, I have no home to return to. Enough about me, what brings you here, Miss Zhao? Oh, me. Xiao Linger glanced at Chun San in the tavern, feigning nonchalance as she said, I'm just patrolling the streets. Oh, Xiao Xing nodded. Just then Chun San and his group walked out and headed off into the distance. Well, Brother Xiao, let's meet again another day. Oh, I have some matters to attend to, so I must leave. Xiao Linger stood up and followed Chun San. Xiao Xing raised his eyebrows. As an assassin, he was quite perceptive and naturally noticed that Xiao Linger was tracking that group of ruffians led by Chun San. As he pondered the relationship between Xiao Linger and Chun San, the tea stall owner approached and quietly asked, Sir, are you a friend of Constable Zhao? Yes. Xiao Xing nodded slightly and asked, Boss, what's the situation between Constable Zhao and Chun San's group? Sir, you may not know, but Constable Zhao is quite a pitiful person. She and Chun San. The tea stall owner recounted the entanglement between Xiao Linger and Chun San. Xiao Xing listened with a glint in his eyes, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, murmuring, well, I might as well do her a favor. He glanced in the direction Xiao Linger had left. On a dark and windy night, the Xiao family's old residence is now the dwelling of Chun San. At this moment, Chun San is drinking and playing games with a few ruffians inside the house, occasionally interrupted by the breathy moans of a courtesan. Bang! Suddenly the door was kicked open. Silence. The previously noisy room fell into an instant hush as everyone turned to see a man with a large bow on his back and arrows hanging from his waist slowly walking in. Upon recognizing the visitor, Chun San was momentarily taken aback, then angrily shouted, Xiao family's young master, have you eaten bear hearts and leopard gallbladders to dare to invade my home at night? Xiao Xing's eyes were cold, and he had no interest in exchanging words. With a swift motion, he pulled out the long sword at his waist. In the next moment, Xiao Xing's figure dashed towards Chun San. With incredible speed, the sword aimed directly at him. Seeing that he was about to be killed by a single stroke, Chun San, known for his ferocity, quickly grabbed a nearby courtesan and used her as a shield. The long sword pierced the courtesan's chest, and she died on the spot. Seizing this opportunity, Chun San drew a long knife from under the table and slashed at Xiao Xing. Xiao Xing did not dodge. He extended 2 fingers of his left hand and pinched Chun San's long knife. Chun San was left dumbfounded, exerting all his strength to retrieve his knife, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not pull it back. At that moment, a ruffian regained his senses and drew his long knife to slash at Xiao Xing. With a firm motion of his left hand, Xiao Xing made a crisp sound, and Chun San's long knife was snapped in half between his fingers. He casually tossed the broken half of the long knife aside. The half-blade lodged directly into the ruffian's throat, causing him to slump down. Xiao Xing turned and swung his sword again, and several sword lights whistled out, instantly killing 2 more ruffians. The remaining ruffian, terrified, turned to flee. Xiao Xing's lips curled into a chilling smile as he flashed past the fleeing ruffian. The ruffian's head rolled onto the ground with a thud, and his headless body collapsed with a splash of blood. Boom! Chen San was already terrified beyond belief, hurriedly smashing through the window and running away. Can you escape? Xiao Xing sneered, taking down the fierce wind bow and knocking an arrow. Whoosh! The armor-piercing arrow flew out, piercing through Chen San's back heart. His body went limp. Within a few breaths, Xiao Xing had decisively killed Chen San and several ruffians. He walked out the door, checked Chen San's breath, and after confirming he was dead, he withdrew the armor-piercing arrow and placed it back in his quiver. Then he leaped over the courtyard wall and vanished without a trace in a few quick movements. The next morning, the county's constables received the report and rushed to the Xiao family's old residence. Upon seeing the slain Chen San and others, they couldn't help but gawk. Xiao Linger brightened at the sight of Chen San's corpse. Chen San had forced her into a corner, prompting her to take the risk of killing him and fleeing with her sister, Zhao Xiner, only to find that he had been murdered. This undoubtedly saved her a lot of trouble. At that moment, Xiao Linger noticed Chen San's wounds. As a hunter, she immediately recognized them as arrow wounds, fatal in one strike. She rose and approached the main gate in the courtyard, where she discovered arrow holes left by the arrows. It must be him. Xiao Linger's eyes suddenly brightened, realizing that the one who killed Chen San was likely Xiao Xing. However, Xiao Linger did not expose Xiao Xing, but felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. It must have been Brother Xiao who inquired about me at the tea stall, and not wanting me to roam the world with my sister, took it upon himself to eliminate Chen San and his men. Everything he did was for my sake. How touching. How can I repay him? In the world of Jianghu, such a great favor whom it seems I must offer myself in return. Oh dear, how embarrassing. What am I thinking? Xiao Linger lost herself in thought, her delicate face turning crimson. Meanwhile, Xiao Xing had already left Qinghe County and was now leisurely making his way to Qingyuan County. He intended to meet up with Yin Hongxiu to complete the second task. As for whether Xiao Xing's killing of Chen San would expose his identity, he was not worried at all. They were in the Tianshui County of Daiyu. This Tianshui County lies on the border of Daiyu, bordering the endless prairie where the barbarian tribes often use bows and arrows, which are extremely powerful. To deal with the barbarians, the people of Tianshui County also frequently use bows and arrows. Just based on the arrow wounds, it is impossible to determine who killed Chen San. The training base they were in was only one of the training bases of the Tianxia First Tower, besides that the spies and training bases of Tianxia First Tower are scattered throughout Daiyu. At this moment, Xiao Xing was traveling without wearing the Shura mask because he didn't want to be recognized as Blood Yin Luo in public. After all, in Tianshui County, there were not only Tianxia First Tower, but also the Blood Clothes Tower competing for business. In other words, the Blood Clothes Tower's assassins were also prevalent in Tianshui County. A few days ago, Blood Yin Luo had killed the rookie king of Blood Clothes Tower, Yin Wenyuan, and they must hate Xiao Xing to the core, certainly sending numerous assassins to kill Blood Yin Luo. Thus, for safety's sake, Xiao Xing chose not to reveal his identity as Blood Yin Luo. In the southeast direction where Xiao Xing was traveling, there was a town. In the town, there was an establishment called the Yulai Inn. The crowd here was quite mixed. On the second floor by a window, 3 young men were seated together drinking tea. Brother Ma, with your return to the world, you will surely be able to slay Blood Yin Luo of Tianxia First Tower and claim the organization's bounty. Remember us when that happens. One of them flattered the young man in the middle who wore a headband. Ma Duo smiled slightly and whispered, "Rest assured, I won't forget the 2 of you." It turns out that since Blood Yin Luo killed Yin Wenyuan, the Blood Clothes Tower had been exposed and even issued a bounty of 5,000 taels of silver and 5,000 contribution points for an assassin to kill Blood Yin Luo in vengeance for Yin Wenyuan. This was to suppress the arrogance of Tianxia First Tower. After all, Blood Yin Luo's killing of Yin Wenyuan had caused considerable trouble for the Blood Clothes Tower, leading to a significant drop in their business in Tianshui County. They needed to regain their footing. Ma Duo is ranked 10th on the Blood Clothes Tower's green attire list, which is equivalent to the Xian Tai Tianjiao list of Tianxia First Tower. This time, Ma Duo is set to kill Blood Yin Luo. However, they did not know Blood Yin Luo's whereabouts and could only inquire slowly. At that moment, another young man in green attire approached, sword in hand. Upon seeing this youth, Ma Duo's smile froze, his eyes narrowed, and he looked coldly at the newcomer. The person who arrived was none other than Zhang Yang, another assassin from the Blood Robe Pavilion, ranked 9th on the green robe list. Due to their closely ranked positions, Zhang Yang and Ma Duo had clashed several times, resulting in a rather strained relationship between the two. Upon seeing Ma Duo, Zhang Yang curled his lips into a smile, walked up to Ma Duo and his companions, and sat down with a thud, loudly saying, Waiter, bring me some extra bowls and chopsticks. Sure. The waiter hurriedly brought over the bowls and chopsticks. Zhang Yang took them and began to eat and drink heartily at Ma Duo's table. Ma Duo frowned deeply, snorted coldly, and said in a low voice, Zhang Yang, are you out of your mind? If you're so poor that you can't even afford a meal, I can treat you, but can you at least show some basic decency? Zhang Yang, however, ignored Ma Duo and continued to eat. The atmosphere on the scene was thick with tension. The two little brothers beside them were so frightened that they didn't dare to breathe, fearing that Ma Duo and Zhang Yang would start a fight right there. After a moment, Zhang Yang finished eating and wiped his mouth with a napkin. Then he crumpled up the napkin and tossed it into Ma Duo's plate, a cold smile tugging at his lips as he leaned closer to Ma Duo and said softly, Ma Duo, that blood Yin Luo is mine, don't even think about touching him. After speaking, Zhang Yang picked up his sword and turned to leave, leaving Ma Duo stunned in place, gritting his teeth in anger. Over there, don't let him get away. Stop. In a nearby forest not far from the town, a group was chasing after a young man. That young man was none other than Li Zhou, an assassin from the No.1 pavilion in the world, known for his skills. Li Zhou was also a figure on the rising star list. At this moment, he was fleeing in a panic, being pursued by the people behind him with injuries on his shoulder. It turned out that he was executing a low-tier task involving black iron, but unexpectedly fell into an ambush, and in a state of panic he dashed out and escaped into this forest. However, those people were still unwilling to let him go. Damn it, how can a low-tier black iron task be so difficult? I wonder how Blood Yin Luo completed the bronze-tier tasks. Li Zhou muttered to himself as he ran. Whoosh! Just then a blade of sword energy whistled out, directly killing 3 of the pursuers behind Li Zhou. Be careful, a master of sword techniques. The pursuers were taken aback and hurriedly stopped their chase. Then a young man walked out slowly, sword in hand. It was none other than Zhang Yang from the Blood Robe Pavilion. Do you want to die or live? Zhang Yang coldly looked at those people and asked in a deep voice. Run. Ultimately, the pursuers lacked the courage to confront a master who could emit sword energy and quickly turned to escape. Zhang Yang did not pursue them, but instead turned to walk towards Li Zhou. Seeing that Zhang Yang had helped him, Li Zhou hurriedly cupped his hands and said, Thank you for your assistance, brother. You are a newly promoted assassin from the No.1 pavilion in the world, right? Zhang Yang asked with a smile, looking at Li Zhou while holding his sword. Li Zhou's pupil shrank sharply as he looked at Zhang Yang and asked, Who are you? What rank are you on your so-called rising star list? Zhang Yang pressed on. Li Zhou's eyes flickered with uncertainty, his grip on the sword tightening as he coldly stared at Zhang Yang, saying in a deep voice, I am rank 12th. 12th, huh? Let me see what you can do. Draw your sword. Zhang Yang wore a confident smile and asked in a deep voice, Are you from the Blood Robe Pavilion? Li Zhou's expression changed drastically. Draw your sword. Zhang Yang seemed to lose patience and shouted in a deep voice, You? Li Zhou gritted his teeth, his eyes turning red. With a growl, he bit the bullet and lunged his sword at Zhang Yang. Whoosh! Just then Zhang Yang moved, raising his long sword and unleashing a blade of sword energy. Li Zhou was horrified and hurriedly activated his blood barrier and long sword to defend himself. Poochie! But that sword energy sliced through like cutting tofu, unstoppable, directly breaking through his long sword and blood barrier, then passing through his body. Such a fast sword, Li Zhou murmured. Crack! Following that, Li Zhou's long sword broke into 2 pieces, and then his entire body was split in half with a poochie sound, cleaved directly by the sword energy. Not even a match. Zhang Yang sneered, sheathing his long sword and turning to leave. However, as he walked away, he muttered, If the 12th rank is this weak, then the 1st rank Blood Yin Luo can't be much better. Blood Yin Luo, where are you? You better hope I don't find you. As he spoke, a confident smile appeared on Zhang Yang's lips. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, Xiao Xing was drawing his bow and aiming at a large stone of green oak. Whoosh! The long arrow was released, whistling through the air. At that moment, Xiao Xing quickly took out another armor-piercing arrow from his quiver and swiftly knocked it, shooting again. Then another arrow. He shot 6 arrows in quick succession. Those 6 arrows tore through the air, producing a whistling sound as they formed a line in the sky. Boom! A loud explosion was heard as the first armor-piercing arrow pierced through the stone, followed by the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th arrows, all passing through the hole made by the first arrow, piercing through the trunks of 5 large trees behind the stone. Success! A smile crept onto Xiao Xing's face and his eyes lit up. The Pearl Curtain Arrow. Xiao Xing could shoot 6 arrows at once with tremendous penetrating power. Even the bronze-tier realm would likely be unable to withstand it. This indicated that Xiao Xing's 13 cloud-piercing arrows had reached perfection, the same level that Yin Wenyuan had achieved. Of course, if he advanced further, he could master the technique to shoot the 9 stars in a row, which would be even more powerful. Along the way, Xiao Xing took every opportunity to brainstorm. Finally, he had pushed the cloud-piercing 13 arrows to perfection. Satisfied, Xiao Xing nodded, gathered the 6 armor-piercing arrows, and placed them back into his quiver before continuing on his journey. Xiao Xing's pupils narrowed slightly as he heard the words of the person before him. It seemed that he had already slain the individual ranked 12th on the new star list. But how did this guy recognize me as an assassin? However, Xiao Xing couldn't be bothered with such thoughts. Since he wanted to die, Xiao Xing would grant him that wish. Xiao Xing's expression was indifferent, his gaze icy as he coldly stared at him, and said, "I am ranked 8th on the new star list." Zhang Yang's eyes brightened at this, a smile tugging at his lips as he nodded, saying, "You killed Yin Wenyuan of the first tower. Today, I shall also eradicate the person ranked on the new star list from the first tower, which would be avenging him." "You talk too much." Xiao Xing suddenly drew his bow and nocked an arrow. Zhang Yang smirked, raising the longsword in his hand. Just as Zhang Yang was about to make a move, a loud bang erupted, and a surge of air suddenly enveloped Xiao Xing, causing him to vanish without a trace. Whoosh! In the next moment, a chilling sound of something slicing through the air was heard. Zhang Yang was startled, unable to react in time, and felt an arrow strike his right arm. The tremendous force of the penetrating arrow sent him flying forward, and with a loud crash it continued on, embedding itself into the trunk of a large tree. "Ah!" Zhang Yang cried out in pain, a shrill scream escaping his lips as the longsword slipped from his grasp. Whoosh! Another arrow flew through the air, and before Zhang Yang could react, it pierced through his other arm. Whoosh whoosh! Following that, 3 more arrows soared through the air, striking Zhang Yang in both legs and his chest. "Wow! Zhang Yang spat out a mouthful of blood, his breath growing weak, confusion and fear filling his eyes. He couldn't understand how a mere assassin ranked 8th on the new star list could be so formidable. Such terrifying archery skills combined with swift movement techniques were beyond his ability to withstand. At this moment, Zhang Yang finally felt regret flooding his heart. Creak, creak. The sound of footsteps on leaves approached, and the person ranked 8th on the new star list walked slowly towards him, stopping right in front. He looked at Xiao Xing, the monster before him, in terror, exclaiming, "How is this possible? How could this be? I can't be defeated so quickly. I cannot lose." Who are you?" Xiao Xing's lips curled into a sly smile as he replied, "Indeed, I am ranked 8th on the new star list, but I have another identity. Yes, I am the Blood Yin Luo, ranked 1st on the new star list." You are Blood Yin Luo, you." Zhang Yang's pupils suddenly constricted, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at Xiao Xing, exclaiming, "Blood Yin Luo, you. You don't know archery, do you?" "You? Oh, I just learned not long ago," Xiao Xing said cheerfully. At the same time, he extended a hand, pulling out a dagger and swiftly slicing it across Zhang Yang's neck. Immediately, a thin red line appeared on Zhang Yang's neck, rapidly widening as fresh blood gushed forth, emitting strange sounds from his throat. Ultimately, his life force slipped away completely, his head drooping in resignation. "Waste!" Xiao Xing rolled his eyes, pulling out the arrows one by one from Zhang Yang's body and placing them into his quiver. Simultaneously, he began to search Zhang Yang's body. After a moment, he found a money pouch, weighing it in his hand and estimating it to contain several dozen taels of silver along with some silver notes, totaling a few hundred taels. "Hey, someone who delivers silver, not bad." Xiao Xing nodded in satisfaction, tucking Zhang Yang's money pouch into his robe before striding away. Meanwhile, not long after Xiao Xing left, 3 individuals slowly approached from this direction. These 3 were none other than Ma Duo and his 2 subordinates. "Brother, that Zhang Yang is trying to steal your glory. Oh, what should we do?" one of the subordinates asked with a worried frown. "Bah, what qualifications does he have to compete with me? Perhaps he'll encounter a formidable opponent and die on the way." Ma Duo genuinely hoped for Zhang Yang's demise. As soon as he finished speaking, one of the subordinates suddenly pointed ahead and shouted, "Brother, look, there's a corpse ahead." Ma Duo was startled and looked in the direction his subordinate pointed, where indeed a corpse was kneeling under a large tree. "Be careful." Ma Duo quickly drew his long knife, his face tense as he surveyed the surroundings. The 2 subordinates also nervously drew their long knives, keeping watch of their surroundings. After confirming that there was no danger around, the 3 finally relaxed. Brother, that person seems to be Zhang Yang." "Zhang Yang." Ma Duo's eyes lit up, his breathing quickening as he exclaimed joyfully, "Could it really be him?" As he approached, he grabbed Zhang Yang's head. Upon seeing the corpse's face, Ma Duo couldn't help but feel ecstatic, joyfully exclaiming, "It really is Zhang Yang. Congratulations, brother, you've eliminated a strong rival." "Congratulations, brother." The 2 subordinates joyfully clasped their fists towards Ma Duo. Ma Duo's face was filled with smiles, but soon his expression froze, replaced by sheer terror. This was because he had examined the wounds on Zhang Yang's body. The opponent was an expert archer. Judging by the circumstances, Zhang Yang had encountered this person and had almost no chance to fight back before being shot down. Of course, he was ultimately silenced with a dagger to the throat. This was also because the archer had previously shot Zhang Yang's limbs with arrows restricting his movements. Such terrifying archery, even Yin Wenyuan was probably no match for this. Ma Duo's heart raced, fear evident on his face. He and Zhang Yang were nearly equal in strength, and even slightly inferior to Zhang Yang. If Zhang Yang had no chance to fight back, then if he encountered this opponent, he would surely meet the same fate. And that fate would be death. With this thought, Ma Duo's expression shifted from schadenfreude to trembling fear, cold sweat pouring down his forehead, his face going pale as he swallowed, hard eyes filled with dread. Steeling himself, Ma Duo quickly stood up and said, "This place is not safe, oh, we must leave." The other two subordinates also recognized the terrifying capabilities of the archer and were trembling in fear as they hurried to follow Ma Duo. Coincidentally, the direction they were headed was the same as Xiao Xing's, precisely towards Qingyuan County. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiao Xing had arrived at Qingyuan County, locating the signal mark left by Yin Hongwan, and followed the mark to a tavern. Wearing the Asura mask, Xiao Xing walked into the inn. As soon as he entered, he saw a red figure waving at him, softly calling over here. This person was none other than Yin Hongwan. Xiao Xing walked towards Yin Hongwan, but his brow furrowed slightly, as there was another person beside her, none other than Zhang Tong, ranked 5th on the Xian Tai Tianjiao list. Upon seeing the blood Yan Luo, Zhang Tong's brow furrowed deeply and his expression suddenly darkened. Although he was aware that blood Yan Luo and Yin Hongwan were working together on a mission, he felt quite displeased. Xiao Jingming approached the table, his voice hoarse, and asked what's going on. Yin Hongwan glanced at Zhang Tong beside her, then looked at Xiao Xing, forcing a bitter smile, her face full of helplessness, saying, "Sigh, this guy has been following me since we left the base. I tried to shake him off, but he found me again." Zhang Tong, however, was unbothered, looking coldly at Xiao Xing, lowering his voice and gritted his teeth, saying, "Blood Yan Luo, I will not give up." Xiao Xing smirked coldly, leaned closer to Zhang Tong, and also lowered his voice, saying, "Let me give you a piece of advice." "What?" Zhang Tong asked suspiciously. "Dead sycophants meet a bad end," Xiao Xing said with a hint of indifference. "You." Zhang Tong's face turned ashen with anger. Xiao Xing then walked around the table and sat down right next to Yin Hongwan. This move caught both Zhang Tong and Yin Hongwan off guard. "What are you doing?" Zhang Tong jumped up, his eyes red, glaring at Xiao Xing and grinding his teeth. Yin Hongluan's face flushed instantly, and even her earlobes turned red as she looked at blood Yan Luo in disbelief. In her impression, blood Yan Luo was a person indifferent to women, treating everyone with great coldness. Among the students in the same cohort as blood Yan Luo, there was a beauty named Luo, she whose beauty and elegance were not inferior to hers, and it seemed she had a crush on blood Yan Luo. However, every time she tried to get close to him, she was met with his cold indifference. At this thought, Yin Hongwan suddenly realized why blood Yan Luo was so intent on getting close to her. Blood Yan Luo was deliberately getting close to her to help her shake off Zhang Tong, the clingy follower, and to provoke Zhang Tong. With this realization, Yin Hongwan became less resistant. After all, if they didn't get rid of Zhang Tong, their mission might be affected. Blood Yan Luo looked provocatively at Zhang Tong and suddenly reached out, shocking both Yin Hongwan and Zhang Tong as he wrapped his arm around Yin Hongluan's slim waist. "Ah!" Yin Hongwan exclaimed, her pretty face turning a deep shade of red, even her fair neck glowing with a hint of red. She turned to glare at Xiao Xing angrily, never expecting this man to be so bold as to hug her in public. However, the heavy warmth from Xiao Xing's hand made her heart flutter. Beside them, Zhang Tong's eyes turned crimson with rage, his pupils bulging, as if they would pop out, his teeth grinding in anger as he glared at Xiao Xing, gritting his teeth. "You bastard, take your filthy hands off her, what are you doing?" At the same time, he drew his long sword from his waist and pointed it at Xiao Xing. When Zhang Tong first saw Yin Hongluan, he was utterly captivated, considering her his goddess. He had never even touched Yin Hongluan's hand, yet this blood Yan Luo had the audacity to directly wrap his arms around Yin Hongluan's waist, which made him feel like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, instantly exploding with rage. In the inn's first floor, the attention of the crowd was drawn here. When they saw two young men fighting over a beautiful woman, they felt it was nothing unusual. Instead, they watched the three of them with the attitude of spectators. Zhang Tong was furious and drew his sword, but Xiao Xing remained as calm as ever, provocatively glancing at Zhang Tong before turning to Yin Hongluan gently, saying, "Senior sister, Yin, let's go rest in our room." "Huh? What do a man and a woman do alone in a room?" Yin Hongluan's face turned even redder, as if water could drip from it. She couldn't help but glare at Xiao Xing again, but she also knew this was the only way to drive Zhang Tong away. After all, Zhang Tong was not weak. Forcibly driving him away might lead to unnecessary trouble. "Hongluan, no." Zhang Tong's expression was quite something, filled with urgency and anger, even pleading with Yin Hongluan. But Yin Hongluan only let out a cold laugh, and then looked at blood Yan Luo sweetly, saying, "Okay, let's go." After saying that, she stood up, supported by Xiao Xing, and headed towards the upstairs suite. Zhang Tong was nearly infuriated as he hurriedly followed the two upstairs. Bang! However, what awaited him was the sound of two closed doors. Once inside the room, Xiao Xing pinched In Hongwan. In Hongwan exclaimed, turning to glare at Xiao Xing with anger, ready to draw her sword. Acting is one thing, but you can't go too far. Just then Xiao Xing made a shushing gesture to her. In Hongluan's face twitched violently, her pearly teeth biting down tightly, but she ultimately held it in. Outside the door, Zhang Tong heard In Hongluan's exclamation and grew anxious, reaching out to push the door open. However, his hand froze in midair. If he entered and saw Blood Yin Luo and his goddess in bed together, what would he do? At this moment, Zhang Tong's mind was filled with images of Blood Yin Luo being intimate with his goddess. He was so furious that he trembled and pulled his hand back. Zhang Tong suddenly yelled enraged and ran downstairs, disappearing from the inn like a madman. Inside the room, Blood Yin Luo leaned close to the door to listen. Seeing that Zhang Tong had been driven away, he finally cracked a smile, nodding in satisfaction. Clang! At that moment, however, a sharp blade was pressed against his neck. Turning his head, he saw In Hongwan blushing angrily, looking at him with fury, saying, "Blood Yin Luo, you are so bold." Xiao Xing rolled his eyes casually, pushing In Hongluan's sword aside, speechless, saying, "Senior sister, don't make a fuss, let's discuss serious matters first." In Hongwan, both startled and angry, sheathed her sword and approached the table. She placed the sword down and poured herself a cup of tea, slowly sipping it to calm the emotional turmoil within her. Xiao Xing smiled slightly and sat down at the table, saying nothing, but fixed her gaze intently on In Hongwan, waiting for her to introduce the task. In Hongwan felt uneasy under Xiao Xing's intense stare. To avoid the awkwardness, In Hongwan took another sip of tea before placing the cup down and began to explain. "Our target this time is Wang Huanqing, the second son of the Wang family, one of the four major families in Qingyuan County that has stood for a century. Although he is the second son, he is deeply favored by the head of the Wang family, who has assigned several martial masters to protect his personal safety." At this point, In Hongwan poured herself another cup of tea. Just as she was about to continue speaking, Xiao Xing pushed a cup of tea toward her. In Hongwan was speechless and could only pour a cup of tea for Xiao Xing as well. "Thank you, senior sister." Xiao Xing accepted the cup and said with a smile, drinking slowly while waiting for more details. In Hongwan continued, "Wang Huanqing himself cannot wield martial arts, but his personal martial masters are formidable. One is a 7th grade master, and there are 4 8th grade experts." Xiao Xing's eyes twitched at the thought. How could we possibly assassinate him? This truly is a bronze-level task. Although there is only 1 grade difference between 7th and 8th, the gap is as vast as the sky and the earth. A 7th grade Yijinjing master can cause the tendons within their body to surge, instantly boiling their vital energy. The roar produced by the clash of vital energy and iron bones reverberates like the roaring of tigers and leopards. It's profoundly intimidating. With their vital energy boiling, they can leap several zhang away, nearly solidifying, and the explosive strength and endurance are beyond the reach of a 7th grade Duangu master. The head of the Wang family must know that his reckless son is a bully doing things that are unspeakable. He must fear that others might take action against him, which is why he has sent such formidable experts to protect him. In Hongwan sipped her tea, giving a bitter smile. Xiao Xing nodded slightly, her eyes bright as she looked at In Hongwan and asked, "Senior sister, what do you plan to do?" Before taking on the task, we were given some basic information about the target, but In Hongwan insisted on accepting this bronze-level task. It seems she must have a trump card or a backup plan. Xiao Xing was also curious about In Hongluan's trump card. Being ranked 3rd on the Xian Tai assassins list suggests she must have some remarkable abilities. In Hongwan took another sip of tea, her beautiful eyes flashing with uncertainty, and a hint of a scheming smile appeared at the corner of her mouth as she said softly, "Attack his weaknesses." Although In Hongluan's smile carried a hint of scheming, it was quite charming, exuding a certain allure that made Xiao Xing's eyes brighten. "Weakness?" Xiao Xing raised her eyebrows and pushed the teacup closer. In Hongwan shot her a glare before pouring her another cup of tea and leisurely continued, "Wang Huanqing is extremely lecherous." "Lecherous?" Xiao Xing took the cup and raised her eyebrows again, looking at In Hongwan with interest and asking, "Is senior sister planning to seduce Wang Huanqing?" Some female assassins in the base go to extreme lengths to complete their tasks, even sacrificing their own beauty. They might sleep with the target and in their most relaxed state suddenly strike. However, Xiao Xing felt that In Hongwan would not resort to such extreme methods. If she intended to use such tactics, there would be no need to invite Xiao Xing to participate in the task. In Hongluan's pretty face flushed slightly as she glared at Xiao Xing again, irritated. "Yes, but also no." "Oh, please elaborate on the plan, senior sister," Xiao Xing hurriedly asked. In Hongwan leaned closer to Xiao Xing, lowering her voice. "Wang Huanqing has a romantic interest at Tianxiang Tower named Qingming, who is the top courtesan there. If we can lure this Qingming out of Tianxiang Tower, Wang Huanqing will surely come rushing after her, and we can ambush him in advance." Xiao Xing's eyes lit up as she slightly nodded, extending her right hand to give a thumbs up, and said, "Senior sister, that's a brilliant idea." Yin Hongwan rolled her eyes, her expression becoming serious as she stared intently at Xiao Xing, lowering her voice again. "Junior brother, the trap we set might not even work against a 7th grade Yijinjing master. I will hold off the 7th grade master, and the task of assassinating Wang Huanqing will be left to you." Xiao Xing was taken aback, looking at Yin Hongwan with disbelief. Earlier, Yin Hongwan claimed she could hold off the 7th grade master. Even with Xiao Xing's dual sword intent, she wouldn't dare say she could hold off that master, but Yin Hongwan seemed confident she could. It seems that this third-ranked figure on the Xiantai list indeed has her trump cards and true skills. Yin Hongluan's expression turned serious as she said, "However, junior brother, you only have a quarter of an hour. After that, regardless of whether the task is completed, we must withdraw and then make further plans." Although Yin Hongwan mentioned making further plans, Xiao Xing understood she was being euphemistic. It essentially meant that the task had failed. Once the task fails, it will be difficult for them to assassinate Wang Huanqing again. After all, by that time Wang Huanqing would likely be a startled bird, and the Wang family would probably send more experts to protect him, making another attempt at assassination nearly impossible. Seeing the serious expression on Yin Hongluan's face, Xiao Xing also became solemn and nodded slightly, saying, "All right." Yin Hongwan looked at Xiao Xing, a glimmer of cunning flashing in her beautiful eyes. "However, as a woman, I cannot enter a place like Tianxiang Tower. I will have to trouble you, junior brother, to make a trip and find a way to lure Qingming out." Xiao Xing rolled her eyes, looking at Yin Hongwan with some exasperation. It was clear that Yin Hongwan wanted Xiao Xing to seduce Qingming, but she also had ulterior motives, to see the true face of the Blood Yanluo. After all, to seduce Qingming, one must reveal their true self. This Blood Yanluo is always mysterious, wearing a horned Asura mask, and she was curious to see what he truly looked like. Xiao Xing saw through Yin Hongluan's intentions and felt somewhat speechless. After hesitating, she asked, "Senior sister, what is that Qingming like?" Yin Hongwan replied, "This Qingming is said to be the daughter of an official family, but due to family downfall, she has fallen into the world. She seems quite interested in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, often attracting many young talents from Qingyuan County to Tianxiang Tower to compose poetry and prose." Xiao Xing's eyes brightened, and a smile spread across her lips as she said, "Got it." Yin Hongluan's eyes brightened as she hurriedly asked, "Oh, junior brother, what idea have you come up with?" Xiao Xing stood up, opened the door, and called out loudly, "Waiter, bring me paper and ink." "All right, esteemed guest, please wait a moment," came the response from the waiter below. Moments later, Xiao Xing returned with the essentials for writing. Yin Hongwan looked up at Shui Yanluo suspiciously and asked, "Junior brother, are you going to write a poem?" Xiao Xing nodded slightly and picked up the brush, swiftly writing a poem on the paper. Yin Hongluan's beautiful eyes widened in shock as she began to recite, "The west wind ages Dongting's waves, a night brings many white hairs to the Xiong Lord. Drunk, unaware of the sky and the water, the boat is filled with clear dreams pressing down the starry river." After finishing, she looked up at Shui Yanluo with disbelief, exclaiming, "Junior brother, you truly possess such literary talent. With skills like yours, surely passing the imperial examination would be a piece of cake." Meanwhile, she secretly pondered Shui Yanluo's identity. With such talent, Shui Yanluo must have come from a scholarly family, otherwise how could he write such poetry? However, the more she thought about it, the further she strayed from uncovering Shui Yanluo's true identity, as Xiao Xing's current identity was simply too ordinary. What scholarly family? Pure nonsense. He merely copied a poem from his past life. "Senior sister, tomorrow evening, we can have someone deliver this to Miss Qingming, inviting her to meet at Hongming Bridge. Do you think that Miss Qingming will come out?" Yin Hongwan had no doubts about the poem's effectiveness. The artistic conception of such poetry is extremely beautiful, especially with the name of Miss Qingming included. She will surely come after receiving it. At that time, their purpose will be fulfilled. Just then, Yin Hongwan suddenly noticed the large bow on Xiao Xing's back and curiously asked, "Junior brother, have you also cultivated archery?" Xiao Xing nodded slightly. Since the name of Yin Wenyuan became widely known, many assassins in both the first building and Bloodclothes building chose to cultivate archery, which is not surprising. Moreover, that living demon, Yin Wenyuan, was killed by Blood Yanluo. It is nothing strange for Shui Yanluo to cultivate archery after acquiring Yin Wenyuan's gale bow. Yin Hongwan casually asked, "How's your archery practice, junior brother?" So-so," Xiao Xing replied casually. Oh, Yin Hongwan didn't pay too much attention. After all, Blood Yanluo had just started practicing archery, so a mediocre level is quite normal. Time flew by, and soon it was dusk on the third day. Xiao Xing and Yin Hongwan finally awaited Wang Huanqing to leave the manor and head to Tianxiang building. Of course, Xiao Xing and Yin Hongwan could ambush Wang Huanqing on the way, but there were too many people and buildings along the route. If they missed a strike, it would be difficult to act again. Therefore, to be safe, they still needed to lure Wang Huanqing to a location like Yunming Bridge before making their move. On the other side, upon receiving the news, Xiao Xing began to implement the plan, handing over the written poem and the invitation to meet Miss Qingming to someone paying 2 taels of silver for them to deliver the message to her at Tianxiang Building. The messenger entered Tianxiang Building and happened to see Miss Qingming performing on stage. He handed the letter to her maid. After the performance, Miss Qingming returned to her room, and the maid presented a letter saying, "Miss, someone has sent you a letter. It should be a poem from some young master trying to catch your attention. Read it." Miss Qingming was already used to such things. Knowing she liked poetry, many talented youths often sent her poems in hopes of attracting her notice. Oh, the maid took out the letter and began to read the poem written on it. "The west wind ages Dongting's waves a night, brings many white hairs to the Xiong Lord. Drunk, unaware of the sky and the water, the boat is filled with clear dreams pressing down the starry river." Initially, Miss Qingming wasn't paying attention, but after hearing the first line, she couldn't help but raise her elegant willow brows, seeming somewhat stirred. However, when she heard the subsequent lines, the feeling of the starry river immediately emerged, and the entire poem underwent a qualitative transformation, especially since her name was mentioned in the poem. This instantly piqued her interest. She couldn't help but snatch the paper from her maid's hand, focusing intently on it while reciting the poem aloud. After reciting it several times, Miss Qingming's face was already filled with shock and a rosy hue. She opened another sheet of paper which contained the words from the young talent inviting her to meet at Hongming Bridge. At this moment, Miss Qingming's mind was filled with an image of a handsome and talented young master waiting for her at Hongming Bridge. Miss Qingming was originally from an official family, a scholarly lineage, but had fallen into the world of dust out of necessity. In this life, she only sought a soulmate. Unfortunately, she was entangled by Wang Huanqing, leaving her with no choice. Now that soulmate was right before her, how could she not be moved? As for why that young master didn't come to find her, but asked her to go out, she naturally understood, believing that he was somewhat afraid of Wang Huanqing, which is why he asked her to meet. With this thought, Miss Qingming could no longer suppress her inner restlessness. She stood up, changed into a different outfit, donned a hat, and headed out. Of course, she informed the brothel madam and explained the letter's matter to her. Ultimately, at her request, the madam reluctantly agreed. However, just as Miss Qingming was about to go out, 3 men were drinking flower wine on the first floor of the brothel. These 3 were none other than Ma Duo and his companions from the Bloodclothes building. The 3 had come to Qingyuan County to complete an assassination mission. After finishing their task, they were enjoying themselves in Tianxiang Building. "Big brother, that seems to be Miss Qingming," one of the younger brothers whispered to Ma Duo. Ma Duo's eyes lit up as he put down his cup and said, "Let's go follow her and take a look." Saying this, he stood up and walked out with the 2 younger brothers hurriedly following. It turns out that when Ma Duo came to Tianxiang Building to have some fun, he had heard of Miss Qingming's fame as a flower queen. However, he was clueless about poetry, and Miss Qingming completely ignored him. This made him restless. Seeing Miss Qingming go out this time, he had other thoughts as well. One was to see who Miss Qingming was meeting so late. The second was if the opportunity arose to intercept Miss Qingming on the way, and then Ma Duo and his 2 companions stealthily followed Miss Qingming to an arched bridge. Then, hidden in the shadows, they witnessed a man wearing a horned Asura mask knock out Qingming. Blood Asura. Ma Duo's pupils constricted sharply, and his previous thoughts vanished as he fixed his gaze on the man with the horned mask. The 2 younger brothers also watched with wide eyes, their breathing noticeably quickening. "Big brother, we can't miss this opportunity. Oh, it won't come again," one of them said, eager to act. The other younger brother nodded vigorously and said, "Brother Ma, let's do it." At this moment, they seemed to see 5,000 silver notes and 5,000 contribution points beckoning to them. However, Ma Duo furrowed his brow and shouted angrily, "Are you blind? Don't you see there's someone else next to him?" Only then did the 2 younger brothers notice that In Hongwan was also by Xiao Xing's side. "Big brother, what should we do now?" one of the younger brothers asked. Ma Duo's eyes flickered with uncertainty as he lowered his voice and said, "Don't rush. Let's first see what they intend to do, and then look for a chance to deal with that Blood Yinluo." The 2 younger brothers nodded vigorously. However, if they had known that the 9th-ranked Zhang Yang also fell at the hands of Blood Yinluo, they might have turned and fled in terror. Then they saw Blood Yinluo and In Hongwan hide away. After a moment, a boisterous voice rang out. "Qingming, come out. You bastard, which lowlife dares to flirt with my Wang Wansheng's woman? Get out here." Ma Duo turned to see 6 men striding rapidly towards them. The leader was a burly young man with a big head and ears, none other than Wang Huanqing himself. Yet after calling out for a while, he couldn't find even a ghostly shadow. In the next moment, a beautiful figure in red and white hair suddenly leaped down from the rooftop, brandishing a long spear and thrusting it fiercely at Wang Huanqing. "Young master, be careful," shouted the guard, wielding a sword, unsheathing it with a whoosh and rushing towards In Hongwan to block her attack. The two immediately engaged in combat. Spear meets sword as waves of magnificent spear energy and sword aura clashed violently. The ground was instantly shattered, debris flying everywhere. The sounds of thunderous collisions and clashing weapons echoed loudly. In Hongwan fought against the 7th-tier expert without losing ground, even exhibiting a subtle edge and dominance. Xiao Xing, hiding in the shadows, couldn't help but be taken aback. All along, Xiao Xing believed that he had cultivated a 2nd-tier sword intent, feeling confident he could rank among the top 10 of the Xian Tai Tianjiao list. He even had confidence to compete with the top 3. But witnessing Yin Hongluan's performance at that moment left him astounded. Her strength far exceeded his expectations. Clearly, Yin Hongluan must have used some secret technique to temporarily elevate her cultivation to the 7th-tier Yi realm. Of course, such a secret technique likely inflicted some damage on her body. Otherwise, her flowing black hair wouldn't have turned white. However, the image of Yin Hongluan with white hair and red attire had a unique charm. Meanwhile, the three hiding in the shadows, Ma Duo and his companions, were wide-eyed, cold sweat dripping from their foreheads. Fortunately, they hadn't acted. The red-clad woman beside Blood Yanluo was unexpectedly strong, a master of the 7th-tier Yi realm. Ma Duo and his companions began to reconsider their intentions. However, they chose not to retreat, instead hiding and watching, harboring a sense of luck, hoping to sneak attack and retreat immediately after succeeding. Meanwhile, at the moment Yin Hongluan made her move, Xiao Xing also sprang into action. Seizing the opportunity while Yin Hongluan engaged the 7th-tier expert, Xiao Xing suddenly stood up, knocked an arrow, and shot it towards Wang Huanqing below. Whoosh! The arrow pierced through the air like lightning, arriving in an instant. At this moment, the 4 8th-tier experts had yet to regain their senses and were approaching Wang Huanqing. But the arrow had already passed through them, striking Wang Huanqing with such force that he was knocked backwards, colliding with one of the 8th-tier warriors, who was also sent flying. Xiao Xing's eyes lit up with joy. Yin Hongluan was equally delighted, silently amazed at Xiao Xing's impressive archery skills. Is this what you call average? Average, my foot. Are you kidding me? The three hiding in the shadows, Ma Duo and his companions, exchanged terrified glances, each reflecting their own fear. Big brother, do you think Zhang Yang might have encountered Blood Yanluo and been shot dead by him? One of the younger brothers, his forehead drenched in cold sweat, asked in a trembling voice after witnessing Blood Yanluo's terrifying marksmanship. How the hell would I know? Ma Duo cursed, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. If Zhang Yang truly was killed by Blood Yanluo, how could he possibly defeat him? Should we escape after all? Yet at that moment a sense of luck began to creep back in. They were hidden and Blood Yanluo had not noticed them. What if he still had an opportunity for a sneak attack? After all, that was 5,000 silver notes and 5,000 contribution points. If he obtained those resources, he could soar to new heights. Hey, that person isn't dead. At that moment, one of the younger brothers widened his eyes, looking incredulously at Wang Huanqing, who had been shot. Ma Duo looked over to see Wang Huanqing surprisingly standing up alive and well, cursing, "Damn it, that hurt like hell." Damn it, Wang Huanqing is wearing golden silk armor. Xiao Xing's keen eyesight caught a glimpse of the golden sheen beneath Wang Huanqing's clothes, unmistakably the impenetrable golden silk soft armor. Damn! Xiao Xing was equally frustrated. He had thought he had succeeded, but who knew this bastard was also wearing golden silk armor? This guy truly feared for his life. Young master, let's hurry. The 4 8th-tier warriors reacted quickly, rushing over to escort Wang Huanqing away. Damn it! Xiao Xing gritted his teeth and drew his bow once more. Releasing the arrow, it whistled through the air towards Wang Huanqing. At the same time, Xiao Xing rapidly knocked another arrow, shooting 5 arrows furiously at Wang Huanqing. 6 stars align. This was already the strongest arrow Xiao Xing could shoot, the most penetrating arrow technique he had mastered. 6 arrows were lined up in a row, whistling towards Wang Huanqing. One of the martial masters, with nowhere to retreat, bellowed fiercely, swinging the long knife in his hand, unleashing dozens of sword lights. At the same time, he surged his chi to defend. Whoosh! Puchi puchi! The 6 piercing arrows tore through his sword light and chi defense, as if slicing through tofu. Finally, the martial master was shot through. Unfortunately, Wang Huanqing was pulled off course by another martial master, and the arrows that pierced through that martial master were pinned to the ground, vibrating ominously. Young master, run quickly. The remaining 3 martial masters were shocked and hurriedly dragged Wang Huanqing to flee. Where do you think you're going? Xiao Xing shouted loudly, drawing his bow again. The long arrow whistled out, piercing through the air. Another martial master fell to the ground in response. Fool, he's an archer, don't run. You can't escape. If you get close, he won't be your opponent. Seeing 2 martial masters fall to the ground, in just a moment the 7th grade martial master grew anxious, shouting loudly. The remaining 2 8th grade martial masters exchanged glances, agreeing with what the 7th grade martial master said. The energy of martial artists is also limited. Once you learn a technique, it is difficult to find time to learn another one. Even if you do, mastering 2 techniques simultaneously is challenging. For example, the biggest weakness of an archer is their poor close combat ability. This statement is indeed accurate. The two 8th grade martial masters shouted and pushed off the ground, shooting towards Xiao Xing like cannonballs. Originally to prevent Wang Huanqing from escaping, Xiao Xing was not far from them. In this chase, the distance became even shorter. With all their might, the two martial masters moved as fast as lightning, charging towards Xiao Xing. Xiao Xing drew his bow again and shot another arrow. Whoosh! Puchi! An arrow pierced through the mouth of one martial master, exiting through the back of his head. His corpse fell to the ground with a loud thud. The remaining martial master had already rushed up to Xiao Xing, bellowing loudly as he swung his knife towards him. Seeing the last martial master had reached, Xiao Xing, the 7th grade martial master, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, archers are known for their fragility and poor close combat abilities. This is a well-accepted truth. Now that this archer was being ambushed and the last martial master had closed in, it could be said that this battle was essentially over. In his view, the archer was undoubtedly doomed. However, when he turned his head, he saw the white-haired woman with a strange smile on her lips. What does this mean? The 7th grade martial master felt a bad premonition rising as his heart sank. He couldn't help but glance towards Xiao Xing. The martial master shouted loudly, swinging his knife, but Xiao Xing easily dodged. Clang! The terrifying blade light smashed the stone slabs on the ground, shattering them into pieces. At the same time, the martial master stood up and swung his knife in a horizontal slash. Blade lights whistled towards the archer. Xiao Xing's figure retreated gracefully, like a swallow, perfectly avoiding the martial master's blade lights. Tiger roars in the mountains. The martial master shouted loudly, his long knife humming as he once again swung down fiercely. This strike was clearly a powerful martial technique. The blade light gathered, forming the phantom of a fierce tiger, descending the mountain, roaring through the forest with terrifying power, slashing towards Xiao Xing. This time it seemed Xiao Xing had nowhere to evade. But at that moment, Xiao Xing released the big bow in his hand and drew the long sword hanging at his waist. Clang! The long sword was unsheathed with a loud ringing, and a bright sword energy whistled out, slicing directly towards the martial master. Wherever the sword energy passed, the martial master's tiger roars in the mountains technique was instantly obliterated as the sword energy surged forward, attacking that martial master. The martial master, initially full of confidence, turned pale with fear upon seeing the sword energy Xiao Xing unleashed. He hurriedly shouted, raising his chi to defend. Puchi! But the sword energy passed through the martial master's body, as if cutting through tofu, without pausing for a moment. The martial master stood frozen in place. He struggled to turn his neck and look towards the 7th grade martial master, his eyes filled with resentment. Didn't you say that getting close would guarantee victory? Victory! Puchi! In the next moment, the 8th grade martial master's body split in two, exploding with a gruesome display of guts and blood, creating a horrifying scene. The 7th grade martial master's pupils constricted, his face filled with disbelief. He was somewhat dazed. Wasn't it said that archers are fragile and doomed to die in close combat? How could this archer possess such strong close combat abilities, and even cultivate sword energy? Seeing Xiao Xing about to sheath his long sword and draw his bow again, aiming at the trembling Wang Huanqing, the 7th grade martial master panicked and suddenly shouted frantically, stirring the chi blood within his body. Roar! Roar! His chi blood surged violently, producing sounds akin to tiger and leopard roars. Suddenly, the blood chi around him surged violently, transforming into several blood lights, rushing fiercely towards Yin Hongwan. Seeing the 7th grade martial master unleash his full power, Yin Hongwan was startled and desperately tried to defend. Boom! However, since she had used a secret technique, she could not withstand the full force of the 7th grade martial master and was knocked backward. After knocking Yin Hongwan away, the 7th grade martial master shouted loudly, moving as fast as lightning towards Wang Huanqing. Whoosh! Boom! As the piercing arrows whistled out, their killing momentum was established, yet the 7th grade martial master suddenly dashed between the two, channeling all his blood chi to block Xiao Xing's terrifying arrow. Xiao Xing practiced the 13 cloud-piercing arrows, thus, he only had 13 piercing arrows in his quiver. Previously, during the ambush on Wang Huanqing, he shot one, using up 6 arrows in the 6-star conjunction. He used 3 arrows to kill the 3 martial masters, and now he had used another one. In total, he had used 11 piercing arrows, leaving only 2 arrows in his quiver. Blood Yama, retreat, the time is up. On the other side, Yin Hongwan's breath was disordered, clearly indicating that the secret technique's duration was over and she could barely hold on. However, Xiao Xing showed no intention of retreating, drawing his bow again and suddenly aiming at a nearby stone pillar. The 7th grade martial master was puzzled, not knowing what Xiao Xing intended to do. Whoosh! The armor-piercing arrow whistled out, shooting towards the stone pillar. The 7th-tier martial master raised his eyebrows, suddenly coming to his senses. His figure surged forward, blocking the path ahead, as he frantically stirred the blood and chi within him, forming a terrifying and substantial blood barrier. Ding! The arrow struck the stone pillar, producing a sharp metallic sound, sparks flying everywhere. However, the arrow was suddenly deflected, whistling towards the direction where Wang Huanqing was. But at that moment, the 7th-tier martial master blocked the path of the arrow. Originally, the arrow shot with all of Xiao Xing's power would have struggled to penetrate Wang Huanqing's blood barrier, and now that it had been deflected, it was even less likely to break through his defenses. The arrow pierced into the blood barrier of the 7th-tier martial master. He looked up at Xiao Xing with a smug expression, believing he had outsmarted him. But at that moment, he saw a wicked smile curling at the corner of Xiao Xing's mouth, a grin that signified the success of a scheme. His heart sank, a bad premonition rising within him, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn it, I've been tricked." Next, something despairing happened to him. Suddenly, a layer of swirling air enveloped Xiao Xing, resulting in a rapid burst of speed and friction. Bang! With a sound like thunder, Xiao Xing's figure appeared on the other side, distancing himself from the 7th-tier martial master. At the same time, Xiao Xing nocked an arrow and shot it towards Wang Huanqing. "Don't!" The 7th-tier martial master exclaimed, rushing forward to try to stop it. But Xiao Xing's previous arrow was meant to divert him, creating distance between them. He had already fallen into the trap. How could he catch up now? Unless he had also mastered the lightness skill. But generally, martial masters trained in offensive and defensive techniques, and while they learned lightness skills, they seldom reached the level needed. Clearly, this 7th-tier martial master's lightness skill had not reached that level, making it difficult for him to burst forth instantly and cover a great distance like Xiao Xing. Whoosh! He could only watch helplessly as the armor-piercing arrow whizzed past him, piercing directly through Wang Huanqing's neck, pinning him to the ground. Wang Huanqing was dead beyond recovery. The 7th-tier martial master landed, looking at Xiao Xing and Yin Hongwan with a face full of shock and rage. Just as he was about to take action, Xiao Xing suddenly spoke. "If I were you, I'd run while there's still time." The 7th-tier martial master's knife raised in midair froze his face, twitching violently, his eyes flickering with uncertainty as he pondered Xiao Xing's words. Xiao Xing did not wish for this 7th-tier martial master to leave, not because they could kill him. The outcome was still uncertain if they continued fighting. After all, the situation on Xiao Xing's side was not optimistic. Yin Hongwan had used a secret technique and had entered a weakened state, and it was still somewhat difficult for Xiao Xing alone to slay a 7th-tier martial master. But their objective had already been achieved. Wang Huanqing had been shot dead by Xiao Xing. This meant that the 7th-tier martial master's mission had failed. He was supposed to protect Wang Huanqing, and now Wang Huanqing was dead. Could the Wang family spare him? His best option was to flee now. "You are ruthless." The 7th-tier martial master gritted his teeth, evidently having grasped the key point, realizing that continuing to fight was no longer necessary. Immediately, he hurriedly ran off into the distance, quickly disappearing into the night. Xiao Xing also breathed a sigh of relief. Although the 7th-tier martial master would find it difficult to kill him, the odds of him defeating the 7th-tier martial master were also slim. Not to mention, there was still Yin Hongwan, as she had already entered a weakened state. What to do? Should he abandon Yin Hongwan? That seemed rather ungrateful. But thankfully, that 7th-tier martial master had still left. Xiao Xing quickly searched the bodies of the martial masters. Finally, he arrived at Wang Huanqing's body and found a bundle of silver notes, which he directly tucked into his bosom. Then Xiao Xing stripped off the golden silk armor from Wang Huanqing, also tucking it away. This golden silk armor had strong defense, but when rolled up, it was small and light, as thin as a cicada's wing, making it extremely convenient to carry. This item could withstand an arrow shot from Xiao Xing. Possessing it was equivalent to having the defense of a 7th-tier master, so Xiao Xing naturally would not miss it. Meanwhile, Yin Hongwan was somewhat speechless. She had been weakened to this extent, and yet Blood Yanluo had started cleaning up the battlefield. What a shameless person. Huh. Suddenly, Xiao Xing looked up sharply, pulling an armor-piercing arrow from Wang Huanqing's neck, knocking it, and aiming towards an alley. Whoosh! The long arrow whistled through the air, first striking the wall with a ding, bouncing back, and directly piercing a killer from the blood clothing building. Ma Duo watched helplessly as one of his subordinates was shot dead in front of him, instantly frightened out of his wits. At that moment, he suddenly realized. The person who killed Zhang Yang used a technique strikingly similar to Blood Yanluo's arrow skills, meaning Zhang Yang had also died at Blood Yanluo's hands. Realizing this, Ma Duo felt a chill run down his spine, and his entire body was covered in cold sweat. Whoosh! Just then another arrow shot came, and another subordinate fell to the ground. Ma Duo pulled out his long knife with a whoosh, looking up to find Xiao Xing already aiming an arrow at him. His scalp went numb, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Whoosh! An arrow whistled towards him, and Ma Duo shouted loudly, channeling all his strength. At the moment of life and death, he unleashed the potential within his body, swinging a knife that actually split the incoming arrow. Bang! But at that moment, a sound like thunder suddenly erupted. The next moment, he was horrified to find Blood Yanluo already appearing before him. His eyelids twitched violently, fixating on the long sword wielded by Blood Yinluo. As their eyes met, one gaze was cold while the other was filled with fear. Kill. Suddenly the two charged at each other. Clang. As their figures crossed, their blades clashed violently, sparks flying, the sound of metal meeting metal, exploding. Suddenly Xiao Xing swiftly drew the subsword from the mother-child Lingxi sword. It was a slightly slender long sword gleaming with cold light and exuding spiritual energy. The mother-child Lingxi sword's main sword was an ordinary black iron steel sword, but the true power lay in the subsword within. This subsword was a spiritual weapon. At the same time, Xiao Xing reversed the hilt and suddenly thrust it backward. Puff. The subsword pierced through Ma Duo's back heart with almost no resistance. "You little brat, playing dirty." Ma Duo spat out a large amount of blood filled with unwillingness, and ultimately his body went limp. Xiao Xing pulled out the subsword, sheathed the main sword, and began to search the bodies of the fallen. In the end, he found a money pouch and a portrait on Ma Duo. He unfolded the portrait and saw that the person depicted was none other than himself.